Parkinson's disease, things get real.
And nobody understands that better than the Parkinson's Foundation. All across the country, we provide resources and support in the fight against Parkinson's, a neurological disease that affects movement.
The Parkinson's Foundation is dedicated to improving care and advancing research towards a cure.
And when you call our helpline, you'll speak to a real person who can help you find the right information. Because while living with Parkinson's can be challenging, there are things you can do to improve your quality of life. So, whether you're newly diagnosed, have been living with Parkinson's for years, or caring for a loved one,
when Parkinson's gets real, find real answers at the Parkinson's Foundation.
Go to parkinson.org or call our helpline at 1-800-4PD-INFO, 1-800-473-4636. The Parkinson's Foundation. Better lives together.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, covered by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company. Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh, W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 66 degrees at 9 o'clock. I'm David Ballarado. Although the curfew policy remains in effect in Market Square, Pittsburgh police had to break up a large crowd of juveniles that had gathered there overnight. Pittsburgh police confirming to KDKA Radio there were hundreds of teens and young adults who were fighting and being disorderly. Pepper spray had to be used to break up the crowd. Some police officers also needed to be treated on the scene for exposure to the spray. More festivities are on tap today as Pittsburgh continues to observe Juneteenth. That's the federal holiday commemorating the freeing of the last American slaves in Galveston, Texas in 1865. Kevin Johnson told KDKA-TV that the local get-togethers are a good way for people to see what they have in common.
Talk to people, get to know people. And when you get to know people, that's how you find out that we're basically all the same. Exactly. We're all the same. We're, all God's children.
There will be concerts in Market Square and Point State Park. A new owner for a well-known building on Smithfield Street, Harkey Pollock's Legacy Development, has purchased 610 Smithfield Street, looking to redevelop it as a mixed-use building that would eventually include residential units on its top floors. Pollock says the homelessness issue along that street has mostly been brought under control.
Now, it is an urban city, and there's going to be issues that we need to deal with going forward. By no means is it fixed, but we're markedly better than we were just 18 months or 2 years ago. And I think with people coming back to work and more residents coming online and Point Park expanding, all those things play nicely into the growth of downtown Pittsburgh.
The building is the longtime home of Brooks Brothers and the Carnegie Library's downtown branch. 2 people were rescued following a single vehicle accident last night in downtown. It happened around 10:30 near 4th and Grant. The vehicle was flipped on its side when crews arrived. 2 people had to be pulled from the vehicle. Pittsburgh public safety officials say they were evaluated on the scene and then released. In the peace process with Iran, President Trump's New Deal is already facing challenges. The next round of talks on hold. ABC News senior White House correspondent Selena Wang is in Washington.
At the 11th hour, the White House putting pause on plans for Vice President J.D. Vance to travel to Switzerland for the next round of talks. That's for the crucial next phase to determine the future of Iran's nuclear program. A U.S. official now tells us that Special Envoy Steve Witkoff is headed to Switzerland, where Jared Kushner is expected to join him, but the timing for these talks is still unclear.
Florida is taking tech giants to court. State Attorney General James Uthmeyer tells ABC News that a new lawsuit aims to force TikTok to overhaul its platform and protect young users from online dangers.
We want to make sure that they're limiting young teenagers and kids from accessing these sites, that they've got proper parental controls in place, that they're doing content moderation sufficiently to identify where child predators are going after kids.
And what was supposed to be a fun day at an amusement park outside New York City turned into a nightmare. More than a dozen people were stuck for hours on a ride at Adventureland on Friday. ABC's Anthony Carlo there.
Firefighters had to use ladders and harnesses to guide the kids down from the ride. It's called the Wave Twister, manufactured by Res Rides, and it's fairly new, branded the first of its kind in the world, with 2 10-passenger spinning spinning gondolas. Riders as small as 36 inches can ride with an adult. Until further review, that ride will not be in service.
KDKA Sports offense will be the focal point tonight for the Pirates as they try to climb back above the 500 mark. While Pittsburgh boasts the fifth-best team batting average in baseball, they'll likely have to power through again without star outfielder Brian Reynolds, who is day-to-day with a groin injury. Expect slugger Brandon Lau to try to carry the heavy lifting. He leads the club with 18 home runs and looks to feast on Colorado starter Tomoyuki Sagano. KDK Radio News Time 9:03. It's currently 66 degrees in Pittsburgh. Our next update's at 9:30. I'm David Ballarado on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio KDKA.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. After suffering an injury, you may face many hard questions. What will tomorrow bring? Which firm should I choose to represent me and my family? At Morgan & Morgan, we will hold your hand every step of the way. From our one-click sign-up, mobile apps, and 24/7 availability, we make it easy to get your case started right from the comfort of your couch. All firms are not the same. The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
93% of Pennsylvanians killed in a car crash while unbelted could have survived if they just buckled up. One simple click, a second of your time. It's the difference between making it home to your loved ones or not making it home at all. Whether you're a driver or a passenger, make the life-changing choice to wear a seatbelt every drive, every time. It's not just the law, it's common sense. Buckle up, PA. Learn more at PennDOT.pa.gov/safety.
Paid for with Pennsylvania taxpayer dollars.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
It'll be breezy and partly sunny today with an afternoon and evening thunder shower. High 76, then clear to partly cloudy tonight with a low of 56. Tomorrow, expect more clouds than sun with a high of 73. And on Monday, cloudy and humid with a couple of showers and a thunderstorm, high 73. For AccuWeather, I'm Nicole Joniak, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following is paid for by MediConnect. Information on the program is intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information aired on the following program.
These are the people, the movers and shakers, the businesses, the people you know in your community who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Lauren is here, as in Uran. It's the Inside Connection, MediConnect. We have a lot to dive into, so we're going to get started by reminding you, 888-818-6334. We have those advisors standing by until noon. If you don't do anything else before the hour is up, you want to review your Medicare coverage, or you're going to be 65 this calendar year and getting ready for that enrollment period just months away, set up the appointment today, and again, there is never a charge for their services. 888-818-6334. But we always begin with some opening comments, and then, of course, we get right into this date in history. Lauren.
Hi, Rob. Good morning. What a beautiful day out there.
Yes.
So it was a nice drive-in. I hail the Parkway East, so one of the last few times we'll get to make that drive-in on a Saturday morning.
As the old saying goes, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it.
when it gets put in, I guess. But yeah, let's kick off this day in history. So June 20th, the year 1975, the movie Jaws is released, becoming the first true summer blockbuster. In 1967, Muhammad Ali is convicted for refusing induction into the U.S. Army, a decision that was later overturned by the Supreme Court. All the way back in 1782, the Great Seal of the United States is officially adopted, and in 1837, Queen Victoria ascends to the British throne.
You know, Jaws came out, and I was right in that height of my teenage youth and coming of age, and I was actually in Atlantic City, and I was on the boardwalk, and they were showing that movie with the literally ocean just a few steps away. And it was a very dark night, and the moon was bright, and I had already seen it. And I got to tell you, it was a very eerie feeling.
I can't even imagine. The first memory I have of Jaws is like being a young child, and it was so scary. You know, and again, now they have CGI and all these things, and kids probably would laugh, watching some of the effects. But, for us, it was real.
Well, I hear that his new movie, Disclosure Day, with Emily Blunt, about aliens, is supposed to be flat out fantastic. Awesome. So he's still making great movies.
All right. Well, Then we have famous birthdays today. So with birthdays, we have Lionel Richie and Nicole Kidman. So happy birthday. And if they're needing some Medicare advice, give MediConnect a call.
Yeah, listen, she's not there yet. He is a couple of years removed, but it's hard to believe Lionel Richie. In fact, when I pulled into the parking lot today, I was trying to get revved up for another marathon, and I was listening to the Commodores and Brick House.
Oh, you know what? I'm going to have to put the Commodores on my drive back home today.
I love the Commodores. And Nicole Kidman, she just continues to do it at such a high level. All right, we're going to have a trivia question for you right now. And if you have the correct answer and you call 412-922-1020, you're going to get a $15 Get-Go gas card. Go ahead.
All right, so today's trivia question, which famous Pittsburgh landmark features 42 stories and is the second tallest educational building in the world? Which famous Pittsburgh landmark features 42 stories and is the second tallest educational building in the world?
If you think you know the answer, 412-922-1020, and you'll get a $15 Get-Go gas card. Now, seminars, very important chance for you to meet and greet and get all sorts of great questions answered in person. They're free, but you have to set up your reservations by calling 888-818-6334 or going to MediConnectInsurance.com and clicking on the seminars tab. Here they will be in the upcoming days.
All right, so June 23rd at 6 p.m. we'll be at the Microtel Inn and Suites in Beaver Falls off Darlington Road. On June 30th at 6 p.m., we'll be at Imperial Lifespan off Penn Lincoln Drive in Imperial. July 7th at 6 p.m., we'll be at the Hampton Inn in Bell Vernon. And finally, July 14th at 6 p.m., we'll be at the Lifespan Bethel Park off Park Avenue.
Give us a call at 888-818-6334 and say, I want to reserve my space at one of those following seminars, or go to MediConnectInsurance.com and click on the seminars tab. When we come back in a little bit, we're going to be talking about things to look for when you're reviewing your Medicare plan. But right now, so this is kind of like that lull again that will be here before you know it, the enrollment period. And I know it's, June, and people are thinking about our 250th celebration, picnics, vacations, but fall will be here before you know it. So what should you be doing if you want to be thinking about reviewing, or you're going to be 65 this calendar year?
I actually, think this is one of the best times to review your policy. Truly, even just to do a review and understand your benefits, because when we get to that fall time frame, benefits will be changing. And there were a lot of changes to the plans last year. So especially if you didn't review your plan, you stuck with what coverage you had, it's the best time to sit down and really break down what are your benefits, what do you have access to, and maybe think about what you're looking for, because that time, like you said, will be here before you know it. And interestingly enough, even our client experience team, we do a lot of the reviews for current MediConnect clients, and I've actually had more reviews in the past 2 weeks than I've had in a few months, because again, people are, needing to change for other reasons. If you move, right, that creates a special enrollment period. I've had a handful of situations where somebody, either they got a new doctor and they're not in the current network, or they got a new prescription that's not covered by the plan. And in those situations, again, they were wanting to look and see if there was something available for them. So there is something called the special enrollment period right now, where if you have a special life circumstance, you can switch your plan. And that's where we're expert. That's what we're going to do, is we're going to sit down, we're going to talk through your situation, see if maybe you're eligible for one of those special enrollments. And then if not, you've created a relationship with one of our representatives that in the fall, it's easy to pick up the phone and say, hey, I'm ready to do that review. Again, no obligation to change. And you might be in a situation where you can't really change right now, but we can always look at those options and get you prepared for the upcoming season.
All right, so which famous Pittsburgh landmark features 42 stories and is the second tallest educational building in the world? And the answer is
the Cathedral of Learning at the University of Pittsburgh.
And congratulations to Susie right here in Pittsburgh. She is the winner, and we'll get that $15 Get-Go gas card out soon as possible. But everybody annually should review. Everybody. You should make it a point just to go back for a little tune-up every year.
Absolutely. It's good to review. It's good to know what benefits you have. And a lot of the reviews, like I said, that I see happening this time of year is because there was some change. Our medical lives don't stay the same, right? You might need to go in for a scan and something pops up. You might need a new medication. You might need to see a new type of specialist. So really, maybe you weren't utilizing certain benefits in the prior years, and now all of a sudden, something popped up where you have a question. Also, with the seminars, there are a lot of folks, especially we work a lot with some of the teachers associations. and they are, just coming out of the school year. Maybe they're retiring this summer. So, it's a great time to start and taking a look at those things. Never a fee for our service, and we'll come to you. You can come into the office, 888-818-6334. We'd love to sit down and have that review.
So let me ask you, people that are on regular insurance, such as me, working for companies, networks change, doctors change. Do you have less of that happening when you're on Medicare, or does it happen just as much?
Depends on the year. I think, again, we're in a unique situation specifically here in Western Pennsylvania, right? We have certain carriers that own certain hospital systems. So those networks usually stay pretty stable if you're in a plan that's, the primary with those. But doctors can leave a network at any time they choose. A carrier can choose to drop a doctor, at any time of the year. So again, that's not something that stays stagnant. We were doing a review for somebody recently because when they signed up for their plan last fall, 2 of their doctors showed a network. They enrolled into the plan. And here, by the time this spring, they went to go get their visit with their provider in, the provider was no longer in network. They may have dropped out before the first. They may have dropped out, later on. But yes, networks can change, and they change constantly. We used to say, back when I started doing this, everything was in print, right? So we had these printed provider directories. They were massive. And we would say that those went out of date the second they came off the press because there's always updates within networks, and there's always doctors being added too. So, there's a lot of changes with that. But one of the best ways to check in to make sure that your doctors are in network and everything is looking good is using those online portals, which again, we do on the daily. So even if you just want to double check a provider and make sure they're in network with your plan still, you can give us a call. We can take a look at that.
All right, so we're going to take a break. We'll come back on the other side. So stay where you're at. Don't forget, it's 888-818-6334 or MediConnectInsurance.com.
News, weather, traffic, and business every day. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
Your home should be your happy place. Hi, this is Larry Richard for CertaPro Painters. If you're sitting around your house, you see the faded colors and peeling paint, I got to get this done. We'll get it done right the first time with CertaPro Painters. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated. I love that. Get a free estimate, all the details, easy to understand, and it will brighten up your home. Then it will be a happy place. Schedule a free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C.
Here's the latest from the KDKA Community Message Board.
From weddings to office events, let Jimmy Wands handle the menu. Enjoy full-service catering, takeout, or free delivery for your next big celebration. Bold flavors and deliciously convenient options from their family to yours. Jimmy Wands Restaurant and Lounge.
It's back in the heart of downtown Pittsburgh. Rock, Reggae, and Relief returns Saturday, August 8th, featuring UB40, Allie Campbell, G-Love, and more. Enjoy summer vibes while supporting Cafe Momentum. Get your tickets today at rockreggaerelief.com. It's the weekly program that keeps you current with the latest travel trends and vacation values. Listen to AAA's Talking Travel every Saturday morning at 11 on KDKA Radio.
Details at KDKARadio.com.
My friends at NASCO Roofing take pride in exceeding customer expectations. Stephanie from Murraysville used NASCO for minor roof repairs. When a storm created substantial roof damage, she called NASCO. NASCO worked with Stephanie's insurance company and installed a beautiful brand new roof. NASCO has satisfied thousands like Stephanie. Get NASCO on your roof. Call NASCO Roofing, 412-373-2000, 412-373-2000. Most jobs done in a day. Special financing available. NASCO Roofing, NASCO.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, back with Lauren, MediConnect, the Inside Connection. And don't forget, we've got advisors standing by until 10 o'clock for our show and then until noon. So if you want to set up an appointment, 888-818-6334. Top things to look for when reviewing your Medicare plan. Let's begin. So we're back, and here's Lauren as we once again encourage you to review your current plan.
So great segue by your questions earlier about reviewing. But we do, and we get a few big questions. What should I really be looking at when I review my plan? So today we're going to simplify that and walk through the top things you should focus on when reviewing your Medicare coverage. First and foremost, make sure your doctors are still in network because, again, that can change year to year. That can even change day to day. So we have clients that assume, everything stayed the same, only to find out their doctor was no longer in network, which increased their costs. We had a few plans last year, even within the market. There's PPO plans, which are preferred provider organization. And with PPO plans, they allow you to go in and out of network. And sometimes out of network is at a higher cost to the consumer. And we saw a lot of plans in the market this year increase those out of network costs. So maybe, perhaps last year you were on a plan, you saw a doctor out of network, and it was a reasonable cost. And then you go to see that same doctor this year and you go, wow, that cost really increased because they truly were out of network. And that coverage that is on your plan to cover the out of network doctors may have increased for you as the consumer. That was one of the biggest things I did even this past enrollment period. When I was doing reviews, I was double checking every single person's doctors because I wanted to make sure that they knew, hey, you are seeing an out-of-network doctor and this cost is going to increase for you. So we can look at other options where the doctor's in-network, or again, just that you're aware that that cost is going to increase is, half the battle. But always double-check your providers before the new year begins because that's going to be, key to making sure that you don't get hit with unexpected costs. Next, big one is medications. And this is huge because formularies change every year. They actually, again, can change throughout the year. Usually if there's a change throughout the year, it's a positive change where there's an, addition into the formulary, but they can change throughout the year. So a medication could have been a lower copay one year and then it moves to a higher tier, or next year maybe it requires a prior authorization. This is also big when you're changing plans. So I've seen people where they've been on a certain plan for a couple years. They have a prior authorization, which a prior authorization means you have to get approval by the plan. Usually the doctor has to supply some form of information stating that you have a medical necessity for that medication. Then once the plan receives that from the doctor, they say, okay, you're approved, and they approve the pharmacy to fill that for you, covered under the cost of your formulary. And oftentimes, even when people are changing from one carrier to another or one plan to another, they find out, they had a prior authorization even on the year plan prior. But once you submit that in, maybe the doctor is automatically doing that paperwork for you. So you're not realizing every year behind the scenes this approval is going on. And then you change companies and you go, oh, now I have to get this. I want to go back to my plan. It might not be a plan benefit. It might be that specific medication. And I've seen that cause frustration for people. So when I'm reviewing, even if it's on your current plan, I always say, hey, that medication might require prior authorization. But again, I think it's really important too, because you don't get all of your medications, you possibly prescribed when you're having the time to review in the fall. So if I always say to our clients, especially if you get a new medication prescribed, give us a call. We'll tell you how that's going to affect your costs. Because we actually even had a few calls this past week to our client team where somebody got a new medication. Maybe they were on two generics and this one's a brand name. They go to the pharmacy and they're hit with the deductible, $615. And they go, wow, this is very expensive. I can't afford this. But, those costs might go down depending on when and how they hit their deductible. So a lot of times it's just having that conversation and preparing them for the costs as well. So medications are going to be huge. And again, if you have questions, give us a call. And you want to review that list annually to avoid any unexpected costs. And this is something, again, it doesn't matter if you're on a Medicare supplement, because a Medicare supplement, you have no network, so you don't have to worry about networks, but you do want to review that prescription drug coverage each and every year, as well as Medicare Advantage plans. You want to review that prescription drug coverage every single year. And next, out-of-pocket costs. This is where things can really add up. Things like deductibles, co-pays, co-insurance, and maximum out-of-pocket limits. So we've saved plans where the premium stays the same, but the max out-of-pocket increases or some of the cost on the plan increase. So as a consumer, you go, oh, well, the premium stayed similar or the same. I didn't have an increase. And then you go to use it and you get hit with a large cost. So you really want to watch all of those things when you're reviewing your plan. Don't just look at the premium, but you want to look at your potential exposure. And again, you might have a couple years where you're not utilizing the plan a lot, but then 1 year you need a surgery or you need something large medically, and you want to make sure you're prepared for that. And then the extra benefits. I don't recommend shopping solely based off the extra benefits because, you want medical coverage. This is insurance at the end of the day. But I do have folks that have, importance on things like dental, vision, hearing, over-the-counter cards, transportation. So these things can also change year to year. And you might go, oh, I have this benefit that I'm using. And you get to the next year and it's not any longer offered on your plan. And we've had tons of clients just switch plans because they go, hey, I need to have a lot of dental work done. And the dental coverage actually aligns to what they need. So I've had people shop based off of these things for their needs. But again, why not? If you need a lot of dental work done, switch to a plan that's going to cover it more and it cost you less out of your pocket.
Out of pocket is something you just never know.
You never know. I mean, we can predict and predict and predict. And, interestingly enough, we talk about, Medicare supplements, for example, are a little bit more of a predictable cost. You're paying a set premium and then that, hey, it's going to cover most medical costs for me. But you still don't know what out-of-pocket drug costs could be if you get prescribed something expensive. However, we talk a lot about our indemnity policies that we write. They're like hospital indemnity. You can add cancer, heart attack, stroke policies. These plans can be offered any time of the year. So even if you're on an Advantage plan or a supplement plan, and right now you can't make a change, but you see, hey, there's some gaps in my benefits. These plans help fill in the gaps. They help save us where some of these plans might have some gaps. And even though Medicare supplement plans maybe don't have the gaps, about a third of costs if you're diagnosed with cancer actually aren't even related to your health insurance. It's parking, it's, going downtown to specialized hospitals, it's gas to get there, it's hotel rooms, it's things like that you're not thinking about. So these cancer, heart attack, and stroke policies can actually pay you a lump sum upon a diagnosis. And those are things we can add any time of the year. They're not Medicare plans, so they can be written all year round. So even just for as little as $20, $30 a month, you can protect yourself, because we did see a lot of these plans increase maximum out-of-pockets, increase out-of-pocket costs, and increase their premium this past year. So if you do want to help protect yourself, or even if you're on a supplement plan and, hey, you have everything covered, but I mean, if you're battling something like cancer or a heart attack, at the end of the day, I don't think anybody would be sad to see a $5,000 or a $10,000 check come in the mail to help them through that. It makes your financial worry a little bit less so you can handle all the other things that you need to be taking care of for yourself.
Well, listen, when somebody's going through something like cancer, the last thing on their mind should be hospital bills.
Should be any kind of bills. It should be, I can't afford to park to go to the hospital. Should be, I can't afford to do, get lunch today, things like that. So yeah, I mean, for $20 or $30 a month, you can protect yourself against some of those costs. And again, that's something we can add all year round. And this is the perfect time again to call and review your plan, because if you take a look at your plan, we know the plans. We can look at where the gaps are and we can recommend some of these policies to fill in the gaps, again, for as little as $20 or $30 a month. And the premium's no limit. You can add a lot of different things. You might have a higher premium, but there's tons of different things that you can add, like protection if you go into a skilled nursing facility, for example.
Set up an appointment right now. Review your current benefits. There is never a charge for their services. We can get you that set up right now by dialing 888-818-6334. That's 888-818-6334. Or go to MediConnectInsurance.com. Much more to come with Lauren Inside Connection, KDKA.
Summer's here, and so are the savings at Lachina Drapery and Blind Factory. It's the perfect time to refresh your home with custom draperies, blinds, shades, shutters, and upholstery. Lachina doesn't just sell their beautiful custom products, they make them right in Lachina's own factory. That means low factory direct prices, expert measurement, and installation. Lachina quality from start to finish. Visit Lachina's 2 showrooms or have them come to your home. Call 412-665-4900 or visit LaginaDrapery.com.
When it comes to family law, a lot has changed in recent years, so assumptions can be costly. If you see or sense a change coming in your family life that could have legal implications, it's important to know where you stand. Getting good legal advice early is never a bad idea. I'm Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. If you or anyone you know is facing a family law issue, start with a consultation. Visit CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell. Licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
Tickets for Kids will host the Dress Big Happy Hour on Wednesday, July 22nd from 4 to 7 p.m. in the Casamigos Club at PPG Paints Arena. Join sports celebrities and TFK's friends from the ticketing, nonprofit, corporate, and foundation communities for a silent auction, hors d'oeuvres, a cash bar, and the chance to play carnival games on the arena floor. For tickets, go to the events link at ticketsforkids.org.
Did you see that UFO last night?
Is it real or is it AI?
How about the aircraft carrier floating down the river?
Nowadays, it's tough to determine what's legit and what to believe.
I know it's true because it was all over my feed last night.
But when it comes to news, depend on Pittsburgh's original news source since 1920. The Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
So, at Monroeville Physical, spelled F-Y-Z-I-C-A-L, they help people move with less pain and more confidence. I've seen it. In fact, Physical has helped Pittsburgh get back on its feet with confidence through personalized one-to-one physical therapy and advanced balance treatment. It's amazing. The therapists use leading technology and customized care plans, focus on balance, neuropathy, and pain relief. You get back to doing the things you love safely and confidently. Call Monroeville Physical, 412-457-8200, 412-457-8200.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 69 degrees at 9:30. I'm David Ballarado. Pittsburgh police once again using pepper spray to break up a group of teenagers. Public safety officials confirmed for KDKA Radio that hundreds of teens and young adults were fighting and being disorderly in Market Square overnight. A man is being treated after he was shot in the leg in Homewood earlier this morning. The victim told police he had stepped out of an after-hours club on Hamilton Avenue when he heard a gunshot and then felt a pain in his leg. No arrests have been made. Despite the uncertainty, gas prices continuing to fall. ABC's Andrew Dimbert has details.
Drivers are paying about $1 more per gallon than before the conflict began, and the most expensive gas remains concentrated in the West. States including California, Hawaii, Washington, Oregon, Nevada, New York, and Alaska still all above $4.20 a gallon.
Locally, AAA says the average price in the Pittsburgh area is $4.48. That's down 6 cents from a week ago. And speaking of triples, how about not one, not two, not three, but 4 sets of triplets? On Instagram, AHN says West Penn Hospital recently helped 4 sets of triplets come into the world. KDKA Sports, the Pirates sent Paul Skeens to the mound for tonight's game at Coors Field. The Rockies took Game 1 of the series last night. First pitch will be at 8:40 our time. Right now, it's sunny around Pittsburgh, 69 degrees. I'm David Ballarado. Our next update's coming up at 10 o'clock right here on the Voice of Pittsburgh, News Radio KDKA.
The weather is warming up, but so are the savings at Coons Market. Isn't that right, Frank Dentisi?
Right, Rob. In our meat department, tender hand-cut filet mignon is $19.99 a pound. In the produce department, sweet Northwest cherries, $1.98 a pound. In the deli, Boar's Head Friars turkey breast is $10.99 a pound. And additional savings this week, selected varieties of Popsicle Pops, 12 to 18-count packages, $3.99 each.
Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
There will be a mix of sun and clouds and a breeze today with an afternoon and evening thunder shower. The high will be 76. Otherwise, clear to partly cloudy tonight with a low of 56. Then for Father's Day, expect more clouds than sun, high 78. And on Monday, humid and cloudy with a couple of showers and a thunderstorm, high 73. For AccuWeather, I'm Nicole Joniak, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following is paid for by MediConnect.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, back with Lauren Uran, MediConnect Inside Connection. Don't forget, seminars, they're free, but you have to reserve your space. 888-818-6334, MediConnectInsurance.com. Click on the Seminars tab. Things you should be doing when it comes to reviewing your Medicare benefits, getting ready for that enrollment period months away. We're going to get to extra benefits up next, but before we do that, here are the list of days and places for the upcoming seminars.
All right, and to reserve that space, you can check us out online or give us a call. But we will be coming to a town near you. June 23rd at 6 p.m. We'll be at the Microtel Inn and Suites in Beaver Falls. June 30th at 6 p.m. We'll be at the Imperial Lifespan off Penn Lincoln Drive. July 7th at 6 p.m. We'll be at the Hampton Inn in Bell Vernon. And July 14th, we'll be over at Lifespan Bethel Park. So we look forward to seeing you there.
All right, again, 888-818-6334. You can also set up an appointment with them, no charge for their services. And you can also reserve your space for those seminars by going to MediConnectInsurance.com, clicking on the Seminars tab. Now, things to look for. Up next, number 4, extra benefits. Go ahead.
All right, so we're actually going to talk here in segment 3 about the top 3 mistakes that our Medicare clients make. And again, some of these are in regards to extra benefits. So the first mistake is paying bills too quickly. And it was interesting. I actually had a seminar. I hosted one of our seminars recently, and a listener of ours came in, and I was talking about a case, I think the last time that I was on, where our client, she got billed for $3,000. Her daughter picked up the phone, paid the bill. And here, when we did some investigating with the doctor, it should have only been for $150. So, during that show, I think we were working still to get her reimbursed, but we did get them reimbursed. So $3,000 back in their pocket. It was only a $150 copay, and it all came down to a coding issue from the doctor's office that they submitted to the insurance company. So it was denied because the code was wrong, and here they billed the member for the full amount. And this is a huge one. Bills comes in, they look official or even urgent, and people just go ahead and pay them. And I've been guilty of that myself as well. But we never know, what mistake could have been made. So if you think you see something that doesn't look right, and again, this is where it's really important to do that review and understand your benefits. Because if you don't know your benefits and you get a bill and you're not sure what you should be charged for that service, then you're, uneducated about that, and you might pay this bill and really not owe that amount of money. So if you ever think that something looks awry with your bill, or if you have a question, again, for our clients, you can call into our client experience line, or again, give us a call at MediConnect, 888-818-6334, and we can take a look or answer your questions. But if you think something looks wrong, it doesn't cost anything to give us a call and check in on it. And maybe it is a valid bill, but we want to save you that time, effort, money wasted with a simple conversation, and we can take a look and see if that's a valid bill or not. So, again, we were able to get her back, thank goodness, that $3,000. And the next thing kind of coincides with this, not understanding how your plan works. And this is a big one, but sometimes people don't fully understand their benefits until they actually need to use them. And I always tell, especially when I would train agents and train our customer service representatives, we do this all day, every day. We talk about these plans all day, every day. But for the consumer, we might sit down with you for an appointment in the fall to review your plan, and maybe you don't need to use it till this time of year. That's a whole 6 months later. I don't expect anybody to remember that full conversation about how their benefits work. So when this tends to happen again, you want to give us a call, understand how your plan works before you need to actually use it, or if you have a procedure or something scheduled and you want to check in, because we've seen clients schedule procedure thinking it's fully covered, only to find out afterwards it was considered outpatient with a copay that they didn't expect. And third, trying to handle everything alone. And this is a huge and honestly very common and costly mistake. People will spend hours calling providers and insurance companies trying to figure things out and still not getting a clear answer. I've been doing this for about 15 years, and oftentimes it's too many hands in the cookie jar. Might be an issue with the insurance company, with the pharmacy, with the doctor's office, right? There could be so many places where an issue is starting and we need to figure out where it started. I tell my team on client experience, it's like we're detectives doing detective work. We have to get to the bottom of it because every case isn't the same. But actually yesterday, we had a client called in. She's been going back and forth with her pharmacy for months. She had a prior authorization for a medication, and she kept going to the pharmacy, and the pharmacy kept telling her the insurance needed to be called, and they weren't covering the medication. So she's been going back and forth herself again since January about this between her pharmacy and her provider's office. And here, the pharmacy kept telling, hey, your insurance company is doing this wrong. They're not doing the authorization. There's a problem here. But yesterday she finally called us, and our client experience representative was able to connect with the pharmacy and uncover that there was actually a glitch in the pharmacy's system. So it wasn't the insurance company. It wasn't the doctor's office. It was actually the pharmacy itself. And in their system, were having trouble billing this certain medication. And this poor client, she had been going in and they've been giving her like 5 days worth. So she has to keep inconveniencing herself every single day, going to the pharmacy, trying to work through all this. And within 20 minutes, our representative got the medication filled with the pharmacy, figured out the glitch, and it was ready for pickup after 6 months of going through this headache alone. And for the first time in months, the client was actually able to pick up their full prescription. So this is where you don't have to do it alone. And that's what exactly being a client of MediConnect offers you. This is why my team, our client experience team, exists. So we are an advocate for you, for the consumer. Not every time is it easy to do these things. And we've done things where, again, some of the carriers might have a high wait time. So we'll say, you know what, Mrs. Smith or whomever we're working with, we're going to call the carrier. We're going to sit on hold. We're going to get your information over and tell them what's going on. And then we're going to three-way call you in so you don't have to sit there on the phone. And then we advocate for these people because, again, sometimes it's just the language that we're using. Medicare has its own language sometimes. I've even caught myself, in an appointment or on the radio saying an acronym like AEP, which is the annual enrollment period. But we speak so much of this lingo that, it's like a fully different language. So sometimes having that advocate that can speak the language of the insurance company or the pharmacy or the doctor's office on your side is just what you need just to explain the situation. So when you look at it, most issues come down to these three things. And the good news is they're avoidable with the right guidance. If something doesn't feel right, don't ignore it. Don't handle it alone. Give us a call.
All right, 888-818-6334, 888-818-6334. Any takeaways before we take a break and come back for our next segment?
Again, it was just yesterday when we were going through that pharmaceutical case, I was just in awe of my team, of how, within 20 minutes, this issue that somebody's been dealing with for 6 months was just so easily resolved.
See, that's what you get when you build a relationship with MediConnect. And
that's, you're going to build a relationship with your agent, which is great. And they're going to come out and explain everything to you. But then we have our entire client experience team. And we're going to, when somebody enrolls with us, we text them within 24 hours a welcome video about our team. And we send them a contact card so they have our number to save. And you can call that Monday through Friday, 8:30 to 5. We're available to help you. Really, and I get questions, Rob, not related to their plan, but just how Medicare works in general. Why are they taking out this premium for my Part B? I got this letter from Social Security. Even if we don't have the full answer, we can always guide you in the right direction. And it's so imperative. And again, I've seen people, hey, I got this medication, I can't afford it. And we find out they're eligible for a program like PACE or PACENet, and we save them hundreds of dollars. So again, it's never a cost to give us a call, and usually we can help you out.
Here's the problem. People are proud, and the information is over everyone's head. My head, I don't care if you're a Rhodes Scholar or whatever. This stuff is really difficult to understand. And in many cases, they don't really ask because they're kind of embarrassed that they can't figure it out. But nobody can figure it out. That's why you have record numbers, and that's why you get the Google reviews, and that's why you are one of the best when it comes in the country doing what you do. People need to say, look, I got to let all those things that are in my mind blocking me from doing this. Get rid of those inhibitions. Pick up the phone, make the call, because you're not the only one that needs help.
Absolutely. And for anybody out there listening that is a client of MediConnect, I want you to take down our client experience number if you don't have it. And that number is 888-805-3453. Again, 888-805-3453. You can also give our main line a call and say, hey, I'm trying to connect with the client team, with the client experience team. and they can transfer you over. But having our direct number, and we have an email as well for our team, we've had people send us copies of bills. That's how we helped the lady that had the $3,000 bill. Send us a copy. We look it over. We make a few phone calls to the doctor's office, the pharmacy if needed, the insurance company, see what went awry, and get it fixed for you.
All right. Again, tell them what the client experience is, though.
Our client experience number at MediConnect is 888-805-3453. Again, that's 888-805-3453.
Tell them how it works, too.
So again, you just pick up the phone, give us a call to that number, and any problem that you have dealing with your health insurance or questions that you have, prescriptions, providers, Social Security, Medicare, give us a call and ask, and we can help. And we also do a bulk of the client reviews over the enrollment period too. So if you did want to, if you're a current client and you wanted to do a review even now, mid-year, we can take a look at that. If you're on a Medicare supplement with us, and that premium's been going up, right? Medicare supplements aren't subject to the same enrollment windows as Medicare Advantage and prescription drug plans. There is some medical underwriting involved, but if you can pass those questions, we can actually assess your Medicare supplement premium and maybe find you some cost savings there all year round.
All right, tell them what we're going to do when we come back.
All right, so when we come back, we'll do a recap of the show. And I was going to also talk a little bit about what we're doing because, again, it's summertime months and everybody, great time to review. Folks retiring, great time to come in for a seminar and educate yourself. But this truly begins our ramp up season, Rob. We're starting to get ready for that fall time frame.
Listen, it'll be here before you know it. Okay, run the seminars one more time, then we'll go to break.
All right, so June 23rd, 6 p.m. at the Micro Hotel Inn and Suites, Beaver Falls. June 30th, 6 p.m., Imperial Lifespan. July 7th, 6 p.m., the Hampton Inn in Bell Vernon. And July 14th, Lifespan, Bethel Park.
All right, again, 888-818-6334. These are free seminars, but you have to reserve your space. 888-818-6334. MediConnectInsurance.com. Click on the seminars tab. They are free, but you have to reserve your space. Recap, when we come back next hour, it's Mike Broniszewski, Ed Pfeiffer, True Value Home Improvement Show. Andy is off today. Then Alicia Maisel will be here today. AAA Central's Talking Travel. And then Dr. Dawn Spalla, Allegheny Health Physical Medicine. We're far from done. Our Marathon Saturday continues with your Pratt Pack back until 1 o'clock on KDKA.
Every Tuesday morning at 7:20, listen for Inside Independence Health, a look at all things healthcare with the experts from Independence Health System. It's brought to you by Independence Health System. Expert care here.
Hey, I'm Sam.
And I'm Calvin with Cousins Roofing, Siding, and Decks.
Calvin, you know what I love most about this job? That moment when the job's done. Maybe it's a new roof, upgraded siding, or a deck that makes you want to be outside, and you see that look on the customer's face.
Yeah, man, that never gets old. The care, the clean work, no shortcuts. And that's just how these Cousins have been doing it ever since Grandma's garage.
And that's not changing.
Call the Cousins.
Cousins Roofing, Siding, and Decks. Call the Cousins.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found tax relief advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-491-9914. 800-491-9914. That's 800-491-9914.
The certified elder law attorneys at Julian Gray Associates understand the rules of long-term care and disability. They help families avoid mistakes and protect assets to maintain the best lifestyle options. You don't have to do this alone. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Whenever I say recap, that means we're in the final segment. So this is the final segment. So let me say recap. Go ahead.
All right. So today we talked about two main topics, the top things to look at while reviewing your Medicare plan, and the top 3 mistakes folks make on these plans. So again, the most important top things to look at during a review was your doctors, your medications, your out-of-pocket costs, and extra benefits. And really, that's about making sure your coverage still fits your life heading into the new year. And when it comes to mistakes, those that we discussed were paying bills a little too quickly and not fully understanding how the plan works. And lastly, trying to handle everything alone. That's where MediConnect, again, working with us, both of those scenarios, we're going to review your doctors, your medications, out-of-pocket, and extra benefits. Any representative you work with us is going to do that. And our client experience team is there so that you're not doing any of this alone as you move forward. There's an advocate for you as long as you're working with us. So, the way that we're able to be educated and do all this actually kind of starts right now. So Monday is the release of AHIP, which is a certification we all have to complete. And it's really around prescription drug plans and how that works. So our annual certifications are starting to come out. So what'll happen next week is that main certification comes out, and then we have to turn around and certify with every single company that we represent. So over the next 2 months, we'll be busy in study mode in every spare moment that we have. We're still busy. We still have people retiring. We still have people that are reviewing plan options. We have clients that are having billing issues and different things like this. So we're go, go, go. But every spare second that we get over the next few months will be truly doing all of these certifications, getting our studies up so that we are ready to rock and roll come October 1st.
See, I think people need to also understand this isn't high pressure. This isn't commission. These folks are all working on a salary. They're not out there trying to crunch numbers and, meet some sort of projection. They're there to help you stay focused, and you have the final say as far as what your health care is going to be.
Absolutely. Again, some of this industry is built on commission transactions, and I've seen people in my past when I worked for carriers that would only represent certain companies or only represent certain plans because maybe they didn't get the full bucks in their pocket. So they were, driving somebody to maybe not what was best for the client, but was best for their bank account. And again, our representatives are all salary. It's important. And that's why I came to MediConnect, because I look at it as if I'm sitting across the table from my family, my parent, my grandparent. I don't want somebody putting them on something that does a little bit better for their pocket. I want them to do what meets the needs of that person. And, we've talked about it a lot, but Allegheny County specifically, Western Pennsylvania as well, we have so many plan options because it's so competitive here. And there's so much to look at. So there's going to be a couple things that fit your needs, but it's about finding what works for you and your situation. And that will also change.
Listen, if this is your first time at the rodeo and you're going to be 65, you've turned 65 and you're thinking, I'm not worried about getting an appointment now. I'm not going to do anything until the enrollment period. One thing you'll find out, you don't want to wait, right?
Not at all. And, I even have people, they're planning on getting Medicare, whether it's retiring or turning 65 within the next year. It's still not too early to sit down, understand the education, understand how Medicare works. I always Lance will mention, it's like building a foundation for a house, right? So starting to get that education and understanding it allows you to make an educated decision. We're guides and advocates for you. We want to help you come to that conclusion, but we're going to, hold your hand along the way, essentially, to walk you through all of this information and misinformation and help you land where you need to be.
Well, and here's the other thing. You're going to get to meet a team that you're going to feel comfortable. It's a beautiful office, great location, right smack dab, a short drive from anywhere within the sound of my voice here in the tri-state, but especially Western Pennsylvania. And they do some work in Central Pennsylvania if you're listening on that Odyssey app. But you guys will actually come to people, too.
Absolutely. We do home appointments. I mean, in our office, we've had clients even from Ohio and West Virginia come into the office for office appointments. But our representatives do travel the tri-state area, so they will come to you. And some people, they maybe don't want you at the home. We can meet you at a Panera or something like that, a neutral location. So whatever you're most comfortable with. But yeah, coming to the home is, I've had even, I again hail out from the east side of Pittsburgh, and some of my parents' friends that I've assisted have wanted, they're like, Lauren, I want to come see your office. So they'll come out there, or I've gone after work or, for an appointment to the home. Whatever you're most comfortable with, we will accommodate.
Well, and I just want people to know that you're going to be in a very relaxed atmosphere, no high pressure, as I mentioned just moments ago, comfortable. And when you leave, you're going to say, I made the right choice, because there isn't anything you haven't heard. There isn't anything you haven't seen. And there's not a coverage that you don't know about.
Absolutely.
All right. What else? Let's run these seminars one more time, and then we'll get caught up on a few other things, and we'll let you get out of here and get ready for the True Value Home Improvement Show. I want to stress, though, these seminars are free. You get a chance to meet the professionals from MediConnect. All sorts of good information. You get to answer questions in real time. They are free, these seminars, but you have to call 888-818-6334 or MediConnectInsurance.com to click on the seminars tab to reserve your space.
Absolutely. The reservations are key because it helps us plan for our locations to make sure that we can accommodate everyone. So June 23rd at 6 p.m., we'll be at the Microtel Inn and Suites in Beaver Falls off Darlington Road. June 30th at 6 p.m., we'll be at Imperial Lifespan off the Penn Lincoln Drive. July 7th, we'll be at the Hampton Inn in Bella Vernon off Broad Avenue. And July 14th, we'll be at the Lifespan Bethel Park off Park Avenue.
So the next time I see you, summer will officially begun. What do you like about summer?
When I get a chance to sit at the pool, that's always amazing. Just or the beach, taking a vacation.
On a floater, a little
Yes.
floaty in the pool.
Exactly. That's probably my absolute favorite. I do love 4th of July as well. So, fireworks, that kind of stuff. Those are probly my top two favorites. How about you? What do you do when you get out of here?
Honestly, I love the heat.
Mhm.
I love the melting, blacktop. I love just being outside, man, and, the birds in the morning and people walking about. And I've always been one who loved warm weather. And I like cold weather, too. I love the fall, but the hotter, the better. I mean, I want people to be safe, but it just brings back such good memories of jumping off that porch and going off into that summer and nothing but good times ahead. And even though obviously I work and I work and I work and there's really no downtime and I'm not a kid again, when it starts to heat up and you see that sun just glistening off the sidewalk or the blacktop, and people are cutting their grass and grilling outside and splashing around in a pool, and they have all these festivals and carnivals and things that are happening, it just makes me feel like a kid again.
I agree. Absolutely.
I love it. All right, so do you like to do any gardening or any of that stuff?
I'm not a big gardener. My brother loves to. He has a massive garden. He's gotten into peppers and all kinds of different things. I'm not a I don't have the gift. I don't have the gift. It's a lot of work. And again, like I said, for us this time, we start doing certifications and things like that. So you're trying to fit everything in. I'm not a talented gardener. So
here's the other thing people need to understand. Even though we talk about the 2 enrollment periods, you guys, this is the only thing you do, and MediConnect does it year round.
Absolutely. I mean, really, truly, all the years that I've been doing this, summer I loved summer growing up, like you were saying. One of my favorite things was fall and Halloween. And again, I miss that now, that time of year, because I'm usually extremely busy. But not only are we doing certifications and we're doing planning, we're doing upgrades to some of our systems internally so that we can better service our clients and our potential clients. There's a lot of planning and that has to go in to execute a successful enrollment period. We are growing and growing. So, there's a lot of time at this time of year planning. We can't share those plan benefits with consumers till October 1st, but we are learning behind the scenes and trying to gear up for what we think will be going on that season. So it's a lot of work I always say AEP begins in June. And I know Brian says the same thing, but, not October. For us, it begins in June.
Hey, listen, it's always a pleasure. We'll see you when we see you. Just keep up the good work and just know how much you help our audience, and that means a lot to me.
Thank you, Rob.
All right, 888-818-6334, 888-818-6334, MediConnectInsurance.com. And if you want to know a list of those seminars, which are free, click on the seminars tab. You can register there. They are free, but you have to register. And if you want to register and set up an appointment where there is never a charge for their services, you can dial this number right now up until noon because our advisors are always standing by. 888-818-6334, 888-818-6334. David Ballarado at the anchor desk, and then the guys from True Value. Andy is off today. Mike and Ed and me will help you with all those home improvement projects for this, the summer of 2026. Moments away, your Pratt Pack. KDKA, good morning.
The preceding was paid for by MediConnect. Information on the program is intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information heard on the preceding program.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
I'm doing a porch concert in Morningside today where I'm going to be singing. You want a little? You want a sample?
Yes, let's go.
How lucky can one guy be? I kissed her and she kissed me.
Perfect Juneteenth song.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
In Pittsburgh, Chase is proud to root for the home team because they're our team too. We cheer from the bleachers and on the sidelines. We cheer for gymnasts and quarterbacks. And with more than 25 local Chase branches and 5,000 nationwide, we are right beside you, Pittsburgh. Neighborhood bankers, digital tools, national strength. Chase, make more of what's yours.
JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
This is Greg Trzynski of the Original Mattress Factory. Many retailers use a computer program to tell you which mattress to buy after answering a few questions. That's not how finding the right mattress works. At OMF, our associates take the time to understand your specific needs. They'll guide you through our showroom, explain the differences between models, and help you select the right mattress. No computers, no gimmicks, just personal attention and quality mattresses built locally. Visit any showroom and experience the OMF difference for yourself.
Between the daily demands of work, family needs, running a household, and more, you deserve some real relief at the end of the day. At the Original Mattress Factory, we have a wide variety of mattresses that are built to provide the ultimate in comfort and relief when you need it most. Mattresses that are hand-built locally using high-quality materials. Mattresses that are sold factory direct to offer you a great value. Mattresses that are designed to provide real relief to real people like you. Visit an Original Mattress Factory location today and get the rest you deserve tonight.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 71 degrees at 10 o'clock. I'm David Ballarado. Police had to break up a large crowd of juveniles last night in Market Square. Public safety officials confirming for KDKA Radio that hundreds of juveniles and young adults were fighting and being disorderly. And for the second time in 3 days, they had to use pepper spray to break up the crowd. Several police officers were also exposed to the pepper spray and were treated by medics on the scene. Officers had also used pepper spray to break up a large gathering in East Liberty on Wednesday night. Pittsburgh police say a man was shot in the leg on Hamilton Avenue when he left an after-hours club in Homewood a little after 2:30 this morning. He's in stable condition. No arrests or suspects at this time. The White House's new diplomatic strategy with Iran is sparking fierce blowback on Capitol Hill. Even members of President Trump's own party are coming out against the agreement. ABC News senior White House correspondent Selena Wang has the latest details now from Washington.
Even some Republican members of Congress are openly criticizing this deal, saying it's a win for Iran because even though Iran has made no new nuclear commitments, even though these talks are now stalled, the country is already getting the economic benefits. For the first time in decades, Iran can now freely sell its oil on the global market.
On the south side tonight, they're expecting big crowds as they launch their summer-long festival, which will include entertainment, vendors, food, and a larger security presence. John DeMauro, the owner of Urban Tap, tells KDKA-TV that he thinks the planning that went into the event will keep it orderly.
I think Zone 3 is a very good plan as far as making sure that there's just 2 entrance points for people to come in. I don't see it as an issue.
Some businesses that sell food and alcohol, though, are worried that the street vendors will pull customers from them. A federal judge has rejected former President Joe Biden's attempt to block the Trump administration from releasing to a conservative group recordings that Biden had made with a ghostwriter. ABC's Chuck Siffelstein.
Judge Dabney Friedrich says the public interest in the material outweighed whatever privacy rights Biden has. But she put her ruling on hold for up to 3 weeks so the former president can appeal. Republicans in Congress demanded the recordings after a special counsel declined to file charges against Biden over whether he improperly had classified documents in his possession. The Heritage Foundation formally requested the recordings and transcripts from 2016 and 17.
New ownership for a building on Smithfield Street downtown. Herky Pollock's Legacy Realty purchasing 610 Smithfield Street, the building that houses Brooks Brothers and the Carnegie Library. Pollock tells KDKA Radio that the area surrounding Mellon Square is rebounding.
Pittsburgh's transforming. It's transforming from habitually being an office city that not Monday through Friday, 9 to 5, to being a mixed-use development that has residents and parks and people who are living here and hotels and entertainment. And so it's going to play much differently than it did in years past.
He says his investments in downtown are a sign of his bullish beliefs in this city's reemergence. KDKA Sports, the Pirates are looking for a quick memory tonight after a brutal ninth-inning collapse cost them the series opener in Colorado. Pittsburgh wasted a late lead last night, but Saturday brings a fresh opportunity to draw even in this four-game set. The season series between these two clubs is currently deadlocked at 2 games apiece. First pitch between the Bucks and the Rockies is set for 9:10 Eastern. KDK Radio News Time 10:03. Time to visit RomeMonuments.com. Life is a journey to remember. Memorialize that journey. RomeMonuments.com. It's currently 71 degrees in Pittsburgh. Our next update at 10:30. I'm David Ballarado on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio KDKA.
Curb appeal. That's a real estate catchphrase when they want you to know a home looks really beautiful from the outside. You want the same thing anyway. Hi, this is Larry Richard for CertaPro Painters, which, by the way, each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated. You're dealing with the owners. Now, there's no reason to procrastinate. All you have to do is get the professionals to do the job right from the start. And all you need to do is schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C.
The Shapiro administration and its supporters insist that raising Pennsylvania's minimum wage to $15 an hour will keep the Commonwealth competitive with other states and will bolster population and employment. But Allegheny Institute researcher Alex Adini concludes those are equally untrue assumptions that fuel an economic growth red herring, and he has the data to prove it. Learn more only at AlleghenyInstitute.org, where conventional public policy wisdom has been challenged for more than 30 years. That's AlleghenyInstitute.org.
Hi, Paul Alexander here to let you know the KDKA has planned a fabulous 5-day Arizona getaway this September, and it's filling up fast. My wife Shelley and I want you to join us for an unforgettable trip based in beautiful Flagstaff, a relaxed mountain town that makes the perfect home base. From there, we'll explore the incredible red rocks of Sedona, travel by rail to the breathtaking Grand Canyon, a bucket list spot that everyone needs to see at least once. And then we'll take in the stunning scenery around Lake Powell with its deep blue water and wide open views. It's the perfect mix of sightseeing, natural beauty, and plenty of time to just enjoy where we are. And September is truly the sweet spot. Comfortable weather, no summer crowds, and everything planned for you. No guessing, no stress. Just show up and enjoy Arizona. Space is limited. Seats are disappearing quickly. Visit travelwithkdk.com or call 800-383-3131. Again, travel with KDK.com or call 800-383-3131. Can't wait to see you there.
Ms. Fernandez, what are those tiny things?
Those are what we call amoebas. You can only see them through a microscope.
Wow.
Today's students are tomorrow's great thinkers and innovators. But right now, there's a funding crisis in public schools. Millions of kids go to schools that don't have funding for books, computers, and so much more just because of where they live. You can help change that. Donors Choose is a nonprofit that lets you support students and teachers in your community and beyond. You choose which supplies to support. You could provide first graders with pencils and paper, or other students with their first chapter books, help a music class get a guitar.
You could even supply a classroom like mine with a science project. But what you're really giving is the moment that sparks a brighter tomorrow.
To learn more, please visit DonorsChoose.org. That's DonorsChoose.org. Choose students. Shape the future.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
It'll be breezy and partly sunny today with an afternoon and evening thunder shower, high 76, then clear to partly cloudy tonight with a low of 56. Tomorrow, expect more clouds than sun with a high of 73, and on Monday, cloudy and humid with a couple of showers and a thunderstorm, high 73. For AccuWeather, I'm Nicole Joniak, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's time for the KDKA Home Improvement Hour with the guys from True Value. KDKA's Home Improvement Hour is an informational program sponsored by True Value. The information featured is intended solely to further the public's general knowledge about home improvement. Individual home improvement should be referred to your personal contractor. This is 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, here we go. Ed Pfeiffer's here. Pfeiffer, True Value, and Mars. Andy is enjoying the weekend off. He'll be back with us next week. But Mike is here, as in Broniszewski, Sarver True Value Rental. The weather is fine. The living is easy. Time for you to get outside, do all that work before the big 250 bash, because it'll be here in a couple of weeks. And the 4th actually falls on a Saturday. So 2 weeks from today, I want you to be grilling and thrilling, having a great time poolside. So let's kick up a little dirt and get it done today by getting into True Value. But first, you make a phone call to us, and we'll give you everything you need to head you in the right direction. 866-391-1020. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Calls, Rob. That's great. We won a lot of calls today because, and by the way, I don't know if you guys noticed it here in the studio.
It's cold.
It's a little chilly in here. Out on the streets, where the people are, everybody is in a good mood right now. You get people smiling, people feeling great. I think the weather plays a huge role in people's behavior. And I noticed over the past week, people are really feeling fine. And here we go. You mentioned it, Rob. A couple weeks is going to be 4th of July. Not a lot of people want to put their chores on, that Saturday. Let's do them now. Okay, we have been really gotten a kiss on the cheek from Mother Nature here. Moderate rainfall, gentle temperatures, and green grass, and a wonderful growing season, and a great opportunity to continue to be aggressive with outdoor chores. This is the time to get that stuff done, though, because in a couple of weeks, you got 4th of July, and frankly, nobody wants to be mulching on the 4th of July. Nobody wants to be fertilizing their lawn on the 4th of July. This is the time to do it. You got outside chores. I'm having a new porch put on my house. It'll be done by the 4th of July. I'll have my landscaping back in place by then because I'm going to get aggressive and take advantage of this great weather. Calls. Let us know what you need because this is the time to do it. Mikey.
Yeah, absolutely. And, we bookend these years in the hardware world. We love Memorial Day, right? And we love Labor Day, in the terms of the hardware store world, outside of what they mean, to the country. But this time of year, man, from Father's Day through the 4th of July is really such a sweet spot that we love so much, right? Because it gets right into our bed basket of what we do as a hardware store, of a community business, and which is what we love to do, is help people with their problems and solve their issues, and then get stuff for Dad over the weekend. We've got specials for Father's Day weekend all weekend long. But you're right, Ed, the weather is gorgeous, so there's a great opportunity to get out there and get things done. And you're right, there's a certain vibe out there. We're feeling it, too. I think everybody's excited about the 250th anniversary of our great country. It's been a year-long celebration. Obviously, it's going to pinnacle over the holiday weekend, which, of course, the 4th of July is going to fall on a Saturday, too. So I think the official day off that normal people, we usually work every day, but the normal people are going to have Fridays off as well, too, this particular 4th of July weekend. And, of course, that's going to be right around the corner in a couple weeks. So terribly excited for the show. Like you said, Eddie, we want to get a ton of calls in here, and it doesn't matter what. Right?
No.
Painting, cleaning, electrical, plumbing, whatever you might have on your brain at all, anything like that at all. You just consider the hardware stores open for an hour here on KDKA Radio.
And Rob, we've been talking, Mikey and I have been kind of on the soapbox about this since January, saying this is the 250. This is a big deal. And we didn't recognize much momentum. We didn't seem to feel or see the excitement in the general body politic. But boy, over the last couple of weeks, that's changed. And now people are starting to think this is a gigantic deal. And it is, and it should be. 250 years of the greatest country in the world and the greatest concept ever, conceived of by a man. This is amazing stuff. And we should take advantage of it. We should be excited about it. And again, the weather, the timing, this is what it's all about. Call us today. Let's talk.
Only I can really make it all fit. So you had George and Jefferson and Adams and Ben, and they too are worrying about in 1776 what we're worrying about today. weeds.
Yeah,
I
you know,
can't
Benjamin
stand
Franklin
weeds.
Benjamin Franklin, I don't know if you knew this, was a big lawn guy.
I did know
He was
that.
out there every day cutting his lawn. He was big into lawn care.
He even got big into painting.
And I wouldn't make that up either, really. I would not do that.
All right, 866-391-1020. But they, you know, a lot of people don't realize, but like George Washington was a tremendous farmer and did a lot of stuff organic and obviously grew tobacco and made a fortune, had a whiskey distillery. But they knew a little bit about agriculture.
Yeah, well, certainly back in that time, for sure, everybody was really working with their hands more before, you know, the industrial revolutions come through to the terms of, you know, where a lot of machines are working. It was definitely, you're right, Rob, a lot more hands-on back then. And, you know, it didn't matter if you were the president of the United States or anybody.
I would love to go back in time and see the similarities and the contrasts between hardware stores in 1776.
You know they had them.
They sure did, and their customers, and see exactly what we have in common and what we have not in common. And I'll bet you there's a ton that those customers in those stores have in common with what we do right now in 2026.
I'm looking for a coat, but we have nothing in red.
I love it, Rob.
All right.
That was smooth.
Thank you. 866-391-1020. Get on the horn. We want to hear from you. Whatever is on your mind in the way of outdoor living, this is the time to get it done. What are some of the projects that you could be doing on the inside if you got your outside all done and you have a little extra time on your hands?
Well, if you're not like me, okay, and you like air conditioning, I like the windows open. I like the fresh air. But if you're not like me and you like the air conditioning, yeah, it's 75 degrees today, but it's inevitable. We're going to have the 90-degree days. We're going to have the humidity. Today, right now, get your air cleaner, your furnace filter, your furnace filter cleaned, maintained, changed. Get some some sniper on it to prevent from the interior contaminants in your home. Prepare now for when you do have the air conditioning on. With the air filter, A. B, you know your screens that are damaged. You're going to have the air conditioning on eventually if you don't already have it. When the air conditioning's on, bring your screens to the hardware store for repair. And that way, when you want to open the windows back up, your screens are back at your house and you can reinstall them. Now's a great time when you start thinking about, I'm going to have the air on next week or the week after that. That's when you bring your screens to the hardware store to get them repaired so that you're not without your screens when you want the windows open.
So, Mike, can you actually do harm to your yard when you're out cutting your dandelions on a regular basis in clove as opposed to your grass itself? Can you actually do more harm to your lawn by cutting it so much, even this time of year, just to get rid of the dandelions?
Well, remember, you only want to cut the very tip of the grass. So, I mean, you could cut often, you know, because conditions are such that the grass is growing so well, especially because you've got your pH right. You know, we've got the Magic held down. We've got your Jonathan Green, love my soil, love my lawn, in the Black Beauty Ultra Grass Seed. But as long as you're cutting just the top of that, you're absolutely good to go. And you know, Eddie talked about it quickly at the top of the show, too. We've had some really good weather. I mean, we've had some storms come through. But typical spring, we've had some really vicious storms come through western Pennsylvania. So we've been in a good position. The lawns are looking good. Vegetation's looking pretty good. We took some calls last week about getting some moss and mold and algae around due to the moisture in some areas. So we can take calls on that, whether it's like wet and forget or any of those type of products to keep that clean. But there's plenty to do, but you can't do any harm. And good, you know, this is a great Saturday with Mr. Pfeiffer here, too, because he's our guru when it comes to lawn questions. So he's the best of the best. So if you got any questions about your lawn whatsoever, this is the Saturday to do it.
All right, let's go. 866-391-1020. All of our lines are open. We'd love to hear from you. Along with Pfeiffer and Sarver and Evie, we have these stores, and I hope you will support them. Go.
R.C. Walters & Sons True Value, Slippery Rock True Value Hardware, Evie True Value, Sarver, Daniels, and Pfeiffer True Value Hardware.
Back with more in just a moment.
Your source for everything that's news. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
Just don't do it. Just don't go another day climbing in and out of that unsafe, ugly old bathtub. Today's the day to step into a gorgeous new shower from PJ Fitzpatrick. The jacuzzi shower system from PJ Fitzpatrick features a low entry threshold. Just walk right in. The jacuzzi shower is luxurious, affordable, and installs in just one day. Plus, PJ will include a free shower seat and safety bars for all customers this month. Visit trustpj.com today for your free design consultation.
For 250 years, America has been more than a place. It's been a promise, a story of courage, hope, and dreams. And through it all, local TV and radio broadcasters have been there, telling the story of America, bringing truth to light. Broadcasters tell the story of who we are and who we aspire to be. We are America's storytellers. We are broadcasters. This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
The Home Improvement Hour with the guys from True Value.
All right, 866-391-1020. So can you actually treat your lawn this time of year when all the treating should have been done by now?
Oh, no, Rob. No. This is the time. So
treating you right.
That's right. But here's the thing. For years, and when I say years, I'm talking 4 decades, it was kind of jammed down the consumer's throat to use high-dose insecticides combined with synthetic nitrogen on your lawn in the summer. And it's just not good practice. It's just not good practice. The insecticides are largely they're largely do more harm than they do good, and that's because they're indiscriminate. They kill all the insects, and so you may have insects that are damaging your lawn, and you may not. But when you put the insecticide down, it doesn't care. It kills them all. And a lot of those insects are helpful. They're beneficial, not just to the soil, but to the natural world at large. So what do? Well, don't use that stuff. But what you can do is you can use the Jonathan Green Organic Lawn Food. And I cannot sing the praises of that particular product enough. And I say that because it's not just an organic lawn fertilizer. That seems like a label. That seems like a name. Seems like I'm throwing something out there that's gimmicky. It's organic lawn food. Well, this is real deal. And the difference between organic lawn food in the Jonathan Green label and other organic lawn foods or organic lawn treatments is where the organic ingredients come from and what they are. And there are none finer than that in Jonathan Green's Organic Lawn Care. It doesn't just feed slow-release organic nitrogen to your soil. It also stimulates the soil with amino acids, with natural sources of phosphorus. There's bone meal, feather meal. Those things are the derivatives from which the product is made. And I have to tell you, it is the best on the market. And so it doesn't just give your grass a little bit of nutrition. It gives the soil a wonderful biological stimulant so that the grass roots can uptake. The soil can become more active. It also has a little bit of iron in it, which contributes to deep greening. It is an amazing product. And the cool thing is that this is when you use it. It is a summer product. It is actually catalyzed or made to work a little bit faster by the warm soil temperatures that happen in late June and July.
That's what I was going to ask you, Eddie. So, like, the weed and feed's done, right? We should have got our weed and feed done. We've got our broadleaf weeds taken care of. So, yeah, so this is the summer fertilizer.
Yep.
What are your thoughts on Milorganite? Is it better, good, worse than organic, or use it in conjunction with the Jonathan Green organic fertilizer?
It's a great question, Mike, because we have a lot of customers that have been in a Milorganite state of mind, and they've been using Milorganite for a long time. And I tell them, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. If you're happy with Milorganite, then continue with Milorganite. However, again, getting back to the derivative, where does the nitrogen come from? Where do the ingredients come from? And I could tell you verifiably that the ingredients in the Jonathan Green product are better. The one thing that Milorganite brings to the table is it brings a higher level of phosphorus, which contributes to some root development and root strengthening. And again, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. If you're happy with Milorganite, please, by all means, we have it at the store. Stay with it. But if you had to ask me for my personal preference, it would be the organic lawn food again, because the ingredients that make it up are substantially more beneficial than those in Milorganite. But again, Mikey, great products both, and don't discourage either one of them. Organic lawn foods or organic lawn treatments or garden treatments do more for the longevity of the plant and the soil. They do more for sustainability. And so when you build these into part of your lawn program, you're doing something that is substantially different than quick fix stimulation. You know, there's athletes might take steroids for quick fixes, but they have healthy diets for long-term success. And at the end of the day, we all know that steroids versus a healthy diet, you always choose the healthy diet. And so that's kind of how I look at lawn care, and as well as garden care. Again, the organics are substantially more beneficial in the long run.
All right, here we go. 866-391-1020. Here is Wayne in McMurray for the guys from True Value. Good morning, Wayne.
Hey, good morning, guys. How you doing?
Good.
Hey, great to have you guys. I enjoy listening to you every Saturday. I have a question about the yard. I know when you cut the grass, you're supposed to leave the clippings on the grass. But here's the thing. What about in April and May when you cut the grass 3 times a week? Two all the time, but maybe 3. But then do those disappear? I mean, it seemed like to me that's a lot of clippings to leave on the grass.
So, yeah, when the grass is growing aggressively in the spring, you think you're cutting more grass, but you just pointed out the best part, which is you're cutting it more frequently. So if you're, appropriately, Mike mentioned it earlier, if you're appropriately clipping or cutting your grass, you're only taking off the top third of the leaf, the top third of the grass blade. The top third of your grass blade, the highest third, closest to the sun, is 90% water. So imagine taking that grass clipping and throwing it on the ground. The day after tomorrow, it's nothing but water, and it also returns some natural sources of nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium back to your lawn. So repeated cuttings on a high setting, dropping back a third of a grass blade, actually contributes to your lawn's health. It doesn't contribute to any sort of detrimental effect. It's full-on benefit. If you do need to cut 3 times a week, great. But mulching the grass is far superior to any other method. Discharging through the side leaves clumps. Bagging removes all that good water and natural organic material. But mulching returns it right back to the soil where the grass plant that still exists can use it again.
Well, I've noticed this year I've put my highest settings on the lawnmower and the tractor, and I cut it more often. But my grass had never been so nice. So, but I'm just concerned about, like you just pointed out some good points. I didn't know that. So I continue to just mulch it then, regardless. If I cut it 4 times a week, just keep mulching it.
Keep mulching, and again, tricky. Most of now, we don't normally talk about mulching blades and mulching mowers as much anymore because mulching has become so ubiquitous. Everybody does it, and that's the way to go. But in the old days, you didn't have a mulching blade. You could either have a regular blade and a mulching blade. People said, what's the difference? The key is, and you just want to make sure your system is set up for mulching, meaning you've got a mulching blade, which is basically it's got a little high lift on it, like a helicopter blade. The idea is it sucks up the clippings, cuts them once or twice or hopefully 3 times before they actually drop back down again too. And maintenance during the spring months too, the clippings tend to be a little bit wetter, so you are going to get clumping. That deck does need to be cleaned out. You don't want to forget that. Every once in a while scrape it, put it up, make sure you get it nice and clean, hose it out. A lot of new mowers nowadays have a washout port where you can snap into a lawnmower. So some of those generalized maintenance issues too, we don't want to forget about, because if they're not done, then you start to get the clumping and what have you.
And maybe the most important thing, Mike, is that your lawnmower blades should be sharp so as to shear the top of the grass blade as opposed to grabbing it and ripping it. When your blades are dull, rounded over, they tend to grab the grass blade and rip it from the roots, and that's not what you want to do. You want to shear the top of the grass blade off nice and clean, and a sharp mower blade would do that.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up, because when you buy a new blade, it's not sharp. You can put rub your finger on it.
Yeah,
when I take it down to Ace and they sharpen it, you could cut your finger on it.
Well, okay, that's a great.
Should it be razor sharp or just dull sharp?
No, it's a great question and a great point. When they come from the factory, they're angled properly, meaning the grind that's on there is exactly as it should be. That doesn't result in a razor sharp edge. But when you have them sharpened and they restore that angle, the restoration of the angle results in a razor sharp blade. So either one is fine. The one from the factory is fine, and the one that you're having sharpened is fine. Again, it's about restoring the proper angle to the cutting edge, and that's just the result of having it professionally sharpened. You get a really, really sharp edge. Either one's good.
All right, Wayne, thanks. We've got Sherry in Dormont, Barb in Wilkins Township, and Darlene in Monaca, and we have room for you folks at 866-391-1020. Got the news coming up in just a couple of moments, but it's also, if you haven't done it yet, time to open your pool, and you have pool supplies.
Yeah, it's funny. Pool supplies run in these really weird cycles as far as how fast or how quickly they go out of the store. And, of course, it's related to the weather. And so, you have these really hot, sunny days, and And 3 days after the hot, sunny days, you have this rush of people coming in to replenish the chemicals that have been depleted in their pool from everybody playing in them. Or you have a series of really rainy days, and the rainy days tend to dilute the chemicals in the pool. And so after the rain, you get these people that will rush in to buy their pool chemicals. But certainly chlorine, pool salt, the algicide and products like that. It's an interesting category. I don't have a pool. I frankly never want a pool.
A lot of work.
It's a lot of work, but I got to tell you though, I mean, the people that have them, what an amazing amount of enjoyment they get out of it. So many of my customers, hey, I have this pool. I don't even get in it, but I have it for my grandkids. And man, that's a great thing.
I absolutely love it. All right, when we take a break, we'll come back. We'll get right back to your calls. We do have one line available, 866-391-1020. AAA Central's Talking Travel next hour. And we continue to roll right till 1 o'clock. Dr. Dawn Spalla, Allegheny Health Physical Medicine. We're going to be with her coming up in the noon hour today, so don't touch that dial. Back with more of your phone calls. It is the True Value Home Improvement Show on KDKA Pittsburgh.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
When it comes to your home, trust means everything. At Home Genius Exteriors, trust starts with a conversation and a free roof and attic inspection. And it's earned with every roof we install. Let our dedicated project team and certified installers give you peace of mind. Call now and get 50% off all roofing materials, plus 0% APR and no payments till 2027. Call Home Genius Exteriors now at 855-U-R-GENIUS. That's 855 the letter U, the letter R, Genius. See website for details.
While you sleep, there are people you've never met who are working hard to make your morning. People who get up at ungodly hours to make sure you get the information you want. People who dedicate their lives to make yours better while you sleep. These people come together during the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richert, 5:30 to 10 in the morning, to make sure you have the best news, traffic, and weather to start your day. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 71 degrees at 10:30. I'm David Ballarado. Pittsburgh police continue to investigate another gathering of unruly teenagers last night. This time, police once again had to use pepper spray to clear a large crowd of hundreds of teens and young adults who had gathered in Market Square overnight, just 2 nights after a similar gathering in East Liberty. Southside Street Fest kicks off tonight on Carson Street. The weekly event will run from 10 p.m. to 2 a.m. Friday and Saturday nights all summer. The 21-plus event will take place over 6 blocks of Carson Street. Juneteenth festivities are continuing in Pittsburgh this weekend. Promoter B. Marshall telling KDKA-TV.
So it's been hectic, but we're making it happen. So last year they said we had over 75,000 people for Juneteenth celebration. We are now the biggest celebration in Pennsylvania and maybe one of the biggest in the country. We're excited to be back downtown.
Activities include musical performances at Market Square and at Point State Park. Iran's government has dealt 2 quick blows to its interim agreement with the United States. The Strait of Hormuz is closed again, and negotiators are heading to Switzerland, but not much might occur there. Iran's Joint Military Command cited Israeli attacks in Lebanon and U.S., quote, bad faith as reasons for the strait's closure. The Iranian Foreign Ministry spokesperson signaled that little might happen until Iran feels the U.S. is living up to the deal. Israeli strikes on southern Lebanon on Saturday killed at least 16 people, including 2 children, threatening the interim agreement. KDK Sports, it's Game 2 of a 3-game weekend set in the Mile High City, and the Pirates are looking for revenge. They fought back late, but fell just short last night in their loss to the Rockies. The Bucs look to square things up tonight. First pitch between Colorado and Pittsburgh is scheduled for 9:10 Eastern. Right now it's 72 degrees in Pittsburgh. I'm David Ballarado. Our next update at 11 on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio KDKA.
While the world watches the stars at the FIFA World Cup this summer, Hyundai has its eyes on the next generation of talent. The future stars who are already turning heads at age 14. Because next doesn't wait for an invitation. And neither do we. Hyundai has always moved the future within reach. We did it when we made advanced safety standard on every vehicle and engineered EVs with ultra-fast charging capability. Because the future isn't some far-off concept. It's already here. Next starts now. Hyundai, an official partner of FIFA.
One of life's greatest mysteries has finally been solved.
Who let the dogs out? Spruce, spruce, spruce.
It's spruce, the weed and grass killer that's safe for use around people, pets, and bees. When used as directed, spray the leaves for visible results in just 1 hour, and dead weeds in just 1 day. You spray, they play. Spruce, pet friendly, weed deadly. Find wherever weed killers are sold.
Brian Schlaba here from the Home Buyers of Pittsburgh. Born and raised right here. Since 2015, we've helped over 1,000 Pittsburgh homeowners sell their houses quickly and without the stress. No repairs, cleanouts, inspections, or appraisals. We give fast and fair cash offers, buy your home as is, and you choose the closing day. Visit homebuyersoftpittsburgh.com or call 412-500-9057. That's 412-500-9057.
Pittsburgh's local trusted home buyer since 2015.
Big box appliance and TV stores move volumes of product. They're not focused on you. You know who is? My friends at Voss TV and Appliance are family owned and customer focused since 1960. Rick, Matt, the entire team, experts. They know appliances and TVs inside and out. Voss has a huge selection of brands. Their own team does delivery and installation. And Voss's prices are amazing. Shop Voss's South Hill showroom. Go to VossTV.com or call 412-650-VOSS. Voss TV and Appliance. The lowest prices, guaranteed.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
There will be a mix of sun and clouds and a breeze today with an afternoon and evening thunder shower. The high will be 76. Otherwise, clear to partly cloudy tonight with a low of 56. Then for Father's Day, expect more clouds than sun, high 78. And on Monday, humid and cloudy with a couple of showers and a thunderstorm, high 73. For AccuWeather, I'm Nicole Joniak, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following program is paid for by True Value.
The Home Improvement Hour with the guys from True Value.
All right, back with the guys from True Value at Piper True Value in Mars. And, of course, we've got Mike here from Sarver True Value Rental. Our fearless leader, Andy, is off today. But these are the other True Value stores that help us. And then we're going to go right back to your calls.
And as I always like to say, Rob, go out and support these people, but don't do it for them. Do it for you, because you will be the beneficiary of their hard work and their service. Daniel's Discount and Appliance Store, True Value in Allison Park. Got to tell you, I buy all my appliances there. Great store. R.C. Walters and Sons, Slippery Rock True Value, Sarver, Evie, and Piper True Value. Available 7 days a week at your disposal and at your service.
And don't forget Dad's Day tomorrow.
Yeah, it's Father's Day weekend. You know what? There's no better place for Dad than go to the hardware store and hang out there. Bring your dad, whatever. We've got a lot of things for your dad if you want to buy a gift for him or what have you. But that Dad's hardware stores, True Value, go hand in hand.
Here we go. Sherry in Dormont. Hi, Sherry.
Hi. Thanks for taking my call. I wondered if there is anything that kills like English ivy. I've pulled it out by the roots and it just comes back.
Yeah, well, it's the vining nature of that makes it very difficult. When you're killing viney, when you're killing viney brush like that, you do need to step up to the poison ivy brush killer. And you have to be patient because what you see and where you apply it is not where it is. It's there, of course, but it's other places. And so as you chase it around, you have to be kind of diligent and you have to be disciplined in continuing that work. And good luck, because honestly, that's a tough challenge. There's no doubt.
Yes. Okay, thank you. And I also want to thank you for Harmony. I've used that, and it works wonderfully.
A wonderful organic insecticide to use all around the home and garden. Absolutely. Yeah, thanks for the nice words. Harmony is an amazing product.
All right, thank you for the call. Here's Barb in Wilkins Township. Hey, Barb.
Hey, good morning, guys. Thank you so much for what you do. I love your show. I listen every week. I have a question. A good friend of mine is a recent widow, and she has a beautiful 140-year-old Victorian home with box gutters. Her box gutters in the front across the porch are starting to leak. She had tried to get some men out there to give her an estimate, but not everyone does box gutters.
Mm-hmm.
The one estimate she did get was about $10,000. A little out of her price range right now. Just wondering if you had any ideas in between when she can afford it and right now what she could do.
Right. Well, I mean, they are some great products out there, better than the old traditional black roof tar and what have you. There's a product out there called Through the Roof. Now, retrospectively, it's expensive a gallon, and what is it, like $50, $60 a gallon? So, but obviously, in contrast to trying to get the serious work done, it's going to be a lot less expensive. The Through the Roof product is a brush-on clear elastomeric coating, so it's very flexible, very adherent. Because unfortunately, usually with box gutters, you're probably dealing with rot. And that's probably one of the issues why the cost is going to be so significant, because they need to be redone. But if you're looking for a Band-Aided product, maybe even better than a Band-Aid, it's a product called Through the Roof. It's available also in a caulking tube as well, too, for heavier seams. It's a little bit more of a viscosity thickener for the Through the Roof, but the brush-on product could be really a great option for her.
Yeah, I agree with that, Mike. And I'd have to say that if you could find a really high-quality contractor, handyman, that's willing to go up there and work on those box gutters, and you put Through the Roof in their hands, as suggest, this is what I want on there. That might be a cost-effective way to get that repair done, because certainly getting up on box gutters, getting up on a roof, getting up on a ladder is questionable in terms of safety.
And what you're going to find, unfortunately, a handyman or whatever, God bless, they're going to want to get a 5-gallon drum of roof tar, right? It's less than $100, but it's not even going to buy you 6 months, unfortunately.
That's right, and the adhesion, Mike mentioned the elasticity of the product is excellent, but the adhesion is second to none. It hangs on to the surfaces you put it on. So,
and it's got a fun name, Through the Roof.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh, that's great. I will let her know about this, because she's at her wit's end right now, and I just thought I'd give a call in for her. So this is wonderful.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much.
That's what your hardware store is there for, Barbara, and we really appreciate your support listening to the show every Saturday.
All right, Darlene up next for Mike and Eddie on the True Value Home Improvement Show. Hey, Darlene, welcome to KDKA.
Hey, thank you. Thank you for taking my call. I have a question about my lawn. We've used Milorganite for years. We apply it 4 times a season according to the instructions. And we like the way the grass looks. But on humid, rainy days, I get mushrooms, and I don't like them. But everybody else says, they're fine, they'll go away. But I don't like what they look like. Someone told me that Jonathan Green, Love Your Soil, can help the soil and maybe stop the mushrooms. I don't know.
Well, I have this. I think I'm going to get T-shirts made that say "Learn to Love Mushrooms," because they are normally, well, not normally. They are a sign of healthy, natural decay in the soil. They're not harmful to the grass. They're just not necessarily appealing to your eye. But honestly, they're not doing anything bad or harmful in any way, shape, or form. It's usually an indication that you have just healthy, naturally biodegrading soil and high-quality compost and organic matter in the soil. It's not something to be concerned about in terms of lawn health. Now, if you don't like looking at them, you got to buy one of my T-shirts. You got to learn to love mushrooms, because they're going to hang out. They're going to do well where you have that humid area. It doesn't even mean that the soil's not draining properly. It just means that you got good stuff going on. My wife kind of freaked out because there were some mushrooms growing in one of our garden beds where our edibles are, and I said, no, that's okay. We're not going to eat those mushrooms, but that's okay. Learn to love them, or pour concrete, because you're using your Milorganite and you're happy with that. It's giving you good, satisfying results for your lawn. There's not an alternative that I could offer you that will change the mushroom situation. But I will mention, and this is important, Jonathan Green does make a product called Love Your Soil, and it is an amazing soil stimulant. It increases biological activity. If anything, it may help strengthen the grass and maybe grow out to cover some of those mushrooms that you have. So I don't discourage its use. I just don't want to advertise it as a mushroom killer. It is not.
So it's okay to use the Jonathan Green, even though we put Milorganite on Memorial Day weekend. We applied Milorganite. So if we apply Jonathan Green, could we do it now?
Specifically, Love Your Soil. And yeah, you can. Love Your Soil is only an enhancement. It never steps on or interferes with any other fertilizing or even a herbicidal product. It doesn't do anything detrimental. It only enhances the biological activity of the soil.
So when could I resume the Milorganite?
As per the instructions that you've been following. Yeah. No interruption to your Milorganite.
Oh, okay. So I could still put usually we do it in the 4th of July weekend.
Sure.
So we could do that. We could put the Milorganite down the 4th of July weekend. If we put Jonathan Green down before that?
Sure. You can do them on the same day if you want. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you.
Thanks, Darlene. Hey, we might quick shout out to Milorganite if folks are out there not knowing what Milorganite is. We're so familiar with it, Eddie, but the Milwaukee Water Authority produces this product, and they have for decades. It's a very rich microbe that they use from gray water that they dry out and sift. And it's a kind of a great thing, too. Not only is it, I was going to get there, fully organic, natural product, it also helps their facility fund their facility to keep their businesses working out there. But they dry the microbes, and it's a very natural organic. You almost can't go wrong with the product. You can't do it wrong, and it's really high in iron, right? So it gets that nice, rich green nature of the grass as well.
That's exactly right. And one other thing that Milorganite does, it's actually really functional around garden beds where you have deer or rabbit problems. It's not advertised as this, but I have lots of customers who use it as a repellent for pests that eat your plants. It's a little bit stinky, and the deer don't necessarily like it. So it acts as a dual functioning product, both a fertilizer and a deer repellent. So if you have edibles or flowers, that the deer are getting at, you can use Milorganite as a dual function product. And again, it's not advertised as that. And I've spoken to the people at Milorganite, and I said, why don't you advertise it as such? And they said, because we advertise it as a fertilizer. Does it work as a repellent? Yes, but we're not advertising it as such. But it is functional that way.
28 years doing this show, I never knew that mushrooms were not a bad sign.
Oh, yeah, mushrooms. Learn to love them. My T-shirts, Rob. I'm getting these T-shirts made. Learn to love mushrooms.
Sounds good to me. All right, 866-391-1020. We've got Tony, we've got Tom, we've got room for you. Next hour, it's AAA Central's Talking Travel, then Dr. Dawn Spalla, Allegheny Health and Physical Medicine, KDKA.
When you need to know, depend on the news leader. At home, in your car, or at work. The voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM, AM 1020, and KDKARadio.com.
When it comes to family law, a lot has changed in recent years, so assumptions can be costly. If you see or sense a change coming in your family life that could have legal implications, it's important to know where you stand. Getting good legal advice early is never a bad idea. I'm Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. If you or anyone you know is facing a family law issue, start with a consultation. Visit CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell. Licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
Hey, folks, my friends at NASCO Roofing take pride in exceeding customer expectations. Scott from Aspinwall was amazed at NASCO's quality, honesty, work ethic, and superior craftsmanship. Scott loved working with NASCO and appreciated that NASCO doesn't use high-pressure sales tactics like other companies. NASCO has satisfied thousands like Scott. Get NASCO on your roof. Call NASCO Roofing, 412-373-2000, 412-373-2000. Most jobs done in a day. Special financing available. NASCO Roofing, NASCO.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
The Home Improvement Hour with the guys from True Value.
All right, 866-391-1020. Let's go to Tony on the north side. Let's talk groundhogs. Hey, Tony, how you doing? Welcome to KDKA.
Okay, thank you for taking my call. A couple questions there. Along my fence, the part that's the grassy area, I have groundhogs coming in inside the fence. And what I started to do, I have to go out and get some more. What do you think about? I started to put edging along the fence to try to keep them out. And two, they're digging holes in the lower part of the fence in the grassy area. They're digging holes and burrowing in through. What do you think I should do?
Well, you're experiencing a difficult situation because groundhogs are very resilient, especially when you're trying to do it via fencing and what have you. Sometimes you have to go subterranean because they'll go under the fence and what have you. So that becomes very difficult. I mean, some of the old school ways of doing it with mothballs is still a very, very effective way. They cannot stand the mothballs. Who does? And you could sprinkle mothballs anywhere around the tunnels, into the holes, around there. They'll typically defer and want to go somewhere else, and then they just learn a different pattern and go away. So that's what I would try to do, is just simply with Bonide make some repellents and what have you as well too. But I in your situation, it sounds a little more challenging. I would just go old school and use mothballs.
Yeah, Mikey, I agree with that. And what you said, man, spot on. You change the animal's behavior. Groundhogs, you always wonder, why are you coming to my place? There's all this other place. Why are you coming to my place? I don't know. You don't know. But if you change their behavior, they find somebody else's place, which is really what your best benefit in your case.
All right, thank you for the call. Let's get Tom in here. We have room for a couple of more. We got some available phone lines, so give us a call, 866-391-1020. Hey, Tom, welcome to KDKA.
Hey, guys. I got to change the questions here a little bit. I have a small hatch SUV, and the hatchback was knocked out of alignment, so it's out of alignment on both sides. So I want to know what type of plastic can I use to seal this up, and what type of duct tape or other type of tape that I can use to cover this out of alignment hatchback with, and also what tape can I use to put the plastic onto the car with that won't affect the paint.
Okay, well, that last one there, you threw us there for the, I was saying Gorilla Tape up until the very end. And Gorilla Tape is going to leave a sticky residue to the paint when you try to remove it for sure. Gorilla Tape is it's a duct tape, but it's made by the Gorilla Company. Extremely good, extremely strong. Typically, anything exterior you want to really hold down tightly, I definitely recommend the Gorilla tape. It comes in different sizes, widths, and lengths, and what have you. It is the most durable and strongest exterior duct tape that we sell.
Yeah, as far as the damaging the paint, maybe not all your True Value stores will have this. Just go in and ask, though. Just go in and tell them you want it. We have it on the shelf at my store. It's a no residue black duct tape. It does not have the holding power that Gorilla Tape has, but it's not bad. It's made by 3M. It has really good holding power. And again, no residue. It tends to have an adhesive that lets loose just a little easier so as to maybe not impact the paint on the car.
Okay, what store are you at, sir?
Piper True Value in Mars.
Okay. And it's called it's blacktop tape, or
it's black duct tape, and it's a no residue version. It says right on it, no residue duct tape. That's how it's labeled. But yeah, wherever your nearest True Value is, if they don't have it on the shelf, it's not for me, I have it and I sell it, but it's in terms of popularity, it's maybe 10th on the list of duct tapes. But when you need it, and I think it could be helpful in your case.
All right, so Crazy Glue, Super Glue, Gorilla Glue. Where it really works and where people think it works, it doesn't.
Well, yes.
I can't get it to ever work.
Well, because you watch those TV commercials back in the 70s and 80s where they glued a guy's hard hat to the steel beam.
Well, and the funny thing is, too, like Gorilla Glue is taken on, like, I want Jonathan Green. And it's like, well, there's a lot of different products that Jonathan Green has. There's a lot of different products that Gorilla Glue has. Now, Gorilla Glue started as a polyurethane-based wood adhesive. Incredible. You want to bound two pieces of wood together, you use Gorilla Glue. It'll foam up as it dries around it. You have to knock off the foam part that it holds, and it'll literally be stronger. You'll break the wood before you'll break the Gorilla Glue.
Oh, wow.
But it's very specific to wood gluing at that point. And then they've come out with a regular wood glue, if you will. I'm using parentheses here in the studio, like an Elmer's wood glue. They have that version. They have some white version, and then they have their version of super glue, that kind of thing too. So to say Gorilla Glue didn't work for me, we always, like in the hardware world, like back up and say, well, what were we trying to do? Which product were we using, and start with that.
But it's one of those things, though, Rob. Like when you attach a certain brand name, to a product, you expect a certain quality. And, when companies get away from quality standards and just start putting their name on everything, it waters down the brand. The one really nice thing about the Gorilla Glue company is that when they roll out a new product, a new adhesive, a new tape, whatever, it is extraordinary. It is industry leading. It is great every time. But to Mike's point, it is specific to a purpose. And so, within a family of Gorilla, you got to know what you're doing before you know what to ask for.
And Eddie, I want to ask you a question, just different subject. It started off earlier, and I'm curious your response to it. Because, by the way, folks out there, Eddie Pfeiffer is the screen master, right, of redoing re-screens. Excellent. Customer says, I want to do it myself.
Okay.
I know and I usually defer. This is what I say. I'm not so sure you want to do that. It's weird. It's hard. It's tricky, and it's not as easy as it looks.
No.
What do you say?
When you get 100 of them under your belt, they start to become easy. I personally have probably done, and this is not an exaggeration, 25,000 screens. So for me, doing a screen is no different than holding a cup of coffee in my hand. It is in my hand. It is baked into my muscle memory. And I've seen all of the different scenarios that can happen when you're working on a screen. I've seen them all. But if you haven't, the first screen that you do, you're going to feel like a kindergarten kid trying to do calculus. It is complicated, even though the process itself is easy. If you haven't developed the hand for it, if you haven't got the right tools, if you haven't had experience with it, it's challenging as heck. And to be quite honest with you, for what we charge to have a screen redone, the economics doesn't even bear fruit. So it's typically better just to get those damaged screens to the hardware store and just let us take care of it. If you want to try it, by all means, we
have all the supplies to do it. There's a specific tool you use.
Yep, absolutely. There's tools, there are supplies, etc. I normally tell people if you have 1 or 2 screens to do, it will make no sense for you to buy those tools. If you're thinking of doing 25 or 30 screens and you have time for a learning curve and you don't mind doing that and you want to set some time off on a weekend or whatever to try and teach yourself, and by all means, but for what it's worth, honestly, having them professionally done is always to your advantage.
It's amazing what you can get in a hardware store.
Oh my goodness! What is it? I think something like 39,000, 40,000 individual SKUs in the store. So a lot of different items to keep track of too. And obviously typical hardware stores, Eddie's like mine. Well, they're all different in a way. They're all the same in a way, and they're all different in a way. We all tend to have the bread and butter stuff, right? Plumbing, electrical, paint, hardware, tools, all that kind of stuff you can find in your local True Value hardware store. And then we all have something a little special. We've talked about it in the past too. Like I always go back to plumbing. It's always interesting. Like there could be a neighborhood where an old plumber was there and he only put in universal run door. He only put in Kohler, and so that particular hardware store sells a lot of Kohler parts and what have you, where the next hardware store in the next town may not. So interesting things like that is one of the things that makes True Value hardware stores so unique is they've been around forever. They really mold to the community and to the houses and the businesses that are around them, the things they need, the products they need for that unique community.
Listen, my dad, he would have loved duct tape because we only had masking tape and electrical tape and, couldn't afford to get screens fixed. They have a little pinhole in them. So you go around every tape on these screens. And he'd say, don't take that tape off or you'll regret it. So, me, took the tape off. Next thing you know, these horseflies look like they were, racing in a third race at Santa Anita. Big horseflies just galloping in. And my mother twirling that towel. Who took the tape off the screen? Who took the tape off the screen? We have so many great products today in the hardware store, but they made it work,
Yeah, and that's actually pretty cool too, is how customers, homeowners, contractors, how we all evolve over time. I'll be honest with you, when I was in construction, I thought I knew a lot, and then I got these professionals that are putting a porch on the front of my house right now, and I'm looking at what they're doing. I'm thinking, oh my goodness, how far things have come in the 30 years since I was in construction. This is amazing. Technology, skill sets, etc. Same thing with the homeowners. And with the arrival of some new products particularly over the past 10 years, that's a whole new world for consumers.
If I don't see a happy 250.
And happy Father's Day. Big deal. I was fortunate enough to work daily with my dad for 25 years. Mikey's dad, of course, in the store all the time.
I'm celebrating Father's Day by having my dad work. He loves it. He's there right now working at the store. So
somebody's got to do it, and he loves it.
Yeah.
All right, Mike, have a great day, you
Thanks,
guys.
Rob.
Good stuff. All right, stay tuned. You're going to have to let Alicia Maisel in. She forgot her key, so we'll let these guys let her in, and we'll do a little AAA Central Talking Travel coming up.
The proceeding was paid for by True Value. Information on the program was intended solely to further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
I'm doing a porch concert in Morningside today where I'm going to be singing. You want a little, you want a sample?
Yes, let's go.
How lucky can one guy be? I kissed her and she kissed me.
Perfect Juneteenth song.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
You can never have too many tools. Shop DeWalt deals at Lowe's. Get a free Select DeWalt 20-volt max power tool when you buy a Select 20-volt max 5-amp-hour battery kit. Plus, get a free additional DeWalt 20-volt max 8-amp-hour battery when you buy a DeWalt 10-inch 20-volt max dual-bevel compounded miter saw. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 6/24 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2026 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Take a walk around your house, and unless you've had CertaPro painters paint your exterior recently, you're thinking the same thing. I need to get rid of that drabby paint. I did this with CertaPro painters, and wow, what a difference. Get the job done right because you're working with the owners. Each CertaPro painter's business is independently owned and operated, and I love that. And 70,000 five-star reviews can't be wrong. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C.
Heart disease is the leading cause of death in the United States. So when it comes to your heart, there's no room for compromise. At UPMC Heart and Vascular Institute, innovation, technology, and world-class expertise come together to treat the most complex heart cases, redefining what's possible for patients who need it most. Getting your heart checked can save your life. Schedule your appointment with the region's leader at upmc.com/heart.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, covered by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company. Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 73 degrees at 11 o'clock. I'm David Ballarado. The Strait of Hormuz closed again, according to Tehran. Here's ABC's Mary Bruce.
Iranian state TV says the military has issued an order to shut down the waterway in response to Israel's continued strikes in Lebanon. Lebanon says 16 people are dead after Israeli strikes earlier today. Meanwhile, Iran says it's sending a delegation to Switzerland for talks with the U.S.
And with more on that, here's ABC News senior White House correspondent Selena Wang.
A U.S. official now tells us that Special Envoy Steve Witkoff is headed to Switzerland, where Jared Kushner is expected to join him, but the timing for talks is still unclear. Iran had delayed, saying there would be no meeting because Israel was still trading attacks with Hezbollah in Lebanon. The agreement between the U.S. and Iran calls for the war to end on all fronts, but Israel was not part of their deal.
A number of arrests and citations after another gathering of unruly teenagers and young adults last night. This happened just after 9 p.m. in Market Square. Pittsburgh police say several hundred teenagers had packed Market Square, and pepper spray was used to clear the crowd a little after midnight. Officials say some of the teens continued to fight after they relocated to a Forbes and Wood bus stop and at Triangle Square. Police found 3 firearms as well. 5 adults were arrested on various charges. 4 juveniles were cited. Police also cleared an unruly crowd in East Liberty earlier this week on Wednesday night. The South Side tonight is expecting crowds as it launches its summer-long festival, which will include entertainment, vendors, food, and a large security presence. John DeMauro, owner of Urban Tap, tells KDKA-TV he thinks the planning that went into the event will keep it orderly.
I think Zone 3 is a very good plan as far as making sure that there's just 2 entrance points for people to come in. I don't see it as an issue.
McKees Rocks police are warning residents about the dangers of youth takeovers at abandoned properties there. On Facebook, the department says they have had several recent gatherings of 30 to 50 teens at a number of different vacant properties. Police say most of those have been condemned, and they're not safe for people to be inside. And trespassing is illegal regardless. The department says people who want to gather should get a permit for one of the parks. A new owner for a downtown Pittsburgh building, Legacy Realty, has purchased 610 Smithfield Street, the building that has been home to Brooks Brothers for decades. Harkey Pollock says he's exploring a mixed-use redevelopment of that building.
The ultimate goal is we're exploring doing residential on the top 2 floors and then potentially adding 2 or 3 stories on top of it to do a mixed-use development with residential base.
Ready for summer, but not the mosquitoes? ABC's Stephen Kaufman with some tips on how to keep those pesky bugs away.
Preventing mosquitoes from considering you a target this summer is just a matter of knowing how. In fact, it's a breeze.
Mosquitoes are very light flyers. Any amount of turbulent air, if the ceiling fan, desk fan, the mosquitoes can't fly through it.
The Cleveland Clinic's Dr. Christopher Bozzoli suggests ridding your surroundings of standing water.
Mosquitoes need still water to reproduce.
And don't forget bug repellent with a 20% concentration, as well as protective clothing. Stephen Kaufman, ABC News.
KDKA Sports, the Pirates look to bounce back in tonight's game against the Rockies. Paul Skeens gets the start. Brian Reynolds, by the way, day-to-day with a groin injury. KDKA Radio News time, 11:03. Right now it's 73 degrees under mostly sunny skies in Pittsburgh. The AccuWeather forecast is coming up next.
Between the daily demands of work, family needs, running a household, and more, you deserve some real relief at the end of the day. At the Original Mattress Factory, we have a wide variety of mattresses that are built to provide the ultimate in comfort and relief when you need it most. Mattresses that are hand-built locally using high-quality materials. Mattresses that are sold factory direct to offer you a great value. Mattresses that are designed to provide real relief to real people like you. Visit an Original Mattress Factory location today and get the rest you deserve tonight.
At Odyssey, we believe in creating a diverse and inclusive workforce. We also value the power of community and encourage local organizations to help us in referring qualified applicants to our stations. If you're a community organization interested in receiving our vacancy information, simply email equalemployment@odyssey.com. You'll be notified of all our open positions. That's equalemployment@odyssey.com. And for all our listeners, please visit odysseyinc.com/careers for a list of job openings at all Odyssey radio stations.
Use less and earn more this summer with Duquesne Light Company. Join Peak Saver Rewards and earn rewards by using less electricity during short summer events. These events happen only a few times each summer, last just a few hours, and DLC will notify you in advance. During an event, turn down air conditioning, wait to use big appliances, and earn about $5 during each event from June to September. Visit DuquesneLight.com/peaksaver to enroll today.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Mix of clouds and sun this afternoon. Breezy, a thunder shower in the area, high 76. Turning out mostly clear tonight, down to 56. Sunshine and some clouds tomorrow, high 77. And then a few showers and a thunderstorm Monday, high 73. For AccuWeather, I'm John Feerick, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
The following program, Talking Travel, is sponsored by AAA Travel Agency. All information provided on this program is supplied by AAA. News Radio KDKA cannot guarantee the accuracy of the information, nor do we warrant the price, availability, or quality of the travel services discussed. If you're planning a getaway, go with the folks who know travel. We're Talking Travel with AAA on 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA. If you're planning a getaway, go with the folks who know travel. We're talking travel with AAA on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Alicia Maisel, as I've been telling you all morning, is here in the air chair, and you can see AAA Essentials Talking Travel stream, and you can hear it live by going to kdkradio.com. KDKA Watch using the Metropolitan Window video screen. Lights, camera, action. We've got a beautiful event you're not going to want to miss because it's free, and it's about our beloved football team. That's where we begin on page 1 with this week's edition of Talking Travel. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Rob. And we've been so excited about the Steel City kickoff in Paris. We've been talking about it the last few weeks. That's the trip hosted by AAA and KDKA's Larry Richert. October 21st to the 26th, you'll have that chance to go to Paris and watch the black and gold play. So that's a trip available to book now by calling 1-800-354-8761. But if you want to learn more about it, if you want to get more details and talk to the experts in person, we have an event coming up focused on the Steel City kickoff in Paris. That event is taking place Monday, June 29th from 6 p.m. till 8:30 p.m. at Southern Tier down on the North Shore. You can learn more about the trip. We're going to have dinner, some great giveaways. The grand prize is actually tickets to the home opener. So if you register for the event by calling 1-800-354-8761, you'll have a chance to win some great prizes, learn about the trip, and even book at the event. So we're really encouraging you attend our event, Southern Tier, June 29th from 6 to 8:30.
Listen, you're a Pittsburgh native. You and Brandon, your significant other, you love the Steelers, but you know travel. What makes this so unique with them going to travel to Paris? You've got the game, but you've got Gay Paris, too.
Yeah, so there's so much more to see in Paris, right? So we're going to include a hop-on, hop-off sightseeing tour, Seine River cruise, a tailgate party the night before the game. So not only are you checking Paris off of your bucket list and seeing all the great sights, eating the great food, enjoying the great shopping, you're going to get to go to that game. And I'll tell you what, when we went to the game in Dublin, we took in all of the sights, did all of the things, and it was just a once-in-a-lifetime experience. So if Paris is on your bucket list, you're going to check 2 things off by seeing something you'll probably never see again and getting to enjoy great Paris.
Yeah, it looks good. So remember, AAA.com/radio, and of course, 1-800-354-8761. Domestic trips, we got a cruise, we got all sorts of stuff to get to. But with the summer that is 2026 officially beginning on the calendar, just a couple of days, the 21st, it is truly the summer of travel. And make no mistake about it, and Alicia will back me up, people are traveling.
People are traveling, and right now we're promoting domestic destinations, celebrating America's 250th. So the next 3 weeks, we're going to be talking some really great domestic vacations we have to offer, specifically in our featured vacation department. But we have a really great offer for listeners. So book any domestic destination and use promo code KDKA USA, and we're going to give you a free red, white, or blue Yeti tumbler just as a thank you for booking with us. So call 1-800-354-8761, stop in your local branch, get your domestic travel booked, and we're going to give you that great prize. KDKA USA is the promo code.
Listen, I'm a history geek. It's the only thing that got me through high school because it kept my attention, and I love to watch these documentaries before the sun comes up when I'm on the treadmill in the morning.
Yeah.
And I've been seeing all of these different things about our country's history, and I was thinking about the travel show, and through the years, the Mighty Five, Mount Rushmore, all these places we have taken people to, the Grand Canyon. Here in 2026, if there was ever a time, even if that 250 comes and goes in 2 weeks from today on July 4th, you can actually, in the comfort of a motor coach, an Amtrak, a jet taking you from point A to point B, you can hike, you can still experience the best part of the nation at the earliest time in our country's history to where we are today.
Yes, and that's a great thing about using a AAA travel advisor. Maybe you're not sure of that destination you want to go to or how to get there or what the best way to see it is, or you want to know more about the highlights. Call our 800 number, sit down with a AAA travel advisor in one of our branches, and pick their brain. They can tell you about their experiences, their coworkers' experiences, and some really great itineraries that we've received really great feedback on over the years. And you can see those itineraries on AAA.com/featured vacations. We have an array of itineraries that have been curated for our members to some of these great U.S. destinations. Today, we're going to talk about Christmas on the Potomac, the American Majesty, and California New Year in the Rose Bowl Parade. So there's a variety of different ways. Like Rob said, you can hop on that motor coach or you can take a plane ride and join a group to see some really great U.S. destinations.
Well, and being that if you're watching this on the Metropolitan Window video screen, she is looking really beautiful today. She's wearing a dress. She didn't wear this dress for me, but one of our own, Hannah, is going to be saying I do very soon. We wish her nothing but the best and much respect from your Pratt Pack to you and your significant other. But it's honeymoon season, too. And if you haven't booked and you still need a getaway, they can handle it. Or as in all weddings, and Hannah can attest to this, you're planning ahead. You may be thinking, we got to get a honeymoon there. We can do that, too, at AAA.
Yes, and you're busy planning your wedding. You need to use a travel advisor to plan your honeymoon. Take that stress away. And I've actually just helped some friends and family with last-minute summer vacations. So there's definitely still availability, but it's limited. So if you're looking at a cruise and you want a specific cabin, you really do have to lock that in now so you get what you're looking for. Maybe you want that perfect balcony cabin in the perfect location. Call your AAA travel advisor. Get it locked in now. I just booked some great cruises on Royal Caribbean for some family members in August. So that's right around the corner, but we were still able to squeeze them on the ship.
Before you got here just moments ago, I was looking at some people that I know, and they were sharing honeymoon pictures on social media, and they were in Italy.
Yeah, so many different honeymoon destinations. I think that honeymoons were thought of one time as just an all-inclusive laying on the beach. People are going on adventure trips, road trips, and doing really unique things. I think people want to make their honeymoon something they've never done before and probably their friends have never done before, right? So we have a really great company that we have just started working with, just became preferred. They're called G Adventures. So they're small groups that go on these adventurous trips to Machu Picchu and different things. So that's a honeymoon idea as well. So yes, very unique options for honeymoons. 1-800-354-8761 or stop in your local branch and our AAA travel advisors can give you some great recommendations.
Boy, do we have some good stuff for you, including that Rose Bowl Parade. So stay with us. Coming back with Alicia Maisel hosting today's edition of AAA Central's Talking Travel right here on KDKA 100.1 FM, AM 1020.
When you need to talk, we're here for you. Always have been. News Radio KDKA.
Looking for the adventure of a lifetime? Join AAA Travel November 1st through the 8th, 2026. On their featured vacation, explore Machu Picchu. Experience breathtaking scenery, rich culture, and unforgettable moments. Travel with confidence on a professionally guided small group journey. Explore the energy of Lima and the historic charm of Cusco. Experience the beauty and traditions of Peru's Sacred Valley. Meet local communities and enjoy authentic cultural connections. Savor regional cuisine and unique dining experiences. Then board a scenic train through the spectacular Andes Mountains. Your reward is an unforgettable visit to the legendary Machu Picchu. Stand in awe of one of the world's most remarkable destinations. This vacation includes hotel accommodations and transportation, sightseeing, select meals, and expert guides as stated in itinerary. All for just $2,555 per person based on double occupancy. Interest in Peru continues to grow and availability is limited. Secure your spot now before space fills up. Visit your local AAA travel office or call 1-800-354-8761 to learn more.
For 250 years, America has been more than a place. It's been a promise, a story of courage, hope, and dreams. And through it all, local TV and radio broadcasters have been there, telling the story of America, bringing truth to light. Broadcasters tell the story of who we are and who we aspire to be. We are America's storytellers. We are broadcasters. This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
We're talking travel with AAA on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Now, little did I know, as I look over my left shoulder, there's Mount Rushmore. Yes, it is. AAA, of course, East Central, AAA.com/radio. And I did not know that. I knew some of the itinerary information, but I was just mentioning Mount Rushmore. And I would like to see someday the Crazy Horse that they're actually working on as we speak, too. So really cool stuff. Love America. And nobody can help you see the USA better than those three little letters that mean memories. AAA.com/radio. And we're ready to go.
Yeah, American Majesty, excuse me. This is our second departure. This is a very popular departure. So we actually added a second date this year because the first departure sold out so fast. So this is called American Majesty, and you can go to AAA.com/radio and see the full itinerary and all the details. But I'll go over the highlights with you. August 23rd till the 30th of this year. So again, you can still travel this summer. We've still got availability. Some of the highlights of this trip: Crazy Horse Monument, Mount Rushmore, Deadwood, Devil's Tower, Buffalo Bill Center of the West, Old Faithful, West Yellowstone, Mammoth Hot Springs, that's on my list, Canyon Village, Grand Teton National Park, Snake River Float Trip, which would also be very cool, Salt Lake City, and this trip, it includes round-trip air, 7-night hotel accommodations, luggage handling, 15 meals, attractions, and admissions per the itinerary that you can see on AAA.com/radio, taxes and gratuities, and of course, services of a local tour director and a AAA tour manager. The price, $47.89 per person based on double occupancy. To book, 800-354-8761 or visit your local branch. They're open today. But again, this is our second departure. The first one sold out. The space is limited on this because it's right around the corner. So if this interests you, a really great value with that airfare included, those 15 meals, all of this sightseeing, $47.89 per person based on double occupancy. That's the American Majesty, August 23rd through the 30th. So now this is quite an investment, but you have to make sure you're asking your AAA travel advisor for that travel protection. Allianz is our preferred company. So this isn't only going to cover for cancellation, but it's going to cover medical emergencies while traveling, trip delay, baggage loss, and so much more. So when you're calling your AAA travel advisor to book, make sure you're asking about that travel protection as well.
I love it. I absolutely love it. Just to stand in the shadow of Mount Rushmore. I mean, that may not excite you, but for someone who loves history, that excites me.
No, it excites me too. And I think that, you know, all of the pictures don't do it any justice. I haven't been yet, but all of the national parks and traveling out west is definitely on my list to do. And what better way to do it than someone take you to all the highlights? Instead of driving yourself, you have a local tour director that's going to take you there, show you where those best photo ops are, give you more of the history that you might not know. So the best way to do a trip like this is to really take one of these escorted tours.
So I've been watching all these documentaries, as I mentioned, and they were doing one on Sitting Bull. And it was in 1876 when, the Civil War had been over for a while and people started moving out west and obviously all the confrontations that were happening. But 100 years in, and now we are 250 years in, and a lot of that same territory is as wide open and as pristine as it was when Sitting Bull was roaming the Great Plains. So you have a chance to go back in time and see a land that's been untouched by time.
Yeah, it's truly unbelievable. I think that some of these things would really, blow your mind.
Oh.
You don't expect, you can see all the pictures, you can do all the research, but until you experience it yourself, I don't think you really understand how incredible these places are. So again, that's the American Majesty. And don't forget about that offer we have. Anybody booking through July 6th, listening to KDKA to those domestic destinations, will get a free red, white, or blue Yeti tumbler. So that's promo code KDKA USA.
I love it. Here's the other thing, and you're much too young, but if you get some of the old guard who work with me throughout 30 plus years here on KDKA, all of the times that we've celebrated America's birthday, how many people through AAA we've sent them on road trips across the country, going back to the triptych days to what we're doing now with the mobile app and everything that we can do with the GPS, this and that. We're still sending people across this great country, and this radio show has been a part of it for over 30 years.
Yeah, and so the triptychs aren't gone. There's just a different ways of accessing them, right? So if you're a AAA member, you've got to get that mobile app. Download the mobile app, get logged in, and there's so many great features on there. And one of them are the directions, right? And on there, you could choose to see hotels along the way that are AAA rated, or maybe some great restaurants, or even gas prices. I know we talk about that a lot. Where's the best place to get the best gas prices? And you can do that on that AAA mobile app. So that's a must download. And if you're not a AAA member, now's the time to join. We've got some really great offers for the month of June, and we have really great offers if you're booking travel with us. So if you're booking that domestic destination, you're getting that Yeti, you're getting a great price on a membership. Now's the time to be a AAA member.
Great time that we do this show throughout the years, and many people used to actually call and say, hey, we're on the way to the airport, or we're at the gas station filling up, getting everything checked under the hood, we're heading out today. And there are still a lot of people that like to just pack up the car and go.
Yeah, that's an awesome way to travel, right? You can stop whenever you want. Maybe you see something that piques your interest. You can just pull over, or, stay a night here or a night there. And again, still take advantage of that AAA membership by checking into the hotel and showing that card to save.
Yeah, and the good news, the gas prices are coming down in a big way. So it's only going to get bigger, better, bolder, and brighter. And AAA East Central wants to take you every step of the way. Before we talk about Christmas on the Potomac, let's talk about some things that are happening at the branches. What's cooking at the branches of AAA East Central? Go ahead.
Yeah, so TSA PreCheck in the Washington branch, June 23rd through the 26th. So that's coming up this week. If you're interested in taking advantage of TSA PreCheck and getting it done in a really easy environment, the AAA branch events are the way to do it. So you can register, by going to AAA.com/TSA, get an appointment, check out our Washington branch. And what TSA PreCheck is it's really putting you through that quicker line where you don't have to take off your shoes. You don't have to take everything out of your bag. And it's really an expedited way to get through the airport. So not only here in Pittsburgh, but wherever you're traveling home from. So that's something exciting going on in the branches. Steering wheel lock device events, June 23rd and July 8th. That's happening in Greensburg and Warren. So that's another event happening. You can see those events on the front page of your Motorist. So if you're a AAA member, you get that great Motorist magazine in the mail, and it highlights all those really great things going on in our AAA branches. And another thing you can do is just stop by your local AAA branch and ask them to tell you all the values of your membership. Make sure you're taking advantage of discounts on insurance, identity protection, the great benefits in the travel agency, and so much more. So you can really just stop in a AAA branch and have them evaluate your membership and make sure you're taking advantage of great savings.
Yeah, and you need passport photos. They can handle that too. And remember, if you don't have a real ID, get that real ID just in case. And also, that AAA Essential card, it's the only piece of plastic that you carry on your person that actually pays money for having it. And remember, when we say AAA, we're talking from this side of the country to the next. You can show that card in different shops, restaurants, eateries, and you're going to save cash along the way, too. 800-354-8761. Tell them a little bit about what we're going to talk about when we come back.
Yeah, so when we come back, we'll talk more about domestic destinations. And one of those is Christmas on the Potomac. Another is California New Year and the Rose Bowl Parade. So these are trips that book up fast. We just talked about the American Majesty and that's our second departure. And you've got to book these. I can't even believe we have space left on this August 23rd departure. So when we come back, we'll go through the itineraries, the pricing, how to book, and some great offers we have.
We got so much more still to come with Alicia Maisel. Next hour, Dr. Dawn Spaller helping people with neuropathy, Allegheny Health and Physical Medicine. We're here all weekend long, and David Ballarado is 3 minutes away with that news update at 11:30 on KDKA 100.1 FM, AM 1020. Good morning. It's your Pratt Pack.
I've been burned before. I was just repeating the same patterns. It turns out I had a type.
Workplaces everywhere are looking for love. And by love, we mean the easy way to order food at work. Easy Cater.
I thought ordering from great restaurants at work had to be complicated, but then I met Easy Cater. So many options, so flexible, and when I ordered for 50 gluten-free vegans without going over budget, I knew I'd found the platform I wanted to do life and lunch with.
Fall in love with Easy Cater. Start an order at easycater.com.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
If you're only good to your new friends, you're not going to have any old ones. Straight Talk gets it. That's why new and existing customers get free 5G phones on Verizon's 5G network. Pretty simple, really. You keep good people by being good people.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
Here's the latest from the KDKA Community Message Board.
From weddings to office events, let Jimmy Wands handle the menu. Enjoy full-service catering, takeout, or free delivery for your next big celebration. Bold flavors and deliciously convenient options from their family to yours. Jimmy Wands Restaurant and Lounge.
It's back in the heart of downtown Pittsburgh. Rock, Reggae, and Relief returns Saturday, August 8th, featuring UB40, Allie Campbell, G-Love, and more. Enjoy summer vibes while supporting Cafe Momentum. Get your tickets today at rockreggaerelief.com. It's the weekly program that keeps you current with the latest travel trends and vacation values. Listen to AAA's Talking Travel every Saturday morning at 11 on KDKA Radio.
Details at KDKARadio.com.
Hearing the news every day is one thing. Hearing it hit home is something altogether different. That's the difference you hear every day on KDKA Radio. We go beyond the benign headlines and bring the news to life, your life. So stay here and hear the news and what a difference it makes. 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 75 degrees at 11:30. I'm David Ballarado. Another busy night of crowd control for Pittsburgh police, this time after several hundred teens and young adults gathered in Market Square last night. About 40 to 50 juveniles were involved in a large fight outside Chipotle. Pepper spray was used to clear the crowd, and officers also need to be treated on the scene from exposure to that spray. Police say there were several fights they had to break up throughout the evening. In all, 5 adults were charged, 4 juveniles were cited. Juneteenth activities will continue in Pittsburgh this weekend. This man tells KDKA-TV the events can bring people together in a positive way.
Talk to people, get to know people. And when you get to know people, that's how you find out that we're basically all the same. Exactly. We're all the same. We're, all God's children.
Time is up for TikTok, so says Florida's top prosecutor, announcing a lawsuit against the tech giant. James Uthmeyer tells ABC News he plans to hold TikTok accountable by making the organization implement changes to prevent children from having unbridled access to content.
These companies make billions and billions and billions of dollars. They're going to choose profit over public safety unless we make it hurt. So we're going to tell them, fix your app, protect kids, or it's going to be expensive here in Florida and around the world.
What was supposed to be a fun day at an amusement park outside New York City turned instead to a nightmare for many families. More than a dozen people stuck for hours on the Wave Twister ride at Adventureland. Here's ABC's Anthony Carlo.
Families waited anxiously as firefighters had to meticulously remove one child at a time. They sat with their legs dangling, confined to their seats on this ride at Adventureland, which climbs to over 50 feet in the air. Witnesses say the ride got stuck before the park closed at 8 o'clock, and many of the passengers were stuck up there for more than 2 hours, and some for longer than that.
KDKA Sports, Game 2 tonight of the Pirates' 3-game set in Colorado. Paul Skeens gets the start tonight. Right now it's 75 degrees in Pittsburgh. I'm David Colorado. Our next update at 12 on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When you're handling an estate or an inherited home, the decisions can feel overwhelming. At Home Buyers of Pittsburgh, we help families through this every single week. We make a quick, fair cash offer on the home, coordinate any cleanouts, help you through the process, and we'll buy it in its current condition. No pressure, no surprises. Visit homebuyersoftpittsburgh.com or call 412-500-9057 for help selling today. That's 412-500-9057 for help selling today.
Home Buyers of Pittsburgh, Pittsburgh's local trusted home buyer since 2015.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2026 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
When you enter a place of business, you're owed a legal duty that the place of business is safe for you to shop in. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you suffered an injury at a place of business, our duty is to protect you after that harm. Morgan & Morgan, for the people.com.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Clouds and sun for this afternoon. Breezy, a thunder shower in spots. The high in the mid-upper 70s will turn out mostly clear tonight down to 56. Partly sunny tomorrow, I-77, and then a few showers and a thunderstorm Monday, I-73. For AccuWeather, I'm John Feerick, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
The following program is paid for by AAA.
We're talking travel with AAA on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Well, I already see on these home shopping networks that they've started Christmas in July, and it's not July yet. So why not? Let's join the club and let's talk Christmas on the Potomac. We're back. It's AAA Central's Talking Travel. Here is Alicia Maisel. Alicia.
Yeah, so we're celebrating America's 250th and we're talking about domestic destinations and some of our really popular featured vacations. So AAA East Central has a brand called AAA Featured Vacations, and these are hand-selected itineraries that are sometimes curated or sometimes a very exclusive date. They have an exclusive discount or an amenity. So these are really great trips exclusive to AAA East Central. You can find more details, AAA.com/radio, AAA.com/featured vacations, and take advantage of trips you can't get anywhere else. Call 1-800-354-8761 or stop in your local branch, and they can also tell you more. So one of those very special featured vacations to a domestic destination celebrating America's 250th is Christmas on the Potomac, December 4th through the 6th of this year. Some of the trip highlights, which you can also find on AAA.com/radio, are Old Town Alexandria for a 2-night stay, A Christmas Carol reserved seating, Scottish Walk, which is an annual holiday parade of boats as well. So you'll have a view from dinner at a waterfront restaurant, the National Cathedral, pending availability, brunch in D.C., and a guided D.C. holiday-themed tour. These holiday-themed trips are extremely popular. That's why we start talking about them now. Reserve your space and don't worry about that limited availability later on. So this trip includes round-trip chartered motor coach transportation, 2-night hotel accommodations, luggage handling, 4 meals, reserved seating for a Christmas Carol, and admissions and touring per that itinerary you can find on AAA.com/radio. And of course, services of a AAA tour manager. The price is only $965 per person based on double occupancy. You can reserve your spot by calling 1-800-354-8761. And don't forget to mention promo code KDKA USA. By giving that promo code to your AAA travel advisor, you'll receive a free red, white, or blue Yeti tumbler for booking a domestic destination and listening to Talking Travel.
There you go. All right, don't forget their number. It is 800-354-8761. Why do you think this stuff really moves the meter so much? I think everybody loves Christmas, but they love to just see how it's celebrated around the world and different things. Christmas in Germany and the German market in Christmas or leading up to Christmas, they say it's such a spectacle that you're going to want to go back every year.
Yeah, so the Christmas market trips overseas are incredible, and people do go back year after year to check out the different Christmas markets or even go back to the same destination. So probably for this year, very limited availability for a trip like that, but a AAA travel advisor can probably sift through some itineraries and find you availability. These short Christmas trips that we do in our AAA featured vacation department, we curate these itineraries based on feedback from our members, what they love seeing, what they want to see again. So they're just really popular, and it's a great gift to give, right? For you and a friend or you and a significant other, instead of buying presents, let's go create memories on one of these Christmas trips. So very popular. And, you know, we're promoting it now so that you can reserve your space. 1-800-354-8761 or stop in your local branch to get the Christmas on the Potomac locked in now and see some of those really great highlights for the holiday, including a Christmas Carol reserved seating.
And you, in the same time, can give yourself a gift of America as that 250 celebration is going to really roll to the end of the year. So you're in there at Christmas time, you're seeing all of this stuff, and you're visiting places that are really significant to our country's history. Even Mr. Washington crossed the Potomac, so it is definitely a good idea. All right, good stuff there. Before we get on to our next destination, what do you think is going to be really big when we look back on the summer of 2026? What do you think people are going to be doing? You're going to be saying, wow, they really went there in a big way.
I think there's a lot of things, and I hope because we're celebrating America's 250th, that it's those U.S. destinations. It's those domestic destinations. And people are taking advantage of, like you said, seeing history, going to DC, going out west and doing things like that. I hope that that's what we're talking about.
You know, when you think of America and what AAA has done forever and how the whole industry of travel really started, people just wanted to connect before they went to Europe, meaning back to the old country where many of them came from, or to these beach destinations. It was always about taking that trailer and taking your vehicle and taking a week or two and traveling across the country and seeing America first, the old Route 66. Yeah. People have just had a desire to travel for a long time. And when they were known as the AAA Motor Club, we were there every step of the way, and we still are today. And it's kind of a nice story, isn't it?
Absolutely. And there's a ton of destinations you can travel to. Route 66, they had the big celebration this year, and that was extremely popular destination. And you know what else was extremely popular for us? Is those cruises, those Canada and New England area cruises in the fall to see the foliage. So that's another thing that we've booked a lot of this year. Extremely popular and super limited availability for those because we're creeping up on the season now.
Before we celebrate the new year with the Rose Bowl parade, we've got plenty of time to leave that rose on the vine. Let's talk about what's going to be happening during football season in Paris, France.
Yeah, so we got the Steel City kickoff in Paris, hosted by AAA and KDKA's Larry Richard. Everyone's really excited to go. Dublin was a huge success and a great way to watch the game last year, so why not go to Paris this year? It's October 21st through the 26th. Ton of inclusions on this package: round-trip air transfers, hotel, a tailgate party, some sightseeing, and game tickets. Price $71.99 per person, double occupancy. Booking up fast. The interest is rolling in now. Everybody was kind of having a busy end of the year. Now we're getting a lot of inquiries. And we thought, what better thing to do than have an event for people that want to learn more. So Monday, June 29th, we're going to be at Southern Tier on the North Shore to talk more about the Steel City kickoff in Paris. So you can enjoy dinner, a gift for attending, and some really great prizes, including a grand prize of tickets to the home opener on September 13th. You do have to RSVP for this event. It's already filling up fast. So 1-800-354-8761. Ask more about the Steel City kickoff in Paris. RSVP for our event. This is a really exciting opportunity, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, actually. So we've been talking a lot about it. We're so excited.
Yeah, it's really a cool thing, and have the opportunity to do it. But a little lesson for those of you, and I heard it from some of my friends that, hey, I tried to get on the Dublin trip, but I was too late. This is going to go. Right now, people are kind of thinking vacation. Their mind is kind of, thinking, I got to cut the grass, got to get ready for the 4th of July, all of this stuff. Stop what you're doing. If you were in Dublin or you missed out going to Dublin, don't miss out going to Paris. 800-354-8761. Because this will pick up speed and this stuff will be gone quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Dublin booked in seconds last year. We had the inventory and it was gone, but it was the first of its kind for us, right? So nobody wanted to miss the opportunity. And those that were there, some of them are even already booked on the Paris trip, are still talking about it. And I think, getting to Paris and having that similar experience of an international game, somewhere you're never going to watch the team play again, is pretty incredible. So 1-800-354-8761. Attend our event on June 29th. Get your space confirmed and still attend our event, but we really don't want you to miss out on this.
All right, listen, Dad's Day tomorrow. I've met your dad. Great guy. He's meant a lot to you. So I'm going to let you, as his daughter, before we go to break, what has your father meant to you as Father's Day is tomorrow?
Oh, my dad means so much to me. We call him Big Dave, and honestly don't know what I'd do without him. So tomorrow we're going to have, a Father's Day celebration at the house, cook some steaks, spend some quality time together. So love my dad, and honestly don't know what I'd do without him.
Well, you got a ways to go before that. He's going to be around for a long time. So happy Father's Day to Big Dave. We'll take a break. We'll come back. It's 11:45. Noon news minutes away, but we've got one more getaway. And all I can say is roses are red. Don't miss it.
When the weather turns bad, turn to us for the best news, weather, and traffic information from the KDKA Radio Storm Center. Presented by Duquesne Light Company. Larger than light. Online and on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Hey folks, my friends at NASCO Roofing take pride in exceeding customer expectations. Joe from Pittsburgh loved the excellent work NASCO did on replacing his roof and gutters. It was a big job that NASCO completed in just 2 days with excellent attention to every detail. Joe was also impressed with NASCO's cleanup that left his home spotless. NASCO has thousands of customers that are satisfied like Joe. Get NASCO on your roof. Call NASCO 412-373-2000. 412-373-2000. Special financing available. NASCO Roofing. NASCO.
The weather is heating up, but so are the savings at Coons Market. Isn't that right, Frank Dentisi?
Right, Rob. In our meat department, 80% lean fresh ground beef is $4.99 a pound. In the produce department, sweet southern peaches, 99 cents a pound. In the deli, Smith's Smokehouse Reserve ham is $7.99 a pound. And additional savings this week, selected varieties of Mrs. T pierogies, 12 to 16-ounce boxes, 2 for $5.
At Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
Here's the tale of the daily Medfill. Same old pharmacy, same old bill, but those prices kept rising higher still.
Till the savings wrangler rode in, cool as can be. Tap Good RX, saving massively.
No plan? Don't matter none. Up to 80% off. The deals are done.
Discounts hitting harder than Ma's chili. Dang. That one little app does all the rest.
Save time and money on prescriptions.
Check Good RX. Good RX is not insurance.
Transform your bathroom with the beautiful quality of Bath Planet. As a trusted leader in bathroom renovation, Bath Planet has earned the Good Housekeeping seal, a symbol of quality and consumer confidence for over 100 years. Get half off installation or 18 months with no interest and no payments. Whether it's tub replacement, a shower replacement, or a tub to shower conversion, Bath Planet makes your custom bath fast, easy, and affordable. This special offer is only available by calling 800-208-8750. That's 800-208-8750.
Paid for by Bath Concepts Industries.
When it comes to family law, a lot has changed in recent years, so assumptions can be costly. If you see or sense a change coming in your family life that could have legal implications, it's important to know where you stand. Getting good legal advice early is never a bad idea. I'm Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. If you or anyone you know is facing a family law issue, start with a consultation. Visit CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell. Licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2026 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
We're talking travel with AAA on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, here we go. It's the Rose Bowl parade, but here's what interests me. Los Angeles, Hollywood, Malibu, and Santa Monica. Go ahead, Alicia.
California New Year in the Rose Bowl parade. This is a trip we do year after year. It takes place December 29th through January 2nd of 27. Celebrate the New Year in California and attend the Rose Bowl parade with a stylish hotel stay and a guided touring of LA, Hollywood, Malibu, and Santa Monica. So it's a really cool trip. We've perfected it over the years based on our members' feedback. So we're really excited about the departure this year. The hotel is the Garland Hotel. If you haven't seen that, please look it up or ask your AAA travel advisor about it. A really cool retro boutique hotel in North Hollywood. Close to Universal Studios City Walk, there's an on-site shuttle. Guided tour of LA is included. Universal City Walk, like I said, dinner at Jimmy Buffett's Margaritaville, Ronald Reagan Presidential Library and Museum. What else is included on here? The Float Fest, the Tournament of Roses Parade. That's the drawing, the main attraction, and you have reserved grandstand seating. So the trip inclusions are round-trip air from Pittsburgh, round-trip transportation when you arrive to the destination, chartered land transportation, which will be important for all that great sightseeing in LA, Hollywood, Malibu, Santa Monica. And then you have those 4-night hotel accommodations, luggage handling, and 7 meals. So we've talked about this the past couple of weeks. Having that inclusive price with your airfare, with your meals, and your sightseeing keeps you from pulling out of pocket while you're there. So it's really nice to have those 7 meals included. $54.59 per person based on double occupancy. 1-800-354-8761 or stop in your local branch. Again, like we talked about American Majesty, this is one of our very popular domestic departures. And if you're booking this U.S. Destination or any other U.S. destination and you give code KDKA-USA, you're going to get that free red, white, or blue tumbler for being a listener.
That's pretty exciting.
Yeah, fun stuff.
Yeah, it is. So what is California like?
California is so unique. A lot of
highways, a lot of open space.
Yeah, so I think it depends on where you're visiting in California. Each city is very different, which is why I like all the sightseeing included on this itinerary. You can see how much different, LA is from other destinations within California. So I love San Diego. I think San Diego's a really pretty destination in California. And then you have Oceanside nearby. So a lot of cool little pockets to visit in California. And that's another popular thing people do. They fly in, they rent a car, and they drive the coast. So one of our AAA travel advisors can help you arrange a trip like that, recommend stops along the way, get your hotels booked, your car booked, and maybe you're flying into one city and out of another. That can be confusing. So our AAA travel advisors can assist with that.
All right, 3 minutes left. So let's run the entire gambit, everything we talked about today, including the Steelers getaway. And please don't... Larry Richards worth the price just to go with him to Paris. So remember, 1-800-354-8761. Go ahead.
Yeah, so we had some really great trips we talked about today. So I'll start with the Steel City kickoff in Paris. That's October 21st through the 26th. A lot of great inclusions hosted by Larry Richard. You got your round trip air, 4 nights hotel, some sightseeing, and most importantly, game tickets. The price is $71.99 per person. 1-800-354-8761. If you're still thinking about it, maybe you're on the fence, maybe you need more information, we're having a great event at Southern Tier Monday, June 29th. From 6 p.m. till 8:30 p.m. We're going to give you a lot of great information about the trip. You're going to enjoy dinner, have a chance to win some great prizes. To RSVP 1-800-354-8761. Then we talk domestic destinations and that domestic destination promo we're having. Our listeners book a domestic destination between now and July 6th. Use promo code KDKA-USA and receive that free red, white, or blue Yeti tumbler. We talked American Majesty, August 23rd through the 30th. You can see the itinerary on AAA.com/radio. Some of those highlights are going to be Crazy Horse, Deadwood, Mount Rushmore, and so much more. The price for that was $47.89 per person, based on double occupancy. This is the second departure, so this will be filled very soon. We also had Christmas on the Potomac, December 4th through the 6th of 2026, with a lot of really great inclusions. That's a motor coach trip from the Pittsburgh area, $965 per person. And finally, the California New Year and Rose Bowl Parade. Some really incredible highlights, December 29th through January 2nd. The price was $54.59 per person based on double occupancy. You can see more details on all of these trips, AAA.com/radio, or you can call 1-800-354-8761 or visit your local branch. They are open today, ready to get these confirmed for you.
All right, we got to talk about this event one more time because I don't want any Steeler fan or anybody who's ever wanted to see Paris miss out. And everybody loves Larry. Be a part of that. People from AAA, obviously, Alicia and them. This is going to be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to actually see the Eiffel Tower and the Steelers line up in a football game against the New Orleans Saints. Go ahead.
Yeah, so we're having an event to tell you more. It's an informational session, but it's going to be a really fun evening where dinner will be included, a gift for attending, and an opportunity to win tickets to the home opener. And this is a free event hosted by AAA to get you excited. It's taking place at Southern Tier from 6 to 8:30 p.m. Monday, June 29th. RSVP or get more information by calling 1-800-354-8761.
Don't miss out.
No, don't miss out. And all these great prizes. And I think sometimes you just need to be in an atmosphere to learn more, to get some FaceTime with a travel advisor. And we can get you booked on the trip at the event. Or if you want to book now and still attend the event, we're okay with that as well.
Just book.
Yes, don't miss out.
Have a wonderful day, you and Andrea, as you head towards the Ligonier today.
Yeah, congratulations to Hannah.
Congratulations, Hannah. Much love and just a happy, happy life. All right, stay with us. New news coming up, and then Dr. Dawn Spalla, Allegheny Health and Physical Medicine, helping people with neuropathy. You don't want to miss it. It's your Pratt Pack for a Saturday on KDKA.
The proceeding was paid for by AAA. Information on the program was intended solely to further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
I'm doing a porch concert in Morningside today where I'm going to be singing. You want a little, you want a sample?
Yes, let's go.
How lucky can one guy be? I kissed her and she kissed me.
Perfect Juneteenth song.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
I'm with Joe Potocnik from JP Roofing and Siding, a platinum preferred contractor from Owens Corning. Joe, what does that mean?
It's an elite status. We earn that by using Owens Corning products to qualify for the platinum preferred warranty. That's a 50-year warranty on the materials and 25-year on the labor, 100%.
That's the upper 1% in America after 45 years, Joe. Congratulations.
Thank you, Larry.
Call JP Roofing and Siding, 412-829-7711.
Before you book your next vacation rental, here's something worth knowing. On one real 7-night stay, a family could have saved over $1,200 just by booking directly with SWAC Vacations instead of going through a third-party site. That's real money toward dinners, groceries, beach gear, or a few extra experiences on the trip. Compare direct pricing first at SWACvacations.com. SWACK Vacations, same stay, fewer fees.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. from the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 74 degrees at 12 o'clock. I'm David Ballarado. Iran's military command says the Strait of Hormuz is closed. AP's Lisa Dwyer reports.
Iran says the Strait of Hormuz is now closed again, citing Israeli attacks in Lebanon and U.S. bad faith. Friday, President Donald Trump said he was optimistic.
Well, those ships are flowing out of the Hormuz Strait like nobody's ever seen before.
Today, Israeli strikes on southern Lebanon killed at least 16 people, hours after reports of a ceasefire agreement. Israel vows to keep Israeli forces in southern Lebanon until any threat to Israel is eliminated. Hezbollah refuses to halt its attacks unless Israel commits to withdrawing from Lebanon, something Iran is also pressing for. Yesterday, Trump said this of the agreement with Iran.
And it's 60 days. They have to make a deal, otherwise we will do things that won't make them happy.
I'm Lisa Dwyer.
Pittsburgh police had to break up a large crowd of juveniles last night in Market Square. Public safety officials confirming to KDKA that hundreds of juveniles and young adults were fighting and being disorderly. And for the second time in 3 days, officers had to use pepper spray to break up the crowd. Thousands of people are expected today to turn out for more Juneteenth festivities in downtown Pittsburgh.
I would say the support of every nationality under the sun. We come to have fun, to dance, to remember, to celebrate, and to even meet new people.
She spoke to KDKA TV. There are a number of free concerts on the schedule today, both in Market Square and at Point State Park. Pittsburgh police say a man was shot in the leg on Hamilton Avenue when he left an after-hours club in Homewood a little after 2:30 this morning. He's in stable condition. No arrests or suspects at this time. New ownership for a building on Smithfield Street downtown. Herky Pollock's Legacy Realty purchasing 610 Smithfield Street, the building that houses Brooke Brothers and the Carnegie Library. Pollock tells KDKA Radio that the surrounding part of Mellon Square is rebounding.
Pittsburgh's transforming. It's transforming from habitually being an office city that not Monday through Friday, 9 to 5, to being a mixed-use development that has residents and parks and people who are living here and hotels and entertainment. And so it's going to play much differently than it did in years past.
School leaders are remembering educator and community advocate Dr. Anthony Hall after news of his passing was shared on social media. News Radio KDK's Tamira Rush has more.
Westinghouse Academy 6-12 announced Hall's passing, describing him as a dedicated educator whose compassion and service touched countless lives. Hall served as a Pittsburgh Public Schools counselor and athletic director and was also an educational consultant. The North Hill School District, where Hall joined the Board of Education in December 2025, said he was a passionate advocate for equity and student access. School Board President Allison Mathis called Hall a true public servant whose commitment to students and the community will not be forgotten. District leaders say Hall's legacy will live on through many students, families, and colleagues he impacted throughout his career. Tamira Rush, News Radio, KDKA.
KDKA Sports. The Pirates look to bounce back tonight in Denver after dropping the opener of the three-game series. They'll hand the ball to rookie ace to make that to second season ace Paul Skeens, who gets his first career look at Coors Field. He rolls in with a 2.85 ERA. In the World Cup, Team USA is looking ahead after a hard-fought win against Australia. ABC's Christiane Cordero was there and is in Seattle, the site of the match.
Australia's own goal gave the U.S. an early lead.
It's the United States once again on the board early.
Followed by Alex Freeman's follow-up finish just before the half. Freeman's first competitive goal for the U.S. ever.
What a moment for that young man.
When it was confirmed, I looked back and they all started running. And I was like, oh my God, I gotta run away from them. They're gonna tackle me. And it was so emotional for me because, I think you dream of this moment.
KDKA Radio News Time, 12:03. The AccuWeather forecast is next.
Summer's calling, and Bowser Subaru has the perfect vehicle to answer. It's the Bowser Subaru Summer Sales Event, where adventure meets incredible value on the vehicles drivers love most. Right now at Bowser Subaru, take home a 2026 Subaru Crosstrek Premium, VIN number T3779022, MSRP $30,444, and get 1.9% APR for 36 months, or lease for only $199 a month for 36 months with $2,999 $99 due at signing. Spring into your next adventure today at Bowser Subaru on Route 51 in Pleasant Hills. Visit BowserSubaru.com. With credit approval and financing through SMFL, tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $490 applies. Lease with 10,000 miles per year. No security deposit required. See Bowser Subaru for complete details. Offer ends June 30th. Bowser Subaru, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Mix of clouds and sun this afternoon. Breezy, a thunder shower in the area, high 76. Turning out mostly clear tonight, down to 56. Sunshine and some clouds tomorrow, high 77. And then a few showers and a thunderstorm Monday, high 73. For AccuWeather, I'm John Feerick, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
The following is paid for by Allegheny Health and Physical Medicine. Information on the program is intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information aired on the following program.
These are the people, the movers and shakers, the businesses, the people you know in your community who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Boy, am I glad to see Dr. Dawn Spalla, Allegheny Health Physical Medicine. We have a lot to get to. Neuropathy is what they do, along with all the great things that is holistic medicine, that is chiropractic medicine. Her and her husband and others, they have got all these locations. They can get you back in tip-top shape. But your ears must have been burning the other morning. So I've been working really hard, getting little sleep. Don't know why, even getting up at 4 in the morning when I could get up at 6 or 7. So I wanted to go out and move my car because it was trash day, okay? And my foot was asleep. So I got in my, listen, I get in my car, Dawn, and I'm trying to.
It's not working.
Where's the, where's the brake? Am I on the brake?
Yeah.
Is that the gas? Is that the brake? And I literally could not feel, and I went, dear God, people with neuropathy, this is what they deal with every day. And as much as you think, oh, you'll feel it, just push down. I'm telling you, my foot, the right foot was right where it needed to be, and I'm pounding on the mat trying to feel my foot. I could not tell if my foot was actually, even looking at it, I couldn't tell if my foot was actually engaging the brake. So I said, guess what? They're going to have to come around my car and pick up the trash. I never realized, because we hear these stories, you talk about these stories, and you're thinking, well, then, you'll figure it out. Just look down. But when your feet are numb, you can't feel the brake, there's no way you're going to get behind the wheel of a car. Good afternoon.
Hello. Good afternoon. I mean, it's different being here in the afternoon instead of super duper early in the morning. But
and by the way, before we go any further, because only you've been posting it, and I love your mom, she's been going through a lot. And she's in my age category, and it's tough enough just living our life at this age. So I just want to send out thoughts, prayers, and best wishes, and I hope she gets back on track real soon.
Thank you. I greatly appreciate that.
You bet.
Lots thoughts. Prayer is like, for me, to me, in my head, prayer is like the most powerful thing in the world. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Well, pray that my foot doesn't fall asleep again.
Hey,
that was a horrible experience.
Listen, your foot falling asleep and that feeling coming back, like, thank goodness. But imagine having that sensation of that foot falling asleep all the time, and it doesn't go away.
Exactly.
I whacked my toe off of my dinner table the other day, like the corner.
Oh, you whacked it, you hit it.
But yeah, like I kicked it, I accidentally, and shuffling around and cleaning and doing some stuff, and the tip of my left big toe is like kind of numb, and it's been driving me nuts. And I know it'll go away because it's just an injury, but like just that little dime-sized spot is driving me absolutely insane. So people with neuropathy, like, that's how all of their toes feel. That's how both of their feet feel all of the time. And it doesn't have to be that way.
And please set the record straight. I watch all this stuff. If you drink 3 ounces of this every day, your neuropathy will go away. Or they show somebody who's had their socks on all day, where, obviously because of wearing your socks all day and being on your feet, that little line that you get from the elastic of your socks. If you have this, you have neuropathy. Please talk to somebody who deals with this on a professional basis, like the folks at Allegheny Health and Physical Medicine. Don't be fooled by all that stuff.
No, I mean, neuropathy is or can be a complex situation. And it needs to be evaluated by a professional who sees cases like this on a regular basis like we do, instead of listening to a TV infomercial about some new herb that treats neuropathy or some new root of vegetable that increases your circulation. Nutrition is a part of it, but those things are not meant to be a functional improvement, right? So when we talk about neuropathy and we talk about it being a disease of the nervous system, we have to have the professionals, who know how to diagnose it, who know the tests to perform in order to address the cause of the issue, but then also know the actual treatment that targets the cause of neuropathy and just doesn't cover up the symptoms. And that's exactly what we do in the office.
All right, so what are we doing today? Any workshops, any specials, phone number, location, and all that good stuff?
Yeah, there's so much stuff. Okay, so this coming Tuesday, we have a workshop in Sarver. It's our neuropathy workshop at our Sarver location at 1:00 p.m. That workshop is completely free, and we invite anybody who has questions about neuropathy, anybody who's being treated for neuropathy and they're not seeing results, to come in, meet our team, ask the questions, and see if, meeting with one of our expert physicians regarding their neuropathy is something that they want to do. And we feed you too.
All right, give me a number.
724-224-2224. Now, you can call or text that number. If you text it, I get it right away on my phone and I can respond to you right away. So text us, call us. When you call us, you're going to get our answering machine. Okay, leave us a message. We'll get back to you soon.
Okay.
But texting is the best way to go. I can directly answer you even today.
All right, so any offer on the table for those first-time visitors?
The United States is turning $250, right?
I love it.
We have $250 towards your first treatment.
Yeah, and they don't make you cross your legs and they tap your knee with a hammer and they say, we can tell you. So they really do an in-depth thing. They spent not minutes, but an hour in some cases, if not more. And you're going to save $250 off of that opportunity. And by the time you are done, you're going to know whether or not you can get help.
Absolutely.
All right. So what would you say as we go to break that separates you from all these other folks that we hear promoting neuropathy?
We listen. Our solution isn't just pills in a bottle. Different patients with neuropathy have different levels of severity, and there's different ways to treat that severity. But it can be complex if there's back pain or pinched nerves or lifestyle feeding into that as well. We treat those things. And so you get a very individualized examination plus a treatment plus a history, something that I guarantee you will get nowhere else.
All right, so somebody listening right now, and they're thinking, I've heard about this neuropathy. Maybe I have it. So as we go to break, some food for thought. If somebody is listening right now and they're experiencing the following, we've got about 2 minutes to the break, they might be a good candidate for what you do. Go ahead.
Tingling and numbness in your toes, your feet, your legs, loss of balance, decreased sensation or pain in your feet that increases when you go to bed at night. That sensation can also happen in your hands, kind of a shuffling walk. If you notice that your gait has turned from normal walking into shuffling because you can't feel your feet. Like you said, you can't feel the brake pedal or the gas pedal in the car.
That was frightening.
Guys, that's not normal, right? These things are not normal. Even with age, people are like, oh, it's happening because I'm older. It's not normal, and it doesn't have to be that way. So text me right now, 724-224-2224.
I wonder, and I love the medical profession, but I wonder, people that get older and they tweak their back and they're thinking, oh, I hurt my back. And then they go and because of degenerative arthritis and just simply the aging factor, a neurosurgeon or, an orthopedic surgeon or somebody sees something and they end up getting surgery on something that really isn't necessary because the real reason their feet are numb is because neuropathy. So if you're having any kind of pain in your feet, before you do anything, you should at least rule out whether or not you have neuropathy.
Absolutely.
All right, sounds good. 724-224-2224. You can phone it or text it right now, correct?
Correct.
And $250 as we celebrate $250 2 weeks from today off of that treatment. And that workshop, Sarber Tuesday Neuropathy Workshop, it is free. It's at 1 o'clock. It's this Tuesday. They would love to see you. Now, when we come back, we're going to talk what they do in the way of laser treatment. We're going to talk about all of the things that they do, and more importantly, the bottom line, what is neuropathy and what causes it? She is Dr. Dawn Spaller from the Allegheny Health Physical Medicine. She's back with us again for her monthly visit on KDKA 100.1 FM, AM 1020.
Now more than ever, we're the station you can trust for the information you need. KDKA.
Been 30 time, would have been 30, no, would have been 30, being 30, 30, been 29. If that'll help, been 29,000.
Get ready to bid on the equipment you need in the Ritchie Brothers Northeast Regional Auction on June 23rd. Inventory is housed at locations in Pittsburgh, North Franklin, and Northeast Maryland with in-person inspections available. Bid on a wide selection of construction and transportation equipment. Don't miss this great opportunity. Visit rbauction.com/Pittsburgh to sign up. Again, that's rbauction.com/Pittsburgh.
Hey, Mom, now that I have an after-school job, I think I want to buy a drum kit.
Okay, Rockstar. Let's look at your account.
When kids start making money, Chase has easy-to-use tools and expert bankers to help them learn how to manage it.
And next month, I'll buy the bass drum and the cymbals. Oh, and maybe some noise-canceling headphones for you.
Aw, you've thought of everything.
Help kids save, budget, and build financial independence, all with Chase. That's good for kids and good for parents. Visit your local Chase branch and get started.
Account subject to approval. J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2026 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, back with Dr. Dawn Spaller. Don't forget you can call or text this number right now. Get that appointment, save $250, 724-224-2224. Do it now and change your life forever. Okay, what causes neuropathy?
So there's over 100 different causes of neuropathy. Okay. Type 2 diabetes or type 1 diabetes. Type 2 is more common than type 1. Medications, simple medications, your blood pressure medications and your statin drugs, so cholesterol medications. I am not here saying anything against those medications, right? There's a time and a place for medications. There's a time and a place for medical intervention. Toxicity issues, so thyroid issues, thyroid problems. Even around here, toxicity issues with like working in coal mines, being around chemicals and things can cause neuropathy. But I mean, how many people do we know that maybe they're retired, maybe they have type 2 diabetes, and maybe they worked in a coal mine or worked in a steel mill for 30, 40 some years. So there can be some overlapping causes of neuropathy, but also pinched nerves in your back. Right? If we have issues, underlying issues like stenosis, if we have underlying issues like degenerative disc disease, if we have circulation issues where those nerves aren't getting the blood flow that they need, we can have that. I've dealt with a lot of people who've had heart issues like open heart surgery and the aspects of open heart surgery when they shunt all the blood away from your arms and your legs to keep it centrally. They use medications that can cause either temporary or permanent neuropathy. Chemotherapy, right? My dad was the perfect example of that. He was going through chemo for colon cancer, and kind of like your story, him and my mom were in the car, and they were only going like 5 miles per hour. Things were slowing down, and he couldn't feel that brake pedal. It was a tap. He just like tapped the bumper of somebody in front of him, but he couldn't gauge how hard he was pushing that pedal. So there's a lot of causes for neuropathy.
Well, let me ask you this one, fact or fiction, because I've talked to people for whatever the reason, whether it be chemotherapy or on some sort of opioid for pain, that can opioids cause neuropathy if opioids are taken for a long period of time?
I would suppose so.
Okay.
Because opioids alter the way your nerves function. And it is considered a toxicity, right? If you're taking them long enough or taking them for too long of a time.
Right. Well, here's the other thing. And again, there's no connection to these Neurontin and opioids, but they're both Band-Aids basically, right?
Yeah, for sure.
And I think anytime you take anything over a long period of time, unless it's one of the statin drugs to keep you alive, to manage pain or to supposedly help you with neuropathy, I just don't think long term it's good for you. You'd be better off at least finding out if you even need to take that stuff, or maybe there's an alternative, a natural, holistic way to get better.
So, I mean, here's the thing. When we look at neuropathy and we look at mainstream modern medicine,
right?
Okay.
Right.
There are no surgeries for neuropathy. There are no injections for neuropathy. There are 4 FDA-approved medications used to, quote, treat neuropathy. Those are Neurontin, gabapentin, Lyrica, and Cymbalta. And if you've been paying attention to the news, there was just a huge recall on Cymbalta.
I did see that.
But those 4 medications, gabapentin in specifically, was designed originally as an anti-seizure medication. So it was never researched and designed for neuropathy. But those 4 medications, Cymbalta they use it for an antidepressant. But they work on the pain center in the brain to make you perceive like you're not having as much pain or discomfort. And if they work, and anybody out there listening right now who are on those medications know exactly what I mean when I say if they work, it is just covering up the discomfort from neuropathy, but it does not improve your functionality. Okay, so when I say, well, what do we do at my office? We realize that patients with neuropathy are losing their balance. We realize that they're getting poor sleep. We realize that emotionally they're feeling down in the dumps because they can't do all the things that they used to do, right? Those medications don't help to overcome those situations. So we use class 4 laser therapy. We use vibration therapy, we improve circulation, and we do things that will actually help you to gain back function while still decreasing that inflammation and discomfort that comes with neuropathy.
All right, so what are you waiting for? They've got the workshop on Tuesday at Sarver. It's free, the neuropathy workshop. Again, it's free. And also, if you want to set up an appointment right now, you can do it in real time. Either text or phone this number, 724-224-2224. 724-224-2224. You're going to get $250 off as we get ready to celebrate our 250th birthday for that initial visit, and it is coming up 2 weeks from today, July 4th. So before we get back to what neuropathy is and what causes it and the laser treatment and all the things you're doing, just making the time to go find out as opposed to living like this. A lot of people just kind of throw their arms up and say, I'm older, it comes with the territory, I just have to accept it. And many will be at that 4th of July picnic sitting around watching people swim and play badminton and, volleyball and taking walks and doing things, going on vacation, when in reality, if they make that trip to see you in a short time, they may be participating again.
Heck yeah, let's go. Like, it's not normal. Even with age, it's not normal for you to feel that way. Our bodies were designed to be healthy. Our bodies were designed to feel good. How much time do I have?
Yeah, you got a couple minutes. Go ahead.
The crazy thing is that I meet so many patients who've been diagnosed formally by their PCP with neuropathy via email or like calling into the office or messaging through like a MyChart app, right? They message their doctor and say, oh, by the way, on my next visit, I want to go over that I have some tingling and numbness in my feet. I had a gentleman who was emailed a prescription for gabapentin because he emailed his doctor and said, I have some tingling and numbness in my feet. What do you think it could be? Oh, here's your prescription for gabapentin. Just start taking that. That is wrong, right? In our office, when we look at neuropathy and we do an exam, we're checking muscle strengths, we're checking reflexes, we're checking range of motion. We're checking the difference between sharp touch and light touch. We're checking the difference between hot and cold sensation. We have the ability to take a thermal image of the feet, of the hands, wherever you're having an issue to investigate if there's a blood flow issue. I guarantee none of that, or very rarely is none of that ever being done, whether it's by your PCP or neurologist. Our exam is going to be one of the most thorough histories and examinations that you're going to find.
And let's not sugarcoat this, because a lot of people just think, well, you deal with the numbing and that pain, and people think I can live with that. I'll put a couple pairs of socks on to keep my feet warm. I'll just kind of, grin and bear it and get a walker, do what I need to do, go a little slower. But then there's a possibility of a wound, not being able to tell if you have it, and the possibility of the eventual, which does happen, you could actually lose a few toes or, God forbid, your foot.
Having neuropathy and leaving it go untreated increases your risk of an amputation by 600%. 600%. Because you're going to step on something, you not know that's there.
Get infected.
Gets infected. It's septic, right? All of these scary things. And especially as you lose your balance because you have neuropathy, it increases your risk of slips and falls. Increases your risk of the scary thing, a hip fracture.
Yep.
Which increases your risk of needing a nursing home.
They've never done a study, but I can almost guarantee the majority of these people my age and older who slip and fall, break a hip, end up either getting some sort of septic or issue in the hospital and eventually, pass away because of it, because it's happened, or they end up in an assisted living place and a week turns into a month. They never rehabilitate. And one thing leads to another. When you're sedentary, that is a sign for the body to say, well, must be shutting down. Let's just give up. So there's the big picture, and sometimes we sugarcoat it, but we shouldn't.
We shouldn't. It's not because you're old. It's not because, this is just what happens. If you have neuropathy, please call or text me now, 724-224-2224. Myself and our other 4 doctors in the office are all certified neuropathy specialists when it comes to treatment with Class 4 laser, and we would love to have a chance to help everybody out.
Okay, tell them where you're located besides Sarver.
So we are in Sarver. We're also in Natrona Heights at our beautiful new location. Everybody should check it out. And we go back and forth between Sarver and Natrona Heights. So amazing opportunity.
So we're going to get back here in a couple of moments and talk about the treatment. But you must feel really good about the inroads you've made helping people with this.
It's pretty amazing when, the last time we had a workshop, one of our neuropathy patients was in getting treatment, and he popped his head around the corner. He goes, "Is this a neuropathy workshop?" And I said, "Yeah." And he goes, "Can I say a few words?" And it wasn't just a few words. He got emotional talking about how his life has changed because of laser therapy. And I kept telling the people in the workshop, I'm like, I didn't pay him. I didn't pay him to be here or say anything. It's literally changing people's lives. Now, this is a gentleman who has type 2 diabetes. He's been on medication because he had a kidney transplant, right? So those medications can play a role in it. And he is seeing a difference with the laser therapy. So even if you're out there and you're thinking, well, my case is too far gone, or I've had it for too long of a time, that's not the case. Your nervous system just needs a little TLC, a little reminder of what it's supposed to do. And a lot of people get amazing results.
All right, listen, what you all need to do is call or text this number now. Get that first office appointment and save $250 as we celebrate 250 years of this great country 2 weeks from today. That's their patriotic offer, and it's your patriotic duty to take care of yourself. 724-224-2224, 724-224-2224. Call or text, and remember that workshop, Sarver, this Tuesday, 1 o'clock, and it is free. We'll be back.
I never thought of myself as the type to settle down. Never knew where the team's next lunch was coming from. But then I met you, Easy Cater.
Workplaces everywhere are saying, I do want delicious food at work. And they're ordering from beloved restaurants with Easy Cater.
You were reliable. You had great options for every budget, even when marketing ops did keto again. We got through that together. With you, it's just so easy. Easy Cater, will you keep showing up at my workplace forever?
Find love at first lunch. Order at easycater.com.
Hi, Paul Alexander here to let you know the KDKA has planned a fabulous 5-day Arizona getaway this September, and it's filling up fast. My wife, Shelley, and I want you to join us for an unforgettable trip based in beautiful Flagstaff, a relaxed mountain town that makes the perfect home base. From there, we'll explore the incredible red rocks of Sedona, travel by rail to the breathtaking Grand Canyon, a bucket list spot that everyone needs to see at least once. And then we'll take in the stunning scenery around Lake Powell with its deep blue water and wide open views. It's the perfect mix of sightseeing, natural beauty, and plenty of time to just enjoy where we are. And September is truly the sweet spot. Comfortable weather, no summer crowds, and everything planned for you. No guessing, no stress. Just show up and enjoy Arizona. Space is limited. Seats are disappearing quickly. Visit travelwithkdk.com or call 800-383-3131. Again, travelwithkdk.com or call 800-383-3131. Can't wait to see you there.
For generations, you've listened to us in your kitchen, catching baseball games on your front porch, and ending your day as your bedtime buddy. Now, you can watch us every day on your TV with our new KDKA Radio YouTube page or by clicking on KDKARadio.com. It's presented by Metropolitan Windows. Same great content, more live visuals. The voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 74 degrees at 12:30. I'm David Colorado. As Pittsburgh gets ready to start a new summer-long street festival on East Carson Street, Pittsburgh police dealing with another problem area overnight. 5 adults were arrested, 4 juveniles issued citations after things got out of hand in Market Square, where hundreds of teens had gathered. Police used pepper spray after about 40 to 50 got involved in the fight outside Chipotle. Others kept fighting even after they left the square. The Southside event is a 21 and older concert and outdoor festival that will run from 10 p.m. to 2 a.m. each Friday and Saturday through late September. Traffic will be blocked off Carson Street from 12th to 18th, and attendees will be required to pass through metal detectors to enter. Urban Tap owner John DeMauro spoke to KDKA-TV.
I think Zone 3 is a very good plan as far as making sure that there's just 2 entrance points for people to come in. I don't see it as an issue.
The deal with Iran that was signed just days ago is already being tested. The White House pausing its plan for Vice President J.D. Vance to travel to Switzerland for the next round of talks. Here's ABC News senior White House correspondent Selena Wang.
A U.S. official now tells us that Special Envoy Steve Witkoff is headed to Switzerland, where Jared Kushner is expected to join him, but the timing for talks is still unclear. Iran had delayed, saying there would be no meeting because Israel was still trading attacks with Hezbollah in Lebanon. The agreement between the U.S. and Iran calls for the war to end on all fronts, but Israel was not part of their deal.
KDK Sports, the Pirates will look to bounce back tonight in Denver after dropping yesterday's series opener. Right-hander Paul Skeens gets the start at Coors Field. Right now it's 74 degrees in Pittsburgh. I'm David Colorado on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio KDKA.
Life's best moments start with perfect choices. For Connie Nowak, it was a trolley ride and a 67-year love story. A life of family, smart decisions, and companionship with Chester the cat. Her retirement choice? The Village at St. Barnabas. Recreation, healthcare, close to family, everything on her list. Plus, it's an exceptional retirement value with a flexible entry process and affordable rates. St. Barnabas Retirement Communities, stbarnabascommunities.com, or call 724-444-5568.
Here's the tale of the daily med fill. Same old pharmacy, same old bill, but those prices kept rising higher still.
Till the savings wrangler rode in, cool as can be. Tap Good RX, saving massively.
No plan? Don't matter none. Up to 80% off. The deals are done.
Discounts hitting harder than Ma's chili. Dang, that one little app does all the rest.
Save time and money on prescriptions.
Check Good RX. Good RX is not insurance.
Transform your bathroom with the beautiful quality of Bath Planet. As a trusted leader in bathroom renovation, Bath Planet has earned the Good Housekeeping seal, a symbol of quality and consumer confidence for over 100 years. Get half off installation or 18 months with no interest and no payments. Whether it's tub replacement, a shower replacement, or a tub to shower conversion, Bath Planet makes your custom bath fast, easy, and affordable. This special offer is only available by calling 800-208-8750. That's 800-208-8750.
Paid for by Bath Concepts Industries.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Clouds and sun for this afternoon. Breezy, a thunder shower in spots. The high in the mid-upper 70s. Will turn out mostly clear tonight down to 56. Partly sunny tomorrow, I-77, and then a few showers and a thunderstorm Monday, I-73. For AccuWeather, I'm John Feerick, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
The following is paid for by Allegheny Health and Physical Medicine.
these are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, we're back with Dr. Dawn Spalla. Let's get to it. Treatment and what you do. We've talked about neuropathy, what people are doing to try to mask it, all the things, whether or not they have it. We're going to roll out all of the things that we have in the way of offers in a couple of times before the next half hour is up. But I want you to know what really makes them the best at what they do because of the cutting edge technology, the science behind these lasers and why they're getting results. Go ahead.
Yeah, so if we look at the anatomy of the nerve and what's happening in the case of neuropathy, whether it's type 2 diabetes or chemotherapy or what have you, damage is being done to the very tips of these nerves that start at the ends of the toes, right? And as that damage continues to happen, it starts to work its way up to our feet and to our ankles and up to our calves, etc. And how do we heal? Right? Well, number one, we need to remove the toxicity and we need to improve our blood flow so that we can get blood flow to those nerve endings so that things can continue to heal. So laser therapy, unlike those 4 medications we talked about earlier, opens up the blood vessels, allows blood flow to get to those very tips of the nerves that have been declined nutrition and blood flow for such a long time, and those nerves wake up again and they're like, oh, okay, I'm getting some blood flow, I'm getting some nutrition, I'm feeling better. And then slowly but surely they start to recover. Now, a nerve is the slowest healing portion of our human bodies. They recover at about 1 inch a month. Okay, so it's very, very, very important that we use the laser therapy to get into those tissues and help them to repair, okay? Now, why laser? Why do we use the laser? Laser therapy, specifically class 4 laser therapy, which we use, is the only researched therapy that has the best outcome for neuropathy patients, okay? We can also look at red light therapy, okay? There's some places out there using red light therapy or red light therapy boots. And red light therapy can be beneficial. It still increases blood flow, but it only reaches about 5 millimeters into the surface of the skin. Okay, while laser does 8 centimeters. So if you think of your healing rate, if you only have 5 millimeters of power versus 8 centimeters of power, we're able to make really big differences for patients.
Well, the thing that I've learned from you, it's a little that can go a long way.
For sure.
I mean, people are so desperate for that flowing blood to give that oxygen that is needed. When they get just a little bit, meaning some room to breathe, it's like night and day.
Yeah, and gabapentin isn't going to do that for you. Neurontin is not going to do that for you.
You know, I know people who've been on those drugs for 15 years.
Is their brain normal?
Do I have to answer that? No, my good friends. But listen, I mean, I'm talking like every month they go, like you would go pick up a gallon of milk at the grocery store.
I got to have my gabapentin.
And I think psychologically, they feel as though it's like they get not addicted to it.
No, there is an addiction property to gabapentin.
Well, you said it because you're the professional, but I really believe that.
Because it's a brain chemistry kind of thing, right? If you look at all the other things that we can get addicted to, it's something with brain chemistry, and gabapentin alters our brain chemistry.
But here's the thing that we didn't even hit on, and I'm glad that I just realized this, because what happens, not only do you deal with neuropathy, but if you end up just, as we used to say back in the day, parking your carcass, meaning sitting in a chair or not doing anything or watching the world go by from your front porch thinking I'm enjoying this lemonade, it's summertime, and you're not out weeding the garden or walking around the neighborhood, taking the dog for a walk, going on a vacation, or just basically doing some shopping by moving to the grocery store, pushing that buggy, the rest of your body's going to suffer.
Yeah. So myself and the 4 other physicians in my office were chiropractors, but we also have this additional neuropathy certification, okay? And I saw a really good post the other day that said, you use your mouth to chew your food every day, and you brush your teeth at least once, if not twice a day, like you're supposed to, right?
Twice or 3 times.
There you go. We use our spine every day, right? We sit, we get into a car, we pick up the kids, we feed the dogs, we take the dog for a walk. We're doing all these things. And yet we never really think about checking our spine and our nervous system. And for me, it's crucial. For me, what we do is just as equal to a lifeline, right? we don't realize that our nervous system controls everything. And if we're not doing anything proactively to keep up with our nervous system and to keep it healthy, then that's when we see drastic declines, especially as we age. We need that in our life.
Well, and the other thing, too, a lot of people don't practice what they should when it comes to nutrition. And you start adding all of these non-factors, it can get ugly really quick.
And even, I think it was a couple months ago, it was 1 or 2 months ago with gabapentin. They did a study, like an actual research published study. And people who are on gabapentin for like the more individual prescriptions that go up for gabapentin, meaning, okay, I hurt my back when I was 38 and I took gabapentin for 3 weeks. Okay, I hurt my back again when I was 42 and I took gabapentin for a couple weeks. And I have tingling and numbness in my toes, so I took gabapentin for 6 months. And then I hurt my back again and I took right? So every singular time that we add gabapentin in, your increase there's an drastically increased risk for dementia and Alzheimer's. So there's so much more that we can be doing for overall health and wellness. And my goal, like when I go to bed at night, it's like, took care of my son. I checked on my chickens, right? I fed all the animals. I told everybody I love you. I want to help as many people as possible, and I did that today.
Well, and you do that, and that's why you guys are growing the way you're growing. But I just think people need to understand, because in the back of everybody's mind, and I'm that way now more than ever, there was a time I didn't even care. Just get one for you and everyone else. It comes down to price. People are like, but the price, how much is this going to set me back? I'm on a fixed income. Well, if you start adding up those 10 or 15-year copays for your gabapentin or Neurontin, trust me, in the long run, you're going to save a whole lot of money, whole lot of time, and you're going to be better for it.
You're going to feel so much better for it. Absolutely.
I mean, just imagine dealing with neuropathy, say, for 5 to 10 years, and then all of a sudden they come and see you, and they get that flow again, that blood moving, the oxygen. Next thing you know, they're like, boy, I can feel my feet. I mean, even clipping your toenails is dangerous with neuropathy.
It is dangerous. So many of my patients with neuropathy that come in initially, they're like, oh, I go to my podiatrist to get my nails trimmed. And with that, even podiatrists that specialize in neuropathy, it's gabapentin, Neurontin, et cetera. So if you're wanting results and you're not wanting refills on medications, 724-224-2224. If you text me, I can get back to you right now, right? I'm the one who's texting back. I can get back to you right now. You can call our office and we can schedule, but also our workshop. No risk. It's Tuesday, 1:00 p.m. at Sarver. Send us a quick call or text and let us know that you're going to be there because we feed you lunch. It is no obligation. Come meet our team and see if this is something that you want to check out or do.
How proud of you are you of your new office?
I love my new office. I worked really hard. For a really long time to get a space that my patients deserve to be in.
Parking, too.
Oh, my gosh, so much parking. You know what, though? All of my neighbors are coming like, what are you doing here? There's cars here all the time.
So I was coming into work very early today, 3 o'clock hour, and I was driving through this little town that I'm very familiar with, and I saw that a new business opened in this building that has been around in various formations in different locations. But for the most part, this building, that was their headquarters, and they were there forever. And then another company came in, and the first thing I thought of, they have no parking. And when you have only curb parking and it's still meter controlled and you have 2 or 3 spots, you better be doing a lot of takeout or you better be really good at what you do to where people are going to drive around the block. Parking is everything.
Parking is everything. I go back to my staff and even the patients that are coming in. I'm like, I don't know how we did it. And they're like, well, we loved coming here so much that there was a church next to my old office. And they graciously let us use some of their parking. And they're like, we don't mind parking across the street and walking to come see you. This is the best place ever. So.
Bold prediction as we go to break, and we're going to go over everything when we come back. You mentioned podiatrist. Do you think the medical profession will ever maybe start to pay attention to what you're doing? With all due respect, because there's still plenty of issues that can pop up with someone's foot or feet, if you will. Do you think that maybe sooner or later there's going to be such an overwhelming result that's a positive one that they're going to finally say, maybe there is a better way? Because I see where, especially sports medicine, is buying into chiropractic. There's just got to be a bridge to bring people together, I think.
I mean, when we look at chiropractic, when we look at Class 4 laser, every single Major League Baseball team has a chiropractor on staff and has a Class 4 laser in their locker room. Okay.
Mhm.
Every major league football team has a chiropractor on staff and has a class 4 laser for healing and recovery in their locker room. So these are things that elite athletes have at their toes to use when necessary. I think for a lot of people who are still out there, laser is looked at as still kind of experimental, although it's not, because there's over 25,000 published studies, double-blind, randomized, controlled studies that say, hey, this actually works for healing and decreasing inflammation. I think it's just going to take time.
Well, here's the thing. If they can do it for somebody who has to get to right field to bat cleanup, they can get it done for you so you can just make dinner or go out on a date with your husband or wife. So if you're looking to get help with it, don't put it off. Make the call or text right now, 724-224-2224, 724-224-2224. You can call or text that number. And that first appointment, as we celebrate Birthday 250 2 weeks from today on July 4th, they're going to save you $250. And don't forget the neuropathy workshop in Sarver on Tuesday at 1 o'clock. They would love to see you there, and it is a free seminar. Back with more in a moment on KDKA.
It's the little things. The information you need. People you know. The little things that make a big difference. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
The weather is warming up, but so are the savings at Coons Market. Isn't that right, Frank Dentisi?
Right, Rob. In our meat department, tender hand-cut filet mignon is $19.99 a pound. In the produce department, sweet Northwest cherries, $1.98 a pound. In the deli, Boar's Head Friars turkey breast is $10.99 a pound. And additional savings this week, selected varieties of Popsicle Pops, 12 to 18-count packages, $3.99 each.
Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
Andy Amrine here for Harmony Garden Organic Insect Control. This is not your average garden variety insect killer. Harmony is your only insect control you need for your garden. Nothing is safer, nothing works better than Harmony. Spray your trees, flowers, plants to kill garden pests including aphids, green fruit worms, mites, soil lice, and russets. To get your bottle of Harmony, ask for it at any participating True Value hardware store or online at harmonyoic.com.
Tickets are on sale now for the upcoming season of the Pittsburgh Speakers Series at Heinz Hall, presented by University of Pittsburgh, with Anderson Cooper, former UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson, historian Anne Applebaum, financial journalist Andrew Ross Sorkin, former NASA Administrator Charles Bolton, and acclaimed war photographer Lindsay Addario. For information and tickets, go to pittsburghspeakers.org. Sponsored by News Radio KDKA and the Spanos Group of Raymond James.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2026 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, before we get out of here, chiropractic. Why does it work and why does it make a difference?
Oh man, I love chiropractic. So number one, I think people have in general, if you're not a supporter of chiropractic, or if you see something online, or you're like, oh, they're just a bunch of back crackers. Okay, I get that. I understand that perspective. And there's all kinds of chiropractors out there, and a lot of offices are different. But when we talk about my office, our offices, when patients come in, they are getting an extremely thorough evaluation. So what is the range of motion and musculoskeletally? How are you operating? Are things firing, right? We do reflexes and we do x-rays. X-rays are crucial. And so a lot of patients come back and say, this is the most extensive and thorough exam that I've had anywhere I've been medically, like more so than an orthopedic doctor or anything else. So we like to get really specific. Also, there are over 100 different techniques of chiropractic care. That means ways to adjust you. So people might think that we're, you're running in and laying on a table and we're pushing as hard as we can to crack you. And that is just the complete opposite of what we're trying to do. Some patients get adjusted with a little tool that we call an activator. It's very conservative. It's very light. It's very comfortable. Just this morning, I was up at our gym. We have a sister location up on Mount Washington. It's called Incline Fitness and Health. I have a 10-month-old patient, and I was adjusting her. She had a birth injury, a stretch of the brachial plexus, and she's 10 months old, and she can't raise her arms like above her head. And so with that, she's doing some PT, and her PT recommended that she get adjusted as well, and she's doing beautifully. So in my expertise, my son got adjusted the day he was born, which he turns 9 next week. Happy birthday, Wyatt. And my oldest patient is 102. And so the risk of injury is extremely low. The opportunities for improvement are exponentially high. So improving not only how you feel, improving how you move, but also improving how you sleep, improving your digestion. All of these things can happen when your nervous system, which controls everything, is working at 100%. And that's what we try to do. We want to make a difference in people's lives.
And it must make you feel good. And, I hear about babies and infants being treated. And in the beginning, I got to be honest with you. I thought, but you know what? Sleeping better at night, nursing better. I mean, I hear all these things, and people swear it goes back to chiropractic.
People think that we're laying like an infant down and like pushing, right? That's not what we're doing. So a lot of the times, chiropractors who are treating infants actually take extra classes and extra hours and extra education outside of our normal kind of protocol, which I have done. And do you like avocados? That's a weird question, but do you okay. So you go to the grocery store and you want to find a ripe avocado, right? And you check it. You check it with your thumb to see if it's not mushy.
I never knew that.
Well, are we going to do a show on avocados or what?
We should.
So you check an avocado, right? And the pressure that you use to check the ripeness of an avocado or the ripeness of a tomato is the pressure that's needed to adjust a baby or an infant. So there's no cracking going on, right? Their little nervous system and their little spine hasn't even been adapted to gravity yet. And it's not something that is, needs a whole lot of oomph behind it. It's a beautiful thing.
It is a beautiful thing. Chiropractic's a beautiful thing. Okay, we're going to run the gambit before we get out of here. I'm going to let her start, and if I have to fill up any of the empty space, which I highly doubt, to make a beautiful bow on this show that's been one of our best. She'll be back July 18th, same time, same station. Here she is, Dr. Dawn Spalla, Allegheny Health Physical Medicine. Go ahead.
Okay, so we have those $250 vouchers to give away for Happy Birthday America. There are 2 left. There are 2 left to grab before now and when I come back next month. So 2 left. You're going to call or text 724-224-2224. This is for a free consultation. Okay, a free consultation, 60 to 90 minutes, one-on-one with one of our nervous system specialists and neuropathy specialists to determine what is the cause of your neuropathy and how can we help it outside of medications that honestly, functionality-wise, don't do a whole lot for you. So calling today, free consultation either at our Natrona Heights or our Sarver location, 724-224-2224. Now, on that note, we added a new doctor. So we have Dr. Liz, who's now in the Heights, and she specializes also in acupuncture.
That's big.
Yeah.
I had that back in the day, and it does help.
And so that's new. So if you know Dr. Liz, make an appointment. But calling or texting, if you text today, I can get back to you right away. We're looking to schedule those appointments. We have 2 left before now and July 18th. The tingling, the burning, the numbness in your feet, you don't have to suffer with it every day.
And you're not buying corrective shoes and special socks and all. Think about all the ancillary things, the walkers, the canes, all extra pillows. I mean, it's just crazy what people do.
Well, and people go to the Good Feet store, right?
Yeah.
I'm going to say that. And a gentleman came in to see me for neuropathy, and he's like, I just dropped $2,000 at the Good Feet store. And I'm like, I make custom orthotics. I wear custom orthotics, but we make custom orthotics in our office. It's usually between $350 and $450. It's not $2,000. I don't know, maybe.
The Good Feet store is a Good Feet store. It is. They do great work.
They do.
But I know what you're saying.
But our orthotics are more spinally corrective, right? So Good Feet store, I don't know. I'm not saying anything bad about them.
But there are people that are needed to go there. But hey, why not at least find out if you can go to the good place that is the Allegheny Health and Physical Medicine?
But Class 4 laser is the #1 most beneficial therapy that we can do to correct neuropathy.
Yeah, and there are other people that are dealing with foot issues, and believe me, they need people like the Good Feet store. But what you need to know is whether or not you even have neuropathy. So if you really want to know if you have neuropathy, here's what you need to do. 724-224-2224. Text it or call it before you do anything else the rest of the afternoon, 724-224-2224. And guess what you're going to get? You're going to get $250 off that initial appointment, and it's not a flyby. They actually sit you down, talk to you. It's over an hour. The give and take, they learn a little bit about your health, your history, as far as your record is concerned, some of the things you're dealing with, how long you've been dealing with it, your lifestyle, and all the things that they need to know to let you know whether or not you have it. And if you do that laser surgery, you're on your way of getting onto the day that is the day that you are no longer dealing with the aches and pains and the numbness especially, and being a prisoner in your own house. Text or call this number now, 724-224-2224, and get $250 off as we celebrate Birthday 250 2 weeks from today, July 4th. She's back July the 18th, same time in the noon hour, right here on KDKA. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
News coming up next.
The proceeding was paid for by Allegheny Health and Physical Medicine. Information on the program was intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information heard on the preceding program.
If you own a small business, the pressure never lets up. Something's always coming at you. That's why business owners turn to LendSeek for funding.
I don't need promises. I need options. LendSeek's AI platform showed me real funding choices. Now I can cover payroll, handle taxes, and go after growth opportunities without the daily stress.
Up to $5 million with funding in as fast as 24 hours. No upfront costs. No prepayment penalties. Start ready, stay ready. LendSeek.com. LendSeek.com.
Here's a World Soccer Championship Team Spotlight, brought to you by the first ever Infiniti QX65 and by Lowe's. Give your yard its own moment with the new limited time deals from Lowe's.
Spain is the tournament's top seed. A beautifully balanced side built on fluid possession, led by a creative playmaker who unlocks defenses at will. while Rojas' depth across every position makes them the team to beat.
This is Greg Trzynski of the Original Mattress Factory. Many retailers use a computer program to tell you which mattress to buy after answering a few questions. That's not how finding the right mattress works. At OMF, our associates take the time to understand your specific needs. They'll guide you through our showroom, explain the differences between models, and help you select the right mattress. No computers, no gimmicks, just personal attention and quality mattresses built locally. Visit any showroom and experience the OMF difference for yourself.
Between the daily demands of work, family needs, running a household, and more, you deserve some real relief at the end of the day. At the Original Mattress Factory, we have a wide variety of mattresses that are built to provide the ultimate in comfort and relief when you need it most. Mattresses that are hand-built locally using high-quality materials. Mattresses that are sold factory direct to offer you a great value. Mattresses that are designed to provide real relief to real people like you. Visit an Original Mattress Factory location today and get the rest you deserve tonight.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, covered by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company.
Being diagnosed with leukemia, lymphoma, myeloma, or one of over 100 other types of blood cancer makes people want more time to do the things they love. We are Blood Cancer United. We do the most for more people with blood cancer. Join us at bloodcancerunited.org.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA FM HD2 Pittsburgh, W261AX Pittsburgh.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 76 degrees at 1 o'clock. I'm David Ballarado. The Strait of Hormuz is closed again, according to Tehran. More now from ABC's Mary Bruce.
Iranian state TV says the military has issued an order to shut down the waterway in response to Israel's continued strikes in Lebanon. Lebanon says 16 people are dead after Israeli strikes earlier today. Meanwhile, Iran says it's sending a delegation to Switzerland for talks with the U.S.
More festivities are on tap today as Pittsburgh continues to observe Juneteenth. That's the federal holiday to commemorate the freeing of the last American slaves in Galveston, Texas, back in 1865. Kevin Johnson told KDKA-TV it's a good way for people to see what they have in common.
Talk to people, get to know people. And when you get to know people, that's how you find out that we're basically all the same. Exactly. We're all the same. We're, all God's children.
Meantime, AP correspondent Donna Warder reports on a conference in West Africa that urges slave trading nations to issue apologies and reparations.
In Accra, Ghana, actors play the role of Africans who were captured and became victims of the Atlantic slave trade. It was at the Next Steps conference on Friday. Ghana President John Dramani Mahama told delegates from more than 80 countries that recognition of the slave trade creates responsibility and that the effects of slavery continue to be felt.
Our voices were fragmented for decades, and it served the interests of some groups to keep those voices fragmented.
African and Caribbean leaders at the conference urged nations that took part in the Atlantic slave trade to issue apologies and reparations. In March, a landmark UN resolution declared the Atlantic slave trade the gravest crime against humanity. I'm Donna Warder.
A new owner for a well-known building on Smithfield Street downtown, Harkey Pollock's Legacy Development, has purchased 610 Smithfield Street, looking to redevelop it as a mixed-use building that would eventually include residential units on its top floors. Pollock says the homelessness issue along that street has mostly been brought under control.
Now, it is an urban city, and there's going to be issues that we need to deal with going forward. By no means is it fixed, but we're markedly better than we were just 18 months or 2 years ago. And I think with people coming back to work and more residents coming online and Point Park expanding, all those things play nicely into the growth of downtown Pittsburgh.
The building is the longtime home of Brooks Brothers and the Carnegie Library's downtown branch. Ready for summer, but not the mosquitoes? ABC's Stephen Kaufman has some tips now on how to avoid those bugs.
Preventing mosquitoes from considering you a target this summer is just a matter of knowing how. In fact, it's a breeze.
Mosquitoes are very light flyers. Any amount of turbulent air, if the ceiling fan, desk fan, the mosquitoes can't fly through it.
The Cleveland Clinic's Dr. Christopher Pizzola Soli suggests ridding your surroundings of standing water.
Mosquitoes need still water to reproduce.
And don't forget bug repellent with a 20% concentration, as well as protective clothing. Stephen Kaufman, ABC News.
KDKA Sports, it's game 2 of a 3-game weekend set in the Mile High City, we should say, and the Pirates are looking for a rebound. Pittsburgh fought back late but fell just short last night, giving the Rockies the early advantage in the series. KDK Radio News Time 103. The AccuWeather forecast is coming up next.
Summer's calling, and Bowser Subaru has the perfect vehicle to answer. It's the Bowser Subaru Summer Sales Event, where adventure meets incredible value on the vehicles drivers love most. Right now at Bowser Subaru, take home a 2026 Subaru Outback Limited, VIN number TY451749, MSRP $44,148, and get 0.9% APR for 48 months or lease for only $349 a month for 36 months. With $2,999 due at signing. Spring into your next adventure today at Bowser Subaru on Route 51 in Pleasant Hills. Visit BowserSubaru.com. With credit approval and financing through SMFL, tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $490 applies. Lease with 10,000 miles per year. No security deposit required. See Bowser Subaru for complete details. Offer ends June 30th. Bowser Subaru, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Don't delay in getting that plumbing repair done. Call Palucci Plumbing today for all of your plumbing needs. From trenchless sewer repair and waterline repairs and replacement, hot water tanks, sewer camera inspections, to Pittsburgh potty repairs, no job is too small for Palucci Plumbing. Owners Amy and Nick Palucci have been in business for 26 years, so give them a call for your next plumbing repair or replacement. Palucci Plumbing, 412-782-5050. That's 412-782-5050.
When it comes to family law, a lot has changed in recent years, so assumptions can be costly. If you see or sense a change coming in your family life that could have legal implications, it's important to know where you stand. Getting good legal advice early is never a bad idea. I'm Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. If you or anyone you know is facing a family law issue, start with a consultation. Visit CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell. Licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Mix of clouds and sun this afternoon. Breezy, a thunder shower in the area, high 76. Turning out mostly clear tonight, down to 56. Sunshine and some clouds tomorrow, high 77. And then a few showers and a thunderstorm Monday, high 73. For AccuWeather, I'm John Feerick, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
The following program was pre-recorded.
The following is paid for by Net Worth Advisors. Information on the program is intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information aired on the following program.
We divide the days by hours.
Some are dedicated to hard work. You gotta earn that paycheck.
Some are dedicated to family, because family is important.
These hours are worth your time. But how many hours do you plan for the future?
When can I retire?
Do I have enough money?
Will my money last?
There's no time like the present to spend this hour with Beth Andrews of Net Worth Advisors, LLC. We believe your retirement is worth it. This is the Net Worth Financial Hour with Beth Andrews.
Hi, everyone. Welcome on into our show. I'm Amy Sharp alongside Matt D'Amico today. You're listening to the Net Worth Financial Hour, where we get together each and every week and try to sort through some of the big topics relating to retirement and ultimately impacting you. If you are starting to think about retirement, if you're on the doorstep of it, or if you're in it, we know you have questions, we know you have concerns, and that's where we try to help each week. Today, we've got Matt joining us, and we're going to talk about kind of a tough topic. What if you were forced to retire today? Would you be ready? Well, it's a question a lot of retirees have had to face, according to a new report highlighted by USA Today. We're going to get into that in just a moment, but let me share our phone number with you first. 800-725-2988 is the number to reach out to the team here at Net Worth Advisors. If you have any questions, you want to follow up on anything we cover on the show today, or questions about anything relating to retirement. 800-725-2988. The website to connect also is networthadvisorsllc.com. Matt, how are you today? Thanks for joining me.
Amy, I'm doing great today. How about yourself?
Doing great. Glad to have you with us today, Matt. I know that this is a topic that probably we've got listeners tuning in right now that they're faced with. And we know a lot of people are. Like I said, this is from USA Today saying 59% of those polled retired earlier than they planned. So again, we're going to go through this. Let's talk about the number first of all. 59%, more than half. Why is that such a wake-up call?
You know, Amy, I think as big as that number is, that statistic doesn't surprise me too much. And I think that because I think when most people typically picture retirement or plan for retirement, they typically imagine choosing the date themselves, right? Obviously, that's not a part of the plan is, you know, some of these unexpected curveballs. But if there's one thing that we know, Amy, it's life is always going to throw us those curveballs. And, you know, life doesn't always work out the way that we hope it does. And so that early exit can mean many things for your financial plan. It can mean starting to withdraw sooner than you expected. It can mean less savings going into those accounts. It could mean Social Security options might be a little bit more limited, or maybe some of your pension options might be more limited, things of that nature. And I think if your strategy only works under those perfect conditions where what you've planned for, what you hope to have happen, as we know, like I said, it may not survive in real life. And so having that proactive plan that addresses what your goals are, what you're hoping for, but also recognizing that life doesn't always go the way that we hope it does. And so planning for some of those unexpected events like retiring a little bit earlier than expected is always really important.
The average retirement age is 62, even though many people plan to work until 65 or longer beyond that. What happens, Matt, when someone loses those final few working years?
Well, Amy, if we think about it, typically in our later working years is whenever you're making larger sums of money than you were in maybe your 20s or 30s or 40s, right? And so less higher income can mean less contributions going into those 401ks or 403bs or those other retirement accounts. Obviously, less money going in can kind of piggyback off the idea of less growth and less compound interest there as well. We also have to have the conversation of, if you're retiring a little bit sooner or you lose those last few years, then you have the conversation of where your income's going to come from. So for a lot of people while you're working, obviously you're relying on the paycheck and the security of that as well. But obviously, if you retire earlier or you're forced into retirement, then you don't really have that luxury. And so now we're forced to draw from savings. We're forced to look at those emergency funds. And naturally, that can also push people into more difficult decisions as well. And so we talk a lot about having a financial plan, having that retirement plan. Naturally, it should cover all of these scenarios to what we hope and what we plan for. But as we said before, it always needs to have that just-in-case scenario where, maybe life doesn't go the way that we hope it did.
That's so true. And according to this report, Matt, health setbacks, speaking of not going as we planned, health setbacks are the number one cause of unexpected early retirement. That's accounting for 31% of early exits. How do families plan for that kind of uncertainty? We don't have a crystal ball. We can't necessarily base it off of what our parents experienced, our grandparents, things like that, although some of us do. But what do we need to plan for?
Amy, that's a really, really good question. And I think the reality here is a lot of retirements typically aren't planned, right? We hope for the best, but we always know that life throws us those curveballs. And so they're typically forced into something that's unexpected. And like you mentioned already, health issues are probably one of the biggest reasons why. And so when we talk with families that we work with, we always like to encourage people to think about retirement planning as more than just investing. It's really about preparing for things that you can't necessarily predict. So the first thing is always ask the families and each other, what happens if my paycheck stops sooner than expected? So for example, if you're planning to work until age 67, but maybe a health issue forces you out a little bit earlier at 60 or 62, does the plan still work? Obviously, those are two very different scenarios. And so being aware of what that means for the longevity of your plan is really, really important. The second piece there is naturally having that adequate, cash reserves, emergency fund, whatever terminology you want to use, just making sure that you have that sufficient cash on hand. I think in the financial planning and investing world, it's very easy to focus on long-term investments, long-term growth. But naturally, with some of the life curveballs that get thrown our way, liquidity also matters as well. And so those health setbacks can create unexpected medical expenses. It could potentially cause changes in income, or, there's always the conversation of some home modifications and caregiving, depending on the level of these health issues. Lastly, Amy, the last step here I always like to look at are some of those protection strategies. So we always talk about health insurance was a big option there, but we also include things like disability coverage. Maybe it involves having some conversations around long-term care planning, or simply just kind of understanding what resources would be available to you if your health did change. One of the things that we do with clients is kind of stress test their retirement plan. And so we'll ask these types of questions. What if you did retire sooner than expected? Or what if healthcare costs, maybe are higher than they are today? Because it's a lot easier to address these, possibilities now than when you're dealing with them in real time. Because as we know, we'll have time to plan for some of these curveballs. We'll have time to plan for these unexpected life events. So if you're listening and you've never looked at your retirement plan through that lens, it may be worth doing. Give us a call at 800-725-2988. We'll help you see how resilient your plan is, not just if everything goes right, but if life does throw us those curveballs, how your plan would react. Again, that number is 800-725-2988.
You're listening to the Net Worth Financial Hour. I'm Amy Sharp alongside Matt D'Amico today. Here on the show, we are talking about the reality that many people retire earlier than planned. Let's look at this report. What it has to say about job loss or layoffs, Matt. It affected 20% of early retirements. That only means that 1 in 5 early exits came from losing a job, not choosing to retire. So what should we take from that?
Amy, I think that statistic kind of serves as a reminder, kind of like what we talked about already, that retirement doesn't always happen on our schedule. I think a lot of people picture retirement as something that they'll choose, when the time is right, based off of, your own goals, based off financial numbers, whatever it may be. But as we've talked about, sometimes, company restructures or positions get eliminated, or, employer decides maybe to go in a little bit of a different direction they originally expected. And now suddenly what was supposed to be, 5 or 6 more years of working now comes into retirement of next year or 2 years down the road, or maybe even next month, depending on the severity of this. So I think the lesson isn't necessarily to live in fear of a layoff or expect some of these downturns, but the lesson rather is to build that retirement plan that's flexible to handle some of these uncertainties. And so I always encourage people, just like I mentioned already, is if you lost your job tomorrow, what would you do? Are there sufficient cash reserves on hand? Where would potential income come from? And more importantly, is there a potential to retire at that moment? Or do we have to look at some alternatives of going back to work and supplementing your income a little bit better?
Some high-income workers may retire early because they hit a savings goal or they feel ready, Matt, but many others retire early because they have no choice. So talk about the difference between kind of saying, okay, I think I'm good. This is a good number for me. I've saved enough.
Yeah, Amy, very, very big difference there, right? Choosing, your own retirement compared to being pushed into one. Obviously, the big part of that is just having the plan. A lot of times when people are kind of pushed into retirement, maybe they're not fully prepared for it, or maybe they don't have the exact financial plan they were hoping for, or maybe they're not at that magic number they were hoping to be at. And so people who do retire with that plan or do retire on their own mark typically feel a lot more, powerful, a lot more in control, a lot more flexible as well, and more importantly, more confidence. I think people who typically retire without that plan, maybe they're forced to make some big changes. Maybe they're forced to spend a little bit less than what they had hoped. Or maybe they're not able to pass down as much money to their kids and grandkids as they originally wanted to or they originally expected. And so, again, it sounds cliche, but the goal here is to make retirement a choice, not really a crisis. That way you are in more control and you can be able to decide how you want your lifestyle and retirement to be.
The big point to take away from this is that, a lot of retirees, we're adjusting, we're pivoting just to make things work, even when retirement happens earlier than expected. But this whole idea, this concept of making do just isn't the same as living our ideal retirements, is it?
It's not. And I think the biggest thing there is, as you mentioned, is making it do, right? So many retirees, may survive financially by lowering their lifestyle. Or maybe, like I said, maybe their goals change a little bit. Maybe instead of taking that big Disney trip every single year, maybe it turns into, a trip maybe every couple years, or maybe a little bit less of an extensive trip there. Or again, as I touched on, maybe it means they're not able to leave as much to their kids and grandkids as they originally projected for. And so I think adjusting after this crisis can be harder than preparing before one happens. And so we always recommend, Amy, let's get together before any sort of questions arise. And that way, if life does throw us the curveballs, which we do expect, we can have a better plan to adjust for that. So for everybody listening here today, thinking to yourself, does your retirement plan assume that you'll work until 67 or 70? Maybe it's worth asking, what happens if I don't? Give us a call. We'll be able to sit down and kind of walk through what your current plan is, and more importantly, making sure you're on track for when you want to retire, but also have a plan as just in case. That number is 800-725-2988, or visit us at networthadvisorsllc.com.
Okay, Matt, thank you so much. Really great insight. Living your reality in retirement and understanding what those numbers mean if you are forced to retire early. It's big stuff. And if you have questions, reach out to the team here at Net Worth Advisors. We've got more coming up here on the Net Worth Financial Hour. That number, once again, 800-725-2988. We're back right after this.
Confidence in retirement starts with Net Worth Advisors. Beth Andrews provides financial planning tailored for you. Call 800-725-2988 or visit networthadvisorsllc.com to start planning for your retirement future today.
How are balloons made? Where did the dinosaurs go? Why is the sky blue?
Your kids asked you the tough questions because they trusted you. But who answers your tough questions? Do you have a go-to person to answer all your retirement questions? Like, how much do I really need to retire? When should I consider taking my Social Security benefits? Could my taxes really go up when I stop working? Financial advisor Beth Andrews and the Net Worth Advisors team will leave the tough kid questions to you, but for your retirement questions, they're the team to ask. Call them today at 800-725-2988 now. We all have important questions.
Where do babies come from?
Make sure you get the answers to yours. Call Beth Andrews and the Net Worth Advisors team today, 800-725-2988, 800-725-2988. Net Worth Advisors, LLC is a registered investment advisor.
You're listening to the Net Worth Financial Hour with Beth Andrews. To request an appointment with Beth and the Net Worth Advisors team, call 800-725-2988 now.
Welcome back to the Net Worth Financial Hour. I'm once again joined by Beth Andrews. She is the founder and president here at Net Worth Advisors. 800-725-2988 is that number once again. You can also go to the website, networthadvisorsllc.com. A lot of people, Beth, spend their entire working lives looking forward to retirement as a time when things finally get simpler, including the tax bill, we hope anyway. So when I tell you that for many retirees, taxes often get more complicated and can actually go up after they stop working, it's hard to believe for some people. So Beth, why are so many retirees blindsided, let's say, by a tax bill that they never saw coming and sometimes never even planned for?
You know, people think that they're going to be in a lower tax situation, but when you really put together a financial plan and review the assumptions, because, maybe some people don't expect that they're going to be having income from a side job or what the market's going to do in returns and how that affects your taxes. You got to put all of these different things together. So it's kind of a short list that's kind of just the most common things is people assume that they're not going to have any employment from income, and that's going to put them into a lower tax bracket. But then they do something like start a business, and then they have higher taxes because they now have self-employment tax, or they just add on employment from just regular income from just regular employment on top of what they're already drawing on Social Security. So working is one of those things. Another thing is people might have fewer deductions. Your mortgage is paid off, your kids are grown, and you've got more income that is exposed to tax because you don't have the deductions for those things. And then think about your savings. Money that you put into your IRA or your 401k or your other employer's retirement plan that you never pay taxes on. Now, when you take that money out, either because you want it to support your lifestyle or because you're forced to take it out with required distributions, that's all taxable unless you've already paid tax on some of that money. And a lot of people don't even know how much of that plan is taxable and how much they've already paid the taxes on. So you got to make sure you keep those two separate. Here's another thing. Social Security can be up to 85% taxable. Even with the big, beautiful bill where there is no tax on Social Security, keep in mind that there is no tax on Social Security, but only if you are really in a low income situation. Most people just have a tax preparer, not a tax plan, and that can make a huge difference in how these retirement sources of income are taxed.
Beth, you mentioned Social Security becomes taxable. Many people think their Social Security check is tax-free, and that is just not true, right?
That is not true in all cases. So if your income's really low, and by low, I mean $32,000 for a married couple for the whole year, $25,000 for a single. Now that includes 50% of your Social Security benefit, not just what you get in addition to Social Security. So if you get $50,000 a year for your household in Social Security, $25,000 of that counts towards that $32,000 limit if you're married filing jointly. I'm saying a lot of numbers here. So if you need to talk with one of our advisors and get the exact numbers in your situation, we can tell you when your Social Security starts to become taxable. So at the higher levels of income, it's not that your Social Security is fully taxed, but up to 85% of that benefit now becomes taxable income to you. And you also have to make things more complicated, take into account your state taxes and how your Social Security and other income will affect your Medicare premiums. Kind of sounds like we all need tax professionals, huh?
It's a little bit alarming for sure. How do people end up in this situation without anyone warning them?
Well, you know, when you get your first job and you work all these years and then you get married and you have kids, you're like, okay, I'm either going to do it myself in pencil or these days start using one of those online softwares. And then maybe you graduate to, I guess I need a little bit more help. So you get a tax person, a tax preparer like a CPA to do your taxes for you. All that is doing is looking back at the last year. What happened? There's maybe a few small things you can do to change the outcome, like make an IRA contribution, but it's largely in the past. I like to say that tax preparers are forensic accountants. They're looking in the past, whereas tax planning is proactive. It's for the future. Without a multi-year projection showing how your IRA withdrawals and other income are going to be taxable, you know, your tax problem is kind of invisible until it's happening. It all comes down to having a plan. Now, I know in the past few minutes, just as Amy and I have been talking, we've talked about some pretty complicated things, even for people that are do-it-yourselfers and have a good understanding of the tax code. Here's where Net Worth Advisors really makes a huge difference with our clients. We really do tax planning. We don't just say we do it. We don't just look at the past. We project your income out for the future and for future generations. Reach out and talk with one of our advisors at 800-725-2988. We make it easy for you to get started. We'll give you a list of things to bring, and we'll even help you with that. Call us today at 800-725-2988.
Beth, since everyone's income sources are different, Social Security timing, pension, IRA size, how can you help customize the approach for everyone that comes through the doors?
Yeah, we use some really sophisticated tax planning software in addition to our just regular financial planning software. So what we do is we make it easy for you to get your information to us. You can just download your statements and your tax returns, even interest-bearing accounts like your checking, savings, CDs, onto one platform that we have. And it's through Net Worth Advisors. You can get it right on our website. And the cool thing is, once you have put those documents in there and worked with our team to build a plan, you now have access to that anytime you want. You just log into the Net Worth Advisors website, and there's all of your your income, your net worth, your estate plan, and it is updated every day as things change. So next year, when you sit down and talk with one of our team on our advisory team, it's really easy to just say, oh, here's my next year's tax return. You swipe it into the portal on our website, and now that updates everything looking forward. It shows you the effects of tax planning that we do using life insurance, which is tax-free. That's a great tax planning tool. It shows you the effects of Roth contributions and conversions that you may have done over the years, and what you should do every year to make sure that you are in the lowest possible tax situation, considering all of your sources of income, your pension, your IRA distributions, interest payments, your Social Security. We put it all together for you in one interactive plan.
Technology has certainly allowed us to get rid of some of those piles of paper, hasn't it? It's good. I like it for sure. Okay, Beth, for someone who wants to stop filing their taxes and start planning them, what's a first step that they can take today? It's kind of just filing them. We want to actually be a little more proactive.
Yeah. So make sure you file your taxes every year. Make sure you report everything correctly so that you get all the credit and deductions that you deserve. But sit down and talk with one of our tax planning professionals. Not only do we have the depth and breadth of knowledge that the CFP designation that we all have brings to the table, we also have ongoing up-to-date support and requirements to be elite tax planning officials with Ed Slott's IRA team. Now, I'm a CPA, and so I like to say I impart my vast depth of knowledge on my financial advisors every day. But the reality of the situation is they end up knowing more current aspects of the tax law than I do. We all train together, and they are required to put that into the plan. We review all of our plans together. And so that when a new tax law comes up, and they come up surprisingly often once a month, we're able to incorporate that into our clients' financial plans. A lot of times we proactively reach out to people. We might say, hey, there's this new Trump plan, and here's how it works, and here's how it can benefit you. And don't give up your benefit on that if you have earned that based on the date of birth of your baby that's a U.S. citizen. Make sure you get that extra $1,000 credit. There's a tremendous amount of clarification that comes down from the IRS every single month. And we make sure that we keep that updated in our tax planning software and in our conversations with our clients every single time we see them. Now, here's the thing. I'm 61 years old at the current time that you're listening to me, and my advisors are younger than me. They are the future of net worth advisors. This is why I invest so much time and money into making sure that our team functions as the best as possible for everyone that comes in that we serve. All the way from the person that sits at the front desk to the person that answers the phones, the people that help us with marketing, where we bring new people in, the referrals that we get, our processing team that helps you with customer service, to the advisors that sit in the meeting with you. Every single person on our team makes a difference in your financial life. If this is what you're looking for, if you're just filing your taxes and not doing proactive tax planning and having an overall tax plan that gets you to and through retirement and also helps you leave as much money as possible in your estate to your family, there's your sign. Click on our website, networthadvisorsllc.com. You can set up a time to talk with one of our advisors, or you can do it the old-fashioned way. That's the way I do it. I pick up the phone and call 800-725-2988. That number again, 800-725-2988.
Nothing wrong with the old-fashioned way, for sure. All right, coming up on the Net Worth Financial Hour, we're going to talk about the 3-bucket strategy that turns your tax bill from something that happens to you into something you actually have more control with, and why the difference could be worth tens of thousands of dollars over a retirement. We're back with Beth Andrews on the Net Worth Financial Hour right after this.
Would you rather pay more or less in taxes? If you want to pay more, don't do anything. If you want to pay less, talk to Beth Andrews to see what's possible for you. 800-725-2988. That's 800-725-2988.
The following program was pre-recorded.
The following is paid for by Net Worth Advisors.
You're listening to the Net Worth Financial Hour with Beth Andrews. To learn more about Beth and her team, visit networthadvisorsllc.com.
Welcome back to the Net Worth Financial Hour. 800-725-2988 is that number to reach out to the team. 800-725-2988. No cost involved, no obligation, just an opportunity to sit down and talk with the team here at Net Worth Advisors. They'll tell you about their Net Worth Retirement GPS. That is their comprehensive plan to get you to and through retirement. And again, that all begins with you reaching out to the team. Before the break, we laid out how retirement plan withdrawals and Social Security taxation can conspire to push a retiree's tax bill far higher than expected. And now we want to get into potential solutions. And Beth's kind of taken us through a few already, but you do have a concept called tax diversification. Our listeners have probably heard us say this before, but for those who haven't, what does this mean?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, Amy and you and I were just talking before this show about being able to pick up the phone and talk with a live person. Mm-hmm. Now, we're talking about a term that not many people really understand. Tax diversification. Well, we understand that it's good not to have all your money in one stock, and it's good not to have all your money in just mutual funds, like many people's 401ks. That's all they have. So you diversify by risk and the way that the investment behaves. But you can also diversify by tax treatment. So if we think about having our retirement savings spread across different types of buckets, 3 different buckets that are taxed differently. We've got our pre-tax, like your traditional IRA, probably a lot of the money that's gone into your 401k or other retirement plan. You've got your after-tax bucket. So these are ones that maybe you bought a stock outside of your work retirement plan or your IRA, just standalone. You paid some money for it. You've already paid tax on that money, but now you pay tax on the gains, but just the gains. So that bucket's not taxed as much. And then we've got my favorite tax bucket, and that is the tax-free bucket. And that consists of things that maybe you've already paid taxes on, or maybe you never paid taxes on, that grow over time, and they're tax deferred while they're growing. And when the money comes out of those buckets, it's 100% tax-free. I like tax-free. Roth IRAs are one of those ones. That HSA account, that's my favorite, because it's tax deductible on the way in and tax-free on the way out if used properly for medical care. And then you've got other accounts that are really heavily taxed. So understand when you set up those accounts and make contributions to them over a long period of time that there's going to be a lot of growth on those accounts. So it's not just the dollars you put in, it's all the money that you take out.
Okay, that last point, it's powerful, actually choosing which bucket to pull from. What does that control look like in practice?
Yeah, so you've got your 3 buckets set up. Now, some people would say, oh, I think it's going to be really, really fun if I'm in the 0% tax bracket for the first 5 years of my retirement because I got all this money outside of my tax-deferred accounts. Well, that can be very tax inefficient because you're giving up some what I call tax coupons, and you're also giving up some tax discounts in those lower brackets. The reality of the situation is it makes sense to spread out your distributions to keep your tax level as even, Steven, as you possibly can over a lot of different years. And so if you need extra cash, you've got that tax-free or less heavily taxed bucket to pull from. Like, I know that people come to me a lot of times and they say, oh, I got all my debts paid off before I retired, my car's paid off. But in reality, they want to move to a more expensive home, so they take an extra distribution. They want to buy some cars or add on to their house. So you've got options on where to take your money from based on opportunities like I just described, or based on changes in the tax code, which you don't have any control over.
You mentioned Roth accounts as the tax-free bucket, Beth, but most people do have their retirement savings concentrated in those traditional IRAs, 401ks. How do you build the Roth bucket if you don't have one already?
You can do Roth conversions. So Roth conversions, you pay tax now at today's known rates so that the money grows tax-free, so that in the future, when you don't know what the rates are going to be, and there's also a lot of growth on those accounts, you take it out and you've paid your dues. Your taxes are all paid. You can do a kind of a laddered approach, converting a carefully sized, calculated amount each year. You can try to go up to a certain level. And I want to say just a cautionary statement here. These Roth conversions can have unintended consequences, like potential early distribution penalty if you're below 59 and a half. And there's also the potential at the older ages, if you're on Medicare, for having a Roth conversion cause your Medicare premiums to go up. Oopsie, want to try to avoid that one. Okay, so giving yourself those options on where to draw money from in the future to take advantage of circumstances that you identify that you want to do, opportunities, buy a house, do something with money, but also protecting yourself from circumstances that you can't control. Like one of those would be changes in the tax laws, and another would be some other expensive circumstance, like if you need long-term care. So there's a lot of things to think about. Make sure you work with someone who is licensed to give tax advice. We at Net Worth Advisors, we're all CFPs. I lead the team. I'm a CPA. Make sure that you go with the team that is knowledgeable, experienced, and licensed. Our number is 800-725-2988. We have 3 offices around the area of Pittsburgh to make it convenient for you. We also meet nationwide by Zoom or telephone. The number is the same. Call us at 800-725-2988.
Thanks for joining us here on the Net Worth Financial Hour. I'm Amy Sharp, sitting alongside Beth Andrews. Beth, of course, is the founder and president here at Net Worth Advisors. We're learning that Beth is really focusing on being intentional with training her team to be ready to help you, as she isn't saying she's retiring. She's not ready to do it yet. But when that day comes, I think she's building that team where you can feel comfortable coming in and talking to any of the advisors here at Net Worth Advisors. And that is, it's a great foundation to set for someone who is, really got a great team under them and is ready to help at any hour. And this is, once again, the Net Worth Financial Hour. For someone listening, once again, Beth, who has had their savings in that traditional IRA, 401k, they've never maybe heard of this 3-bucket structure. How can you help them figure out where they stand with things?
Yeah, sometimes it's hard to really see what's going on until you put everything all together on one sheet of paper and get expert advice on it. I could probably figure out how my car runs. I don't know what goes underneath the hood of that thing. But really, I take my car to a mechanic. They take a look at it first before they do anything. And that's what we do. We take a look at what you have and what you want to accomplish. So we look at not only what investment accounts you have, but the progress that you've made towards your goals and what you want that to look like. So adding it all together in a holistic financial plan is the way to get that idea of where you stand today with regard to your tax situation and what could be coming on down the line just to really hurt you or to help you. We want to help you take advantage of these opportunities. Now, I am old school and I really like dialing the phone and talking to a live person. I also like looking at a piece of paper that has my net worth on it and a piece of paper that has my whole full income plan on it. Give me that 1-page sheet. But we've also got very robust systems where we can give you the whole huge financial planning book that's just your story, all in that one book. Or we can do it completely interactively online. Many of our clients really enjoy the large screen TVs that we have where they can say, hey, Jake or Alex or Matt or Aiden, what is going to be the effect on my financial plan if we say spend an extra $10,000 per year in the first 10 years of retirement? And they can show that right there in the meeting on the screen. And there are some capabilities that our clients can actually play around with at home if they would like to do that. But having that plan all on one piece of paper and consulting with someone who understands what it means, that's the secret sauce.
All right. Yeah, I'm laughing because you've mentioned more than once on this show today that you like to dial the phone. And I'm right there with you. I think it's great. I think we like to be able to kind of have those comforts of how things used to be a little more simple back in the day, but rather than waiting on hold and all the digital. But so for the viewers sitting at home who thinks their current retirement plan has addressed these tax issues because they have an advisor. What's your honest suggestion, Beth?
Get a second opinion. If you don't have a really clear idea of what your tax liability is today in dollars and compared to what it's likely to be over the rest of your lifetime, if you don't know how much of your estate is going to go to the IRS instead of to your family, there's your sign. If you haven't addressed these concerns, there's even a bigger sign. So lots of people come to me and they say, oh, yeah, my broker guy or my insurance guy, yeah, they do tax planning. And then when they do the review with us, they figure out that they really are not getting that long-term tax advice. And I often see people that have intentions of leaving money to their family, but they really haven't implemented anything. And so we've got advanced strategies where the children and the parents can work together, and we work with the children of our clients. That's the future of financial planning, just like our advisors are the future of net worth advisors and your financial plan. If your children are also working with your advisor and you know that they're maybe not as responsible as you, or maybe they really need your inheritance money, there's your sign. Make sure that you get your family together with you, even if they live in different parts of the country. We work with people in all 50 states. Call us at 800-725-2988. And here's another really good way to meet one of our advisors for the first time. Come to one of our dinner seminars. They're at nice restaurants. We have an educational seminar and also an opportunity for an individual meeting so that you can have a conversation with one of our advisors after that. Click on our website. You can book a time to talk, or you can book a seminar at networthadvisorsllc.com, or go all old school like me and Amy and call us at 800-725-2988.
All right. I love it. Thanks so much, Beth. When we come back here on the Net Worth Financial Hour, we'll answer some of your questions. So don't go away. We'll be right back after this break.
Are you nearing retirement? At Net Worth Advisors, we provide comprehensive financial planning to secure your future. Let Beth Andrews help you build a tailored retirement plan with diverse investment and insurance options. Call 800-725-2988 or visit networthadvisorsllc.com.
How are balloons made? Where did the dinosaurs go? Why is the sky blue?
Your kids asked you the tough questions because they trusted you. But who answers your tough questions? Do you have a go-to person to answer all your retirement questions? Like, how much do I really need to retire? When should I consider taking my Social Security benefits? Could my taxes really go up when I stop working? Financial advisor Beth Andrews and the Net Worth Advisors team will leave the tough kid questions to you, but for your retirement questions, they're the team to ask. Call them today at 800-725-2988 now. We all have important questions.
Where do babies come from?
Make sure you get the answers to yours. Call Beth Andrews and the Net Worth Advisors team today, 800-725-2988, 800-725-2988. Net Worth Advisors, LLC is a registered investment advisor.
Have you ever done something and thought, well, that was a giant waste of money? You might have that same thought in retirement if you don't plan for taxes. Call the team at Net Worth Advisors, LLC to learn how to be more tax efficient. 800-725-2988. That's 800-725-2988.
Welcome back into our show. You're listening to the Net Worth Financial Hour. I'm joined now by Aiden Haynes. He is an advisor here with the team at Net Worth Advisors. We're going to spend some time answering some of your questions. This is a segment that's very important and dear to us because we know these questions that you've sent in, not only on the minds of you, but many others listening to the show. That's why we choose them, because we know this kind of gives a good sense of how the team here at Net Worth Advisors would approach these questions. And hopefully this helps. I know we can't always give all the details and share that information, which makes answering it fully a little more challenging. But Aiden's here. He's going to tackle it for us today. 800-725-2988 is that number to reach out to the team at Net Worth Advisors. Okay. Well, Aiden, welcome on in. How are you today, first of all?
I'm great, Amy. How are you doing today?
Doing great. Glad to have you with me. I'm always loving to get the different perspectives from the team members here at Net Worth Advisors, and you're up today, Aiden. So here's your first question. This one says, my husband just retired, and I'm planning to leave my job within the next few months. I just haven't been able to get my replacement trained, but then I'll be set to retire. I'm excited, but my husband has already started to pinch pennies everywhere. I can't even get him to talk about taking our first trip after I retire. This is driving me crazy. How do I get him to get comfortable with the idea of spending some of our savings on some fun things? This is what we saved it for, after all. Boy, I bet you've heard this one before, Aiden, a time or two. Is this a common discussion in your office?
This sounds familiar, Amy. First of all, congratulations on to your husband and also to yourself for being so close on the doorstep of retiring in the next few months. It's very exciting. This is not an unusual situation at all. This is very normal for transitioning into retirement. I usually like to say the first 6 to 12 months is really just kind of figuring out what's comfortable, what you're able to spend. What the longevity of your assets is. Obviously, talking to a financial professional is something that is, equal parts strategic, but also could be even cathartic and relieving as far as knowing what your spending plan is, what you can afford to spend each month. Retirement is just as much psychological as it is financial. And I certainly understand being prudent at first in retirement, and your situation has changed, your income situation has changed, and perhaps your spending situation might have to adjust a little bit as well. But fear not, there's always a way to analyze your current situation and make sure that you have an understanding of what you can spend on these fun events, vacations, and so forth. I certainly encourage the clients that we work with to make that a part of their spending plan. So really, it's just about kind of getting down to what you can afford to spend in retirement and just taking some time. It's going to take some time to really get comfortable.
Okay, very good. Next question for you. This one says, there are a couple of local charities that we've regularly supported throughout our careers. We don't want to completely abandon those causes now that we're retired, but it seems scary to keep giving as much when we are on a fixed income. Should we hold off on charitable giving for now if we're worried about the financial impact?
Yeah. So first of all, I think it's great when anybody's charitably inclined and they want to donate or give back, to the community or to their church or the institution, maybe an educational institution that they were a part of. I see this all the time, and I think it's wonderful that people want to do this. I certainly agree that it should be well thought through as far as how that fits into your overall income. You definitely don't want to put yourself in a situation where your income or your spending or your bills are starting to get stressful because of charitable giving. I think it's important, first and foremost, to address those obligations that you have, whether it's paying your mortgage or other bills that you have, and figuring out how charitable giving fits into that equation. Doesn't mean you have to stop giving. It just might really need some analysis with a financial professional to make sure that you each month aren't going to put yourself in a tough situation where maybe you are starting to get behind on some other obligations if charitable giving is really important to you. I think that there's definitely a way that can fit into each and every financial plan for those that are charitably inclined. If you're charitably inclined, and especially if you want to talk about some different opportunities you have for charitable giving, because there are certain opportunities that people have that are more favorable to their overall financial plan in terms of charitable giving. This is stuff we work on with all of the families we work with each and every day here at Net Worth Advisors. If this is something on your mind, please give us a call, 800-725-2988, or visit our website at networthadvisorsllc.com.
I'm here today with Aiden Haynes. He's joining us for our mailbag segment here on the Net Worth Financial Hour. Glad to have Aiden along. And we are answering your questions today. 800-725-2988. Once again, is that number. networthadvisorsllc.com is the website. They can't help you until you reach out. Let them know you're ready. And if any of these questions resonate with you along the way, certainly make it a priority to connect and be a part of what they have going on here at Net Worth Advisors. All right, next question for you, Aiden. This one says, is my Social Security benefit going to be taxed? I can't figure out what to expect with that.
Yes, this is always a question that we get as well for the people that we work with that are going onto Social Security for the first time. It's certainly not the most straightforward program. It's often confusing with some of the rules, but the short answer is really it depends on the rest of your financial situation if your Social Security is going to be taxed. It's certainly important to speak to a qualified tax professional about your unique situation if you have questions about Social Security taxability. The short answer is really it depends on some of the other income that you are receiving. If you have other taxable income, oftentimes that can attribute to a portion of your Social Security being taxable. So there are situations where some people might not have taxes on their Social Security, and there are other situations where a large percentage of your Social Security may be taxable. Again, really depends on the rest of your situation, your income picture. For example, if you have a pension or taking distributions from other accounts, these are all factors that can certainly cause your Social Security check to be in the taxable column of your income when you look at your tax return at the end of the year. Again, important to speak to a qualified tax professional if you have questions about the taxability of your Social Security benefits.
Okay, and this is a tough one. I hate to end this way, but this is a difficult one. I know we've probably had listeners go through something similar to this, but this brings up a lot of questions. So this one, Aiden says, our son was in a very severe accident and he suffered brain damage that is most likely permanent. So this obviously changes everything because he will need some sort of care and financial support going forward. He isn't married, doesn't have any kids. How can we plan for him to be provided for in the future? Our sincere condolences. I think that's a tough thing. You feel like it's just a life-changing accident that changes everything for not only their son, but for their entire family.
Yes, I'm very sorry to hear about this. Certainly a devastating situation and something that evidently changed very quickly and probably caused a lot of stress on this family. And I know that now the question that they're asking is, how do we pivot? How do we make sure that he's provided for in the future? And to make some assumptions here could really mean that, if the disability and brain damage is permanent, then there may need to be some care or extra attention that's provided to this young man throughout his lifetime. So I guess the planning really starts in multiple fronts, financial wise. I think it's important to really look at what happens when the parents are no longer here. This could always include options like life insurance, which of course are subject to medical and sometimes financial underwriting. It also, there's a cost of life insurance. There's certain fees that are charged as well. But this could always be something that's considered if you're really looking to have financial support in the future for this young man, especially if this affects his ability to work and generate income and savings himself. The other part of it really is just making sure that he's provided for in the case that the parents are no longer here. So I'd imagine this would include talking with an attorney, of course, about different methods to make sure that there's someone that's going to be there to care for him, whether it's power of attorney or otherwise a structure such that if he's unable to manage his own money, that there's a custodian or someone there that can really help in that situation. Again, a really, really sad situation. Things do happen. I've had similar occurrences in my career with some of the people that I work with. And all I can say is talking to a financial professional, talking to an attorney where applicable, will help provide clarity on your options. And Net Worth Advisors here, our phone number is 800-725-2988. Our website is networthadvisorsllc.com. If you're ever in a situation where you don't know what direction you're going, or maybe you just need some guidance, please give us a call.
Aiden, thank you so much. Really great insight today. Always love when you stop by our show and share that with us. Once again, the number to reach out, 800-725-2988. The website, networthadvisorsllc.com. For Aiden and the entire team here at Net Worth Advisors, I'm Amy Sharp. Thanks so much for joining us this week. We're back next week right here on the Net Worth Financial Hour. Have a great week, everyone. Net Worth Advisors, LLC is an independent financial services firm that utilizes a variety of investments and insurance products. Investment advisory services are offered only by registered individuals through Net Worth Advisors, a registered investment advisor. The opinions expressed by Net Worth Advisors on this show are their own and do not reflect the opinion of this station. All statements and opinions expressed are based upon information considered reliable, although it should not be relied upon as such. Any statements or opinions are subject to change without notice. Information presented is for educational purposes only and does not intend to make an offer or solicitation for the sale or purchase of any specific securities, investments, or investment strategies. Investments involve risk and, unless otherwise stated, are not guaranteed. Information expressed does not take into account your specific situation or objectives and is not intended as recommendations appropriate for any individual. Listeners are encouraged to seek advice from a qualified tax, legal, or investment advisor to determine whether any information presented may be suitable for their specific situation. Past performance is not indicative of future performance. This radio show is a paid placement.
The proceeding was paid for by Net Worth Advisors. Information on the program was intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information heard on the preceding program.
Mommy, can I sit in the front seat just this one time? Please, please, please.
No, not yet.
But why?
Because I love you, and you're just not ready yet. Now, get in the back so I can get you in your car seat, please.
Putting your kids in the right seat for their age and size is an act of love. Check that your kids are in the right seat at NHTSA.gov/the right seat. Love protects. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
My retired friends are going back to work. I'm worried Social Security won't be enough. BenefitsCheckup.org connected me to $1,000 a month for food and medicine. It's free. Visit BenefitsCheckup.org today.
Supported by the U.S. Administration for Community Living.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
From ABC News, I'm Mike Tabusky. Iran's government now says the Strait of Hormuz is closed, with the country saying today's Israeli strikes in Lebanon violated Iran's memorandum of understanding with the U.S. ABC News senior White House correspondent Selena Wang in Washington.
The agreement between the U.S. and Iran calls for the war to end on all fronts, but Israel was not part of their deal. A U.S. official said yesterday that Israel and Lebanon have agreed to a ceasefire, but as of this morning, Lebanese media is reporting that at least 16 people were killed in Israeli airstrikes and drone attacks in Lebanon today. What this shows is that the conflict with Lebanon has the potential to derail the future of this U.S.-Iran deal.
Meanwhile, U.S. Central Command spokesman Tim Hawkins says traffic continues to flow through the Strait of Hormuz and that Iran does not control that crucial waterway. Right now, U.S. officials, including Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, are in Switzerland for peace talks awaiting the arrival of the Iranian delegation, and it's all threatening that positive trend we've seen recently with U.S. gas prices, which recently dipped under $4 a gallon on average. This driver filling up in Virginia.
I would love to see it get back down to about $3. That might be unrealistic, but that's what I hope for.
In the UK last night,
the two trains colliding about 60 miles north of London just after 5 p.m., and those trains were heading to London. An East Midlands Railway train driver died at the scene, and 89 passengers were hurt, including 33 people who suffered serious injuries, according to the ambulance service there.
ABC News foreign correspondent Marcus Moore. The Plain States are bracing for some severe weather today, says ABC News meteorologist Samara Theodore.
Through your Saturday afternoon into the evening by 7 p.m., we could see destructive wind, large hail, and the threat for tornadoes. So please be vigilant, please be mindful, please be careful.
Mississippi also under a state of emergency right now due to severe storms there. You're listening to ABC News.
Hot summer days and high energy bills are on the way. Upgrade your home's old leaky windows this month during Window Nation's Buy 4 Get 4 free sale. Yes, half of your new beautiful energy efficient windows free. Plus no money down and no monthly payments or interest for 2 years. Call now 866-200-8670 or windownation.com. In select markets, trust our family of brands, New South Window and ArmorView. That's 866-200-8670 or windownation.com to book a consultation.
I've been telling you all about the secret war on our cash and the free report you can receive a copy of by contacting Swiss America at 800-289-2646. I'd also like to encourage you to subscribe to their podcast on YouTube. Just search Swiss America Trading. The podcast can provide you a ton of vital information and financial news in the challenging and uncertain times we're in. Subscribe today. Learn more about BRICS, industry leaders, and their market predictions for the future, along with what you might expect to see in terms of precious metal performance in the weeks and months ahead. Message and data rates may apply.
Florida's top prosecutor has announced a new lawsuit against TikTok. AG James Ulfmeyer tells ABC News the company allegedly broke the state's law barring kids under 14 from using social media.
These companies make billions and billions and billions of dollars. They're going to choose profit over public safety unless we make it hurt. So we're going to tell them, fix your app, protect kids, or it's going to be expensive here in Florida and around the world.
TikTok says it stands by its child safety record. Team USA is celebrating another win in the World Cup, besting Australia in Seattle yesterday. Zach Brust of Florida was there.
The perfect host for a World Cup game in every element. The city, the vibes.
The World Cup is expected to deliver $17 billion in additional gross domestic product for the U.S. That's according to organizers. Near FIFA's Fan Festival in the host city of Atlanta, Waffle House Regional Manager Eric Williams welcomes World Cup fans.
It's been amazing to see the crowds that have been coming by for the World Cup itself. Just an amazing amount of diversity. And, this store's typically busy because of all the events by Centennial Olympic Park, but this is like a constant business. It's been almost all day, every day. It feels like we've just had constant foot traffic.
Meanwhile, in Raleigh, North Carolina, there's a parade celebrating a different cup, the Stanley Cup. Last weekend, the Carolina Hurricanes won the top prize in the NHL over the Vegas Golden Knights. I'm Mike Dubusky, ABC News.
Here's the tale of the daily Medfill. Same old pharmacy, same old bill, but those prices kept rising higher still.
Till the savings wrangler rode in, cool as can be. Tap Good RX, saving massively.
No plan? Don't matter none. Up to 80% off. The deals are done.
Discounts hitting harder than Ma's chili. Dang, that one little app does all the rest.
Save time and money on prescriptions.
Check Good RX. Good RX is not insurance.
Transform your bathroom with the beautiful quality of Bath Planet. As a trusted leader in bathroom renovation, Bath Planet has earned the Good Housekeeping seal, a symbol of quality and consumer confidence for over 100 years. Get half off installation or 18 months with no interest and no payments. Whether it's tub replacement, a shower replacement, or a tub-to-shower conversion, Bath Planet makes your custom bath fast, easy, and affordable. This special offer is only available by calling 800-208-8750. That's 800-208-8750.
Paid for by Bath Concepts Industries.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Mix of clouds and sun this afternoon. Breezy, a thunder shower in the area, high 76. Turning out mostly clear tonight, down to 56. Sunshine and some clouds tomorrow, high 77. And then a few showers and a thunderstorm Monday, high 73. For AccuWeather, I'm John Feerick, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
The following is an editorial by KDKA Radio Regional Vice President Michael Spacciapoli.
Once again, we are honoring dads on this Father's Day weekend. Men with children who are growing or have left the nest, and those with grandchildren. This is our time to express gratitude for fathers. It is also time to remember fathers no longer with us and dads who are our heroes. So here's to the fathers of all ages and those who have left us. Men who are dependable, involved, compassionate, honest, playful, industrious, and just great human beings. Happy Father's Day.
This has been an editorial by KDKA Radio Regional Vice President Michael Spacciapoli. To view a transcript, go to kdkaradio.com.
Unapologetic in his talk. It's Michael Bartley on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Hey, Pittsburgh. This is Brandon McGinley, columnist of the Post-Gazette, filling in for Michael Bartley this really nice afternoon in Pittsburgh. If you were listening to me fill in for Marty yesterday, at the end I said I wouldn't be back for like 2 weeks. It's because I misread my schedule. I only looked at the weekdays. Didn't realize I was going to be here today. But I'm, glad to be talking to you today. Unfortunately, it seems like every time I'm here, and this is a topic of talk all over town. It's not just me. There's more news on the youth, teen takeover, bad behavior front. And it's the worst one yet. It's the worst one yet. I was doing other things last night. Woke up this morning, was mowing my lawn, doing other things. Didn't check the news. Was blissfully unaware that the worst of the teen violence that's been plaguing Pittsburgh happened last night. And right as I was coming in, I finally read about it. And I'm just to make sure we are all on the same page and to just get all the details out there. This is going to take a minute or two, but I'm just going to read the entire tweet, the entire social media post from Pittsburgh Public Safety. It's not good. Just after I'm going to start that one again. Just after 9:15 p.m., officers were on patrol in and around Market Square when a large fight involving 40 to 50 juveniles broke out in front of Chipotle. It's always the Chipotle, and I don't know why. Officers deployed pepper spray to break up the fight, and in an effort to clear the crowd. 4 officers were also treated for exposure to OC spray, that's pepper spray. Several hundred juveniles were estimated to be in Market Square at the time of the fight. I'm just editorializing here. It's particularly remarkable given that Pittsburgh has one of the lowest percentages of youth of any city in America. A large number of them were there. In addition to this incident, officers from Zones 1 and 2 assisted in breaking up fights from among large groups of juveniles throughout the evening. Due to escalating violence, assaults on... Again, I couldn't believe it when I read it. Due to escalating violence, assaults on police officers, and the confiscation of firearms, a decision was made to clear Market Square. The crowd eventually dissipated at 12:15 a.m., though many juveniles congregated at Triangle Square, which I believe is the little park in front of the Fairmont, and a bus stop at Forbes and Wood Street, where Port Authority police continued to break up fights. 3 firearms were recovered. 5 adults, this is important, 5 adults, this is not just kids, makes it worse, were arrested on various charges including aggravated assault, resisting arrest, disorderly conduct, carrying a firearm without a license, firearm with an obliterated serial number, possession of a controlled substance, and persistent disorderly conduct. 4 juveniles, 2 females and 2 males were cited for disorderly conduct throughout the course of the evening. Last line, there was no chaperone policy in effect at the time of these incidents. That last line's important. The policy wasn't in effect yesterday, I assume, because of the holiday. The phone lines are already lighting up. If you, my friends on the phones can just indulge me a few minutes, I'm going to talk for a little bit. And then after the break, we'll get to the phones. Yesterday, when I did talk a little bit about this issue, I said that there are 2 main issues going on here. There are 2 main underlying problems. One is despair. These kids don't feel like they have a future, so they don't feel like they have a future to throw away. Because that's exactly what they're doing. The second is impunity, the sense that nothing they do will have serious consequences. The city, law enforcement, can only go so far with the latter. I mean, they can enforce serious consequences, but it's a bit of a blunt object and something that could have permanent consequences in ways that may have worse consequences for society in the long run. Ultimately, the way you learn about consequences, the way you learn that you do not have impunity as a 13, 14, 15-year-old child is from family, from community. That's where this starts. When those systems have failed, there's only so many things that the public authority can do, and coddling can't be one of them. I have to admit I missed this coming. I've written about it. I've written about Market Square. I've talked to the outreach workers. I'm probably one of the, at least from people who are not actively engaged on a daily basis with this issue, I'm probably one of the more knowledgeable about it. And I didn't see this level coming, and I'm trying to figure out what I missed, because I trusted, and I still think it's basically the case, that most of the kids who show up downtown, most of the kids who show up are not looking for this. I really still can't believe that most of the kids who are showing up to these big gatherings want to be part of violence. I really don't. I think that some do, and I think more do than I wanted to believe. I don't think it's just a few bad apples. I think it's more than that. I think more kids than I want to believe actually are looking for violence. And this adds, by the way, a third element, which I'm going to talk about more later, to my list: despair, impunity, and then the last word is thrill. And I think more than I realize want the thrill of violence, want the thrill of being part of something like this. They want to be on the news, and not in a good way. So what did I miss? I didn't think it was going to escalate like this. In fact, if anything, I thought it was dissipating, precisely because of the chaperone policy, which, by the way, worked. The number of arrests and citations, there have been very, very, very few arrests in Market Square because the police, for good reasons, don't want to arrest juveniles unless they absolutely can't avoid it. The number of citations in Market Square plummeted after the chaperone policy went in. It was a good idea, and it was effective. So what did I miss? I missed that chaos grows if not checked. And I had this kind of lingering fear in the back of my mind as I would write about this and report on it for the paper. I had this lingering fear that there was no obvious thing slowing down this process. The chaperone policy in Market Square helped Market Square, but then you have issues in East Liberty. It just spread the problem around. But several hundred kids, 40 to 50 fighting, and then continuing fighting afterwards and assaulting police officers, this is beyond what I expected. And I think that like I said, the thing that I missed is that maybe it was just a few bad apples at first. But the thrill of being part of this kind of thing, of this kind of behavior, it spreads if it's not checked. It's partially the responsibility of the city and of law enforcement to be that check, but that's, again, only a remedial thing. That's not the purpose. The purpose of law enforcement is not... the purpose of law enforcement to enforce the law, obviously, but the law enforcement is not equipped to solve the underlying problems here. Law enforcement can't be the first consequences the kids experience because they can be lifelong. It has to go deeper, and before I have to get to a break, but I met some of the outreach workers a few weeks ago on Market Square, and they're truly doing God's work in that square. They are intercepting kids before bad things happen. They're getting to know the kids. They're forming relationships, the kind of relationships of trust and mentorship they don't have elsewhere. And while what happened yesterday is terribly, terribly frustrating for all of us, especially, of course, people who spend a lot of time downtown, and especially those who were downtown for the holiday yesterday, I have to imagine it's most frustrating of all for those who dedicate themselves to being the adults who these kids need and seeing that it hasn't been enough. And I feel deeply for those men and women, especially the men who are trying to mentor the boys. But the chaos is spreading, and eventually something's going to have to happen, and that's going to have to involve, ultimately, the kind of crackdown that nobody really wants to see. Got to go to a break. Got a bunch of calls. We'll take those after the break.
your source for official traffic information. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
Life's best moments start with perfect choices. For Connie Nowak, it was a trolley ride and a 67-year love story. A life of family, smart decisions, and companionship with Chester the cat. Her retirement choice? The Village at St. Barnabas. Recreation, healthcare, close to family, everything on her list. Plus, it's an exceptional retirement value with a flexible entry process and affordable rates. St. Barnabas Retirement Communities, stbarnabascommunities.com, or call 724-444-5568.
The weather is heating up, but so are the savings at Coons Market. Isn't that right, Frank Dentisi?
Right, Rob. In our meat department, 80% lean fresh ground beef is $4.99 a pound. In the produce department, sweet southern peaches 99 cents a pound. In the deli, Smith's Smokehouse Reserve ham is $7.99 a pound. And additional savings this week, selected varieties of Mrs. T pierogies, 12 to 16-ounce boxes, 2 for $5.
At Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
The Pittsburgh Speaker Series at Heinz Hall, presented by University of Pittsburgh, announces its 26-27 season. 7 events to challenge your mind, enlarge your world, and make you laugh. With Anderson Cooper, former UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson, historian Anne Applebaum, financial journalist Andrew Ross Sorkin, and the former U.S. Ambassador to China, Nicholas Burns. The series is sponsored by News Radio KDKA and the Spanos Group of Raymond James. Tickets on sale now at pittsburghspeakers.org.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Father's Day? Go big for Dad. Celebrate Father's Day with 5 courses fresh from the wok fire. Enjoy a 5-course celebration experience starting at $89.99, featuring premium entrees like New York prime strip steak tataki, oolong chili and sea bass, and lobster and prawn fried rice. Bold flavors, sizzling favorites, a meal made to impress. Because Dad deserves more than just a dinner. He deserves a celebration. Celebrate Father's Day with some sizzle. Only at P.F. Chang's.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Hear about it, then talk about it. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Alrighty, folks. Brandon McGinley from the Post-Gazette filling in for Michael Bartley this afternoon. The biggest of the teen violence incidents thus far happened last night in Market Square and then spread all over downtown. When I read about it, basically on my way in here, I was stunned. It was so much worse than I thought it would be. Not just several hundred kids in Market Square, several of them, several dozen of them fighting, cops injured. The fights continued elsewhere in downtown. And I think I'm at a bit of a loss. Anthony from Oakland, welcome to the show. Anthony, you there? Let's see. Can we hear you, Anthony? Any luck? That's a shame. Okay.
Hold on, buddy. I'm right
There
here.
There we go. I hear you. Okay, great. Sorry. I don't know if it was on my end or on your end, but now it doesn't matter.
No,
I got you now.
Mr. McGinley, listen, I am a black man, 70 years old, who raised 4 black sons.
Yes.
And have black grandchildren.
Yes.
You want to know where my grandchildren were last night? They were home with their watching television or sleeping or on their phone at the time that all this was going on. You want to know why? Because they were raised by responsible black parents. And what you have now is a perfect storm of progressivism and neglect. And this is the outcome. There's no juvenile facilities to handle the hooligans. Yeah. They're being led on by social media around the country.
That's an angle, yep.
And they've been raised by neglectful parents. Sometimes no 2 parents, but 1.
Yeah.
And when that, and so then when these progressives who don't believe in cash bail, who don't believe in juvenile facilities, who don't believe in consequences, and they get their infiltrated the court system with their judge types, this is what we have. And it's going to continue as long as my party keeps allowing people who aren't real Democrats to infiltrate us and come up with these solutions. So it's only going to get worse because social media wants it to get worse. The social media, like TikTok and others, in China has science on them.
Yeah.
In America, they have this type of stuff in twerking.
Yeah. Yeah. No, the smartphone and social media angle was on my mind, and I didn't get to it in my opening remarks. But you're exactly right. That's an absolute force multiplier here. These things can be organized very quickly, and kids feel like they're missing out if they're not a part of it. They take videos of it. They want to be in the videos. It's a form of generating clout within their social circles, and this is the thing. And Anthony, obviously, you're absolutely right. This begins at home. I mean, there's no two ways about it. And I see local progressives out here saying, oh, the city needs to do more to connect with these kids. It's not the city's job to connect with the kids.
No,
it's their family's job to connect with the kids. It's the community's job to connect with the kids. It's the neighborhood's job. It's the extended family's job. The city can only fill those gaps in very minimal ways. It can whack-a-mole a little bit. It can have a remedial role in some cases. Could stand up, or participate in standing up some teen centers or something like that. But that will only ever be remedial. And if it's to the point where there's several hundred kids who are not who are not connected enough in their own communities that they feel like this is a good way of spending their time, I don't know what to do about it. Because, the only thing left to do is, again, to use law enforcement to expand Schumann, now called Highland Detention Center, and just put them all away. But the long-term consequences of that aren't any good either.
Well, young man, listen. I grew up at a time as a black young man in the 60s and 70s. I was a youth Black Panther. And there were certain things that we knew would happen to us if we went out there and tried nonsense like this. And it would not be pretty. You had Morganza, Thornhill, and you had juvenile court, and there were consequences. Your parents had to come pick you up from those facilities if you were arrested. The police weren't mamsy-pamsies like they are today. The police have been strapped. There's so much they can't do. They can't do what they really need to do because these kids don't fear the police anymore because they know there's no consequences. See, I'm talking to you as in real terms.
Yeah, I know.
I'm not talking to you. This isn't fake stuff here. I have grandchildren of my own, and I know where they were.
Yes.
How do I know?
Hey, Anthony, I agree. And you could tell me better than I could, and I don't want to, might step in it, but my understanding historically, you mentioned you were involved, Youth Black Panthers. Part of the whole thing with Black Panthers was the idea of the community policing itself and the community holding itself to high standards. And that's
and we could use. I talked to my grandkids. Can I say something to you? I talked to my grandkids about this issue this morning.
Yeah.
And my grandson said, Dad, they're coming because he knows these sites where they're at. He said these aren't just Pittsburgh kids. They're coming from Allegheny County and around Allegheny County, Beaver. They're coming here to converge to do this stuff.
Yes. Now that is absolutely correct. You'll remember that when there was the shooting, it was the one last weekend, and the 15-year-old who shot the 17-year-old in the Cultural District. The kid who was arrested was from South Park. I know, and this is something, I've heard from the cops, talked to people downtown. I know a lot of these kids are coming from the Mon Valley. Again, this also goes to show, I see progressive activists out there saying, oh, like I said, the city needs to connect with their students. It's all because this mayor doesn't connect with the kids. It's like, crap. A lot of these kids aren't even from the city. Corey O'Connor can't connect with a kid from Monongahela or from, the Rocks. I don't know. Yeah.
Mr. McKinley, when I was their age, I didn't know Mayor Barr or Mayor Flaherty.
Exactly. Exactly. No. All this stuff.
Me?
Yeah, absolutely. All this stuff trying to blame it on this mayor is crap, and it's cynical, and they know it.
Yes.
And
here's what I did know, Mr. McGinley. I knew my friends' mothers and father.
Yes.
I knew their aunts and uncles.
Yes.
I knew their grandparents.
Yes. This is why I don't just say it's the
held us
family.
all accountable.
Yes. This is why I say it's not just the family. You need communities. Right. We all need communities where your friends' parents can correct you, where your aunts and uncles and your grandparents can correct you. That's the system that actually raises children who don't end up in Market Square. I got to get you a break, Anthony. Thanks so much. No, this is great. This is great perspective.
Mr. McGinley, I'll leave my number with your producer. You can call me and we can have discussions like that and invite me on, and maybe I'll bring one of my grandkids. We can talk about this issue.
Thank you, Anthony. I really appreciate that. Talk to Casey. Thank you.
All right. Bye.
That was great. And that's great perspective. And at the end of the day, like I said, the city can only be a remedial factor. You need responsibility to begin closer to home. Okay, got more calls coming after this.
Here's the latest from the KDKA Community Message Board.
From weddings to office events, let Jimmy Wan's handle the menu. Enjoy full-service catering, takeout, or free delivery for your next big celebration. Bold flavors and deliciously convenient options from their family to yours. Jimmy Wan's Restaurant and Lounge.
It's back in the heart of downtown Pittsburgh. Rock, Reggae, and Relief returns Saturday, August 8th, featuring UB40, Ali Campbell, G-Love, and more. Enjoy summer vibes while supporting Cafe Momentum. Get your tickets today at rockreggaerelief.com. It's the weekly program that keeps you current with the latest travel trends and vacation values. Listen to AAA's Talking Travel every Saturday morning at 11 on KDKA Radio.
Details at KDKARadio.com.
You just testified under oath you're getting more fiber in your diet, and it was easy. Where is this additional fiber coming from?
Mira Fiber Gummies.
Objection!
It's true. Mira Fiber has 8 grams of fiber to help me get the fiber I need in a day, plus 4 B vitamins for metabolism support, all in one serving.
Overruled.
My gut rests its case.
Oh, that's my line.
Find Mirafiber today at your local retailer from the makers of Miralax. Mirafiber supports metabolism of carbs, fats, and proteins. Serving size is 4 gummies.
One of life's greatest mysteries has finally been solved.
Who let the dogs out? Spruce, spruce, spruce.
It's spruce, the weed and grass killer that's safe for use around people, pets, and bees. When used as directed, spray the leaves for visible results in just 1 hour, and dead weeds in just 1 day. You spray, they play. Spruce, pet-friendly, weed-deadly. Find wherever weed killers are sold.
Your source for the AccuWeather forecast. Hear it on News Radio KDKA. From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
News. I'm Mike Dubusky. Iranian state TV says the military has issued an order to shut down the Strait of Hormuz in response to Israel's continued strikes in Lebanon. ABC News foreign correspondent Britt Clennett is in Jerusalem.
More than a dozen people are reported killed in Israel in Israeli airstrikes on southern Lebanon, less than 24 hours after that ceasefire was signed between Israel and Iran-backed Hezbollah. Local officials say at least 16 people were killed in the Nabatia district and 7 in neighboring Saida, with others wounded after Israeli strikes hit multiple areas there.
The IDF now says Hezbollah launched more than 50 rockets at soldiers operating in southern Lebanon, killing 5 of them. Meanwhile, Iran says it's sending a delegation to Switzerland, they say, to ensure the U.S. is on board with the deal. Much of the south and central U.S. is dealing with severe weather today with high winds, hail, and tornadoes all possible. This is ABC News.
When you call yourself the voice of Pittsburgh, you have to know when to not talk. Sometimes you just need to be the ears of Pittsburgh. Just listen. Listen to what you have to say. These are complicated and uncertain times, but when you need us, we're here for you, and we're listening. A trusted source that you can count on to be here. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Don't delay in getting that plumbing repair done. Call Palucci Plumbing today for all of your plumbing needs. From trenchless sewer repair and waterline repairs and replacement, hot water tanks, sewer camera inspections, to Pittsburgh potty repairs, no job is too small for Palucci Plumbing. Owners Amy and Nick Palucci have been in business for 26 years, so give them a call for your next plumbing repair or replacement. Palucci Plumbing, 412-782-5050. That's 412-782-5050.
When it comes to family law, a lot has changed in recent years, so assumptions can be costly. If you see or sense a change coming in your family life that could have legal implications, it's important to know where you stand. Getting good legal advice early is never a bad idea. I'm Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. If you or anyone you know is facing a family law issue, start with a consultation. Visit CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell. Licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers. So don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
Retirement, it's almost here. Are you ready? Well, join Kurt Kanodik and Ethan Lane of Accurate Solutions Group for your retirement blueprint. Let Kurt and Ethan help you plan for your retirement dreams. Don't miss your retirement blueprint, Sundays at 10. Investment advisory services offered through ASG Investment Management, LLC.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Clouds and sun for this afternoon. Breezy, a thunder shower in spots. The high in the mid-upper 70s will turn out mostly clear tonight down to 56. Partly sunny tomorrow, high 77, and then a few showers and a thunderstorm Monday, high 73. For AccuWeather, I'm John Feerick, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
All right, it's the weekend, and it's a great one, but I'll be back Monday. Can't wait. 2 to 6 right here. Colin Dunlap.
Hey, Pittsburgh, Brandon McGinley filling in for Michael Bartley this afternoon. Going to get right back to the phone lines in a second, but just make one more point to kind of add to the context here. The first 6 months, 5.5 months of Corey O'Connor's time in office as mayor have been pretty smooth going. He had a snowstorm that was a bit challenging in January. I think most people think that was handled reasonably well, all things considered. I think that the money that's been coming in from nonprofits is generally appreciated, and the NFL draft went off without a hitch. So I think generally it's been pretty smooth sailing, both in the sense of job performance and in the sense of not a huge number of bumps in the road he's had to navigate. This is now the one, and it's a hard one politically, because even as I believe very strongly that the average Pittsburgher's patience with this kind of thing is at an end, and I think he would have a lot of support for a more aggressive crackdown. At the same time, there's still a significant progressive contingent, and I want to add specifically among white progressives who see any kind of crackdown as racist, as inappropriate, as a kind of injustice, and that is going to be a political consideration. I think at the end of the day, though, the longer this goes on and the more frequent it becomes, the more the pressure will build to do something. And at the end of the day, the progressives, there just aren't enough of them to stop it. And so I want to see the progressive activists start to step up to the plate and say, not just try to blame it on the city, not just try to blame it on anybody else, but start to offer real solutions that don't just involve throwing money at their preferred organizations. I'll tell you right now, a lot of the progressive activists in town have made bank off of problems and funneling money to their preferred institutions who have done nothing. Bishop in Denora. Hey, Bishop.
Yeah, now, Mr. Brendan, I'm the expert. I work in schools.
Yeah.
Everybody knows that. Plus, I'm heavily involved in the community. Listen, these kids, school is out now, but in school, they would be texting different ones from different other schools. So, now, listen, leave the Mon Valley out of it. I don't think a lot of kids are coming from Monongahela and Denora up to they don't have no way to get
I mean, I'll just I've heard that from cops and from some of the outreach workers. So I mean, you know, it's not just the Mon Valley. It's lots of places beyond the reach of the city. That's the more important point.
Here's what they do. They contact each other by way of phone or social media, the different schools, different friends around the various schools.
Yeah.
They all link up and meet up at certain places. They're coordinated to the time and where, who, what, and where and what to do. All right. Now, they also, I try to advise the waterfront, Kennywood, and the city who, if they're listening, you'll know the body languages, how to disperse them. Now, the city hasn't asked me to do outreach because I would help them. And I'm off during the summer. You can tell by their body language what they're going to do and how they're going to about where they're going to go.
Yeah.
Then you start to disperse them. You made a statement that you don't believe, per se, that a lot of them ain't coming down there for that. Yes, they are. They're coming down there to be involved in it, to take, on the other end, to take pictures, to put it on TikTok or whatever, but to also be involved.
Yeah.
Now, here's the nuts and bolts of what can be resolved of it. Now, nobody likes to arrest kids, but you're going to have to because now the tide is turning. They're looking, and like I said, I advise these entities, they're looking for avenues to get off.
Yeah.
What I mean by that, to fight, to congregate, to cause disruption. I've never seen them, it's getting bad. But here's the thing. You got to charge the parents as well as the actor. If you listen, Anthony is right on this one, and I've been preaching it, and I don't know why some people have opposition against this. Listen, you need to know where your kid is. There's no way in the world my kid is going to be down in Market Square at 9 o'clock at night.
Yeah.
Yeah. You got to know where your kid is. If you don't, you know what they call that? They call that neglect. Yeah. Okay? CYS calls that neglect. Now, the city, the waterfront. Now, Kennywood put in a good plan. You got to have someone over 21 after the age of 13 or 14. But here's the thing: you need a curfew and enforce it downtown.
Yeah. Well,
you need a curfew at the waterfront. Now, what they do at the waterfront, I'll tell you what they do at the waterfront. They try to sneak into the movie theater around 4. The movie don't get out about 6 or 7. They're in there.
Yeah.
They try to go to Barnes & Noble. I hang out at Barnes & Noble. I'm at Barnes & Noble right now.
Nice.
And I tell them, they sneak into Barnes & Noble, try to cause it themselves. I help get them out of there, matter of fact.
Yeah.
They go and hang out down at Dave & Buster's.
Yep.
Dave & Buster's has their own security, but they don't enforce it. So what I'm saying to you is they need a curfew, and they need a strict curfew. Now, what's going on down there, and I may give a call to B. Marshall. That's on the B. Marshall's watch, what happened last night. Part of it.
I mean, like I said, I only found out about the whole thing early, only about an hour ago. But I assume, and you can call B. Marshall, but I assume that there was an unusual degree of crowdedness downtown, and I assume that there was no curfew because of the Juneteenth festival.
I don't care. Listen, I love June 19th.
Oh, yeah.
But the curfew still has to stand.
It's beautiful.
And the mayor has to understand that. Listen, in Denora, we have put Larry Price, the first lady of Denora, Deanne, the Cabo, we have spruced up our parks, which I'm the chairman. I'm councilman, chairman. I'm over the decoration and chairman of the parks and stuff.
Yeah.
Where the parks are viable for the kids to come have fun. We boosted up our stage where concerts. We're getting ready to put a big screen TV out there in Palmer Park where they can come. And I think the mayor's going to have movie nights, all that.
That sounds great.
A whole lot of things.
Yeah, no, that sounds great. I love hearing that going down there in Denora.
But they have to do this. Listen, you got Reverend Grayson, you got Brother Birdsong that's doing great jobs at Homewood, the Hill District, community centers. These kids have options. Don't fool yourself.
No, this is the other thing. Like, and I have written and said on here that, more options for kids to have things to do will help, but it will not fix the underlying problem. Like, this is all remedial. This is all remedial. This is all papering over or putting Scotch tape on a system that is already collapsed. And you can maybe prop it up a little bit here and there, but...
I close on this note. Listen, you got to charge the parents as well. They know where to...
I just don't. I mean, I absolutely understand the impulse, and ultimately they are the ones responsible. I just don't know. I just don't know what it solves. I just don't know what it solves. And I don't know what mechanism you have. I mean, you could stick CYS on them, but CYS's ability when your kids get to 12, 13, 14 years old, they range, and I want them to range. That's the problem.
I know what it solves. The late Judge Armin Martin, who was over in Glasgow that covered Clarendon as well, some parents hated to see Judge Martin. And let me tell you, when he fined them or they got time as a juvenile or whatever, I seen parents pop their kids upside there. What are you doing? I can't afford. Yes, and they were held responsible.
Yeah.
That's what you got to do down with Pittsburgh and other areas. I'll talk to you. You're doing a great job.
Hey, thanks, Bishop. Yeah, I think, I don't know what mechanism or whether it would be useful to arrest parents, but dragging parents to court, publicly rebuking them, making them embarrassed, and forcing them to hold their own kids accountable. Yeah, it has to be part of it, because if they're not doing it on their own, I'll be honest, I just find the whole thing so baffling. Even if you don't know where your kids are, even if you didn't know last night that your kid was in Market Square brawling, surely you would have some sense the next morning that they were. How does that conversation go? Are you just not having that conversation? Is it blissful ignorance? Do you think that it's somebody else's problem, somebody else's fault? Do you think it's the system's fault? Do you think that it's some structural problem and not your own? I don't understand it. We mentioned that yesterday was Juneteenth, and I was on here talking how much, I think Juneteenth is actually really cool, and it's this great kind of organic holiday that's developed, and it's this great Black American holiday that now has been kind of one that everybody has a chance to celebrate in some way. At least you get your day off, and something that we can all, that it comes out of Black America, but that we can all share in, hopefully without it losing its identity. I still believe that. But you know what? I'd rather not talk about Juneteenth in conjunction with what happened yesterday. I'd rather talk about a different holiday. That's tomorrow's. Because ultimately, what's much more relevant to all of this than yesterday's holiday is Father's Day. Because, especially for the boys, that's where the sense of impunity first comes from, that they lack too often an adult man whom they respect, who will tell them to cut it out, who they don't want to disappoint. Got another call or two after this. Got to get to a break now.
Every Tuesday morning at 7:20, listen for Inside Independence Health, a look at all things healthcare with the experts from Independence Health System. It's brought to you by Independence Health System. Expert care here.
Here's the tale of the daily med fill. Same old pharmacy, same old bill, but those prices kept rising higher still.
Till the savings wrangler rode in, cool as can be. Tap Good RX, saving massively.
No plan? Don't matter none. Up to 80% off. The deals are done.
Discounts hitting harder than Ma's chili. Dang, that one little app does all the rest.
Save time and money on prescriptions.
Check Good RX. Good RX is not insurance.
Transform your bathroom with the beautiful quality of Bath Planet. As a trusted leader in bathroom renovation, Bath Planet has earned the Good Housekeeping seal, a symbol of quality and consumer confidence for over 100 years. Get half off installation or 18 months with no interest and no payments. Whether it's tub replacement, a shower replacement, or a tub-to-shower conversion, Bath Planet makes your custom bath fast, easy, and affordable. This special offer is only available by calling 800-208-8750. That's 800-208-8750.
Paid for by Bath Concepts Industries.
Pittsburgh's very own board-certified and licensed hypnotherapist Dan Vitchoff of the PA Hypnosis Center is here to help you. He has helped train U.S. Olympic team members control their brains, stay relaxed, focused, and in control, giving them the edge for the gold. He's recognized by many organizations around the world as one of the top hypnotherapists anywhere. He has gotten over 3,000 people to give up cigarettes for good in the last 22 years. He's helped folks even who've tried gastric bypass to lose weight. He can help you and give you a 98% success guarantee. Call 724-934-8446. That's Dan Vitchoff, the PA Hypnosis Center. Mention KDKA and get $50 off any program. But call for a free consultation today, 724-934-8446. The PA Hypnosis Center with Dan Vitchoff. Make that call today, 724-934-8446.
You've probably heard all those ads for life insurance. Just a few dollars a day, apply online in minutes, no medical exam. Simple, easy, and cheap, right? Now you're thinking, maybe I should get a quote. Well, smart thinking. Everyone should have life insurance. But here's what they don't tell you. Those few dollars a day rates, they're for young people in perfect health. That's why everyone calls Big Lou the 50 to 60-year-old not-so-perfect candidate, like you. You take prescription meds, and you're overweight. Winner, winner, fried chicken dinner. Well, Big Lou works with life insurance companies that want people like you, with no surprises after you apply. In fact, if you're a 50-year-old guy with a few health glitches, Lou could probably find you $1 million of term life coverage for about $200 a month. So, yeah, you need life insurance. But unless you're young and healthy, you gotta call Big Lou, because he's like you, older, heavier, and on meds, too. Get a quote right now at 800-700-6898, 800-700-6898, or biglou.com.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
He's downright entertaining, and he's on the voice of Pittsburgh. Michael Bartley, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Hey, it's Brandon McGinley from the Post-Gazette filling in for Michael Bartley this afternoon. And, you know, I was thinking during the break, like, I try to get in the head, try to put myself in the position of a single mom who's working multiple jobs with a teenage boy, or grandparents who are in their 50s or 60s or 70s who are trying to raise a teenage boy. And try to understand how it could get away from them. And I think that is a good deal of what it is. Some of it is genuine irresponsibility. Some of it is an overall system that just has collapsed and left people of goodwill, just not sure what to do. That's why I always say, you know, I know the it takes a village thing is overstated, it's overdone. But ultimately, that's why, you know, ultimately, for when families aren't functioning as they should, which does happen, the backup is extended families, the backup's your neighbors, the backup's your friends, the backup's your community. And when it gets to the point where several hundred kids are brawling downtown, that's a full system failure. And again, not something the city can just fix with a snap of its fingers. Jim from North Hills, thank you for your patience, Jim. Really appreciate it.
Hi, Mr. McGinley. Thank you so much for taking my call.
Yeah.
There are solutions to these kind of problems, and they do work. One of them is community service. And if I was running the program for community service, the way I would make it work is by the following way. Anybody arrested, a child under 18, the parents and the child that's involved would have to perform community service. Not just the child, but also the parents, both parents. If it's a single parent, just the single parent that's responsible for the child. After that is taken care of, I'm sure there would be a significant drop. There needs also be a media blitz advertised in every way, shape, and form prior for this program to go into effect, warning parents and people who listen to the radio that these types of situations will not be tolerated.
Yeah.
The other thing that can be done is once they perform community service, they'll have to also follow up with counseling.
Mm-hmm. This is what some of the best programs out there that serve teens who might otherwise get themselves into trouble. They include mental health counseling, they include workforce development, they include service opportunities. Scaling them up has proven really difficult. I always shout out Brookline Teen Outreach in my own neighborhood, run by Caitlin McNulty. She's great. She's kind of a pillar of the community, and they're drawing kids from outside Brookline, and because the program gives kids a place to be. And it is one of those things that is remedial. It's one of the things that's filling the gaps that are left whenever other institutions are failing.
Now, if the problem, let's say the problem is downtown Pittsburgh, like what we've experienced, and let's say there are some children from, say, McCandless Township, the parents and the child would have to perform community service in their township where they reside.
Yeah.
So they would have to think twice about their neighbors or friends or whoever saying, hey, I saw those people over there. They're picking up paper in the park and they're cleaning up or painting benches or they're doing something of some kind of service. And they would also be identified by having to wear a certain color shirt that would be identified as that those people are there doing community service.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the public shaming thing gets you so far. I mean, here's my first reaction is I love the idea of service. I love the idea of service. I've always been a little bit, I've never loved the idea though of service as punishment, because then like doing kind of public, doing the kind of difficult work that helps communities thrive becomes like a stigmatized thing instead of something that everyone's doing as a matter of course. And it makes me wonder, actually, and this is something I'll probably pick up after the news break. I wonder if instead of this kind of targeted service as punishment, I wonder if a national service program where every teenager has to do a few, whether it's, I'm not talking about a draft, but I'm talking about like a national service program where everybody has an experience where they are performing service, where they are getting to know other members of the community, and it's just part of living in America.
Sure. So I think it's a great idea, and it could be adopted as a part of as a requirement for graduation or a requirement, and I think that's a great idea as well.
Yeah.
But it teaches people a valuable lesson.
Yeah.
Not only the child, but the people who are supposed to be responsible and show responsibility for the actions of their child.
Absolutely. Jim, thank you very much. That was very interesting. I continue to hesitate a little bit about, punishing parents, or there are cases where I'm sure it could help. But I imagine if you're making a parent do 100 hours of community service, and that's 100 hours when they aren't making a living, which could leave them even more in the hole than they were before. And then once they finished the project, they're actually, like I said, in terms of their finances, in terms of their station, they're actually behind the eight ball. Which is why I do wonder, actually, if a national service program, instead of just targeting, those who've already kind of gone off the rails, keeping everybody on the rails as far as possible with a system that required everybody to have a kind of shared experience and a shared experience of service. And for some kids, maybe that would be military service. Maybe that's what they would want. Maybe that's what they would thrive with. I mentioned yesterday how my son was at a few of my kids were at a camp up in the North Hills that was for like pioneer stuff. But one of the things that for my son did, he was in the Rangers, and there was like an actual Navy SEAL who was running the Rangers and drilling them. And they loved that. I think a lot of boys actually, not only would it be good for them, They want it. They want someone to tell them what to do. They want someone whose respect they have to earn. I'm going to think about this over the break, but I'm going to come back with more on potential national service ideas.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
I'm doing a porch concert in Morningside today where I'm going to be singing. You want a little? You want a sample?
Yes, let's go.
How lucky can one guy be? I kissed her and she kissed me.
Perfect Juneteenth song.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Been 30 time, would have been 30, no, would have been 30, being 30, been 29. If that'll help, been 29,000.
Get ready to bid on the equipment you need in the Ritchie Brothers Northeast Regional Auction on June 23rd. Inventory is housed at locations in Pittsburgh, North Franklin, and Northeast Maryland with in-person inspections available. Bid on a wide selection of construction and transportation equipment. Don't miss this great opportunity. Visit rbauction.com/Pittsburgh to sign up. Again, that's rbauction.com/Pittsburgh.
Why would you ask a financial advisor permission to spend your own retirement money? There's something wrong with this system. Tune in for a different kind of retirement show with Greg Ayler. Now at a new time, Saturdays at 5 on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Covered by JP Roofing and Siding. Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company. Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
From ABC News. I'm Mike Dubusky. The Strait of Hormuz is closed again, according to Iran's government, on account of today's Israeli strikes on Lebanon.
The strikes also raising questions about whether the broader deal will hold. More than a dozen people are reported killed in Israel in Israeli airstrikes on southern Lebanon, less than 24 hours after that ceasefire was signed between Israel and Iran-backed Hezbollah.
ABC News foreign correspondent Britt Clennett, but U.S. Central Command says the strait, which is responsible for about a fifth of the world's oil traffic, is actually still open. Severe weather across much of the country today, with several states in the south and central U.S. dealing with the threat of high winds and possible tornadoes. Mississippi is under a state of emergency due to severe storms, with officials there carrying out 100 water rescues due to flooding. Meanwhile, in Utah, authorities are warning about air quality and how it may be impacted by 2 large wildfires burning across the border in Nevada. Dave Heaton is with the Southwest Utah Public Health Department.
A real bad day where the smoke is thick and you're smelling it and it's causing some irritation, at least maybe with your throat and eyes and your breathing. We recommend that people go indoors.
Brush fires in Florida today as well, closing down several major roadways there. A massive fire at a resort in the Dominican Republic has killed 1 person, an Italian tourist. Authorities are now investigating what sparked that blaze. And wrapping up in the last hour, the victory parade for the Carolina Hurricanes, taking place in Raleigh, North Carolina. The team won the Stanley Cup in Game 6 of the NHL playoffs last weekend. Rod Brindamore is the head coach.
You got to take pride in what you do and who you're doing it with and how they do it. And these guys do it better than anyone. These are the world champs right in front of you here.
This is the second Stanley Cup win for the Carolina Hurricanes. You're listening to ABC News.
Hot summer days and high energy bills are on the way. Upgrade your home's old leaky windows this month during Window Nation's Buy 4 Get 4 free sale. Yes, half of your new beautiful energy efficient windows free. Plus no money down and no monthly payments or interest for 2 years. Call now 866-200-8670 or windownation.com. In select markets, trust our family of brands, New South Window and ArmorView. That's 866-200-8670 or windownation.com to book a consultation.
I've been telling you all about the secret war on our cash and the free report you can receive a copy of by contacting Swiss America at 800-289-2646. I'd also like to encourage you to subscribe to their podcast on YouTube. Just search Swiss America Trading. The podcast can provide you a ton of vital information and financial news in the challenging and uncertain times we're in. Subscribe today. Learn more about BRICS, industry leaders, and their market predictions for the future, along with what you might expect to see in terms of precious metal performance in the weeks and months ahead. Message and data rates may apply.
The fun at a New York area amusement park came to an abrupt halt yesterday when a ride got stuck, stranding riders for several hours. This mother speaking out as firefighters rescued her daughter.
We came all the way from the city and spent all day. We had a great day, and just for it to end like this.
No one was hurt in the incident. The official start of summer is just around the corner, and that means mosquitoes will be a big problem for many. ABC's Stephen Kaufman has some tips on how to keep those pesky insects away.
Preventing mosquitoes from considering you a target this summer is just a matter of knowing how. In fact, it's a breeze.
Mosquitoes are very light flyers. Any amount of turbulent air, if the ceiling fan, desk fan, the mosquitoes can't fly through it.
The Cleveland Clinic's Dr. Christopher Bozzoli suggests ridding your surroundings of standing water.
Mosquitoes need still water to reproduce.
And don't forget bug repellent with a 20% concentration, as well as protective clothing. Stephen Kaufman, ABC News.
Thousands of fans streamed into Seattle Stadium District to watch the World Cup yesterday, where the Americans squared off against Australia, with Team USA ultimately winning 2-0. Here's fan Taylor Staunton.
We qualified, baby. We in. Persevere. Have faith. Land at the free, home of the brave. Keep going. Dig deep. Let's go.
I'm Mike Dubusky, ABC News.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Mix of clouds and sun this afternoon. Breezy, a thunder shower in the area, high 76. Turning out mostly clear tonight, down to 56. Sunshine and some clouds tomorrow, high 77. And then a few showers and a thunderstorm Monday, high 73. For AccuWeather, I'm John Feerick, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
You've heard the stories. Now talk about them with Michael Bartley. 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Hey, folks. Brandon McGinley from the Post-Gazette filling in for Michael Bartley this afternoon, and I have a couple more calls coming in, so I'm going to eventually want to talk a little bit about, I eventually want to talk a little bit, that's what I'm trying to say, about this idea for national service, which I think actually could solve's a too strong word. I think it could be helpful in a lot of areas, beyond just the question of, teenage misbehavior in downtown Pittsburgh. I think in terms of recreating a sense of shared national identity and a sense of creating a sense of national service, a sense, a shared experience that all Americans have, and also just getting things done. There's so many infrastructure things, so many areas where our communities are, you can see the aging infrastructure. You get the sense that things aren't being cared for anymore the way they used to be. Man, if you had 6 months of a 16-year-old's life every 16-year-old in America? I'm not saying it wouldn't be pricey. It'd be an expensive thing, but I think back to things like the Civilian Conservation Corps, Works Progress Administration. These whether or not they were effective in ending the Great Depression, they were absolutely effective in building things and giving people a sense of purpose and identity that they could then take onward. And there's things to this day in this city that were built by those programs. But I got a couple other calls we've got to get to. Maybe we'll end up talking about this anyways. Hey, Craig from the East End. Welcome to the show.
Hey, Brent. Hey, how are you?
Pretty good. Yourself?
Not too shabby. I'd love to gratefully disagree with a lot.
Go for it.
About the public works and some other things. And I look at the idea of the WPA and back after the war, during the war, those projects were incredible. They built America. But unfortunately, I don't think we should plan or spend the money. It's not like we have the money to spend on such an effort now, especially when there are tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of organizations, groups that you can volunteer, dedicate time, clean up your community, help others, etc.
That's not a bad point.
People like Habitat for Humanity who have the infrastructure, the organization in place that do great things for great people.
Yeah.
There are organizations that build homes for veterans already. Once again, we don't have the money to spend. We've already spent a couple trillion under this Trump administration.
Yeah.
We just spent billions, hundreds of billions more in Iran for no reason. We can't afford.
Not only for no, Craig. Let me correct you on that. No, let me correct you. Not only for no reason, for the opposite of a reason. We came out of it worse. It's not even like it was no reason. Yeah, but go ahead.
And, 2020, with hindsight, we can look back.
Yeah.
But I think rather than give government, and I do appreciate what government does. I don't mind paying taxes. Yeah. I'm a consumer of public works, goods, parks, services, etc. I don't mind paying my fair share. But I don't believe the time and the effort and the money would be worth it. And if we want to have this administration do it, a $13 million building contract to repay the poll, which was obviously another grift.
Yeah. So I mean, you're hitting on several of the good counter arguments. I mean, one of them. One you could go all the way back to. I mean, this is kind of nerd out a little bit. But you can go all the way back to Alexis de Tocqueville when his observations of America was that this was not a place where people looked immediately to the state to solve their problems. They formed local associations, and that's why you have Habitat for Humanity here. That's why the idea of national service is only ever taken on in the most extreme circumstances, that is the Great Depression, because all of the other systems weren't able to keep up with the problem. But I wonder if, even though we don't have anywhere near the economic crisis of the Great Depression, I do wonder if we have a kind of social crisis, a social crisis that is at least as bad as it was 100 years ago, and one that shows that while the great strength of America is in her small institutions, in your Habitat for Humanities, in your YMCAs, in your Eagle Scouts, this is what makes America, I think, one of the things that makes America strong. I wonder if we have, but I wonder if I guess I just want to say, I wonder if we're forced to look at that and say, even though this is what makes us strong, these institutions have atrophied, and we need a shot in the arm from something bigger.
There are some great, I couldn't speak enough about Habitat for Humanity.
Absolutely. And I don't mean to suggest that Habitat for Humanity in particular has atrophied, but the whole system, though, isn't what it was.
Yeah, even with parents, you were speaking about, going after parents. And this is just my solid opinion. I'm not.
Go for it. That's what you're here for.
I just think there's a general lack of discipline. There's a general lack of teaching consequences of actions.
100%.
I was a kid. I grew up as a kid. Sure, I did crazy things I shouldn't have.
Yeah.
But my parents never hit me, gave me the belt. I did spend a lot of time kneeling in the corner because those were the consequences of bad actions.
Yeah. Well, I think.
And I learned, and I don't think parents. And I know so many parents, and they do an incredible job. And I know I think people are at their wits' end. I think we have too many families that are focused on so many other things other than their children first. I mean, my God, if I wasn't in a house at 5 o'clock, I didn't get dinner.
Yeah,
you know,
yeah,
and
yeah.
you were at the table at 5 o'clock. Oh, you mother just had a. And I know I don't want to go back to the 1950s and 60s. I want to look forward in the future, but parents just need to step up the discipline. You know, teach consequences for actions. And you know, school is super important. It teaches it gives you socialization, friends, teaches you skills, gives you ambitions.
Yeah.
Just go to school and then use the programs we have. I mean, I kind of think we're living in a real like version of the second version of the movie Idiocracy. If you've ever seen Idiocracy,
I haven't, but I'm familiar with the concept, and I think, you know. Yeah.
Please watch it.
Absolutely. Hey, thanks, Craig. Thanks, Craig.
Great conversation.
Thank you. I really appreciate it. I believe deeply in the American system, not just in the sense of American democracy, but I mean, even more importantly, the American system of the small institutions that are really the sinews that hold this society together. The society isn't held together by government. The society, this is something, again, that a lot of it's funny, here we are at the World Cup, a lot of Europeans, they're discovering ranch dressing for the first time, they're discovering Buc-ee's, they're discovering, you know, Sheetz and Wawa, they're discovering all this stuff. But one of the things that has distinguished America from Europe forever, for as long as America has existed, is that what gives the country its strength is not necessarily its governments, but rather its civic society, rather the small institutions, the organizations of citizens coming together to solve their own problems and not beg for that help from the government. And I think that has proven itself. I think that may be the number one reason that we are here in the 250th anniversary of the country and able to celebrate a more or less stable 250 years. We had a 4-year interlude in the 1860s where it wasn't so stable, but they managed to piece the thing back together. And again, I think that's primarily because it's in our communities, in our neighborhoods, where that strength resides, and not just in clever policies, not just in appealing to governmental authorities. So it's not a natural thing for me to say, oh, maybe this is actually something we need a big government response to solve. But there are times, and again, I don't think I'm overstating it to say that when it comes to the despair of our youth, when it comes to political polarization, when it comes to family breakdown, when it comes to community breakdown, we may be living through, in fact, one of the deepest social crises in American history, one that is kind of like the Great Depression, but for society. If that's the case, then maybe we do actually need an extraordinary intervention. Not a forever thing, not a radical reshaping of American society, but something to shake us out of it. Something new, something that does change our relationship with one another. I do think a required national service could be something that would do that. You know, it can't turn into, you know, indoctrination of right or left and all kinds of things, and there are all kinds of reasons to think that it wouldn't work. But we need big ideas right now. Same old isn't working. Gosh, I'm so glad so many people want to talk about this. I have to get to another break. If you're on the line, hang on. I'll get to you in a minute.
Your source for the AccuWeather forecast. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
Here's a World Soccer Championship recap.
Brought to you by Lowe's. Members get more at Lowe's. And by the first ever Infiniti QX65. The U.S. needed a win for a spot in the knockout rounds and help from Paraguay to win Group D. They took care of the first part, beating Australia 2-0. Then Paraguay scored 65 seconds into their match against Turkey. They held on for the win 1-0 despite playing the entire second half a man down. The U.S. will wrap up group play against Turkey on Thursday. I'm Fernando Carlos.
Hi, Paul Alexander here to let you know the KDKA has planned a fabulous 5-day Arizona getaway this September, and it's filling up fast. My wife Shelley and I want you to join us for an unforgettable trip based in beautiful Flagstaff, a relaxed mountain town that makes the perfect home base. From there, we'll explore the incredible red rocks of Sedona, travel by rail to the breathtaking Grand Canyon, a bucket list spot that everyone needs to see at least once. And then we'll take in the stunning scenery around Lake Powell with its deep blue water and wide open views. It's the perfect mix of sightseeing, natural beauty, and plenty of time to just enjoy where we are. And September is truly the sweet spot. Comfortable weather, no summer crowds, and everything planned for you. No guessing, no stress. Just show up and enjoy Arizona. Space is limited. Seats are disappearing quickly. Visit travelwithkdk.com or call 800-383-3131. Again, travel with KDK.com or call 800-383-3131. Can't wait to see you there.
If you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS, you need to hear this message. The IRS can take aggressive action by hitting you with penalties, interest, wage garnishments, and bank levies. Thousands of Americans thought there was no hope until they realized there is a free alternative thanks to the USA Tax Network. People who have owed $10,000, $20,000, even $30,000 or more are now reducing or even eliminating their tax debt after completing their free tax review. Go to notax33.com to request your free tax review and get connected with a tax resolution specialist. Explore options that may be available for your situation, including payment plan assistance, IRS negotiation support, tax resolution programs, and financial hardship solutions. Don't let the IRS take more of your hard-earned money. Save thousands and get connected with a tax resolution specialist to find out if you can reduce or even eliminate your tax debt. Go to notax33.com now to see if you may qualify. That's notax33.com. Paid advertisement. USA Tax Network is not a law firm, tax firm, or tax relief company. We do not provide tax advice or tax resolution services. We connect consumers with independent tax resolution providers.
While the world watches the stars at the FIFA World Cup this summer, Hyundai has its eyes on the next generation of talent. The future stars who are already turning heads at age 14. Because next doesn't wait for an invitation. And neither do we. Hyundai has always moved the future within reach. We did it when we made advanced safety standard on every vehicle and engineered EVs with ultra-fast charging capability. Because the future isn't some far-off concept. It's already here. Next starts now. Hyundai, an official partner of FIFA.
Father's Day? Go big for Dad. Celebrate Father's Day with 5 courses fresh from the Wok Fire. Enjoy a 5-course celebration experience starting at $89.99, featuring premium entrees like New York prime strip steak tataki, oolong chili and sea bass, and lobster and prawn fried rice. Bold flavors, sizzling favorites, a meal made to impress. Because Dad deserves more than just a dinner. He deserves a celebration. Celebrate Father's Day with some sizzle. Only at P.F. Chang's.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Hey, folks. Brandon McGinley here at about 3:19, going on 3:20 here at KDKA Radio, filling in for Michael Bartley this afternoon. And the phone lines have been just a Christmas tree today, so we're going to just keep going with that. Michelle, South Hills, welcome to the show.
Hi, Brandon. Nice to talk to you. Welcome to KDKA.
Oh, thanks, Michelle. Thanks for the call.
Oh, you're very welcome. Hey, interesting topic. I think that the community service could be a lot better handled. And then also there are a lot of NGOs, the non-government organizations that do amazing work. I've worked in nonprofits for 22 years. Amazing work, but they do get funding from the government, which really helps them with their mission. So I don't think it's fair to say the government can't help, but the government's not running those programs. A lot of those small organizations really depend on that government funding, but they're the ones that are getting the stuff done with the government help. Yeah. And then for Pennsylvania, there's the Student Conservation Corps, where students can get paid to be out there building trails, repairing trails. It's through the DCNR. Yeah. And it's throughout the whole state, and that would maybe help inner city kids get exposed to the outdoors, that they really don't have that, much opportunity to do.
I love that idea. I just found out about the Student Conservation Corps the other day, and I, the only thing I would say is that I completely agree with you, Michelle. We have this incredible variety of nonprofit organizations and NGOs that are doing really interesting work. Some of them are getting government support, which can be a double-edged sword. Comes with certain requirements, and it can be a pain in the butt. But I wonder if there's maybe a middle ground. Maybe there's a middle ground between a full national service, everybody when they turn 16 does 6 months of service with X, Y, and Z and whatever, and the current situation where you have all these organizations, but you have to have the initiative to find them and get involved. And frankly, the whole problem is that a lot of kids and families don't have the initiative to find these organizations and get involved. So I wonder if there's a middle ground where there could be a more kind of targeted, I don't know, maybe more targeted intervention where, there are communities where with government support or whatever, there's just a lot more visibility in communities that need it.
Yeah. Well, and one thing, I've noticed since I graduated high school in 1981, we were never, ever exposed to things like this. And now I know kids would reach out to me that they were looking for their community service hours to get, graduation so they can, get graduation. But, I mean, getting that to the schools, here's another thing, the national parks are always hiring kids through their vendors. I mean, what a job for a 18-year-old that doesn't know what to do for the summer. You get to live in, Yosemite National Park, and you're working, you get housing, you get food. What an experience.
Michelle, you're speaking my language. Actually, when I was planning out today's show, one of the things when I'm at a loss, one of the things I always want to talk about is the outdoors and getting outside and the great resources we have in Pittsburgh and Pennsylvania. And I was thinking, what could be the connection here? And I was kind of thinking about going down this road, service projects or service opportunities that get kids outside in nature, not just outside on the street, but outside in nature. I think gets them out of the kind of cycles of everyday life that they're used to, and you experience something beautiful, something that may give you a sense of meaning and purpose that you're not going to get on the streets. I love it.
Well, and two, you're building something. You're making that trail.
Yes.
You're repairing that
Doing
bridge.
something with your hands. Absolutely. Something with your hands other than brawling. And this actually, I think, it was either Anthony or Bishop who said that part of this is kind of just energy release. And I think that's actually absolutely right. This is energy. The energy that is being released in Market Square is energy that could absolutely be channeled into rebuilding city steps. That could be channeled into building trails out in the Laurel Highlands. These energies, they're just being channeled in this incredibly destructive way, and nobody seems to, go ahead.
The other thing is too, I think we've all been sold a bill of goods on this reality TV that this is how people act and this is the normal, and that's so far off.
Yeah.
And that gets shoved down their face and in their ears.
Well, it's not just the reality. It starts with the reality TV. If we were talking 15, 20 years ago, we'd be talking about reality TV. Now it's reality social media. It gives them this. Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. That it gives them the sense this is what everybody's doing, and if I'm not involved in the Market Square thing or whatever, then I will miss out. And even if you don't, again, I still believe that most of them do not want violence. I do believe that. I think more want violence than I wanted to believe.
Too.
But
I believe so too.
But there's different ways of wanting violence.
They're just looking to fit in. They're just
looking to fit in. But there's different ways of wanting violence. There's wanting violence in the sense of I want to go punch somebody. But then there's wanting violence in the sense of I want to film somebody punching somebody. I want to feel like there's kind of voyeuristic aspect that I think is absolutely part of it. And that's where the chaos spreads, because you start by getting involved because you want to see what all this is about. You want to be the one with the video that goes viral. And then once you're there, then you get hit and then you're part of it, Yeah.
That's where they want their fame, and fame and success doesn't come from that. Fame and success comes from being a good person, being a good human, helping your other people in your community. That's success, not, I got 8,000 viewers or whatever, but I'm old, so what do I know?
Hey, I have a break coming up, and I want to try to get another call in, so thanks, Michelle. I really appreciate it.
All right, great topic. Bye-bye.
Absolutely, bye-bye. Hey, Ross from East Liberty, welcome.
Well, I don't know how much time I have.
I have about 2 minutes. About 2 minutes before I get yanked, but I'm trying to get as many people in here as possible.
Okay. Also, I graduate from. I'm Ross. Yes, Lonnie Ross Mitchell. Thank you. They're just checking it.
Yeah.
It's a new person. Also, came out of high school in 1981. Mentally, I don't think I'm old, but so, CCC, Anthony, everyone so far has documented why we have where we are. Yeah. But as I last talked to you, I told you about accidentally being put at the getting the trust of the staff when I was at Woodsville one time.
Yes, I do remember this. Yes.
Yeah, it really happened. Right now, we have a funding. And let me go into this, and then you can understand. I don't think Mr. Marshall had a Juneteenth footprint in Market Square. Did I hear you correctly that one of the young men in the last weekend shooting was from the South Hills?
Yeah, South Park.
South Park.
Yeah, South Park. Yeah. So downtown's become a magnet, and this was the same problem, but this is kind of flip side of the problem that you had during the homelessness crisis, is that downtown became a magnet for folks from like Greene County and Washington County all over. It's a similar problem.
Because you're downtown, or our downtown, is the focal point for all the services, and even at night,
all the services and that transit. It's the only major transit hub. Yep, huge. Yep,
Also, everyone ever wonder why the Port? Number one reason is funding. But also, everyone wonder the Port Authority or PRT.
Yeah,
they didn't need to change their name. And didn't consider Juneteenth a holiday on their list?
Yeah, I'm not sure. No. Hey, Ross, I'm sorry. We got to get to a break here because the news is coming whether I like it or not. But I'll look forward to talking to you again soon.
Running and available.
Absolutely.
The bus was running and right. So you understand that.
Got it. Thanks, Ross. Okay, got to get to news. Back after this.
Life's best moments start with perfect choices. For Connie Nowak, it was a trolley ride and a 67-year love story. A life of family, smart decisions, and companionship with Chester the cat. Her retirement choice? The Village at St. Barnabas. Recreation, healthcare, close to family, everything on her list. Plus, it's an exceptional retirement value with a flexible entry process and affordable rates. St. Barnabas Retirement Communities, stbarnabascommunities.com, or call 724-444-5568.
Here's the tale of the Daily Medfill. Same old pharmacy, same old bill, but those prices kept rising higher still.
Till the savings wrangler rode in, cool as can be. Tap Good RX, saving massively.
No plan? Don't matter none. Up to 80% off. The deals are done.
Discounts hitting harder than Ma's chili. Dang, that one little app does all the rest.
Save time and money on prescriptions.
Check Good RX. Good RX is not insurance.
Transform your bathroom with the beautiful quality of Bath Planet. As a trusted leader in bathroom renovation, Bath Planet has earned the Good Housekeeping seal, a symbol of quality and consumer confidence for over 100 years. Get half off installation or 18 months with no interest and no payments. Whether it's tub replacement, a shower replacement, or a tub-to-shower conversion, Bath Planet makes your custom bath fast, easy, and affordable. This special offer is only available by calling 800-208-8750. That's 800-208-8750.
Paid for by Bath Concepts Industries. SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Tune in this Sunday morning at 8 for the Coons Cooking Hour with Rob Pratt and the Coons Market Team, when they discuss what are you making for Dad on Father's Day. It's the Coons Cooking Hour, presented by Coons Market, your hometown Pittsburgh grocer.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
ABC News, I'm Mike Dubusky. Iran now says it's closing the Strait of Hormuz after Israel once again struck targets in Lebanon today. Iranian officials say that's a violation of its memorandum of understanding with the U.S. Former Defense Department official and ABC News contributor Mick Mulroy.
That's not a good sign. One of the only benefits that we got out of this memorandum of understanding was that the strait would be open, at least for traffic to the levels of pre-conflict. They didn't actually acknowledge that they were going to give up sovereignty of the Strait of Hormuz, but at least it would get the flow of energy coming out of this area to the rest of the world, which was causing the biggest issue.
U.S. Central Command says Iran does not control the Strait of Hormuz. Mississippi now under a state of emergency. And that is why severe rain, hail, even the possibility of tornadoes sweeping across much of the central and southern U.S. today. This is ABC News.
Colin Dunlap on KDKA.
There's a trillionaire, apparently. How does it go? It goes millionaire, billionaire, chamillionaire, and then trillionaire, right? I think that's how it goes. But anyway, there's about to be a trillionaire.
Weekdays 2 to 6 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
This is Michael Bartley. Do you know some third-party vacation rental sites charge extra fees just for using their platform? On a full week stay at a larger vacation home, those fees can be significant. On one real 7-night stay, a guest could have saved $2,800 by booking directly with SWAC Vacations. That's money that stays in your pocket for dinners, groceries, or a few extra experiences on the trip. Visit swacvacations.com and book direct. SWACK Vacations. Same stay, fewer fees.
This is Greg Trzynski of the Original Mattress Factory. One of our guiding principles is to provide great beds at a great value. Our goal is to prove this to our customers every single day. We believe in producing quality mattresses in our factory and selling them directly to you, eliminating the middleman markup. You can rest easy knowing that you're getting a hand-built mattress at a real value. Stop by a location near you. We're confident that you'll be able to see and feel the OMF difference for yourself. Learn more at originalmattress.com.
When it comes to family law, a lot has changed in recent years, so assumptions can be costly. If you see or sense a change coming in your family life that could have legal implications, it's important to know where you stand. Getting good legal advice early is never a bad idea. I'm Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. If you or anyone you know is facing a family law issue, start with a consultation. Visit CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell. Licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Clouds and sun for this afternoon. Breezy, a thunder shower in spots. The high in the mid-upper 70s will turn out mostly clear tonight down to 56. Partly sunny tomorrow, I-77, and then a few showers and a thunderstorm Monday, I-73. For AccuWeather, I'm John Feerick, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Hi, this is Larry Richard. Join us Monday on the Big K Morning Show, 5:30 until 10. Lenny McAllister will join me in our 8 o'clock hour, plus our first full week of summer. What can you do in the Berg? We'll tell you.
Hey, Pittsburgh, Brandon McGinley filling in for Michael Bartley this afternoon. Columnist at the Post-Gazette. We've been talking about, we transitioned, interestingly, in a way, I think it's been nice for me to not just talk about the issues of youth in downtown Pittsburgh. We started with that, but ended up transitioning to this conversation about, what might give kids and all of us a stronger sense of identification with our country, of service to our communities, sense of purpose that is tied to our community and our country. So I've been kicking around this idea of national service. And I don't know. I mean, I think there are so many ways it could go wrong. But that's the same with any big idea. It's the same with any big project. There's always a bunch of ways it can go wrong. So I don't know. I'm open for trying it. Dick from Dayton, welcome to the show.
Hey, yeah, good show today. I just wanted to, you're talking, my family was from up in northern Ohio.
Sure.
And they come from immigrants. Mm-hmm. And my cousin, he was taught with the music and the stuff. So one thing about it, I remember going to my grandmother's. They wanted all the family to do music, which I've told everybody there, and I've used that But then Dad came down here and he got a job at Wright Pat, and I was going to Centerville, one of the high schools, and I didn't do good. But I found out too that music can push you through. It pushed me through high school, and what happened is I got out in the world. I started working like a big conglomerate, like Lowe's. I was there 28 years.
Wow.
And I just kept, you know what I mean, the negativity and all this. But I think myself, I do this in class, that we got to believe in the Father, success, not go after each other's throat. And I can understand. I learned this but in college I did good and stuff. But I think that we need to. I take classes and then get back to the dream of America. Don't you think so?
Yeah. I mean, I think there's absolutely the problem. The problem is I don't think the problem is that we don't articulate the American dream. I think the problem is that too few people believe in it. And if I'm going to be really kind of honest about it, in many cases for good reason. I mean, I'm 37. My generation was I'm kind of one of the last ones who could reasonably comfortably on a regular salary buy a house to raise my family in. That's just not the case for folks 10 years younger than me. And there's a huge sense right now that I did everything right. I followed the rules, and the world is now set up in a way that I can't access the traditional markers of success. I can't access the traditional markers of stability, of meaning, of purpose.
Right.
And I keep using the word remedial. Certainly, what the city in Pittsburgh does to try to create connections for youth and everything. That's remedial off of the breakdowns in families and communities. Well, a national service regime would also be remedial. It's not going to solve problems, but it may, but it's filling up or filling in for systems that just haven't worked. So that's
what I was proud of. All my cousins coming from a family, I learned the stuff like on the river boats, and now retired at Lowe's, and I meet a lot of people, and I find out at some of these little places you can come in each time and play music, and I'm in the 70s, and I'm doing pretty good. I thank my family for they're proud, and I've told people, but music is a good thing to have. I
agree. Thanks, Dick. No, I think music is an underrated part of generating kind of a sense. Well, we were talking earlier, I think it was with Michelle, we were talking about getting kids outside, and not just outside, but like in the woods, in beautiful places, waterfalls, and building trails and things like that. I think, appreciating beauty goes a long way in, music's one way we access beauty. And music's also one way we have a kind of shared culture. Unfortunately, a lot of these things have faded, both in terms of quality and in terms of connection. But no, I'm not very musical myself, but I really admire folks who do things like have jam sessions in their basement or sing with their families. I think that's a great way to form culture. Alrighty, Andy from Butler, welcome to the show.
Oh, good afternoon. How you doing?
All right, Andy, how are you?
I'm good. I like listening to Dick.
Yeah, he's interesting.
I think he's a refreshing voice.
Yeah.
So, national service.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, you got it.
No, I don't got it. Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Tell me why you don't got it.
Okay. First of all those programs that you talked about with the other caller about building trails in the woods, about getting out in nature, about all of that. Yeah, they already exist. Those kids aren't doing it.
No, that's I've said that. That's my point. Is that like, but one of the biggest problems. This is why I find myself drawn to a compulsory program, because this country provides innumerable opportunities for kids to get themselves together and for families to get themselves together, and they're just not taking it. So maybe we just have to force them. Is kind of where I'm landing. Yeah.
Okay. Well, when I say those kids aren't taking it, what I mean is those kids that are causing problems aren't taking it.
I know.
Okay?
I know. Yeah, absolutely. Because they.
Right.
Agreed.
Right. The kids. Okay. The kids that are taking those programs, that are doing those things, aren't causing the problems, okay?
Yeah.
But you want to make everybody take these programs, do these things.
Agreed.
Everybody doesn't have everybody doesn't have a problem.
Right.
So this is kind of to me, it sounds like it is kind of a national participation medal. All right.
Yes, but you're actually doing something. You're actually a well-designed program wouldn't just be you show up and you sulk for 6 months. It would be your participation medal is you actually put the rocks in place that built a shelter on a trail in Perry County. Like that's it. Like so.
I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is that. I think the reason why you say it has to be everybody is because you're afraid to single out the people that are actually causing problems.
Because I think it's less effective actually if you're just singling out, if you're just singling out anybody or any group or whatever. Besides the legal ramifications, I think it's more effective if it's here's one of the problems. Here's one of the problems. Andy, here's actually one of the problems that afflicts our communities, especially especially in as much as they're divided on the basis of class. There's very little cross-class and cross-race communication and interaction, and that this would actually be a way of alleviating that, because you would have kids from East Liberty, kids from McCandless, kids from New York City, for that matter, all together doing something, having a shared experience that forces connections across boundaries that currently are not being crossed very much, to the detriment of everybody. That's the theory.
I understand your theory.
Yeah.
All right.
I wasn't planning on talking about this till like 45 minutes ago, so I'm making it up on the spot, but I'm pretty pleased with it. So
no, I understand your theory.
Yeah.
I disagree because it's not teaching accountability for one's actions. It's saying, hey, everybody has to come and do this because as a society, we're afraid to tell the people who are doing wrong, you're doing wrong.
Yes.
We're afraid to tell them that because of your actions.
Agreed.
Okay?
Yeah.
All right? And we had institutions to do things like this. It was called reform school.
Yes. No.
And the people who needed to go there went there.
I completely understand hey, Andy, I agree. This was one of the reasons I think the Kennywood policy as a blanket policy is that they didn't want to single out the folks who were actually causing the problems. I think you're absolutely on the mark there. But I think you're thinking about my policy. I think you're thinking about my proposal as a kind of punishment, or as a kind of a punishment or a negative consequence for bad act. This wouldn't be proposed as that at all. It would be proposed as a positive thing that everybody gets to participate in. It would be a positive. It's not meant to be a like I said, a kind of punishment or going off to reform school or something like that. It would actually be just a part of life, a part of everybody's life, something that's shared.
Yeah, we have these things that are part of life now that everybody shares in, and apparently for some people it doesn't work.
Right, because they aren't forced to do it. That's what. But no, yeah,
you're right. They're not forced to go to school.
Yeah.
Okay, we have school.
No, that's a good point. That's a point. And I think the public school point, shows how these things can become degraded very quickly. And I think public school is a really good example, actually, of something that a lot of people share. You might go to Catholic school, you might go to other private school, you might be homeschooled, but broadly speaking, everybody shares something like it. or most people share it, and that system is not functioning. Well, the other thing is, but the other distinction there is that everybody's schools are different, because if you live in McCandless, you go to North Allegheny. If you live in Wilkinsburg, you go to Wilkinsburg, and those are two radically different things. They're barely the same experience at all. So,
okay, let's say the public schools aren't performing. Okay, let's agree that a lot of times big government programs have problems.
Yeah.
Okay. And then let's create a big government program that, once again, we're going to say everybody has to attend it, because the people that we're not putting in this big government program because kids aren't doing things bad. We're doing it because they are doing things bad.
Yeah,
okay?
I would say that actually the National Service Program, a National Service proposal, only accidentally came out of a conversation about teen takeovers. It would have its ramifications would be way beyond this, and its purposes would be way beyond this. But your best argument, Andy, the best argument against it is what you just said. The federal government actually trying to pull this off would suck. That's the best argument, and I think it's probably a winning argument, to be honest, because I don't trust their ability to execute. So I'm way past my time, Andy. I gotta run, but thanks for the call. That was good pushback. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Alrighty, folks. I do have to get to a break, and then a few more minutes of this before the news. Thanks.
When you need to know, depend on the news leader. At home, in your car, or at work. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM, AM 1020, and KDKA-Radio.com.
Pittsburgh's very own board-certified and licensed hypnotherapist Dan Vitchoff of the PA Hypnosis Center is here to help you. He has helped train U.S. Olympic team members control their brains, stay relaxed, focused, and in control, giving them the edge for the gold. He's recognized by many organizations around the world as one of the top hypnotherapists anywhere. He has gotten over 3,000 people to give up cigarettes for good in the last 22 years. He's helped folks even who've tried gastric bypass to lose weight. He can help you and give you a 98% success guarantee. Call 724-934-8446. That's Dan Vitchoff, the PA Hypnosis Center. Mention KDKA and get $50 off any program. But call for a free consultation today, 724-934-8446. The PA Hypnosis Center with Dan Vitchoff. Make that call today, 724-934-8446.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2026 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Here's the tale of the daily med fill. Same old pharmacy, same old bill. But those prices kept rising higher still.
Till the savings wrangler rode in. Cool as can be. Tap GoodRx. Saving massively.
No plan? Don't matter none. Up to 80% off. The deals are done.
Discounts hitting harder than Ma's chili. Dang. That one little app does all the rest.
Save time and money on prescriptions.
Check GoodRx. GoodRx is not insurance.
Transform your bathroom with the beautiful quality of Bath Planet. As a trusted leader in bathroom renovation, Bath Planet has earned the Good Housekeeping seal, a symbol of quality and consumer confidence for over 100 years. Get half off installation or 18 months with no interest and no payments. Whether it's tub replacement, a shower replacement, or a tub-to-shower conversion, Bath Planet makes your custom bath fast, easy, and affordable. This special offer is only available by calling 800-208-8750. That's 1-800-208-8750.
Paid for by Bath Concepts Industries.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
It's Michael Bartley on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Hey, Pittsburgh. Brandon McGinley filling in for Michael Bartley this afternoon. I have a few minutes before our next news break, and for the first time since the very beginning of the show, the phone lines have calmed down. So you're stuck with me for the next 4.5 minutes. I think I just want to flesh out this idea of national service. It's not, it only, I started thinking about it as we were talking about the issues of teens taken over Market Square downtown, and we had the issue in East Liberty earlier in the week. There was a shooting at Cultural District last weekend. It just seems like it goes on and on. But the idea of a national service regime isn't really, it just happened to come to mind during this, because I was thinking about things like purpose, things like having meaning, things like feeling responsible for your communities, things like having a sense of what your future might be and wanting to see it and not throw it away. Thinking about things like the way communities today are so disconnected from one another. And if everybody, again, just making this up on the spot, but say had to spend 6 months on service projects at the age of 16, 18, something like that, that would break down those barriers. You would have kids from different parts of Pittsburgh, different parts of Pennsylvania coming together to work together on things that, not like spreadsheets and data entry. AI will take care of all that anyways, but on working with their hands, helping each other lift the stones that are needed to build a wall, helping each other pour the concrete that's needed to fix city steps. There's so many things that need to be done. So much infrastructure that's crumbling, especially in, I hate this term, but especially in Rust Belt towns like this one. There's so much that needs to be done. It would be a massive hassle from a governmental and organizational perspective. I get it. And I think it's probably unlikely that the government could pull it off in any way that would solve more problems than it creates. I get it. So maybe this is all just stupid. We shouldn't even be talking about it. But imagine for a second what it would be like if they could pull it off. Think of the Civilian Conservation Corps. Think of, whatever you think of the Great Depression and FDR, and a lot of people, including a lot of economists, think that FDR maybe even extended the Great Depression with his policies, with the New Deal, rather than bringing it to a close. And I do think that economists basically agree that it was World War II that ended the Great Depression and not FDR. But socially, in terms of the sense of American identity, American communities, American purpose, the WPA and the CCC, these were extremely formative experiences for our communities, for our individuals. Even if they didn't bring an end to the Great Depression, they certainly helped with the malaise. They certainly, to use a Jimmy Carter term, they certainly helped with the sense of despair. They certainly helped with the sense of everything falling apart. And I don't think it's too much to say that we are living through a social crisis that is at least as bad as the economic crisis of the Great Depression. I don't think that's too much to say at all. If you're a student of literature, if you're a reader, you'll be familiar with dystopian fiction. Brave New World, 1984. A lot of fiction for young kids has actually gone into this territory. So several years ago, The Hunger Games was very popular. It became a big movie franchise with Jennifer Lawrence. Dystopia is kind of in. And I think that, dystopia just refers to a kind of a future horrible society, the opposite of a utopia, a kind of nightmare. And I think that when we read these books or watch these movies, we think that everybody in those fantasy realities realizes that they're in a dystopia. That they look around and say, this is a dystopia. This is a nightmare. This is terrible. This is what we always feared. That's not the way it would be. If you're living through a dystopia, the changes would be slow enough. You wouldn't know you were in the dystopia. You wouldn't know you were in the nightmare. I want to suggest that maybe we're there or close to it. That we're in the dystopia, that AI and smartphones and COVID and all this accelerated our progress there. We just don't realize it. And if that's the case, then maybe big, crazy sounding ideas are, well, not just part of the solution, but necessary to shake us out of it. That's what I'm thinking. Maybe I'm going too far. Let me know. I have an hour left with you. I already got more calls coming in. Thanks.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
Hey, Mom, now that I have an after-school job, I think I want to buy a drum kit.
Okay, Rockstar. Let's look at your account.
When kids start making money, Chase has easy-to-use tools and expert bankers to help them learn how to manage it.
And next month, I'll buy the bass drum and the cymbals. Oh, and maybe some noise-canceling headphones for you.
Aw, you've thought of everything.
Help kids save, budget, and build financial independence, all with Chase. That's good for kids and good for parents. Visit your local Chase branch and get started.
Account subject to approval. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
If you own a business, you've heard it all. From fast funding to easy approvals, everyone says the same thing. LendSeek is different. We show you what you actually qualify for. LendSeek's AI-enabled platform matches you with funding options with no guesswork. Up to $5 million in as fast as 24 hours. If you've been in business over a year, doing at least $50,000 per month, apply for free with zero out-of-pocket costs and access to over 100 lenders. Start ready, stay ready. Lendseek.com. LENDSEEK.com.
Retirement, it's almost here. Are you ready? Well, join Kurt Kanodik and Ethan Lane of Accurate Solutions Group for your retirement blueprint. Let Kurt and Ethan help you plan for your retirement dreams. Don't miss your retirement blueprint, Sundays at 10. Investment advisory services offered through ASG Investment Management, LLC.
The weather is warming up, but so are the savings at Coons Market. Isn't that right, Frank Dentisi?
Right, Rob. In our meat department, tender hand-cut filet mignon is $19.99 a pound. In the produce department, sweet Northwest cherries, $1.98 a pound. In the deli, Boar's Head Friars turkey breast is $10.99 a pound. And additional savings this week, selected varieties of Popsicle Pops, 12 to 18 count packages, $3.99 each.
Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
If you dread dealing with your insurance more than you dread yard work, with a swarm of hungry mosquitoes buzzing around, then you might have Insuranoia. You should have NJM Insurance. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
From ABC News, I'm Mike Dubusky. President Trump is now warning that if negotiations with Iran fail, the U.S. could impose a toll on ships traveling through the Strait of Hormuz. It comes as Iranian officials head to Switzerland to meet with an American delegation that includes Special Envoy Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner. ABC senior White House correspondent Selena Wang.
This trip comes after Vice President J.D. Vance was actually already supposed to be in Switzerland, but the White House scrapping those plans at the 11th hour. Vice President Vance now saying he expects to join Witkoff and Kushner in the coming days. But the reason why that was delayed is because of this ongoing conflict between Israel and Lebanon. And it's shown that that conflict really has the potential potential to be a spoiler for this deal to really derail it all.
To that point, earlier today, Iran indicated it's closing the Strait of Hormuz again, saying Israel breached the memorandum of understanding by targeting strikes in Lebanon. U.S. Central Command says the strait remains open.
One thing I do not think is going to change is people being alerted to the risk of the Strait of Hormuz being closed.
That's analyst Stephen Day with the Center for Economic Education at Virginia Commonwealth University talking about the effect this conflict may have on gas prices. Recently, the national average dipped below $4 a gallon, though Americans are still paying about $1 more per gallon than they were before this war. In positive economic news, the World Cup is expected to bring in $17 billion in additional gross domestic product, according to organizers. Eric Williams manages a Waffle House in Atlanta near FIFA's Fan Festival.
The customer base has been incredible. They've all been very friendly, hospitable, and so it's made it much easier to handle the volume.
Team USA beat Australia in last night's World Cup match. They take on Turkey next in the knockout round on Thursday. And high winds, hail, and tornadoes are all possible from Texas through Alabama through this evening. You're listening to ABC News.
Hot summer days and high energy bills are on the way. Upgrade your home's old leaky windows this month during Window Nation's Buy 4 Get 4 free sale. Yes, half of your new beautiful energy efficient windows free. Plus no money down and no monthly payments or interest for 2 years. Call now 866-200-8670 or windownation.com. In select markets, trust our family of brands, New South Window and ArmorView. That's 866-200-8670 or windownation.com to book a consultation.
I've been telling you all about the Secret War on our cash and the free report you can receive a copy of by contacting Swiss America at 800-289-2646. I'd also like to encourage you to subscribe to their podcast on YouTube. Just search Swiss America Trading. The podcast can provide you a ton of vital information and financial news in the challenging and uncertain times we're in. Subscribe today. Learn more about BRICS, industry leaders, and their market predictions for the future, along with what you might expect to see in terms of precious metal performance in the weeks and months ahead. Message and data rates may apply.
The Los Angeles Police Department is under scrutiny after an officer shot and killed a dog in an apartment complex. The LAPD releasing body cam footage of the incident.
Is the dog put away? Please, sorry, it's all good. It's all good. We not aggressive. Huge. Put him in.
Police responding to reports of screaming coming from a residence. The dog's owner said she had been celebrating the Knicks winning the NBA Finals last weekend. Chief Jim McDonnell has promised a comprehensive review of the shooting. A search is underway for the suspect in a series of highway shootings in the Kansas City area. ABC's Olivia Rubin has the latest.
The FBI offering a $25,000 reward for any information leading to the arrest of 22-year-old Oscar Sanchez Munoz. Police saying they tracked Sanchez Munoz to 2 homes where they thought he could be. One caught fire. At the other, spent shells visible from the ammunition police used to get inside. Several windows shattered. A search ending with no sign of the suspect. Authorities warning that the suspect is armed and dangerous, telling anyone who sees him to call 911 immediately.
And 2 large brush fires in Florida have shut down some major roads in the state. This morning, fire authorities say the bigger blaze is now 97% contained. Mike Dubusky, ABC News.
Hot summer days and high energy.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
I'm doing a porch concert in Morningside today where I'm going to be singing. You want a little, you want a sample?
Yes, let's go.
How lucky can one guy be? I kissed her and she kissed me.
Perfect Juneteenth song.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Join Allegheny County for the Summer Concert Series with free live music all season long at Harwood Acres and South Park Amphitheaters. Bring a blanket, bring your friends, and come hungry. Local food trucks, Black Dog Winery, and Hop Farm Brewing Company will be on site starting at 6 p.m. Concerts kick off at 7:30. No tickets, no cost, just great music and even better vibes. Your summer soundtrack starts here. Visit AlleghenyCounty.us/summer for the full lineup.
Pittsburgh, Larry Richard here. Let's go to Paris to cheer on the black and gold. I have your golden ticket through AAA October 21st through the 26th. We're taking over the City of Light. round-trip flights, a luxury Marriott stay, game tickets, and an epic black and gold kickoff party. Double occupancy packages starting at $7,199. Space is extremely limited. Call 800-354-8761 or visit your local AAA branch now. Here we go to Paris with AAA Travel.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Mix of clouds and sun this afternoon. Breezy, a thunder shower in the area. High 76. Turning out mostly clear tonight, down to 56. Sunshine and some clouds tomorrow. High 77. And then a few showers and a thunderstorm Monday. High 73. For AccuWeather, I'm John Feerick, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Unapologetic in his talk. It's Michael Bartley on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Hey folks, Brandon McGinley filling in for Michael Bartley this afternoon. I have another 50 minutes or so with you today. And the phone lines have lit up again, so we're going to get right to it. Talking about the ways that maybe a national service project idea could alleviate some of the problems facing our communities, and specifically the sense of lack of purpose and meaning that leads to things like these teen takeovers and so on. It's just that leads to these teen takeovers, that leads to this sense of meaninglessness, like I said, of purposelessness, a sense of that there's nothing to look forward to, that leads people to decide, oh yeah, I'll throw it all away at a brawl in Market Square. But try to tie that to, things like conservation, how these energies that are natural in some sense, that are getting channeled into destructive things, how can we channel them into constructive things? Okay, John from Westmoreland County. How you doing, John?
I'm doing fine. I don't know how old you are or your history. Did you ever hear of the Civil Conservation Corps, the 3 Cs?
Yes, we've mentioned it. Yes, as an example of the kind of thing that has worked in the past.
It was beautiful. I'm 80 years old. We enjoyed it. My father was a member of that.
Yeah.
We enjoy our parks and everything with their work. Half of the money was given to the person doing the work. The other half was sent home. This is the question day.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And
FDR set that up, and it was all over the United States.
Absolutely. And it was something that you can go to California and find CCC projects, and you can go to Vermont and find CCC projects. So that sense of shared purpose, I think, was really important. But you were also generally working, I believe, on projects close to home. So it you were working more or less in your communities, but also on something that you would share with, folks all over the country. So we don't necessarily need in the same way the kind of economic boost that came out of that and from the federal spending and the Keynesianism and all that. But I do think it's socially we could use that kind of renewal.
Well, the people you work with, like my dad was up at Leonard Harris State Park, where the Grand Canyon is.
Oh, sure.
He was there for a year with the building of that. And
wow.
I could go into a restaurant. Yeah, these guys are mostly all passed on by now.
Sure.
You could go into a restaurant, and I love the outdoors and talking to, well, I was there such and such a time as well. And they were proud of what they did as well.
Yeah, absolutely. No, that I love that idea, and thank you, John, for the call. I think the concept of pride, also pride in something that you have done with your hands, pride in your communities that's renewed by doing something to build up your community, to make it more beautiful, to make it more useful, to make it a place that not only you but your friends and family can take pride in. And maybe it doesn't have to be a national service. Maybe that's too blunt an object. Maybe that's too big an idea The problem, like I said, though, is that we have so many community service project initiatives. We have so many institutions, so many NGOs, so many nonprofits, and yet the kids who need the most are the ones least likely to take advantage of them. The families who need the most are the ones least likely to even know about them. I'm sure I could talk to dozens, hundreds, maybe even 1,000 people in Pittsburgh who are engaged in this kind of work, maybe even particularly targeting the communities that most need it. And I'm sure that individually they've each done some really excellent work. It's worth it to give one kid and one family hope in the future. I don't mean to suggest that these organizations aren't worth it or aren't doing the work. They are. But the problem seems beyond the ability of that system to resolve. So do we need something bigger? Do we need something compulsory? Do we need something governmental? I could be convinced that we don't, but I don't think it's obvious that we don't. Hey, RJ from the North Hills, welcome to the show.
Yeah, I think the nuclear family needs brought back. I don't think, and I'm not trying to poo-poo anything you're saying.
Oh, yeah.
But
it's connected.
Well, at least for me, there are too many fatherless households. And I'm not totally blaming fathers on this, by the way. If you take a look at the stats, like I heard you say earlier, this is maybe like an hour ago, single moms. Single moms, by and large, choose to be single moms. They get rid of whoever the guy is involved, and they weaponize the kid later on through the family court system. And this needs to stop. We're still working on like 1,800 laws that changes the dynamics of how the whole thing works. So you need strong fathers in the household, because I'll bet you all these kids, well, not all, that's not fair. I bet you a high percent of the kids that are causing the problems are coming from fatherless households.
Disproportionate number is, I mean, I would be, I would stake my life savings on it. Yes. No question. No question. I mean, because that's something, to be honest, as I look at it, someone who's had a really wonderful upbringing in a great family, and trying to hopefully, God willing, providing the same for my family. When I just can't imagine. I can't imagine not being afraid of the disappointment of your own father, or if your own other members of your own family, if you were caught up in something like this. Like it, that is, for me, it's like, it's the respecting disappointment. It's not necessarily even like someone earlier in the show said, like, I never got the belt, but I knew, but I was put in the corner. I knew when I had disappointed my family. So I'm not, you don't necessarily have to bring the belt out, but the sense of disappointment is, I think, actually one of the strongest incentives that especially a father has at his disposal.
So you know what that is? You know what's been removed from society has been shame. I don't want to shame my family.
Yeah.
I don't want to shame my friends. I don't want to shame anybody close to me. That's been totally removed, and that needs to get brought back.
It's a delicate thing. It's a delicate thing you're saying, RJ. But here's how I would put it. If society is shaming things that aren't shameful, then that's bad. But when society fails to shame things that are shameful, that's also bad. And there are things that are objectively shameful, and we have to understand that people are operating within constraints, within systems, and so on. So not everybody is completely free to make every decision that they make. But I think we've absolutely gone too far in not shaming things that are actually shameful. So I think you're right. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So I will let you go from that standpoint. I really appreciate you taking the call. But thank you very much.
Absolutely.
And,
thanks, RJ.
Hope you have a nice day.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
You too. You too. That, yeah, I mean, we can go too far in the use of shame, because for all the reasons I said, people are operating within systems. They aren't as free as we like to think they are. We can, and shame can be weaponized in a way that is counterproductive, that leads people to fall into a kind of despair where they don't feel like their lives matter, where they don't feel like anything matters, and they end up behaving even worse afterward. So shame's a delicate thing. But as a general rule, society should shame things that are shameful. And there are things that are objectively shameful. And among them is, well, brawling in Market Square. Alrighty, back after this.
News, weather, traffic, and business every day. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
Here's the tale of the daily med fill. Same old pharmacy, same old bill. But those prices kept rising higher still.
Till the savings wrangler rode in. Cool as can be. Tap GoodRx. Saving massively.
No plan? Don't matter none. Up to 80% off. The deals are done.
Discounts hitting harder than Ma's chili. Dang. That one little app does all the rest.
Save time and money on prescriptions.
Check GoodRx. GoodRx is not insurance.
Transform your bathroom with the beautiful quality of Bath Planet. As a trusted leader in bathroom renovation, Bath Planet has earned the Good Housekeeping seal, a symbol of quality and consumer confidence for over 100 years. Get half off installation or 18 months with no interest and no payments. Whether it's tub replacement, a shower replacement, or a tub-to-shower conversion, Bath Planet makes your custom bath fast, easy, and affordable. This special offer is only available by calling 800-208-8750. That's 800-208-8750.
Paid for by Bath Concepts Industries.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
New to Medicare, get covered with MediConnect. Listen Wednesdays around 1:40 to hear Lance O'Brien of MediConnect help you navigate the Medicare process. Simply great, unbiased information to get you the best healthcare coverage. Get covered with MediConnect. Medicare made simple.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at KennyRoss.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Everything you need, every time you listen. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Alrighty, folks. Brandon McGinley from the Post-Gazette filling in for Michael Bartley today, and I've had a blast talking with everyone. This is the most calls I think I've gotten in a few hours, and all the times I've filled in, and it's been great. We have some really good perspectives. Roberta from Pittsburgh, welcome to the show, Roberta. Oh, we have Roberta. There we go. Sorry, hey Roberta, I didn't quite catch your first few seconds there. Can you start from scratch?
Sure. Oh, I said I admire you very much in the way you talk about your family, the way you're raising them.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yes. I haven't heard anybody mention this, but you know, a lot of the youth today no one has ever said anything about the young women and the men that they are choosing to, sleep with.
Yes.
They're not making wise choices with their lives.
Yeah.
Don't they understand what's going to happen? They have to raise these children on their own.
Yeah. Yes. So, I mean, one of the word that I've used a lot today is like despair, and despair is just, a lack of hope in the future. And we've talked about it in terms of the kids themselves, that these 12, 13, 14, and even up to 17, 18-year-olds, they don't have any sense of meaning or hope for their future. So they don't particularly worry about throwing things away or making bad choices because it's hard to impose consequences when you don't have any hope for your future. But that doesn't begin with the 12 and 13-year-olds. that begins with their parents and their parents and their parents.
Yes.
And that's so when you talk about these bad choices that are being made, of course I agree, but I think a lot of it is, well, if it's never going to get better, then who cares if it's a bad guy, you know? Like, who cares?
Yeah.
And I can't fix that, you know? But you know, you're right, because you're getting to another deeper layer of it, that these problems, they're so much deeper than, oh, we need more, you know, teen programming at rec centers, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right.
Yeah.
Hey, thanks, Roberta. Thanks so much for the
You're
call.
welcome.
Yeah. No, it's I keep saying it's like a whole system failure. It's but I try to put myself in the mindset of somebody who looks at their community, looks at their neighborhood, and grew up in it when so many people were making promises about how it would get better. That government programs would make it better, that investment would make it better, who were sold this bill of goods. And they hear this as children, and then they become teenagers and nothing has changed. And they see, and a friend of theirs has been shot and killed. And family members are dropping off, fragmenting. Maybe they eventually are raised by aunts and uncles or grandparents. And then they become adults. And all those promises of their neighborhood, of their community improving, have not come to pass. And while a small number have left those communities, and arguably, this is a fraught word, but escaped those communities, most have not. And for some, yeah, it's a matter of ambition and will, but for others, it's a matter of their own family situations, their own obligations, things that came up that they had no control over. 16-year-olds who have to take care of their 5-year-old nephews. And so I try to think, if that were me, would I be able to think? Would I be thinking in terms of 10 to 20 years from now? Would I be thinking in terms of getting to a good college and eventually filling up an IRA and retiring to Boca? And if I just make the right choices, that would be my future. Oh, and buy a house, raise a family, send them off to college too, and then, I don't know, they retire to Naples. I don't know. Hilton Head. I don't think I would. I don't think I would be able to think in those terms. So I try to understand choices that seem that seem impossible to understand, and I settle on that sense that, again, there's no choice. If you don't believe there's any choice you can make that will make your life better, that will make your community better, because you've been told things are going to get better and they aren't getting better, and everything just seems like it's continuing to fall apart, then you're going to make decisions that are not the ones that other people would make. And I don't know how to fix that. Craig, West Virginia, welcome to the show.
How you doing today, Brandon?
I'm doing all right. How are you?
Doing all right. This show kind of stressed me out today. This whole show.
I know. I was.
But here's the thing.
I didn't mean for it, but you're right. It's stressing me out too. Go ahead. Sorry, Craig.
I see things a totally different way. I literally retired because of what's been talked about in this show today.
Yeah.
And the way I mean that is that I think that over-parenting is just as dangerous as no parenting. And I had these
speaking my
millennials
language, Craig. You're speaking my language. Okay, go ahead. Go for it. Sorry.
Exactly. And when you think about 26% of parents go on their kids' first job interview, that makes my head spin. and how these kids are told how wonderful they are, participation trophies. They show up on my job and they think they deserve $50 an hour, and they can't read a tape measure. So, everybody keeps talking about no parenting and the person in the house. I actually think it's a bigger downgrade to society of how these kids are being coddled. How about you're the parent, he's the child, do what I tell you. You don't negotiate with children, you don't coddle adults, and you never reward bad behavior. Those 3 rules, if you just stick with the whole world changes overnight.
Oh, man, I love this. Because this is one of the things that I've been a little uncomfortable with over the course of the show is we talk about, I forget who it was, I think it was Bishop. I love Bishop, but it wasn't in a position to go at it on this, but he said something about like how if you don't know where your kids are, that's neglect, and CYS should come into play. Okay, if you don't know where your 8-year-old is at 10 o'clock at night, that's one thing. But like if you don't know where your 13-year-old son is, he's in the neighborhood, but you don't know exactly where he is at like 4 o'clock in the afternoon, like that's part of growing up. And I'm actually, as I've said on this show, I'm super pro kid independence, and that lives in tension with the problems that we're seeing today. But I think, there's a happy medium here. There is a kind of having no connection with the kids, and there's being so connected to them that they're smothered and they can't learn how to become independent adults.
They literally walk up on the job site. They can't look me in the eyes. Their handshake feels like a wet noodle. Listen, I grew up in the country. I grew up in the country. At 7 o'clock in the morning, me and 6 of my friends would hop on mini bikes, and we didn't get home till 10 o'clock at night. And they didn't know if we were in West Virginia, Ohio, or PA, and everything turned out fine.
Yeah. No, I'm like, this is why I was actually real down, and I'm going to have to get going, Craig, but this is why I was actually real down on the Kennywood policy, the blanket Kennywood policy, because if Kennywood is not a place where a 13-year-old can go off with his friends and explore, then what's left for kids to explore? You need to have both enough control and enough respect that kids aren't going to go off brawling, but need to have enough independence that they can learn how to be on their own. That's the problem. Okay, got some news.
Life's best moments start with perfect choices. For Connie Nowak, it was a trolley ride and a 67-year love story. A life of family, smart decisions, and companionship with Chester the cat. Her retirement choice? The Village at St. Barnabas. Recreation, healthcare, close to family, everything on her list. Plus, it's an exceptional retirement value with a flexible entry process and affordable rates. St. Barnabas Retirement Communities, stbarnabascommunities.com, or call 724-444-5568.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Marty Griffin. I have seen so much anger these days. You know what's overwhelmed me with joy and optimism? This Get Marty. The folks in this community that have stepped up. You can't help your neighbor if you hate your neighbor. Get Marty epitomizes that opportunity to help people, feed people, clothe people, educate people. If you need me, get Marty at KDKRadio.com. It's where we will find a way to help you.
Presented by UPMC Health System, Phil DeLuceni and Associates, Cousins Roofing, Siding and Decks, and by Harold Shepley and Associates. From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
ABC
News. I'm Mike Dubosky. Iran says it's once again closing the Strait of Hormuz in response to Israel's continued strikes in Lebanon. Meanwhile, Israel says Hezbollah strikes killed 5 of its IDF soldiers in the last 2 days. ABC News contributor and former Defense Department official Mick Mulroy says Tehran may be delaying negotiations with this latest move.
They can wait us out and hope that they get another administration in the future that's more aligned with what they are willing to agree to, if anything, because they haven't even agreed to give up their enrichment program.
Right now, Special Envoy Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner are in Switzerland awaiting the Iranian delegation. Vice President J.D. Vance is headed there now as well. American soccer fans are turning their attention to Los Angeles this Thursday, where Team USA will play a knockout round against Turkey. America notched its second World Cup win in Seattle last night, beating Australia. This is ABC News.
Tune in this Sunday morning at 8 for the Coons Cooking Hour with Rob Pratt and the Coons Market Team, when they discuss what are you making for Dad on Father's Day. It's the Coons Cooking Hour, presented by Coons Market, your hometown Pittsburgh grocer.
Here's the tale of the daily med fill. Same old pharmacy, same old bill, but those prices kept rising higher still.
Till the savings Wrangler rode in, cool as can be. Tap Good RX, saving massively.
No plan? Don't matter none. Up to 80% off. The deals are done.
Discounts hitting harder than Ma's chili. Dang, that one little app does all the rest.
Save time and money on prescriptions.
Check Good RX. Good RX is not insurance.
Transform your bathroom with the beautiful quality of Bath Planet. As a trusted leader in bathroom renovation, Bath Planet has earned the Good Housekeeping Seal, a symbol of quality and consumer confidence for over 100 years. Get half off installation or 18 months with no interest and no payments. Whether it's tub replacement, a shower replacement, or a tub to shower conversion, Bath Planet makes your custom bath fast, easy, and affordable. This special offer is only available by calling 800-208-8750. That's 800-208-8750.
Paid for by Bath Concepts Industries. When it comes to family law, a lot has changed in recent years, so assumptions can be costly. If you see or sense a change coming in your family life that could have legal implications, it's important to know where you stand. Getting good legal advice early is never a bad idea. I'm Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. If you or anyone you know is facing a family law issue, start with a consultation. Visit CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
Ready to start thinking like Wall Street without leaving Main Street? Tune in Sunday mornings at 6:30 for a slice of advice with Kelton Burgess, right here on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
A thunder shower around this evening, otherwise patchy clouds tonight, low 56. Increasingly cloudy but dry for Father's Day, high 77. Cloudy tomorrow night with rain and thunderstorms, low 62. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Scott Erickson at 101.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
All right, it's the weekend, and it's a great one, but I'll be back Monday. Can't wait. 2 to 6 right here. Colin Dunlap.
Alrighty, Pittsburgh, about 4:34. I have about 20 more minutes with you today. This is Brandon McGinley from the Post-Gazette, filling in for Michael Bartley. We've had a marathon of conversation today about the teen takeovers and teen violence in Pittsburgh, ideas for national service, but with a kind of through line of talking about generating a sense of meaning and purpose and respect for kids and then for adults too. I feel like we're all part of communities where we're cared about and that care about us. Without those things, then it's hard to continue to generate meaning for everybody going forward. Carl in Bellevue, welcome to the show, Carl.
Hey, Brandon. Yeah, you're spot on so many fronts, and I'm old enough to remember when discipline was meted out at home, and certainly within law enforcement. Yeah. And look, we are getting what we've asked for. We voted these policies in over the last 20 to 30 years, These are overwhelmingly occurring in progressive blue-run cities. That is a fact. It's not open for debate. And if you look at the overwhelming majority of these cities, and I only care about Pittsburgh. Unlike you, I care about Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
I care about our new mayor. I'm hopeful that our new mayor can do something that his predecessor did not do. And that, it all starts. You hit on something that was so perfect. You said these young people aren't thinking about 10 to 15 to 20 years from now with jobs, with retirements, this, that, and the other. You know what else they're not considering? 10 to 20 years that some of this behavior once upon a time would get you in a prison, in a lockup.
Yeah.
And when you rid the penalty, you take away any chance of deterring this type of behavior.
Yeah.
Beginning at home and then ultimately ending on the streets.
Yeah. Yeah. I just, my only hesitation, and I mean, ultimately, if this continues, the only solution, the only available solution for the city is going to be law enforcement and a crackdown. And that's the only available solution as a matter of just practical reality, and the only available solution as a matter of politics, because people are not going to put up with it. Whatever the progressives think, the people will just not put up with it, and they will demand action. And whether Corey O'Connor wants to or not, he's going to have to take action if this continues, and certainly if it worsens. I would adjust things a little bit. Go ahead, Carl.
You're a wise man. And you're exactly right. And you know exactly what the response is going to be.
Yes.
The moment we get the police involved and we start rounding up these individuals.
Yeah.
You know what it's going to be.
I know. But
on the letter R, and then it'll be even worse.
Yeah, I would say I've been a little bit surprised, actually, that the kind of progressive activist, and now it could be that I'm missing things, by the way. I am not, I'm not in every progressive Pittsburgh Facebook group, and maybe there's lots more anxiety than I'm seeing, but I have not seen the activists get whipped up too much, and I'm a little surprised by that, because we've had 2 days in a row, or 2 days out of 3, where the cops had said that they used pepper spray, and that is often considered to be a massive escalation, and I have not seen a lot of anxiety about that. I've seen the anxiety that I've seen from the progressives, or what the line that they're taking, as far as I can tell, is that, the city needs to invest more in anti-violence stuff, and this is Corey O'Connor's fault because Ed Gainey invested in it and Corey didn't, which is total crap. I mean, that's just is brazenly false. There's no truth to that whatsoever. Any programs that Ed Gainey instituted are still in force, and a lot of the stuff that the city was doing, Ed Gainey inherited. I mean, that's total junk. But the one point I want to make is that it's kind of like how yesterday I was on the show. I had Laura Dragowski from the Office of Community Health and Safety on, talking about co-response and bringing social workers along with cops on certain calls where social workers can provide services that cops can't. When that's done well, cops like it because cops have been asked to do things that are way beyond what they are equipped or trained to do. For instance, dealing with behavioral and mental health crises, that's where the social workers can help. I think there's a similar problem here, where cops are being asked to be the front line for basically youth misbehavior. Now, it's youth misbehavior that's gotten way out of control, but this is not what law enforcement's for. Law enforcement is not supposed to be disciplining kids. That's families and communities' jobs. And I think we put our cops in a really bad situation when we say, this is a law enforcement problem. Law enforcement has to fix it. But that puts our cops in a bad situation, because at the end of the day, a lot of these are still kids. And it's not clear to me that putting them all in Schumann is going to help the situation in the long run.
Well, right. That's if we had Schumann. Again,
so they're still ramping up the new detention center. But yeah.
Right. This is all done by design. This is very strategic. There's a long game being played here. But if you simply let the police do their jobs, they've done it extraordinarily well for 100 years, and for the last 50 years. They've dealt with more, frankly. They dealt with riots in the 60s. I'm old enough to remember. They dealt successfully with riots in the 60s, okay? Let them do their job. When there's an accident on the parkway, the tow truck operator comes, he removes the carnage, okay?
Yes.
Once the investigation's done, and that's what the officer is tasked with removing the problem. Remove the problem so you, me, and so many others, the vast majority of people, can enjoy what they work so hard for, enjoy that beautiful market square, enjoy downtown, and it's in every blue city. I travel this country.
Yeah.
It's in every blue city.
Yeah. Well, I think it's it's fair enough. Almost every city is. Thank you, Carl. I fair enough point on the blue cities. Almost every city is blue, and I think they probably have similar problems in Salt Lake City, which may or may not be a blue city. It's more about the congregation of problems in a dense, developed area. More the blue versus red is partially a red herring, not entirely a red herring. I have said on the show before, actually, one of the things that I agree with most that Joe Biden never said was that the hardest job in politics is big city mayor. Urban governance is very difficult, and Democrats have time and again proven that they struggle at it, and especially once you get to the hard left. Actually, I think it's one of the biggest things holding Democrats back nationally is that people look at our cities and they see that they are poorly governed, and they do not want to see that governance spread elsewhere. But it's also just endemic to cities generally, regardless whether they're blue or red. And I want to insist that we put our cops in a bad position when we tell them that this is their responsibility. Disciplining 14-year-olds is not cops' responsibility. It's not. They don't want to be in that position. I can guarantee you they do not want to be in that position. They do not want to be in the position of being a replacement parent because the only tools they have at their disposal are pepper spray and tasers and handcuffs and, God forbid, firearms. That's what they have. They don't have go in the corner for 30 minutes and think about what you've done. They don't have writing lines. They can't make a 14-year-old who's brawling in Market Square go write 100 times, I will not brawl in Market Square. They also don't have the ability to have the kind of rapport with young people that's needed to develop respect and that kind of respect to disappointment thing where you respect a grown-up and you don't want to disappoint that grown-up, and that is the primary motivator. Not so much fear, certainly not fear of physical violence or even fear of physical consequences, but fear of disappointment. That, I think, is still for most kids the biggest motivator, and that cops don't have that at their disposal. Families do. Communities do. This is why I'm so impressed by the largely young men who work as the outreach workers in Market Square, because they're developing those kind of relationships where they know the kids by name and by face. They know the ones who are trouble. They know which collections of kids cause trouble, and they can intercept. Obviously, what happened last night was that this just got out of control before anybody could intercept anything. And once the chaos spreads, you can't put it back in the bottle. But I can almost guarantee you, I just found out about this. I haven't had a chance to talk to anybody, but I can guarantee you that of all the people in this city who feel badly about what happened last night, the Market Square outreach workers are at the very top of the list because they dedicate their lives to trying to prevent things like this, and to see kids who and I'm guessing if I were to ask them, this is total speculation, but I'm guessing if I were to ask them, they'd say a lot of new kids were there last night. It was a totally different dynamic. Never hundreds, several hundred. This was part of it was the dispersal after the festival downtown yesterday. So it's a different kind of situation. But I'm also betting it's fair to say that some of the kids who are involved are ones who are known to the teams who work in Market Square. And I'm sure they're feeling terribly. They're feeling disappointed. They're wondering, is it worth it? And it is. And I want to tell them it is worth it. Because we don't know how much worse it could have been were it not for the people who dedicate themselves to being the father figures that a lot of these kids don't have, to being the mentors that they otherwise wouldn't have, to being the people who they fear to disappoint. Tomorrow's Father's Day. I have to go to one last break, and then we'll spend the last few minutes talking about that.
When the weather turns bad, turn to us for the best news, weather, and traffic information from the KDKA Radio Storm Center. Presented by Duquesne Light Company. Larger than light. Online and on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Some third-party vacation rental sites charge fees just for booking through their platform. On a full week stay, those fees can add up fast. On one real 7-night stay, a guest could have saved about $2,800 just by booking direct with SWAC Vacations. That's roughly the cost of a new washer and dryer. Money you could have saved and put in your pocket just by skipping the middleman. Compare direct pricing first at swacvacations.com. SWAC Vacations. Same stay, less fees.
Pittsburgh's very own board-certified and licensed hypnotherapist Dan Vitchoff of the PA Hypnosis Center is here to help you. He has helped train U.S. Olympic team members control their brains, stay relaxed, focused, and in control, giving them the edge for the gold. He's recognized by many organizations around the world as one of the top hypnotherapists anywhere. He has gotten over 3,000 people to give up cigarettes for good in the last 22 years. He's helped folks even who've tried gastric bypass to lose weight. He can help you and give you a 98% success guarantee. Call 724-934-8446. That's Dan Vitchoff, the PA Hypnosis Center. Mention KDKA and get $50 off any program. But call for a free consultation today, 724-934-8446. The PA Hypnosis Center with Dan Vitchoff. Make that call today, 724-934-8446.
Planning for retirement isn't easy. If you don't know where to start, join Beth Andrews of Net Worth Advisors every Saturday at 1 for the Net Worth Financial Hour. Beth shares helpful tips and strategies that just might change the course of your retirement. Listen every Saturday at 1 to the Net Worth Financial Hour with Beth Andrews of Net Worth Advisors. Net Worth Advisors, LLC, is a registered investment advisor.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
Trust is earned. That's why I've stuck with Straight Talk. Same price since 2009 on Verizon's 5G network. Cause shoot, anyone can make a promise. Keeping it for years, that means something.
Now plans starting at $25 a month with 4 lines. Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Same price claim applies only to the base monthly price of our $45 plan from October 2009 to present.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
He's downright entertaining, and he's on the voice of Pittsburgh. Michael Bartley, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Alrighty, Pittsburgh, thanks for listening today. I didn't know till I woke up this morning that I was on this shift. I mean, I knew, but I'd forgotten. And it's my 4th day in a row filling in, actually. So I've been spending a lot of time in this studio. And unfortunately, I mean, I'm having a blast. I'm having a blast. And I hope you're enjoying listening to it. But unfortunately, things keep happening in the city that force me to keep talking about the same things. I'm trying to mix it up, but the same problems with youth. Just losing their ever-loving minds. Youth coming together to not just misbehave, but in the case of last night, cops were assaulted. They had to get out the pepper spray, several hundred kids, and then when they were dispersed, they started fighting again. But it is an interesting coincidence that this happened on the weekend of Father's Day. We all know I'd stake my life savings on it. I really would. There's very little I'm more certain of in this whole conversation than the fact that a disproportionate number of the kids who were involved last night and who are involved in all this stuff don't have active fathers at home. We all know that. There's no denying it. What does that mean? Well, it's also fair to assume that while 2 of the 4 kids who were detained last night were girls, I'm guessing that a disproportionate number of the brawlers were boys. And the question then becomes, how is what it means to be a man, and in particular a man, transmitted? How is it transmitted down the generations? Some of it is transmitted down the generations through media, through television shows, through reality TV. Some of it is transmitted through our schools and good role models in school. Some of it's transmitted through athletics. Talk about role models. Boys and their athletic role models, that's a classic combo. Some of it is transmitted through communities, through neighborhoods, and seeing other examples of masculinity, of responsible masculinity. But the number one place what it means to be a man is transmitted down the generations is by the dad. By a dad who's there, a dad who's not necessarily sitting down his son and saying, this is what it means to be a man, son. Maybe there's a little bit of that. But mostly it's just by example. It's by being respectful and kind and loving to children, to your wife. It's about taking responsibility for your work and taking pride in your work. Not just the work you get paid for, but the work you do around the house. Taking pride in cleaning the dishes well. And then not complaining. This one's hard for me. Not complaining if nobody thanks you for it. It's about showing self-restraint, not doing everything that you want to do at every moment. It's about mercy. It's about knowing when the response to misbehavior is a stern talking to and when it's actually more like a hug and a conversation about what's going on. It's about knowing when to act and when not to act. It's about knowing when to be quiet, when to be loud. It's about showing what it means to have power and use it well. Because there's one of the greatest powers that anybody can have is as a father in a home. You have power over your children. You have power over the entire domestic situation. It's not so much about conversation as it is about action and demonstrating what it means to be a man. And when kids don't have that, then they're going to look somewhere else for it. And ideally, there will be other options in your family or in your community, grandfathers or uncles or other community leaders. But if that fails, then they will be stuck with media, or they'll be stuck with social media. They'll be stuck with the videos that are being fed on TikTok. They'll be stuck with each other, many of whom also won't have been transmitted to them a strong sense of responsible masculinity. And that's when you end up with not just a few folks who are kind of groping in the dark trying to figure out what it means to be who they are, but dozens, hundreds, all at once. Tomorrow's the day when we celebrate dads. I'm not like a huge fan of forced, I consider it like a forced consumption holiday where you're forced to buy gifts or whatever. I'm not really into that kind of thing. I don't know. But as a moment to reflect or just spend time, you don't even have to buy anything for dad. Just spend time with dad or spend time with your kids. Doesn't even have to be special. Just the time is what counts. and show by your life, with your words, yes, but more importantly, your life, that the most important thing to you is that they thrive. Because at the end of the day, and this is the key to fatherhood, it's the key to responsible masculinity, it's key to responsible anything. It's the key to life, but in a particular way for fathers, given the power that they have over their own families and how they will remember them and how they will become the adults they're supposed to be. The key is just knowing that the most important thing is going outside yourself. The most important thing is others. The most important thing is not getting what you want, but helping others get what they want and need. The most important thing is realizing that to be a father, to be a man, is to forget yourself and live for others. And that is how you transmit love and respect to the next generation, and to the next generation, not just of a family, but of a community, of a nation. With that, happy Father's Day, happy Juneteenth, and God bless everyone. Hope you have a good rest of your weekend.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
I'm doing a porch concert in Morningside today where I'm going to be singing. You want a little, you want a sample?
Yes, let's go.
How lucky can one guy be? I kissed her and she kissed me.
Perfect Juneteenth song.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Carpal tunnel syndrome. Heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
Join Rob Pratt every Sunday at 11 a.m. for Black and Gold Sunday, presented by Coons Market, your hometown Pittsburgh grocer. Rob keeps you posted on Pittsburgh sports with 2 hours of exciting talk. That's Black and Gold Sunday, 11 to 1, presented each week by Coons Market.
Buy one window, get a free unicorn. Just kidding. Are you tired of dishonest offers? I'm Brian Murphy, owner of Easy Home Exteriors, and we take your home seriously. If you need windows, roofing, siding, or doors, we'll give you fair, honest pricing the first time, every time. No pressure, no gimmicks. We'll give you a free estimate. You don't even need to be home. Call 412-678-7008. That's 412-678-7008. If you're lucky, we'll throw in a unicorn.
Get connected. That's the Inside Connection this Saturday morning at 9 with your local Medicare experts from MediConnect. If you're turning 65, hear all the inside information available to seniors on the Inside Connection, presented by MediConnect. Medicare made simple.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, covered by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company. Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
From ABC News, I'm
I'm Mike Dubusky. Iran says the Strait of Hormuz is closed, while U.S. Central Command says that crucial waterway is open. It all comes back to Israel's latest volley of strikes on Lebanon, which Lebanese authorities say killed more than a dozen people. Iran says that move violates its memorandum of understanding with the U.S. ABC News foreign correspondent Brick Clennett is in Jerusalem.
A lot of political, domestic pressure that Netanyahu is feeling right now. He has an election coming up in October. And, does he appease to the Trump administration and risk looking weak at home? Or does he risk that relationship with the Trump administration fraying even further? So it is quite a bind. And that's why Lebanon is such a pressure valve here and why it really risks the whole collapse of this agreement.
Right now, Vice President J.D. Vance is on his way to Switzerland, joining up with the American delegation waiting on Iranian officials there. Iran says its plan is to ensure the U.S. is still on board with the memorandum. A train collision in the U.K. leaves at least one person dead and nearly 90 wounded. Chief Constable Lucy Dorsey says the cause of the crash remains under investigation.
Specialist investigators from British Transport Police are working with colleagues at the Rail Accident Investigation Branch to gather the facts and determine what has happened.
Jubilation in the streets of Raleigh, North Carolina this afternoon, where the victory parade for the Stanley Cup champions, the Carolina Hurricanes, took place. Jordan Stahl is the team's MVP.
You guys brought it, baby. Every night, all season long, and in the playoffs, that arena, that atmosphere, that passion from you guys, I felt it. You saw it in my eyes, and I saw it in all your eyes. I could see it. I could feel it. You guys nailed it. And so thank you.
It's the Hurricanes' second Stanley Cup win. You're listening to ABC News.
Hot summer days and high energy bills are on the way. Upgrade your home's old leaky windows this month during Window Nation's Buy 4 Get 4 free sale. Yes, half of your new beautiful energy efficient windows free. Plus no money down and no monthly payments or interest for 2 years. Call now 866-200-8670 or windownation.com. In select markets, trust our family of brands, New South Window and ArmorView. That's 866-200-8670 or windownation.com to book a consultation.
I've been telling you all about the Secret War on our cash and the free report you can receive a copy of by contacting Swiss America at 800-289-2646. I'd also like to encourage you to subscribe to their podcast on YouTube. Just search Swiss America Trading. The podcast can provide you a ton of vital information and financial news in the challenging and uncertain times we're in. Subscribe today. Learn more about BRICS, industry leaders, and their market predictions for the future, along with what you might expect to see in terms of precious metal performance in the weeks and months ahead. Message and data rates may apply.
An 18-year-old American sustained serious injuries after a boat reversed into him in the Bahamas yesterday. Local officials there say he's been flown back to the U.S. for treatment. In New York, an amusement park ride leaves dozens hanging in midair for hours.
Families waited anxiously as firefighters had to meticulously remove one child at a time. They sat with their legs dangling, confined to their seats on this ride at Adventureland, which climbs to over 50 feet in the air. Witnesses say the ride got stuck before the park closed at 8 o'clock, and many of the passengers were stuck up there for more than 2 hours, and some for longer than that.
ABC's Anthony Carlo. 12 people were shot in Chicago last night after a drive-by shooting in the city's South Side neighborhood. Police are still searching for the suspects in that case. In the World Cup, Team USA is looking ahead to Thursday when they take on Turkey. It comes after a hard-fought win over Australia yesterday. ABC's Christiane Cordero was in Seattle for that match.
Fans packed watch parties from coast to coast, with the host, Emerald City, decked out in red, white, and blue.
2-0. It was amazing. It's like we knew it was going to happen.
I came from Florida. It was electric. I would say that it's like the loudest that I've heard a sporting event in a long time.
That win marks the first back-to-back win for the men's team at the World Cup since 1930. I'm Mike Dubusky, ABC News.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
A thunder shower in a few spots early, otherwise partly cloudy tonight, low 56. Sunshine and patchy clouds tomorrow for Father's Day, high 77. Periods of rain and thunderstorms late tomorrow night, low 62. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Kai Erickson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following program was pre-recorded.
The following is paid for by Golden Reserve. Information on the program is intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information aired on the following program.
The following program is paid for by Golden Reserve. All opinions or statements expressed on this program are solely those of Golden Reserve or its guests and do not reflect the opinions of KDKA or Odyssey.
Coming up this week on Fire Your Financial Advisor with Greg Ayler from Golden Reserve. Why are the first 5 years in retirement taking on even more importance now? And are we finding the sweet spot for interest rates? That and more coming up today on Fire Your Financial Advisor.
This is Fire Your Financial Advisor with Greg Ayler.
The financial industry is VCRs, man. They are an antiquated cabal that are trying to continue to basically exploit retirees.
Does the financial industry system work more for you or for them?
The idea that because you're more successful or you have more zeros in your bank account, you're paying more for your services has never made sense to me.
Shining a light on the good, the bad, and the ugly of Wall Street, and how to come out on top. Now, Fire Your Financial Advisor with Greg Ayler.
Welcome back to Fire Your Financial Advisor with Greg Ayler. My name is Randy Cook. It is the weekend. That means it's time for fun. And on that list, every week, on my list, is Greg Ayler. Greg, how are you doing today?
I'm tired, Randy. I'm a little tired. I know, man. It's one of those things. You're getting older, Greg. I thought I could turn it on and do a quick trip to New York City to catch the Brazil Morocco soccer game. I had some buddies. If you guys didn't know this, if you don't follow the show, my wife's Brazilian. She was born and raised in Brazil, which basically makes me a Brazilian fan. It's kind of like, my wife is an Ohio State Buckeye fan because I grew up around Columbus, and because obviously soccer is like a religion down there. I am a Brazil. I have the jersey and everything, and then we have Brazilian friends. So I end up going to New York with just me, which I'm sure my wife really loved that, me going and her not going. But, that's how the cookie crumbles. And going to a World Cup game was pretty amazing. I mean, despite being super crowded and surrounded at 90-degree heat, trying to get down to New York Jets Stadium, it was quite an experience to see two cultures. They travel from all these people. They're all from not America, right? Like you're getting people traveling from all over the world for every game, which makes it kind of fun. And they really, really like soccer, right? Like they love soccer. So that was quite the adventure, being gone for 2 days, staying up a little too late, thinking that I'm still in my 20s, going out. New York basically opens up at 10 o'clock at night. So you're basically trying to it's kind of like Vegas. They never really sleeps. You're just trying to manage your way through the day and night. And then you come home and you realize I'm old, Randy, and I'm hurt. My back hurts. My head hurts. I'm still tired like a week later. It's one of those things where things get more precious. I'm an older dad. I have twins that are 5, Lola and Louie. And when I got home, I was feeling not great. And I just couldn't help but laugh out loud. When kids are getting to 5 or 6, they're starting to have deep conversations, like real conversations. And Lola is explaining to Louie that she has to wipe herself after she goes to the bathroom. And this is like a grown-up. Mom's trying to explain it to her. And Louie's like, why don't I have to do that? Why, Dad? I'm like, Dad. He's like, Dad. He like waves me over. It's like a secret. He's like, why don't I have to wipe, my pee-pee after I go potty? I was like, well, dude. And before I could answer, Lola just walks by and goes, you don't have a nanina. That's why, Louie. You don't have a nanina. And that was how the story ended. So that was my entry back into reality at the Ayler household, and all is well now.
And
FCC, we're allowed to say nanina. We're allowed to say nanina, aren't we, Randy? Is that gonna get busted?
That will not get flagged. Compliance is fine with that, so you're good.
All right.
Okay.
God bless kids.
Just another fun weekend at the Ayler household. Very good. All right. Well, we want to have some fun when we get into our retirement. Have lots of great fun times and great fun memories, like Greg just laid upon us there. But one of the things about going into retirement is I kind of equate it to, Greg talks about the first couple of years and people kind of tiptoe in. It's kind of like, when you're barefoot and you all of a sudden have to start walking on rocks and you're hoping you're going to hit the smooth ones, but you don't want the sharp ones. That's kind of the way people go into retirement. And it's because we hear stuff like this. This is from Morningstar. This is a stat that they threw out there. 70% of retirement plan failures happen in the first 5 years of retirement because of some loss or some kind of a mistake. So that's why people kind of tiptoe their way in. They don't want to make a mistake like that. But if you get through that first 5 years, the chances of you running out of money are not that great. It's like 1 in 25. So, Greg, you talk a lot about the psychological, the financial of going into the first couple of years of retirement. Are the first 5 years as vital as what they're talking about?
Randy, most times you ease me in.
Mm-hmm.
I hate this article. I hate who wrote it. I hate everything it stands for. And I'm going to tell you why.
Okay.
This is such utter nonsense. It's void of logic. It's almost like a toddler level, someone just making things up. Why? Because people want you to think that you need a financial advisor to manage your money. And if your money's in the market, they get to charge a fee. That's it. That's period. Can I rewrite the article?
Yeah, if you'd like.
Can you let me I'm going to rewrite it right now for everybody listening. Like, this is what it should say in the first 5 years of retirement. And before I even do that, what's a failure? Is it that you lost some money? Is it that you had to went back to work? I couldn't find any qualification of what they considered a failure. Was it someone was too stressed to spend their money? Like, it's very subjective. Like, let's not put too much grace in. So this is Greg's big 3 you need to do, not in the first 5 years in retirement, but right when you start retirement. There's a big 3.
Okay.
And it has nothing to do about investing money in the stock market. Spoiler alert.
Okay.
So the first, identify your spending and your expenses. That's it. It's that simple. How much are you spending? This will drive a lot of information on how we're going to act next, right? So according to most studies, people are spending roughly $70,000 to $75,000 in retirement. And that's pretty consistent regardless of between $500,000 and $3 million. There's not a lot of variation. So you're spending roughly $72,000. The second thing on Greg's list that you need to determine is what's coming in. What's your income? Very easy. Social Security usually is the big one. You may have a pension. Regardless, if we're going to play that game, all right, how much comes in? Well, the average median of Social Security, according to the Social Security Administration Office, is roughly $50,000 per couple. Now, that may not be yours, but this is important data. What you're spending, what you're getting. I know this isn't, groundbreaking, but I'm going to bring it home. The third is a preservation strategy, because what's more important than anything else is having what you saved be there when you need it. Now, that sounds very elementary, but it gets missed by the entire financial industry. And I'm going to break down the math of why my way is better and who wrote this article should be fired.
Okay.
Because if you do the math, it's inarguable that I'm right and they're wrong. And there's really no variation or way around it. And when I think about the preservation part of it, putting the fence around your assets from an investment strategy, I will highlight the lunacy of what they're saying. Because they wrote this article, Randy, and you know what the market did the last 5 years, the S&P?
Pretty good.
It grew 103%.
Yeah.
And that is including a down 18% year. Your money doubled in 5 years. You had arguably one of the greatest runs in financial history. And you know what they just said? Go for 5 more. Does that seem responsible? Like, let's ignore that you knew nothing about finance or anything in life. If you had a gambling streak where you were winning and winning and winning and you knew that the odds weren't in your favor, would you be like, I guess I'm just going to gamble some more? Hey, I've been on roulette. It's hit black 5 times. Let's put it on black again for 5 more. Don't get into independent variable. I'm not going to do that conversation right now, the nerdy math stuff. But like, folks, you won the lottery. This is the lottery. This is legitimately the lottery of finance. Now, I'm going to make this real simple. I don't want any comments about inflation. I hear you. This doesn't include inflation, but it's not going to take away from my point. Trust me. Based on the median of income and spending and expenses, you have a $22,000 shortfall. If you're spending $72,000 and you're getting $50,000, that's the math. If you have $1 million and your money is buried in your backyard under your bird bath, you will not run out of money for 45 years. If you have $2 million, shockingly, you will not run out of money in 90 years. Can we take a deep breath here and just let that sink in? That is no growth at all. I know people are going to say inflation. Okay, 3 or 4% inflation. Sorry, 80 years. It's like, all right. But my point holds true. The right investment strategy involving preservation ensures that you get to do everything you want in retirement. Their strategy has a risk element that you don't get to do everything you want in retirement, but you don't get to do any more in retirement. Because the studies show that just because you make more, people don't add trips. It's very strange. The spending doesn't really change. The $1 million versus $2 million retiree spending habits are almost identical, according to the Social Security Administration. So what you're telling me is that I'm speeding with the chance of a ticket, but I'm not going to get anywhere faster. That's exactly what I'm telling you. And it's just math. It's not my opinion. It's just the numbers. And if you're living, you're probably saying, you're right. We had a great year. I haven't done anything. I haven't taken any extra trips. I'm still a little nervous about spending my money I have. So instead of listening to this silliness about putting more money in the market, more money at risk for 5 years, I don't know where they came up with 5. That's a hilarious statistic. I think it's because you're just closer to dying. It has nothing to do with finance. They don't want to be greedy and say 10. But Randy, if you just break down and do the Greg Big 3, and hopefully if you have a good retirement planner in your corner, they'll do it for you. But if you look at your spending and your expenses, your income, and then your preservation investment strategy, those things will drive the risk that you need to do everything you want in retirement, because that's what we should be chasing here. Let's do everything you want in retirement versus chasing numbers that don't mean anything and indexes that don't mean anything to your life.
There are a lot of fear tactics out there, and we talk about them here on the show. The financial industry, they kind of excel at that kind of stuff, and this might be a great example of it. Give the team at Golden Reserve a call. Let's do your retirement math. We call it a roadmap for retirement, and what we do is no cost or obligation. Let's just sit down and take a look at what you've saved, and as Greg said, what are you spending, what's going in, what's going out, and how do we protect it? Pretty simple. There's the big 3 that Greg talked about. Let's get that going for you. Then plus we'll look at market risk and taxes and fees and all the other things that we're going to talk about here on the show today. Let's get it taken care of. We call it the roadmap for retirement. Here's the website, getyourroadmap.com. Pretty easy. Getyourroadmap.com. There's a place for you to put some information in there, and the team reaches out to you. You can find us at one of our Pittsburgh offices in Green Tree, Wexford, and Canonsburg. 412-790-0000. That's 412-790-0000. We'll be right back with more Fire Your Financial Advisor with Greg Ayler.
So you go to the store to buy a shirt, and you find one you like. But they only have one size, medium. But you're not a medium. What do? Try to squeeze into it? That's not a good look. It's obvious. That store and that shirt are not a good fit. It's the same story when people sit down with a financial advisor to plan for retirement. They'll probably lump you in with everyone else your age with their standard cookie-cutter financial portfolio. And it just doesn't fit. At Golden Reserve, we know that a retirement plan can't be solved with a one-size-fits-all answer. It has to be as unique as you are. We see you as a person, not the number in your 401k. Call for your free roadmap for retirement at getyourroadmap.com.
Welcome back to Fire Your Financial Advisor, to talk to Greg and the team about your retirement at no cost or obligation. Call our offices in Green Tree, Wexford, or Canonsburg at 412-790-0000. That's 412-790-0000. Or at getyourroadmap.com.
Welcome back to Fire Your Financial Advisor with Greg Ayler at Golden Reserve. Online, find us at getyourroadmap.com. And while you're there, as you tool around, you might see some notice of different events that the team has, and that's something that is a next step for you. You listen to the radio show, maybe see Greg on TV, and then you go, you know what? I'm going to look into this a little bit more. Why don't you attend one of our live events? And Greg, you can tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully it's an extension of what we're doing now. You know, the hope is to make finance not so overwhelming, not so blurry, and put the glasses on and hopefully bring some clarity to what's going on in your retirement so that you have some confidence. To do that, we pick restaurants around the Midwest, depending on where you're at, and we do a 30 to 45-minute show, if you will, client stories, hopefully, showing you what happens when some of the big risks come out, how you plan for them, when you don't plan for them. Everything is in client story format because we feel like that is the most engaging. The client loves that delivery much more than a boring PowerPoint with numbers all the time. When we get done with that, usually we have some great meals ready for you, some cocktails. We obviously want all of it to be world-class. We have some gifts for when you show up. We have gifts for people that, sign up for a roadmap at the actual seminars. And the hope is to make it better than everybody else's, of course, more informative, but more fun. And at the end, people usually want to walk away being a little curious, hopefully learning something they didn't learn before. That's our promise. If we accomplish in that, then it's a win. Hopefully you got a nice night out and learn something.
We'd love to have the opportunity to meet you and start chatting about retirement. And you can find all of that on the website, which is getyourroadmap.com. All right, so everybody's talking about gas prices, except Greg. He doesn't want to talk about gas prices. He said this is not going to ruin your retirement. But, ever since they talk about gas prices and it goes up over $4 a gallon, everybody starts talking about, well, where is it that everybody's happy? I'm happy at the pump. The oil companies can make money. Well, I can't think of a better authority than Billy Bob Thornton on Landman.
You want oil to live above 60 but below 90. And don't get me wrong, we're still printing money at 90, but gas gets up over $3.50 a gallon, it starts to pinch. If it hits 100, every product in America has to readjust its price. $78 a barrel, that's about perfect. It brings enough profit to keep exploring, but it don't sting as much at the pump. Unless, of course, you're in California. They tax the out of it out there.
Don't you love that show? All right. So Billy Bob says $78 a barrel is the sweet spot for oil. Well, I don't want to talk about gas prices because I know that gets the hair on the back of your neck up, Greg. But let's talk about another number that people are going for, looking for the sweet spot, and that's interest rates. Is there a place that the Wall Street people are happy and that the retirees and the investors are happy that we could all make a little bit of money? And are we getting close to that?
It's interesting. I will say that Billy Bob Thornton is awesome in Landman. If you haven't watched Landman and you're missing out,
oh yeah,
I can't stand Taylor Sheridan, but man, he can cast a show, and Billy Bob Thornton can deliver a performance. Man, that show is fantastic. And I will say one more gas thing just before we drive in interest rates. I've said this at every show, I think, because everybody's been talking about gases. This is exactly where I'm talking about, where you have to see the forest through the trees here. Now, does it affect consumer pricing long-term? Yes. If gas gets high for a while, you're right. Shipping, the trucks on the road, everything gets more expensive. No doubt there's some inflationary concerns. But when it comes to just you filling up a tank, because that's really what makes you mad, right? Because you just won't buy stuff that's expensive, but you have to drive around. You see it every day. There's a psychological thing that you think it's more. It seems like more, but cumulatively, in the span of a 30-year retirement, it's a rounding error. So calm down. Don't not do stuff because of gas prices. Now, to answer your question regarding interest rates now, that I've got my plug in for the gas madness. Back in 1972, rates were 16.64%. That's pretty high, right?
That's crazy.
According to bankrate.com, in the last 40 years, the median rate has been 6.27%.
So we're still below that. Okay.
Yeah, well, I think right now we're at 6.32% according to what I saw today, but that could be wrong. But we're right on it. We're hovering. We're hovering where the median is. People remember the 0% interest rate days. I can do a little business economics here. I don't want to get lost in the business aspects because this is about retirees. And I have a nice kind of spin on this that I want to make sure I hit. But people don't realize that low interest rates aren't always good, particularly long term. And here's why. Bad companies get to exist in poor interest rate time periods because what ends up happening is money's cheap, so people take more and more money on, more and more debt on. It's easier. You don't have to be as good of an operator, which means it dilutes the people pool across more companies. And what ends up happening is businesses suffer, or businesses have to pay higher wages to get good people because there's so much bad money in the market. A good high interest rate market or a good crash is actually great for good businesses. It's bad for bad businesses because they go out of business because they're a bad business. And we haven't had that type of cleansing of bad businesses in about 15 years. So that's why people are more expensive and all these things are more expensive, is because there's a residual. It's not just about your bank account interest rates or your loans. It's also about the business economics of interest rate fluctuation that does affect the market as a broad. Now, are interest rate increases good or bad for retirees? Now, I'm going to make the argument that they're more good than bad, Randy. And people are like, what? What are you talking about? Well, let's think about what a good interest rate does for retirees. When interest rates are down and everyone's not making any money on money markets, CDs, bonds, annuities, the only place that anyone can make any money, it seems, is to put it in the stock market. And that requires risk that we all talk about with ups and downs. That, to me, that doesn't feel like a positive for retirees where they have to take a certain amount of risk to get any type of return in their, portfolio. Now, the flip side of that, if interest rates are down, they can take out cheaper loans, home equity lines, things like that. But for me, that doesn't hit as hard. And I don't think it speaks to our clients because most people have their house paid off in retirement. Or if not, they're locked into a really low interest rate already from 10 years ago. And if they buy again, in my experience, I know it seems strange, but if they buy a new car, they usually pay cash. They sell their old car and they pay cash. They're not incurring a lot of debt. So the fluctuation of interest rates from a high standpoint isn't affecting their life. It's not affecting how they live, how they spend, how they travel, because they're not very leveraged. And they're not looking to leverage themselves. The only time it really comes up is if they want to buy that secondary home in Florida or Texas or Tennessee. And sometimes they want to put some debt on that. But other than those scenarios, interest rates going up means that, the correlation of bonds go up. Their returns for bonds go from 2% to 5% or 6%. Annuities go up from 2% to 5 or 6%. Money markets go to 3%. Like, you start to have more preservation options, which to me is a positive for retirees. It may be a negative for younger folks that are in the business of, trying to accumulate wealth, be in the stock market. They want to, take out loans to buy their first house. Yeah, that makes it more challenging for them. But if this is a retirement show, Randy, we're all about number one. That's right, just retirees. And from a just retiree standpoint, interest rates going up, I believe, and it does hurt the market. It can hurt the stock market and all those things, but those things don't bother me. Because I think if we're just planning to do things that ensure retirees do everything they want, it makes my job easier. It's a lot easier to get retirees to take a 6% return with no downside risk versus a 3% return with no downside risk. You're already climbing up that, getting close to average 8% equities over the long run, right? Like, that's usually the magic number people shout out as equities over the long run, play out to 8%. Well, if you're getting closer to that with no risk, that's a very appealing thing for a retiree that only has 15, 20, 30 years left to make sure their money is around and they don't want to ride the roller coaster of the S&P 500 anymore. I think it could be a good thing. So keep an eye out. Interest rate hikes aren't always a negative for everyone out there, particularly retirees.
Yeah, you kind of go into it and say, what's in it for me? And as a retiree, you're looking for a good rate on a CD, on an annuity, on a bond, something like that. And right now, that is available to you. So it's worth a conversation right now for sure. And to sit down and talk about your retirement, we have for you what we call our roadmap for retirement. We're going to look at all the different things that go into this. And as we go through them in the show, you kind of see why this list is the way it is. Looking at markets, looking at risk, looking at taxes, that 401k. How do we use that? The fees, we're going to get into that in just a second here. The legal protection plan. What about wills and trusts? That's a part of retirement. Do you have that check mark on your list? Probably not. And of course, what's your paycheck? Income in retirement. Let's look at all of that at no cost or obligation. Give the team a look on the website, getyourroadmap.com. Pretty simple, getyourroadmap.com. We have 3 offices across the Pittsburgh area: Green Tree, Wexford, and Canonsburg. Here's the number: 412-790-0000. Again, 412-790-0000. Take a break. Come right back with more of Fire Your Financial Advisor.
Getting out of the car and want to hear more? Listen to the Fire Your Financial Advisor podcast, always there for you online on your time. Find us on Apple, Spotify, or your favorite podcast app.
The following is paid for by Golden Reserve.
This program is paid for by Golden Reserve.
Coming up on the second half of Fire Your Financial Advisor with Greg Ayler, somebody who got stuck in probate for 5 years. And are you assuming too much when you do a Roth conversion? We'll dive into that one coming up in just a second. Well, every now and then, Greg, I see a headline out there that I go, I have to ask Greg about this. I couldn't believe when I read this week. So you know the story about Rob Reiner. Rob Reiner's son is accused of killing his parents, and now he apparently has a trust fund, and he wants access to his trust fund so he can pay his legal defense for killing his parents who gave him the trust fund. Is there any way, shape, or form that this guy's going to be successful in this, Greg? What do you see here?
Goodness gracious.
God,
the world is crazy.
I know.
So, first of all, I mean, it seems crazy that could be possible, but I think it's very possible, and I'll explain why.
Wow.
A lot of trusts for tax purposes have a provision that's called HEMS. Have you ever heard of HEMS, Randy?
No.
HEMS. So essentially what happens to get certain preferential tax treatment, the government invented this standard. And what it does is it gives them enough access. A lot of it has to do so you get a step up in cost basis with the assets that are in the trust when someone passes away. So it makes it a grantor's trust. A grantor's trust. Have you heard of a grantor's? That's another legal mumbo jumbo. But here's what they're getting at. If you don't have a trust and you have a house and you die and you bought the house for $60,000 and it's worth $500,000 now, because you own the house, the trust gets stepped up in basis before it gets distributed to your beneficiaries. Does that make sense? So the house now, if you sold that house while you were alive, you would be paying $440,000 capital gains tax. Mm-hmm. That would be the amount that is subject to capital gain. The gain, $500,000 minus $60,000. So the $440,000 gain would be subject to capital gains tax, times that by 20, 25%, wherever that lands for you. That would be the tax you have to pay. If you passed away and your kids inherited the house that was in your name, that $500,000 would go to your kids, and they turn around and sell it. They'd pay zero because they would get a cost basis of $500,000. It'd sell for $500,000. There'd be no gain, no capital gains tax. That's very important. Now, with the use of trusts, there's some dynamics to ensure that that cost basis is preserved. So the beneficiaries need certain rights, but you can't just do it. There are certain trusts that they don't get the benefit of a step up. And I'll give you an example of that after this. But when you give someone a HEM standard, which is a very common standard, where the beneficiary says, listen, they can use this trust for health, education, maintenance, or support. That is the support standard that the courts have determined allow you to keep a grantor's trust alive. HEMS, H-E-M-S. And that standard's built into almost every revocable trust, living trust, whatever you want to call it. Everybody has a different name for it, but it's a grantor's trust. And if you guys didn't know this, I'm an attorney. So before someone tries to file a complaint of me talking about legal stuff, I am an attorney. So ha, 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 ha. All you financial advisors who were filling out a form to turn me in, ha, ha. So from a planning standpoint, it's a very common provision. So my concern with his son is that he would be able to exercise the support part of HEMS. He needs financial support. Now, the trustee has discretion. So the trustee is the person that controls in determining the HEMS standard and how it's applied. He could sue the trustee for violating that trustee's fiduciary standard or standard to the trust in following the guidelines of trust. Most trusts don't have the foresight to say, you don't get access to the trust if you kill me. Or being charged with killing me. I could be wrong. That could be a Hollywood thing. I live in the Midwest, so we don't have those kind of provisions very often. There could be some moral clauses in there too. Every trust difference. It's a private document. That's the cool thing about trusts, is that you can build them to do whatever you want. And I think regardless of the lunacy of his son and all the terribleness of that story, I think this shines a light on how you pass your assets on to your children matter. And there's a couple hiccups here. I just talked about the capital gains tax hits that no one thinks. One of the biggest mistakes people make is they transfer assets during their lifetime to their kids. So they transfer their house to their kids. They transfer assets to their kids. Well, what they don't realize is, first of all, that's a gift. So you could be subject to gift tax, depending on your net worth and all that fun stuff. But more immediately, and happens 100% of the time, you transfer your cost base to your lifetime recipient. So in English, what that means is if Randy transfers his house, in my scenario, to one of his children during his life, they inherit his $60,000 cost basis. So even when he passes, that cost basis remains $60,000. So those kids are going to eat that huge gain in capital gains tax, losing 20 to 25% of that gain. Mm-hmm. So you lose the amazing tax benefit of a step up when you transfer assets to your life. Now, this applies to stock, not just real estate. It could be anything. It's any appreciable asset is subject to that lifetime whoopsie. Now, if you've done that already, I can fix it. Our attorneys can fix it. It's not unfixable. It's just something that you have to make sure that you're thinking through, because they do it to avoid nursing home. They do it to avoid probate. And what they also forget is that people get divorced at alarming rates. I think in some states it's as high as 60%. So guess what? If you transfer your house to your kids, they're married, and then that kid gets a divorce, your son-in-law or your daughter-in-law could be living in your new house and kicking you out. And that's a very real thing. Google it. It happens. And I think there's a lot better ways to plan to avoid, because people do this to avoid taxes, to avoid probate. Ironically, it actually hurts you tax-wise. Probate, estate tax, nursing home care is a huge one. I don't want the house to get my farm. I don't want the nursing home to get my farm. I don't want them to get my house. I'm going to transfer it during my lifetime. There's actually much better ways using asset protection trust. We use it as where our law firm, Ayler Stallings, has really cool asset protection trust tools that can alleviate probate, tax issues, and nursing home issues in a controlled environment that allows your assets to then not only be subject and shielded from those big risks, but also ensure that they get transferred the way you want. Some people say a third at 25, a third at 30, a third at 35. That's probably the most popular distribution provision we see. It could be 30, 35, 40, but it could be whatever you want. Again, there's no rules with trust. It's a private document, and it doesn't go through probate. And these are the things that people need to consider. So that's why legal protection planning is part of our roadmap. Most financial advisors don't touch it. The reason is they're not attorneys. They don't have law firms in their back pocket. They don't control law firms that have offices all over the Midwest like we do. Well, because of that, we have access to attorneys that can have those conversations and take inventory and then give you ideas. You're not paying for will. I hate when people say, well, that's Will's like, legal Zoom. It's like, you're not paying for the document. You're paying for the advice. You're paying for someone to hear your life situation, your goals, and then create a strategy to fix it. But more importantly, what gets missed is you're paying for someone to pick up the phone on the worst day of your life, because that's not going to happen in LegalZoom. When you have a devastating nursing home event, a devastating death in the family, you know who gets called first usually? The attorneys. The attorneys that help put that plan together, that understand your wishes, the ones that the kids have to go to figure it out. Well, now they have relationships because they understand what mom and dad wanted. They can help facilitate a lot of the hardest days of your life and make them a little less terrible. And if you don't have that, you're starting from scratch, and you're going through and you're meeting a stranger, someone that didn't know what mom and dad wanted. These are all the reasons that legal protection planning is such an integral part of our retirement planning. You can't leave it out, just like you can't leave the tax part out, Randy. It's not just about picking NVIDIA versus Meta. It's about understanding what legal tools, what trusts, what transfers have happened. Do we have to fix any bad transfers that would have affected your cost basis? All of those things get brought together under one roof to hopefully help us better understand your retirement goals and ensure that your plan doesn't work just during your life, but also after you're gone. That's usually a huge piece that everyone forgets. Like, it still has to work after you pass away. And if you just dump everything and just cross your fingers and get stuck in probate or stuck in who knows, land with millions of dollars going to 18-year-old grandkids, like, this isn't going to work out the way you hope. So take the time, grab a roadmap. We do it at no charge. We'll do an analysis. We'll give you some ideas that hopefully get some good conversations going on what you really want to happen, not just during your retirement, but after you're gone.
We call it our roadmap for retirement, and all you have to do is go online to find it. GetYourRoadmap.com. That's the website. GetYourRoadmap.com. There's a place for you to put a little information in there, and our team will reach out to you. Let's get a date on a calendar and talk through all of the details of your retirement. Or you can find us at one of our offices near you, Green Tree, Wexford, and Canonsburg, 412-790-0000. Again, 412-790-0000. All right, so here's one. We talk about probate here on the show and how a will doesn't get you completely out of probate, and Greg will explain that. But this guy wrote into MoneyWise. His name is Dan. His dad passed away from COVID, and since then, his estate has been tied up in probate. That's the last 5 years. So now it's finally cleared, and he can finally get his dad's 401k. But there's something else that's waiting for him as a $30,000 tax bill. So we can talk through some of that. But Greg, is it common for somebody to get stuck in probate for 5 years? That would be my first question. That seems kind of unusual. Have you seen that?
We have. It depends on the complexity of the estate, the planning, the documents, and most importantly, with someone fighting. So if people are fighting, that's usually what drives the long hold. Or they have a bunch of debt, and all the creditors are fighting over who's collecting what.
Okay.
I think most studies will show you about a year. I can tell you most Midwest states that we work in and operate in, it requires a minimum of 6 months. And the people ask why a minimum. It's because you have to have the estate open that long so that creditors can make their claims. That's the driving factor of probate. So when people pass away, like, why does it take so long? And everybody blames the attorneys because we are a big target. And we get it, right? Like everybody wants to blame the attorney, but it's out of the attorney's hands, right? It's a government-driven process. So have you been to the DMV? Have you been to the post office? Do you think they are like, we operate pretty efficiently? Like, no. Like, it's corporate. It's a court. And it's packed. And, these are one of the things that, unfortunately gets overlooked. Now, to answer your question, 5 years is on the long side, but not if there's a debate or a complex estate. Those things just take time, unfortunately. So we'll talk about that. The reason he probably talked about that $30,000 tax bill is because when you inherit an IRA, in this case, it could have been around $100,000. You pay 30% tax on it because that goes to his tax rate, not mom and dad's, not the retirees. And that's very common. People take that whole IRA, it gets added to their entire taxable income that calendar year. And that bumps you into the 30% bracket, man. You're dancing up there and you're paying primo dollars. And he didn't get any good advice, but very common. But that's probably where that tax bill came from. But I want to talk more about probate, Randy, because it's kind of a silly thing. It's very, very simple to avoid. Yet so many people go through it. And a way to avoid it is not a will. Wills only get used if you go through probate. I will say that again. Wills only get used if you go through probate. So if you screwed something up, you use your will. If you're using your will, something went wrong. Wills are the backstop of an estate plan. And the reason, well, what do you mean, Greg? Anything with an account number, or a title that doesn't have directional guidance goes through probate. And that's where the will catches it. And I'll explain. So whether it's a bank account, an investment account, a car, a deeds, anything. And the easy part about this, Randy, is that it's easy to avoid probate as long as you're organized, because you just keep an inventory and say, do all of the assets I have directions? So that everything comes with a direction. So it's like, hey, I have a bank account. All right, well, this says when I die, it goes to person X. Okay, that avoids probate. Hey, I have a deed for my house. I have a transfer on death deed that says when someone dies, they can file my death certificate and it goes to my kids. Okay, that's avoided. Or hey, all this stuff's in a trust. Everything in the trust doesn't go to probate. So anything that goes in a trust is avoided. Anything with a transfer on death deed is avoided. Anything with a payable on death is avoided. You can put transfer on death on your DMV cars. So all you have to do is show the DMV or OMV or whatever your vehicle organization is in your state. If you show them your death certificate, they will just transfer the car to the person named. These are very simple, cheap things to do. You don't even need an attorney to do most of them, other than the transfer on death deed. These are things that can be accomplished as long as you keep your inventory going. Anything with an account or a title or real property need an arrow. And if you do that, no probate. No probate creditors, no 5 years, no penalties, no attorney fees. It just goes automatically. Think about it like when you have an insurance payout or you inherit a 401k or an IRA. But here it is, Randy. I'm going to give you the number one retiree mistake, the number one probate feeding problem by retirees. Are you ready?
Got it. My pencil's ready.
All right. So here's what people do. They don't listen to Greg. And they go do their 401k. They half listen to Greg. They listen to my radio show, or back when we did our attorney seminars, they would go and they would name their spouse as the beneficiary to their 401k, their spouse as the beneficiary to their account. And they would do all these, right? They'd go through all these transfer death and payable on death. And then what would happen? They'd forget about it because it's done. And then what happens, Randy? Their spouse predeceases them.
Oh, okay.
And they don't update that form.
Mm-hmm.
And they think they have a TOD on file, and they do. But the person that was TOD is already gone. So the mistake is only naming your spouse with no backups. So always do a secondary and a tertiary. If you're doing this and you don't want to keep doing it every time, or better yet, if you have a trust, just have everything go to your spouse and then the backup's the trust. The trust is your big junk drawer. The trust, if you have a trust, shame on you if you go through probate, because you can just name it and it'll grab everything at the end. Just dump it all in there, the backup. And that way, here's why it's so nice to have a trust, because most people have a dozen accounts, another half a dozen investment accounts, a couple cars, things. So What happens when you have all this stuff laid out and now all of a sudden one of your kids has a grandkid and then another grandkid and you want to include them? And you're trying to figure out this Ouija board of trying to figure out, well, what accounts do I send to the grandkids and what percentages goes like this? Oh, I spent that account. Now what? Because now it's not even. The best way to do it is if you have a trust, you just update the beneficiaries in one spot, always. And you can just do a quick trust amendment, a one-page amendment that says, I want 10% to go to all my grandkids equally. Done. It takes all the assets that come in, breaks them up, and does it easy. That is the best way to distribute assets when you want to make changes regularly, is just have a revocable trust, family trust, whatever trust, whatever your jam is, asset protection trust work too. And you just do an amendment in one spot and you can update those regularly. And here's the reality. About every 5 years, our clients update their beneficiaries. It's not to disinheriting kids, but a lot of times it's grandkid driven or other motivations driven. Maybe they get passionately into some kind of, charitable act or favorite school or organization, all of these fun things. So if you want to make it easy to manage your distributions, having that junk drawer makes it very easy. But the reason probate gets missed is because someone doesn't put a directional sign on an asset. So I encourage everybody to go take an inventory, figure all that stuff out and manage it, or just sign up for a roadmap. We'll do it for you.
There you go.
It's free. We'll give you a peek and say, hey, here's some things that you got to avoid for probate. Here's the ways to think about it. And here's how you manage it. And here's what different trusts could look like. Or if you have a trust, here's some changes we're seeing people do right now. All that stuff's included. It doesn't cost any extra to talk to the attorneys and all that fun stuff. So our hope is to get people thinking about the right way to plan through retirement. If you didn't know this, Golden Reserve was born out of a team of estate planning attorneys and elder care law attorneys. Our foundation is in the legal piece. That's probably why we're so organized and we think about it so systematically. It's not just about investments. It's about having a structure of protection in place, both legally, from a tax perspective and a financial perspective, all working together equally to ensure the same thing, which is you get to do everything you want in retirement.
As we go through that and you think to yourself, yeah, I got my investments going. I've been thinking about taxes. I sort of have a plan there. Do you have all this locked down? And you start to look into your future and grandchildren and how it's all going to work out. Maybe it needs to be in a document form. Maybe we need to get something legal behind it. That is a part of every roadmap for retirement. Give the team a call. Take a look at the website. Let's get going on planning your retirement today. It's a no cost, no obligation look. What have you done for retirement? What do you want to do in retirement? What's coming in? What's going out? Let's start there, and then it'll all kind of unfold from there. The dominoes just continue to fall. Here's the website, getyourroadmap.com. That's getyourroadmap.com. There's a place for you to put some information in there, and the team will reach out to you or reach out to us at any of our Pittsburgh area locations, Green Tree, Wexford, or Canonsburg, 412-790-0000. That's 412-790-0000. Well, Mom always said, don't assume, Randy, because when you assume, you make an ass out of you and me. Yeah, that's what Mom used to say. Well, MarketWatch apparently agrees with Mom because they just posted an article about Roth conversions, and they said, if you do this, you sure are making a lot of assumptions about the future. Number one, you're assuming that taxes are going to go up. You're going to assume how long you're going to live. You assume what your investment returns will be. You assume that inflation will be higher, and that's an awful lot of guesswork. Greg, I'm just going to stand back on this one and let you take it apart.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're being cute. They're trying to be cute here in a way that's super disingenuous. They know there's no assumption. Taxes are the lowest they've ever been. That's inarguable. We all agree on that. Hopefully there's a couple things that Americans can agree on now. They're freaking low. Mm-hmm. We can also agree on the debt. And we can also agree that no one has ran on tax cuts at the income level for a long time. I don't care if they even raise taxes or cut taxes. Like that. Here's why a Roth conversion doesn't have any assumptions but one. If I don't plan, it's going to be worse for me. If I don't do this, it will be worse for me. That is the only assumption I'm saying and making. I don't know if it's assumption. I think it's more of a reality. And I'll explain to you why it's a reality. Because when you have an IRA, it is your largest liability most of the time on your balance sheet for retirees, right? It's their biggest asset. Maybe it's their home, but most people, it's their IRA. And when we see this, we say, all right, You got $1 million. You owe a loan to Uncle Sam on that. And they're like, well, what do you mean? Because everybody's like, I got $1 million IRA. No, you don't. You have $1 million account in which you owe somewhere between $400,000 and $100,000. What would you rather pay? And they're like, what? What? Yeah, your account's probably worth $750,000. No. Look, it says $1 million. That's not all your money. Uncle Sam lets you take that money before you paid income tax on it and put it in this account so it could grow, which sounds like a really good deal from Uncle Sam, but it ends up being a pretty good deal for Uncle Sam. For him, not you. That's the rub. The good deal was for Uncle Sam. And Roth conversion is the only way to beat Uncle Sam at the 401k game. Or you can give it all away to a charity, I guess. That's one option. You give it all away for charity. You don't pay tax on it, but no one gets to spend it in your family. So when you see this nonsense about what they're pointing to, I love to say, well, what happens when someone dies and they haven't done any Roth conversions? Simple. Their tax rate's double. It's inarguable. You go from a couple rate to a single rate. So they have to take the same percentage out of the 401k, but their rate's double. We call that the widow's penalty. That's inarguable. You can't make a statement. So you go from paying 10% to 20%, 15% to 25%, whatever the rough math is. But that's on $1 million IRA. That's the difference between paying $100,000 and $200,000, $150,000, $250,000. That's hundreds of thousands of dollars of lost savings. Why would they say this? So when you read an article, I'm more curious, why would you want to hurt retirees? Why would you write something like this to discourage people from saving money and paying less money in taxes? Because it doesn't make any sense, because it gets worse when it goes to the kids. Because when the kids inherit it, it gets taxed at their rates, the kiddo's penalty. So it could go to 25, 30, 35%. So now you're paying $350,000 of your $1 million? Why would someone write this, Randy? Why would someone encourage you not to do things that make common math?
So you don't spend your money and they can keep it under management?
Oh my gosh, Randy,
I've been listening.
My mind. Because here's the thing that they're afraid of. The financial industry is afraid of one thing. The 401k was the greatest gift ever to the financial industry because it was a jail. And their jail was predicated on the statement, hey, Randy, you can go use that money, but you got to pay taxes on it. They know the abhorrence the retirement community has on paying taxes. So what do people do? Oh, I'll just wait till I have to take money out in 73. And that money grows and it stays there and they keep getting their fee. But you know what happens the second after you pay tax on money? What happens? People spend a little more. They live a little bit more. They have a little bit more fun in retirement. Someone was jingling the keys and his name was Greg Ayler. And he's saying, hey, I bet you if we convert some of this money, you're probably going to go on some extra trips. I bet you if we convert this money, you're going to have a little bit more fun. I bet you go fly first class a couple of times. I bet you may go take your grandkids and kids on a once-in-a-lifetime summer vacation. I bet you might get more out of life if I can jingle some keys here. And it may not be fun paying $150,000 on $1 million IRA, but it's a lot more fun than paying $250,000 or $300,000 or $350,000. And oh, by the way, in their scenario, you never spend it. Uncle Sam gets the money and then you never spend it because you're dead. So what's worse? Would you rather have no fun, no extra stuff, and pay triple the taxes? Or have all the fun and pay the least amount of money in taxes? What are people doing? What are we doing here? I choose more fun for my clients. I know that the accounts get smaller because we pay tax on them, but they were always going to get smaller. It's just a question of when and how much. I want to control the how much. I want them to get the least amount smaller. And I can control that to the penny when I do a Roth conversion. When you just hope and wait, you don't know what's going to happen. And Randy, that's the magic here. The beating Uncle Sam is about paying tax on your terms, not his. That leads to more fun in retirement, which means that less fees for your financial advisors because your accounts are getting a little smaller because you're having more fun, which is the whole point of retirement. So you have to ask yourself, is your retirement based on financial advising for your best interest or your financial advisors? And what are those decisions and how are they connecting to all the advice they're giving or not giving to you when it comes to your 401k and IRA? And if you want to see exactly what your plan would look like in a world that's based on your fun and you getting the most out of retirement, swing by. Our team of CPAs actually will build you your first IRA conversion plan at no cost or charge, which is part of our roadmap, Randy. And it will lay out exactly how much we would take out, when, and for how long. It's usually 7 to 10 years. And that is the first step into you having more fun in retirement and living more in retirement, is having a conversion plan and getting that monkey off your back, getting that Uncle Sam out from behind the shadows. Take care of it, because you're ending up not only having more fun, but paying less in taxes in almost every scenario where you plan ahead.
You know, this story started by saying that you're assuming too much when you do this. Well, are you also assuming that the financial industry is there to help you and have you have your best retirement? This show is built on showing you there's a hole in that theory, and we every single week sit here and talk about how they do it. And we would love to undo that here at Golden Reserve. Give Greg and the team a call. Let's sit down and talk about your retirement and doing it in your favor. Put the ball in your court instead of Uncle Sam and the financial industry. Here's the website, getyourroadmap.com. Getyourroadmap.com. There's a place for you to put some information in there. The team reaches out to you, or you can reach out to the team right now. Across the Pittsburgh area with offices in Greentree, Wexford, and Canonsburg, give us a call. It's 412-790-0000. Again, 412-790-0000. That is all the time we have this week on Fire Your Financial Advisor. Remember to catch us on our podcast. Go to YouTube under the same name. It's all right there for you, and we'll be here for you next week. Take care.
Thanks for listening to Fire Your Financial Advisor with Greg Ayler. To learn more about getting the help you need to and through retirement, go to getyourroadmap.com.
We are an independent financial services firm helping individuals create retirement strategies using a variety of financial and insurance products to custom suit their needs and objectives. Investment advisory services offered only through investment advisory representatives at Golden Reserve Retirement LLC, a registered investment advisor. Gregory Ayler does not provide investment advisory services nor insurance and annuity products. Insurance products offered through licensed professionals at Golden Reserve LLC, insurance licensed in Alabama, Arizona, Florida, Georgia, Idaho, Illinois, Indiana, Iowa, Kansas, Kentucky, Maine, Michigan, Minnesota, Missouri, North Carolina, Nebraska, New Hampshire, New Jersey, Ohio, Oklahoma, Oregon, Pennsylvania, South Carolina, Tennessee, Texas, Virginia, West Virginia, and Wyoming. Annuity guarantees rely solely on the financial strength and claims-paying ability of the issuing insurance company. Exposures to ideas and financial vehicles discussed are not designed nor intended to be applicable to any person's individual circumstances. It should not be considered as investment advice, nor does it constitute a recommendation that anyone engage in or refrain from a particular course of action. Past performance is not a guarantee of future results. Investments can fluctuate and when redeemed may be worth more or less than when originally invested. Golden Reserve Retirement LLC, Golden Reserve LLC, Golden Reserve Tax LLC, and Ayler Stallings LLC are not affiliated with nor endorsed by the Social Security Administration or any other government agency. Legal services offered by Ayler Stallings LLC. Tax services offered through Golden Reserve Tax LLC. The previous program is paid for by Golden Reserve.
The proceeding was paid for by Golden Reserve. Information on the program was intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information heard on the preceding program.
The preceding program was pre-recorded.
I'm pediatric allergist Dr. Carla Davis. If your child has asthma, let's take a breath together and talk about it. Does your child need to use a quick relief inhaler or a breathing treatment more than twice a week to treat asthma? Has your child repeatedly awakened at night due to coughing, wheezing, or shortness of breath? Have you taken your child to the emergency room, urgent care, or hospital for asthma symptoms? Has your child missed school because of asthma? If you said yes to any of these questions, it's time to talk to an allergy and asthma specialist like me, who understands how difficult and frustrating it is to see your child struggle with asthma every single day. The good news is there are new ways and new medications to help you and your child take control of asthma and live an active life. If you feel your child's asthma is not under control, go to controlyourasthma.org.
At Habitat for Humanity, we believe home is where you find peace, stability, and safety. But 1 in 3 people on Earth woke up today without a good home. Let's open the door to opportunity. Visit Habitat.org to learn more. That's Habitat.org.
The source you trust for news and information that matters. News Radio, KDKA.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
From ABC News, I'm Dave Packer. Iran saying it has reclosed the Strait of Hormuz just days after the U.S.-Iran ceasefire deal. Iranian state TV saying it's in response to Israel's continued strikes in Lebanon. ABC's Selena Wang.
That framework of a deal signed between the U.S. and Iran stipulates that all hostilities must end. That would include between Israel and Lebanon. But the problem is that neither Israel nor Lebanon were party to that deal.
Meanwhile, Iran says it's sending a delegation to Switzerland for talks with the U.S. On the U.S. side, J.D. Vance among those heading to Geneva.
We'll have a couple days of talks. We're going to get this thing kicked off in the right way. There's a lot to discuss, but we're going to go through it all.
Vance will be joined by Special Envoy Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner. Severe weather across the country, particularly along the Gulf Coast, including storms, tornadoes, blistering heat. ABC News meteorologist Samara Theodore.
Putnam County, Georgia. A tree fell down and unfortunately 2 people lost their lives. The threat's not over yet for the South. We have flash flooding anticipated throughout the day. As we get through the afternoon, rounds of rain pulsating from Texas to Louisiana, Mississippi to Alabama.
Officials in the UK say a collision between 2 passenger trains killed an operator and injured dozens of passengers. It happened Friday night in central England.
Over 80 people were treated at hospital.
British Transport Police Chief Constable Lucy Dorsey said 9 people remain in critical condition. And President Trump today said in the last hour now that the U.S. Park Police had arrested multiple people for vandalizing the Lincoln Memorial reflecting pool and pledged that work would begin immediately to repair the peeling lining. He said, quote, "These are very serious crimes having to do with the destruction of national monuments. Years in jail," Trump wrote on social media. The president's comments come as he made unsubstantiated accusations overnight that the painted surface of the reflecting pool had been sabotaged with chemicals. The pool turned green with algae days after it was refilled. You're listening to ABC News.
Hot summer days and high energy bills are on the way. Upgrade your home's old leaky windows this month during Window Nation's Buy 4 Get 4 free sale. Yes, half of your new beautiful energy efficient windows free. Plus no money down and no monthly payments or interest for 2 years. Call now 866-200-8670 or windownation.com. In select markets, trust our family of brands, New South Window and ArmorView. That's 866-200-8670 or windownation.com to book a consultation.
I've been telling you all about the secret war on our cash and the free report you can receive a copy of by contacting Swiss America at 800-289-2646. I'd also like to encourage you to subscribe to their podcast on YouTube. Just search Swiss America Trading. The podcast can provide you a ton of vital information and financial news in the challenging and uncertain times we're in. Subscribe today. Learn more about BRICS, industry leaders, and their market predictions for the future, along with what you might expect to see in terms of precious metal performance in the weeks and months ahead. Message and data rates may apply.
Despite the uncertainty in the Middle East, gas prices continuing to fall. The national average for a gallon of regular now sits at just under $4 at $3.92.
Analysts expect prices to continue easing heading into the 4th of July holiday and potentially through the rest of summer as oil markets respond to the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz and falling crude prices. But any relief at the pump is likely to come gradually. That's because stations are often selling fuel they bought days or even weeks ago at higher prices.
ABC's Andrew Dimbert. The Los Angeles Police Department releasing body cam video, and you hear the audio too, showing an incident during which an officer shoots and kills a dog at an apartment complex in Canoga Park.
Is the dog put away? Please, sorry, it's all good. It's all good. We not aggressive. Put him in.
Police had responded last Saturday evening to reports of screaming. The dog's owner, identified as Marie, said she had been celebrating the NBA New York Knicks win. World Cup fever spreads to the U.S. men's soccer team. They defeated Australia 2-0 in Seattle Friday. It's the first time since 1930 that the U.S. men have won their first 2 games at the tournament. In Atlanta, Waffle House Regional Manager Eric Williams welcomed the new World Cup fans.
The customer base has been incredible. They've all been very friendly, hospitable, and so it's made it much easier to handle the volume.
Dave Packer, ABC News.
If you own a small business, the pressure never lets up. Something's always coming at you. That's why business owners turn to LendSeek for funding.
I don't need promises. I need options. LendSeek's AI platform showed me real funding choices. Now I can cover payroll, handle taxes, and go after growth opportunities without the daily stress.
Up to $5 million with funding in as fast as 24 hours. No upfront costs. No prepayment penalties. Start ready, stay ready. LendSeek.com. LendSeek.com.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
A thunder shower in a few spots early, otherwise partly cloudy tonight, low 56. Sunshine and patchy clouds tomorrow for Father's Day, high 77. Periods of rain and thunderstorms late tomorrow night, low 62. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Kai Erickson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following is an editorial by KDKA Radio Regional Vice President Michael Spacciapoli.
Once again, we are honoring dads on this Father's Day weekend. Men with children who are growing or have left the nest, and those with grandchildren. This is our time to express gratitude for fathers. It is also time to remember fathers no longer with us and dads who are our heroes. So here's to the fathers of all ages and those who have left us. Men who are dependable, involved, compassionate, honest, playful, industrious, and just great human beings. Happy Father's Day.
This has been an editorial by KDKA Radio Regional Vice President Michael Spacciapoli. To view a transcript, go to kdkaradio.com.
Everything you need, every time you listen. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
It is John and Rachel. We're back. I feel like last night we can't even compare. And here we are back.
Yeah.
And we're worried about comparing, but we're not worried.
No,
you would think we would be.
We brought in top-level talent to follow up top-level talent from last.
When I was putting everything in the spreadsheet and I got the nod for tonight's guest, especially the
plus one?
The first hitter. What's that?
Yeah.
word?
Oh, yeah. The leadoff hitter.
The
leadoff guest. And
like,
the leadoff has a plus
nothing
one.
else matters. Yes. Right. Nothing else matters. And we will get back to who our guests are. But it is John and Rachel, and we are with you from 6 until 9 tonight. And we have great people and great stories. I like to kind of lead off with things that we've done this weekend. And, you know, it kind of rained off and on. It was nothing crazy. But I've been packing in my Saturdays like I do my Sundays with a walk and a coffee. I did the same thing today. And it was absolutely lovely.
It's so different because people in my neighborhood, they do the wake and bake. But you do a walk and a cough.
We actually do. And I would love it if they were listening.
A walk and a cough.
A walk and a cough. Yeah, I'm a walk and a coffee. But Ethan, Jay's husband, and I have been walking every Saturday. And we actually head down to where our office is and like walk all through the North Shore, go downtown, that kind of thing. And I was laughing because we took a picture in front of the water steps because it was so pretty today. And he posted that we were there. But his verbiage was, we sort of supported a walk that was happening. I think it was for epilepsy.
Yes, it
was.
Yeah.
We didn't support it. We just walked along, and I feel so bad. Like, he didn't mean it like that, but I was like, oh my gosh, we are so cheap. We did not support it. We just walked around.
It wasn't bad because you didn't go over and take a T-shirt or a mug or a koozie
or an apple. Yeah. No, nothing like that. That would have been the worst. But it was really good. And then I got to catch up, as you know, every Saturday I tried to catch up with an old friend or somebody who I haven't seen. clean, and I got to do that. So that was a really nice start to my day. But the start to my day was very traumatic because my oldest son, who, as we know, just graduated from Penn State, is home and working, but he is the best man in a wedding party coming up. So he planned a bachelor party, and they're doing all these like little weekend things. And this weekend was to go golfing in Penn State because he still has his house for another month. So they were heading up there. So he left last night. My middle son has to work at Robert Morris, and Adeline, the baby, the pride and joy, who's with me all the time, left me.
Flew the coop.
She's like, see ya.
Yeah.
Now, the good news is it's for like Habitat for Humanity. Like, she is going and building a house, which is hysterical because we had to go get her like clothes and a tool belt and all this kind of stuff to like get prepared for it. But it was a very early morning, and it was kind of sad to think she's going to be gone for a week. I don't know what I'm going to do. I'm an empty nester.
Yeah. For
today.
12 hours.
Yeah, for today. That's what Connie said. She said, you're probably like beside yourself because your house has never been this quiet. I'm used to chaos.
Yeah.
So, I mean, Dominic will be home tonight after work, but by then it's just bedtime, and Roman will be home tomorrow morning. So luckily, at least the boys will be back, and it won't
So it's
feel
a taste
so
of
bad.
empty nesting, and so far
It's little spurts.
you decided to come to work.
I came to work, yeah. It is funny because I think about my husband, and he's like, he's like that with me, spurts. He likes that I'm there, but then he's like, okay, bye-bye. Like, we're good. I think this is what has helped for almost 26 years is that we know our limits. Or like, he went in the garage today to clean it, and I was like, do you need help? And he was like, absolutely not. No, I do not want your help.
So you don't even know if he cleaned the garage. He just made noise down there.
No,
Like,
he needed to clean it. And he was
moved
telling
stuff
me it was the
around.
best it's looked in a while. So I'm glad for that. But,
There you go.
How about you?
Yeah.
Do you feel like an empty nester since
So
we just...
yeah, as Father's Day is approaching, it feels somewhat like an empty nester because my son is not going to be able to make it home, and so my daughter, I saw her today, and she said, "Dad, looks like it's just me and you, and the budget's $100." So I'm
love
trying to figure out, and their whole lives, I've always worried about what they were spending. Like I say, when they used to go away without me, I'd say, look, just what do we want to get you for a souvenir? I'd say, get me a pencil, because I think like the pencil was the cheapest thing ever. And so like I think like, well, what can we do that's going to just have fun that the two of us will know, like, oh yeah, that was fun, something we used to do.
Sure.
And one of the things my daughter and I used to do before we started podcasting on Saturday mornings was we'd walk through the Strip District and kind of eat our way through. We'd stop at the Mexican place, Reina's, and buy chips and salsa and go down and get sushi. So it's almost like, oh, maybe we should go do that tomorrow. So, but yeah, it's semi-empty nest because it's just really like it's going to be like a regular kind of day, which is fine with me because I'm not all into that. They worry that I'm worried that I won't get anything or do anything, but they don't have to worry. They take good care of me all year round. They take good care of me.
Yeah, for sure. But Colin is nearby. I was thinking maybe he could come back, but no, they're flying out of
I believe they're flying out of Cleveland, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So
That's a
they're
bummer.
there late tonight, and so, I mean, maybe he'll sneak by, but no, in the meantime, I think all of their flight arrangements are to fly from Cleveland back to New York City. So,
gotcha.
yeah. Hey, that's part of all growing up, right?
Unfortunately, isn't that the truth?
You and I have talked about this empty nest thing for quite some time because I was an empty nester long before you, and I said, I think it's an okay thing, and you're like, oh, God, no. I need them to...
I can't. I know.
So,
low-key was like, could I have one more?
Yeah, and I was like, it's time for them to go, and you're like, wow, who would ever say that? But you're sort of in that phase where it's time for them to go do their thing. Yeah.
Yeah, and Father's Day, though, as we know, I want to see my dad. I'm going to go see my father-in-law, and I want my husband to enjoy the day. So it's kind of like this very, not disjointed, but hectic and chaotic day tomorrow. We're going to go for coffee as usual for my husband's, for Father's Day. And then for lunch, we'll go to my sisters-in-law to, they'll all be poolside and have a cookout. And then come home and have Badamo's pizza.
How about that?
You had
The new
everybody
hit.
thinking about it.
Yeah, the new hit.
My dad has not had it, so he's really excited for it.
So
as
your
well.
dad, don't forget, and just to remind you, he likes Sicilian pizza as well.
Yeah.
And they have that. They have the really thin crust that gets
Oh.
crispy, but they also have Sicilian pizza too. And they sell it by the slice, which is totally awesome.
That would never be economical in my house. You know that, right? Like, there's no way we are doing that. But that's what my dad and my husband and the boys will have. So, and my husband's like, what about you? And I was like, don't you worry. It'll be fine. I don't need any of
The
that.
cauliflower and vegetable broth gravy is just fine.
No, it'll be all good. Anyway, so those are our Father's Day plans. We'll have to be checking in with some of our guests as they're checking in tonight and telling us what's going on in their lives. But first up, as we said, leading hitter is a pretty big deal.
Yeah.
And you know Kathy Schlott from the National Aviary because she comes on the podcast more than quarterly, I think. It's like an every other month kind of thing. And I could not believe it when she said, yes, I'm coming. She also said,
I'm bringing a bird.
A +1, yeah.
And listen, this is the point where if you're listening to the radio and you have access to YouTube, the KDKA Radio YouTube channel, thanks to Metropolitan Window Company, this is a good time to go watch it because Kathy's going to bring out her +1.
I love it. We're so excited to bring Kathy and the +1. You'll learn more about that next. It's John and Rachel, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Your source for everything that's news. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
Hello, this is Sarah Botkin, president of Botkin Family Wealth Management, where I work with my dad Les and my brother Lester. Recently, a favorite client, 91 years old, stopped in our office holding a necktie. He was heading to a funeral and explained to me that it had been so long since he tied a tie that he could use some help. He said, I was going to stop by a car dealership to find a guy wearing a tie who might help me, but then my wife said, go see Les. He'll tie your tie. I'm glad that clients trust us as their advisors, and in many cases, they're friends. Our office feels like a second home to me, inviting and comfortable, although you won't often see Dad without his tie. He's always told us how important it is to show respect for you and your money by the way we present ourselves and the attentive service we provide. We work as a team at our family firm. Dad and I are certified financial planners, and Lester is a chartered financial analyst. Visit us at botkinfamilywealth.com.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA SIPC.
If you or anyone you care about is facing a family legal matter, call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL or visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce touches all areas of your life: your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
If you or anyone you care about is facing divorce, contact Cordell & Cordell today. With over 100,000 clients served, we understand the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
Heart disease is the leading cause of death in the United States. So when it comes to your heart, there's no room for compromise. At UPMC Heart and Vascular Institute, innovation, technology, and world-class expertise come together to treat the most complex heart cases, redefining what's possible for patients who need it most. Getting your heart checked can save your life. Schedule your appointment with the region's leader at upmc.com/heart.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
New to Medicare, get covered with MediConnect. Listen Wednesdays around 1:40 to hear Lance O'Brien of MediConnect help you navigate the Medicare process. Simply great, unbiased information to get you the best healthcare coverage. Get covered with MediConnect. Medicare made simple.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Where Pittsburgh comes to talk. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Okay, like we warned you, it's John and Rachel KDK. That's not why we warned you. We warned you, we prepped you to say go over to the YouTube channel because you're going to love what you see over here. We have Kathy Schlott from the National Aviary, which, by the way, in case you don't know, it is the only National Aviary, and it's right here in the north side of Pittsburgh. And Kathy has been a guest on our podcast a number of times. And Kathy, you brought a +1. So first of all, welcome back to KDK. And second, tell us who's with you. Who's chatting right now?
That was not Kathy.
Yes, this is Storm. Storm is a peregrine falcon. So since we wanted to talk about Pittsburgh today, I thought what perfect bird to bring but a peregrine falcon since we have them right here in Pittsburgh with us.
I love this. And I have to say this, when you were even bringing him in, very subdued, nothing like crazy. Came out like, what's up? Talking a little bit, like very acclimated to people. That is such a testament to what you do and how relatable you are to these animals.
Oh, thank you. Yes, we do a lot of positive reinforcement training. So I knew that Storm would be great to come to things like radio stations. So we did a lot of practice at the aviary to get him ready for this.
What do you do?
Take him into different office areas.
Okay.
I sat down at a desk. I got him used to being with two different people in the rooms. Like I try to anticipate everything that he's going to see.
That is so smart.
And then we practice it.
What is their mechanism like? And I don't want to, because we know. Well, let's back up. I have a fear of birds for anyone who doesn't listen. And Kathy has done an amazing job of helping me to relax a little bit more and not be like, oh my gosh, this bird's looking at me. But you have to be prepared for these types of things. What is the anticipation? Do you have to kind of sometimes quiet people down a little bit more? Because the aviary gets really packed.
We do. We always tell people that the best way to observe birds, and this is true at the aviary or outside in your yard, is, again, just to be quiet and thoughtful and look around and just remember that you're sharing the homes of the birds.
Sure, you're in their place.
Okay,
yeah, that's a good point.
And
yes.
so it's just like when you go to somebody's house, it's kind of the same thing.
Yeah, fair enough. No, that's true. Go ahead.
So this is Storm. Is Storm part of the Raptor project that's going on right now? Or because I notice he has big talons, legs. What is that?
Yes,
talons?
we have our season this season is the Remarkable Raptors.
Yes.
And so when you come to the aviary, you're going to learn all about birds of prey and different raptor species and what makes them unique. And we have a lot of different programming built around that. And Storm is definitely a raptor. Peregrine falcons are the fastest animal on Earth. They can dive at speeds of over 200 miles per hour, and they use those talons to help hunt and grab their prey.
And for those listening and not seeing, you have one of those special gloves on because the talons are a couple of inches long, and they indeed do look very sharp. So, but he's not very big. So he's,
what size? Right. Yeah. Good point, John. Is he like an average size?
Yes, he's an average size peregrine falcon. They all look bigger when they're soaring up in the sky. When they have their wings out, it really does make them look a lot larger than when they're all folded up and compact and sitting. He is a male, and the females are generally a third larger than the males. So if you see a falcon of peregrine that's a little bit bigger than him, then it's generally a female. Now, falcons in general do come in different sizes. So the gyr falcon, that's like an Arctic species, is the largest. And then you have little falcons that are really small too, like pygmy falcons, for example. But no matter what size falcon it is, they all have the same cool adaptations. So they have long pointed wings to be aerodynamic while they're in flight. They have stripes below their eyes to help to keep the sun glare out. They have little notches in their beaks called toenail tooth that they use for hunting. And they all have really long toes compared to other raptor species because when he's diving at those high speeds, he's either going to catch his prey in those long toes and grab it and take it down to the ground. But if he's going too fast, peregrines will ball up their toes and like punch their prey out of the sky too.
Wow.
It's pretty cool.
So, and again, so he's I guess what I would say, like, not this magnificent sized bird, but what size prey is he picking up? Is he diving in to get fish like twice his size or anything like that?
So he's going to eat birds. He's a bird hunter.
Oh, okay.
Yep. So they're going to go after things like pigeons, starlings. They could even eat ducks and pheasants. So they can actually hunt things that are a little bit bigger than they are. But they're just very, very effective hunters with that speed.
And what are you feeding them there? This is a question we ask you all the time on the podcast. When they are in the aviary with you, what are they eating? What can we see?
Well, we give them the best quality food that they could have. So our falcons get a combination of quail and chicken.
Oh, okay.
No pigeon for Storm. He gets the best.
Okay.
That is so good. Listen, Kath, you can teach me all you want how to not be afraid. You can give me this bravery pill that I take when I'm with you, but when it comes to pigeons, I am not in. I am not in. Pigeons are my oh my gosh.
Well, then he
should
be your favorite.
Why is that? Yes, because that is so true.
Kathy, I think I'm following up on what Rachel was asking too earlier. Is that if we had a dog in here and someone rolled a tennis ball down the hallway, that dog would. Pew! Is there something that if somebody walked by, or no, the birds at the aviary are already accustomed to humans and other things like that, right?
Yes. We do a lot of training, again, using positive reinforcement to just get them used to all the different things that they would be exposed to in their environment. And a lot of the birds at the aviary in those big free flight rooms were actually born there, too. So being around people is just like part of their everyday experience.
Sure. Yeah.
And we have a brand new bird at the National Aviary, too. We have Dariana, a harpy eagle. So you guys were saying how Storm isn't that big, but the harpy eagle
oh my gosh,
is huge and impressive with very big, impressive feet and talons.
And we're obsessed with eagles. We were just talking about that, right?
The harpy eagle was
for sure was the question.
Right. We put up a quick question on Instagram, and I was amazed at how many. I don't know if they were all cheating off of each other because somebody said, "Oh yeah, that's the silhouette of a harpy eagle," and then every answer on Instagram was harpy eagle. That has to be a harpy eagle, and so we definitely need to come see the harpy eagle because we saw it in a demo, and but not live, sort of in its actual show. I'd love to see it though, and I think that's the part that we want to make sure that people understand. While Rachel does have a fear of going to the aviary, you have trained the birds there that they. While it does look scary that they're flying over your head, the scariest part is maybe poop, but there's nothing else happening, right?
They're so sweet. And once you get to know them, too, like Rachel, you met one of my favorite birds.
Absolutely.
The last time we were there.
And I was going to say, I have truly, and I'm not just saying this because you're here, I told this story on the radio a couple days ago. My daughter and I were walking in the north side, and she said, I didn't realize this church is across from the aviary. And I said, yeah. And she said, I wish I liked the aviary. I said, wait a second, why did I not know that you had this fear like me? And I told her that I'm not as afraid as I used to be, and that just the beauty of the aviary, people need to experience it because there's something for everyone.
Absolutely. And again, I think the fear of birds just comes from the fact that they're a little bit fast moving, but also you don't understand them. And then when you start to learn about all the different kinds there are and how unique their personalities are, then it really draws you in.
Oh,
and then
for sure.
You lose your fear.
That is exactly what happens. And I told you this, you are a fearless leader and you make us feel more comfortable. So we're excited. I mean, so much so that if you go watch a video, I literally caught one.
That you had the glove?
I said, John, I caught the bird. He said, you didn't really catch a bird. Let's be a little more clear.
You got to say it flew to your glove because that even sounds cooler,
I think you're right. I need a glove.
Like St. Francis.
St. Francis.
I know Rachel's religious, so there you go.
I mean,
now we're in.
All right, we needed to ask Kathy more questions, and we know the big event is happening in July, so we have to keep her around for one more segment. Kathy and Storm, thank you for being here, and you will be back for one more. It's John and Rachel, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2026 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Don't miss the City of Pittsburgh's Independence Day celebration Saturday, July 4th. It's presented by People's Natural Gas, Rugby Realty, Generator Supercenter of Pittsburgh, and by Red Ribbon Soda, Pittsburgh's Pop. Michael Bartley, Rachel, and John will be live from Point State Park starting at 2 and ending with a fireworks soundtrack extravaganza right here on the Voice of Pittsburgh 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
ABC News, I'm Dave Packer. Iran saying it's reclosed the Strait of Hormuz just days after the U.S.-Iran ceasefire deal. Iranian state TV says this is in response to Israel's continued strikes in Lebanon. J.D. Vance, part of the U.S. delegation heading to Geneva for talks with Iran on the tarmac.
It's going to be something we're just going to have to continuously manage to ensure that, Israel and Lebanon are both safe and secure. That's fundamentally the goal of this, to make the whole region safe and secure.
Officials in the UK say a collision between two passenger trains north of London killed an operator and injured dozens of passengers. 9 people remain in critical condition. And 1 person killed when 2 freight trains collided on a railway bridge in Germany overnight. President Trump today said that the U.S. Park Police had arrested multiple people for vandalizing the Lincoln Memorial reflecting pool and pledged that work would begin immediately to repair the peeling paint. The pool turned green with algae days after it was refilled. This is ABC News.
Why would a guy in financial services pick a fight with the financial industry? Because in many cases, the system they built works more for them than it does for you. Tune in for a new kind of retirement show with Greg Ayler. Now at a new time, Saturdays at 5 on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Look who has extra pep in their step.
Well, I just finished my to-do list. Gas tank is full, tonight's dinner plans are set, grocery shopping is complete, and I even got everything for those barbecues and pool parties we have planned. You know what's even better?
What?
Every one of those stops gets me a bit of money back.
How are you doing that?
By using Upside.
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app where I earn cash back on gas, groceries, and dining out. They even gave me a cashback bonus on my first grocery trip.
So that extra pep comes from all that cash back. Looks like I need to download Upside.
You really do.
Earn cash back on errands and everyday essentials. Download Upside and use promo code TUNEIN5 to earn an extra $5 cash back on your first purchase at one of over 100,000 available locations. That's promo code TUNEIN5 for an extra $5 cash back. Remember, use promo code TUNEIN5.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Brian Schlaba here from the Home Buyers of Pittsburgh. Born and raised right here. Since 2015, we've helped over 1,000 Pittsburgh homeowners sell their houses quickly and without the stress. No repairs, cleanouts, inspections, or appraisals. We give fast and fair cash offers, buy your home as is, and you choose the closing day. Visit homebuyersoftpittsburgh.com or call 412-500-9057. That's 412-500-9057.
Pittsburgh's local trusted homebuyer since 2015.
Tune in this Sunday morning at 8 for the Coons Cooking Hour with Rob Pratt and the Coons Market Team, when they discuss what are you making for Dad on Father's Day. It's the Coons Cooking Hour, presented by Coons Market, your hometown Pittsburgh grocer.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
A thunder shower around this evening, otherwise patchy clouds tonight, low 56. Increasingly cloudy but dry for Father's Day, high 77. Cloudy tomorrow night with rain and thunderstorms, low 62. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Scott Erickson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Hi, this is Larry Richard. Join us Monday on the Big K Morning Show, 5:30 until 10. Lenny McAllister will join me in our 8 o'clock hour, plus our first full week of summer. What can you do in the Berg? We'll tell you.
Here we go. It is Rachel and John and Storm. Storm's hanging out in the green room right
Storm
now.
and I are very good friends.
Yes. No doubt. Now, you don't wear the glove yet.
Well,
but
I've worn the glove.
Worn
You've
the
not.
glove, right? Yeah, that's exactly right. So, Kathy Slott from the National Aviary is here. Storm was visiting, and again, tell you to go back and take a look. We even put some pictures up on our. Casey's saving the videos so we could put them up on our stuff. So, anyway, Kathy, the National Aviary, so much goes on over there, and we know you have events over there. But can we first just talk about how cool the garden room is for any kind of event?
It is
such a good.
gorgeous.
I'm glad you brought that up. Yeah.
Yes, the garden room is amazing. Having those big bird-safe glass windows, I want to add, that open up and go to the park. Yes.
It's all the details.
Yes, it's gorgeous.
Because what the garden room itself is okay, like a room, but then when you go out and look over the patio, what do you call the garden? I mean, literally the garden that the garden room looks out over is really fantastic. What's in there? All indigenous plants and flowers? Or no?
They're native plants. And we also, though, have some roses, because it is the historic rose garden. So there are a lot of roses, and then there's native plants. But our horticulturist takes care of all of that and keeps everything beautiful.
What is it like going to work there every day? Is it as wonderful as it sounds? Like, you literally walk in there, you love your job. So knowing that you love your job and you cannot wait to see all of the different birds, or even a new something coming, whether it's a bird or a sloth or whatever, you just genuinely accept it and are excited for it. But in addition, it's this beautiful, sanctuary.
It is. We're one of the conservation centers around the world. That's what zoos really work hard to preserve and conserve all those animals. I mean, I get to work in a place where every day is different, and that's what I like, because I get bored really easily.
Sure.
So every day is a little bit different. I get to work with all these amazing species. I work with a place that helped bring birds back from extinction in the wild,
That's a good point.
Yeah, I contributed to that. How lucky am I?
Yeah.
And I get to connect people to these animals every day.
When you say every day is different, right? Because we say that about our jobs, but it's nothing like yours. When you say every day is different, describe that. So if you look at what your Monday was like versus what your Thursday was like, what are the duties that are happening?
Well, we have some of this stuff is the same. Like, we have different activities every day that are really fun. We have husbandry, we're cleaning and we're feeding, but the animals I'm interacting with are different. I'm training, I'm helping make sure education programs are different. There's different groups coming in. It's all of these different things. Sometimes animals, when we're training them, watching them learn and progress and going to the different steps, meeting with staff that need help. Like, everything it's just cool.
Yeah. Yeah. No, that's a good point, because I think people just assume they wake up and they say, I think today I'm going to go to the aviary, right? And so that's just one audience that you're trying to check a box for. You know, you want them to be happy and enjoy their walkthrough, but you're doing 700 other things because you have all these other audiences who you need to adhere to. So that's a great point.
Yeah.
Kathy, when you don't wake up every day and say, I think I'm going to go to the aviary, where do you go? Where do you go for your time off? What's your hobby? Those kind of things. Or is it like still the same thing, like bird watching and things like that, nature walks?
I have a thing in my life that I always want to try new things. So I am adventurous. You know how some people like the comfort of going on the same place for vacation every year?
Sure.
Yes.
Not me.
Yeah.
I want to experience as many things in life as possible. So I will take random classes like blacksmithing or like glass blowing or going out and kayaking and just go to other zoos to do animal encounters. Like I just try to experience as much as I can in life.
And the reason why I'm asking that is because the off-air conversation that Rachel had with you is fascinating because that's how little we know about you after knowing you for so many years. But we're just a little notch in your belt to come here to KDKA. But because Pittsburgh has the National Aviary, you've done a lot of national shows, which we didn't know. Talk about that if you don't mind.
Yes, I was really lucky to go on to some national TV appearances with like the Irwins and some other Jack Hanna and some other big spokespeople for zoos. And I've been on the Today Show, Good Morning America, the Tonight Show with Jay Leno, the Tonight Show with Jimmy Fallon,
The Silver Fox,
Anderson Cooper. Yes, lots of Martha Stewart, lots of different interactive.
And you've had all this experience. You still came in with us on a Saturday evening.
And now she's like, and John and Rachel.
Right.
And John and Rachel. My favorite.
No, I just found that so crazy because in our minds, you belong there. And you are, I've said it before, you are so poised with these animals that it's like you could go anywhere.
Well, I love working with them and just being able to is a gift. You know, I get to be able to enjoy and learn about them, learn their individual personalities, build a really trusting relationship with that. And not everyone gets to have these experiences that I do.
Sure.
So like I know and I appreciate and I will never take that for granted because I'm one lucky human.
And people, I got to come, what was the thing I came for? Falcon and Flighted Friend Encounter? We came for the movie.
You did the Fierce in Flight.
Yeah.
The Free Flight Immersive Bird Show.
Yes, and loved it.
Yes, and you got to meet Ty, our hooded vulture, and he flew to your glove.
Yeah.
And you have to, my kids thought it was so funny to see the succession because your photographer sent us photos and it was like me like squinting and like moving my head a lot. It's very awkward, but I did it, which is a lot because I was afraid and I was able to kind of have my arm out, have the glove on, and the bird came to me. But that experience is truly amazing. And people can do that, right?
Yes, one lucky guest every show gets to do that.
And I was the lucky guest. I really thought I was being punked. I thought John told them have this happen, but
you didn't even have to sit through the show because it was a special
it was
thing
awesome.
for us.
Yeah, I really enjoyed it.
Yeah.
And it was, I think that's part of it is that people think I'm just walking through, which of course in itself is amazing. But if you've been there, it's like, okay, you guys have something different. You're either bringing something in or you have a feature all of the time.
All of the time. We have something cool and different that you'll be able to get experience.
Yeah.
Still the cutest thing are the penguins that you can walk up and see them swimming around in there.
So cute.
I mean, it's fantastic. Now, Kathy, people can go to the aviary on a regular basis, but then there's a big event coming up here that we probably should talk about because this is
less than a month away.
Is this the big fundraiser for you guys, really?
Yes, this is our biggest fundraiser of the year by far. It is Night in the Tropics. This theme this year is Sunset Riviera.
I love that. And they're always themed, right?
They're always themed.
Yes.
So they're giant 21 and over parties, and they are so much fun. Like, I look forward to working with them during them as well, too. We have different birds that come out and meet people. There's food. There's drinks. There's different bands. We have No Bad Juju.
I saw that, yeah.
Is our main headliner, but there's other bands going on throughout the night. And there's just so much to do and see. And, of course, our big tropical rooms are open.
Those rooms are beautiful.
Yes, it's amazing. It is so much fun. You just get to eat your way around the aviary and
there you go.
Look at cool things, dance, just have a really good time and support a really good cause.
Yeah, for sure. And so important that you do continue to support, because people don't realize what is needed for these kinds of programming to continue to happen.
Absolutely. All of that supports our animal care and it supports our conservation efforts.
Right.
And we do conservation all over the world. I could talk a whole show just on that. There's so much conservation.
We just need you to come around with us more often.
I know we've gone to the zoo where they've gone out and rescued certain fish and things like that, and then they bring them in and they kind of treat them. Does the National Aviary do that as well? Like you were saying, you brought back a species, right? You helped eliminate the elimination of a species, right?
So we have worked with species in Guam, and we are actually working in South Africa as well. But the two species I was referencing are the Guam rail and the Guam kingfisher, or sea heck. And what happened was, these birds went extinct because of the introduction of the brown tree snake on the island of Guam. And a lot of people don't realize that when you're talking about these animals going extinct, people are thinking, oh, well, just take the ones that you have and put them back. Well, you have to do so much work to make sure that there is a habitat for these animals to go back to. So there's a lot that goes into it. There's a lot of research. There's figuring out why they went extinct. And we know the cause of this one, but at first we didn't. We had to do research. There's research, figure out the cause, figure out what we can do to make sure these animals are safe. So there's a neighboring island called Rota, and it has the same habitats as Guam and types of habitats, same resources for the animals. And so they were relocated, or not relocated, but released on that neighboring island. And so now they're back out in the wild. And there's so much. We've done this for multiple seasons. People will send us their eggs so that way we can, because we're experts at hatching eggs and neonatal care and all those kinds of things. And then we've released these animals back into the wild. And there's a really big education component too. And I feel like education is always left out.
Absolutely.
Because when I'm talking about how I love to connect animals with people, that's how you also make a difference. If we can't get people that are in these areas to care about these native species, then we're not going to make any behavior changes, and we're not going to have the support that these animals need to be able to survive in the wild and anywhere, honestly, because we all make choices every day that impact places all over the world. So having these emotional connections between humans and the animals is what's going to make the difference to be able to do these amazing conservation work. And so that's why I love it so much, because I understand it.
I just ate my plastic bottle, Kathy. I just ate it. I'm recycling it. Oh, my God. No, so, Kathy, one more time. People can go have fun and learn on the Night at the Tropics, the date, and tell us where we could get tickets.
At aviary.org.
I mean, it's so easy.
Yeah. And the date is July
16th.
Okay.
Look at us knowing.
There you go. Nice.
She looked at me like, wait, is it the
Kathy,
16th? Yes.
Storm, thank you so much for joining us on KDKA. We appreciate it. It's Rachel and John, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's the little things. The information you need. People you know. The little things that make a big difference. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Here's the tale of the daily med fill. Same old pharmacy, same old bill, but those prices kept rising higher still.
Till the savings wrangler rode in, cool as can be. Tap Good RX, saving massively.
No plan? Don't matter none. Up to 80% off. Deals are done.
Discounts hitting harder than Ma's chili. Dang, that one little app does all the rest.
Save time and money on prescriptions.
Check Good RX. Good RX is not insurance.
Transform your bathroom with the beautiful quality of Bath Planet. As a trusted leader in bathroom renovation, Bath Planet has earned the Good Housekeeping seal, a symbol of quality and consumer confidence for over 100 years. Get half off installation or 18 months with no interest and no payments. Whether it's tub replacement, a shower replacement, or a tub to shower conversion, Bath Planet makes your custom bath fast, easy, and affordable. This special offer is only available by calling 800-208-8750. That's 800-208-8750.
Paid for by Bath Concepts Industries.
The Pittsburgh Speaker Series at Heinz Hall, presented by University of Pittsburgh, announces its 26-27 season. 7 evenings to deepen your understanding of the world around you, featuring Anderson Cooper, former UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson, historian historian Ann Applebaum, financial journalist Andrew Ross Sorkin, and former NASA Administrator Charles Bolden. The series is sponsored by News Radio KDKA and the Spanos Group of Raymond James. Tickets on sale now at pittsburghspeakers.org.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The 50,000 watt voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
It is Rachel and John jagging around. We're here till 9 o'clock tonight, and Casey's in the producer booth and helping us out here, keep things on track. And thanks again to Kathy Schlott from the National Aviary. And she's a regular on the podcast. She's a regular here on the radio. And the another regular, who we love talking to, is Leslie Bonsi. Welcome back to KDKA.
Hey, thanks for having me here. I've missed it. It's been way too long.
Right, and so part of it is, Rachel was talking about she's an empty nester for about 12 hours right now, so she's panicked. And I've been an empty nester. We're talking about what we're doing, and you've been traveling. You travel for work. You travel to see kids. So just kind of get us up to date on what you're doing lately.
Yeah, so a lot of traveling lately. Was just in California last week for this inaugural Soccerista Fest for young girls.
Okay.
And then in Austin, Texas, doing some recording with my partner in crime, headed to Singapore and Taipei in a couple of weeks, trying to get a book done. So it's been a little bit insane in the Bonsi house, I must say.
And right, so when you're doing all this traveling, you mentioned you have a partner, you're doing a book. Is all of this building up to the book, or it's basically the same work you're doing for different organizations, and the book's this next chapter that you're doing while you're in?
The book is maybe the bucket list, or maybe we change the first letter. But
okay.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's a labor of love. It's a labor of love.
I just got that to change the first letter.
Hopefully it'll be done soon. The other things are more business related. So Singapore is my business, and in Austin they perform in 365 business. So I have all these fingers and all the pies at the same time, just like that movie, Everything Everywhere All at Once.
There you go. And the energy never ceases. And every time we're around you, we both basically want to leave wherever we are and run through a wall. And so, but just in case people aren't familiar, because you're such a well-known Pittsburgher, but what is your website, and what do you, let's see, on a daily basis, what does Leslie Bonsi do?
So my website is activeeatingadvice.com. And on a daily basis, right now it's writing, but it could be creating recipes. I do a lot of one-on-one patient education, and that I adore. That is truly what fills my cup when I have a chance to talk to people and figure out with them what's going to be helpful for them. It could be putting presentations together, and I'm actually headed back into the classroom this fall to teach a course at W&J, because this is the girl that just can't say no.
Oh my God, that's wonderful. And let's go right into that, because I was telling you off air that we went through some process, and I was lucky enough to lose some weight, but then I don't find myself emotionally distressed, but I find myself, after doing all that stuff and feeling pretty good, I liked the photographs at the end. I said, okay, I'm really proud of this jump start we had. Now I'm going to keep it. And keeping it has been the most difficult thing ever. And again, I don't think I emotionally eat. I don't know what I do, but I got to tell you, the pounds have come back on slowly but surely. My friend TJ used to talk about the fish grows the size of the aquarium, right? And that's what I feel is happening. So is that, when you're talking about your one-on-one patient work, that's the kind of stuff you're doing, right? Guiding people individually with their plan?
Yes, and some of them are about weight management or, how do they weight maintenance, which, as you just said, John, it is the most difficult thing. It's not that it's easy to lose weight, but it is a heck of a lot easier to lose it than it is to maintain that weight loss. And the reason for that is twofold. Number one, when we lose weight, our body actually is not as efficient as burning calories. That's the first thing that happens. The second thing that happens is our appetite goes up. So it's kind of two things working against you that, oh man, what's going on here? And that's also why I'm a very big believer in we don't take the deficit too low to begin with, because if we do that, then these are the repercussions on the back end.
And it's interesting because, again, I snack here, snack there. I was telling Rachel just the other week, I don't feel like I'm ever satiated, full. I'm hungry all the time, like as if my mom would say, you have a tapeworm, and and I'm just never satiated. So, but somehow along the way, I'm sure that's why the calories are coming on, right? But I have to find a reason as to why I'm eating. Why am I never satiated?
Yeah, and so when we really look at what helps us feel more satisfied or satiated, number one, drinking enough fluid without exception. That's just not during the warm month of the year. That's all year long because that takes up room in the stomach. Number two, probably big thing, getting enough fiber, because when we eat foods with fiber, that pulls the fluid into the gut and makes us feel more satisfied. And plus, we are more efficient at burning calories. The third one is getting enough protein, although the more recent research said that's not really changing satiety. But the first two, the FNF, the fiber and the fluid, absolutely need to do. And then I think the fourth thing is being mindful, because sometimes it's like this little grab. Oh my God, how did those pretzels get in my mouth? Just magically appeared. Or we're just doing this nibbling, and it might be healthy foods, but you know what? If you eat a whole watermelon, I'm sorry, that's a little bit overkill.
Sure. And Leslie, back up just for a second, because I love the way that you make these things very easy to understand, right? You kind of break them into chunks. You do your alliteration. It helps us to remember. It stays top of mind. But when you talk about fiber, I've been told so much, eat more fiber. But what are fibrous foods?
Yeah, so when we're talking about fiber, we're talking about basically two different kinds. So one is what we would call insoluble fiber. That's the one that helps us go. And so that could be the peels of fruits and vegetables. That's bran type of cereals or bran bread, that fiber. And then the other type of fiber is what helps to slow, meaning that it takes longer for foods to leave the stomach, leave the intestine, and that is the flesh of fruits and vegetables. That things like beans and peas and lentils, the flesh of a potato. This is why we need them both. So just doing one, it might be too much go with not enough slow. If we just do the slow, then we never go. So we gotta go. Whoa! We need the whole thing going on there.
I can't. That is my biggest. I just can't jump on board with it, because I was trying to include more and more. And the reason I knew lentils was my family was like, here she goes, stocking up on lentils. I'm like, lentil soup and lentil this and lentil that. And then all of a sudden I was like, I cannot go to the bathroom. Seriously. And I could not understand why, because then my gastroenterologist said, you have too much fiber. So if you have too much fiber, that's not good either. So you have to kind of get that balance.
Well, in number one, it could be too much of one type of fiber, right?
Sure.
And so when it's things like the soluble fiber, that's what slows down the emptying. So that's why you feel like there's a traffic jam in there. Number two is people don't do both F. They pick one. Okay, a lot of fiber. It's like, whoa. If you don't do that with enough fluid, guess what? Nothing goes anywhere. You feel like a cork.
Yeah.
It's like,
what just happened? Yes, right.
But and I think we have to, in my mind, listen, people used to make for, was it Wilford Brimley or something, like, we always have in our mind that it has to look like sticks to be fiber, and it doesn't.
No,
it doesn't have to look like guinea pig food or any of those types of things. I mean, it's, people think about hummus, and they think about, what is hummus made from? It's made from chickpeas. That's the bean. That's the fiber. Or, all of the higher fiber cereals right now, they don't necessarily look like something you would give your pet with 4 legs. It's tasty, and they're good to eat, let alone fruits and vegetables, especially berries, the seeds in them. That's the source of fiber. But we can't overkill. So I don't think it's a good idea people to have an idea where they are currently, and then you gradually increase. So it's not like a speed race. Okay, let's go from 5 to 30 and call it a day. And your gut says, nice try. I don't think so.
I just want to keep her. I know she has somewhere to be. I don't like it.
Can you not just get in our back seat and drive around with us on a
We do have an ultimatum.
Monday, Wednesday, Friday.
Yeah, that's it. We need to know like what people should be having regularly. And you do a great job of not saying, staunch, this is what you need to do, but you offer suggestions that can be helpful for people. So we need that. And I have a question about aging because I turned 50 and I don't know what in the heck is happening. So you need to stick around for one more segment. It is John and Rachel and Leslie Bonsi, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
I'm doing a porch concert in Morningside today where I'm going to be singing. You want you want a sample?
Yes, let's go.
How lucky can one guy be? I kissed her and she kissed me.
Perfect Juneteenth song.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Let me tell you something about insurance. When you sign your insurance policy, for some brokers, that's the finish line. Handshake, commission, done. Then you may not hear from them again until it's time for renewal. But your business runs all year, so do the gaps and the risk. So go to supersure.com. If your company has more than 25 employees, whether you're the owner, CFO, or HR manager, it can be too complex to just go buy a policy online. Supersure is the super agency built for you, licensed in every state for your business insurance and employee benefits, all with year-round support for you and your team. At supersure.com, you can access tools like fine print facts. It'll translate your current policy into plain English so you see what's covered and what's not. Plus a business value calculator so you can estimate what your business is worth so you know what actually needs protecting. Go to supersure.com. One super agency, one powerful platform, all your policies in one place. Supersure.com. That's supersure.com. Paid for by Supersure Insurance Agency, LLC, a licensed insurance agency.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Covered by JP Roofing and Siding. Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company.
Mommy, how come I can't sit in the front seat?
Because I love you and you're just not ready yet.
Putting your kids in the right seat for their age and size is an act of love. Check that your kids are in the right seat at nhtsa.gov/the-right-seat. Love protects. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
From ABC News, I'm Dave Packer. Iran says it's once again closing the Strait of Hormuz. This comes just days after it reopened in the wake of that memo of understanding between the U.S. and Iran. Iranian state TV says this is in response to Israel's continued strikes in Lebanon. ABC News contributor and former Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for the Middle East, Mick Mulroy.
It's almost like an economic nuclear weapon. They know now just how significant it is. I mean, we are by far, I think even they would acknowledge it, the most powerful military in the world. Yet they use this economic choke point to such their advantage that they're getting most of the benefits that we never thought that we would concede to by any administration before we even get into the nuclear discussions.
We're going to have to wait and see how this development affects gas prices. The market had priced in a reopened Strait.
Drivers are paying about $1 more per gallon than before the conflict began, and the most expensive gas remains concentrated in the West. States including California, Hawaii, Washington, Oregon, Nevada, New York, and Alaska still all above $4.20 a gallon.
ABC's Andrew Dimbert. An urgent search underway for the suspect in a series of highway shootings in the Kansas City area.
The FBI offering a $25,000 reward for any information leading to the arrest of 22-year-old Oscar Sanchez Munoz. Police say after he shot into one of the cars, a driver died when the vehicle crashed. Among those victims, a teen and 3 adults.
ABC's Olivia Rubin. In Raleigh, North Carolina today, a parade and rally for the NHL champion Carolina Hurricanes. They defeated the Vegas Golden Knights for the title. Head coach Rod Brindamore.
You got to take pride in what you do and who you're doing it with and how they do it. And these guys do it better than anyone. These are the world champs right in front of you here.
It is Carolina's second Stanley Cup win. You're listening to ABC News.
Hot summer days and high energy bills are on the way. Upgrade your home's old leaky windows this month during Window Nation's Buy 4 Get 4 free sale. Yes, half of your new beautiful energy efficient windows free. Plus no money down and no monthly payments or interest for 2 years. Call now 866-200-8670 or windownation.com. In select markets, trust our family of brands, New South Window and ArmorView. That's 866-200-8670 or windownation.com to book a consultation.
I've been telling you all about the secret war on our cash and the free report you can receive a copy of by contacting Swiss America at 800-289-2646. I'd also like to encourage you to subscribe to their podcast on YouTube. Just search Swiss America Trading. The podcast can provide you a ton of vital information and financial news in the challenging and uncertain times we're in. Subscribe today. Learn more about BRICS, industry leaders, and their market predictions for the future, along with what you might expect to see in terms of precious metal performance in the weeks and months ahead. Message and data rates may apply.
Ice lost.
At least one tourist was killed when a fire broke out at a resort in the Dominican Republic. It all unfolded at the Viva Dominicus Beach Resort, with fire crews working for 5 hours to contain the blaze. The woman killed has been identified as 46-year-old Francesca Valentino from Italy. More than 1,600 people had to be evacuated. Wyndham Hotels, which owns the resort, said the location will remain closed until further notice. The cause of the fire is not known at this point. Mike Dubusky, ABC News.
What was supposed to be a fun day at an amusement park outside of New York City turned into a nightmare for many families. More than a dozen people stuck for hours on the Wave Twister ride at Adventureland in East Farmingdale, New York, Friday. ABC's Anthony Carlo at the scene.
Families waited anxiously as firefighters had to meticulously remove one child at a time. They sat with their legs dangling, confined to their seats on this ride at Adventureland, which climbs to over 50 feet in the air. Witnesses say the ride got stuck before the park closed at 8 o'clock, and many of the passengers were stuck up there for more than 2 hours, and some for longer than that.
Suffolk County Police said no injuries have been reported, but it took, as he said, hours for those riders to be rescued between the ages of 5 and 40 years old. A super-soaked holiday weekend for parts of the country. Flash floods threatening the south up to the Midwest, while hot temperatures and humidity grip the Gulf Coast. Dave Packer, ABC News.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. After 15 years and over 50,000 cancellations, I can tell you with confidence, we know how to get you out of your timeshare. Call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit guide absolutely free with all your options for cancellation. Attorneys, this was meant to be funny, so please don't sue me, especially my friend Kenneth from Black River Falls, Wisconsin.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-910-2233. That's 800-910-2233. 800-910-2233.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
A thunder shower in a few spots early, and otherwise partly cloudy tonight, low 56. Sunshine and patchy clouds tomorrow for Father's Day, high 77. Periods of rain and thunderstorms late tomorrow night, low 62. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Kai Erickson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
At Habitat for Humanity, we believe home is where you find peace, stability, and safety. But 1 in 3 people on Earth woke up today without a good home. Let's open the door to opportunity. Visit Habitat.org to learn more. That's Habitat.org.
Now more than ever, we're the station you can trust for the information you need. KDKA.
Pittsburgh's 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
It is John and Rachel, and listen, we are using every possible minute because we have the one and only Leslie Fonsi, and John completely monopolized the last segment, so it's my turn. But he's at least a good enough partner that he's like, all right, now you can ask the questions. So Leslie, first of all, we've missed you. Your schedule, you're just all over the place. We tried this in, I think, May. May was a busy month for you. then all of a sudden, here we were in June, and I was like, oh, I wrote myself a note to get back to you. And then I was like, oh, I didn't do it in time, but you gave us some time tonight, and we're so, so glad. So thank you for being here.
I'm delighted. It's been way too long.
It's been way too long.
Way too long.
Yeah, we just need to do this more often. But it does turn into a John and Rachel question-a-thon, because we literally bring you up. If the old wives' tale that your palms are itchy is a true thing, it's because we've been talking so much about you, because believe it or not, we are aging, and who isn't, right? And I made this big joke that I turned 50 this year. I'm very much in the throes of menopause. I'm very vocal about it. John is so sick of hearing about it, but it is something that changes everything. And you do look at so many different things differently. And I'm noticing that the things I'm eating don't agree with me the way they used to, or something that I didn't crave sweets. I crave sweets a little bit more now. If I don't walk or get moving, I can tell that, oh my gosh, my joints hurt, or it's not even about weight gain as much anymore as it is keeping moving. What are tips for that? Do you talk to people who are older regularly that you can help kind of through the process?
Always.
Yeah.
And I mean, this is one of the things about the facts of life. When people say anti-aging, that means death. So obviously that's not a good thing. Right? We want to be vibrant. We want to be resilient. We want to have vitality, and realizing that body changes because there are hormonal changes. That's not a reason to stop, but it's a reason to be aware. So sometimes all of a sudden people have digestive issues they didn't have before. Things don't agree with them as much. The aches and pains that are sometimes there is not helped by putting one's ass in a chair. It's like, get up, get out, get moving.
Yeah.
And I mean, I'm like all over this strength training thing, this insistence on resistance. We have to, because this is bone health. I mean,
yeah, I mean, listen.
Lots of time in the gym.
You don't know if Leslie Bonsi is 25, 45, 65, 95. Like, you have no idea,
Right.
because this woman does not age. And it's amazing to me how wonderful you look and how well you've kept. I'm serious. You have muscle tone. What does that mean, though? What can people be doing regularly? Because sometimes it is hard, right?
Yeah, it is. And this doesn't mean that one necessarily has to go into a gym and grunt. I can't stand it when people are like, shut up. Just shut up.
Me too,
But, it can be because people are doing things at home because they're leaning against the wall and they're pushing against it. But what it means is more than just walking per se. I will tell you the thing that I have found most disturbing in the past couple months is the emaciation of Hollywood. What the hell is that?
Oh,
We have women that look like pencils. Honestly, they would break in half, and they're frail. I hate frail. I hate it. So these things that we do, it doesn't mean we can't walk. We should. But it means that there's finding a way to lift, whether we're using our own body weight, doing push-ups, whether we are going to a gym using machines. I mean, you don't start with something heavy when you've never done it before.
Right.
But it is absolutely essential. And that does not have to cost a fortune. Does not.
I mean, do you suggest even getting like the 2-pound dumbbells just to kind of add a little bit of
It's a start. So one of the things about it is that the body can get used to that very, very quickly. And the way that you continue to reap the benefit is you have to progressive resistance. In other words, from 2 to 5 to 8 to 10 and onwards, because otherwise there isn't any positive growth. So you have to do that. And the reason for it is that when you take a weight, you're contracting it against the bone, and that keeps the bone strong, and that keeps us out of the hospital, and we don't have hip fractures, and we don't end up with pneumonia or all of these things. I mean, my mom was frail at the time of her death. It's
Leslie,
like, I have that vision in my head. It's like, nope, this grandma not going to be that way.
Exactly. That's right.
One of the things we've been discussing with some other in the office and such is the fatty liver thing, because it seems like it's more global. We just did an interview with a physician at UPMC and a woman in Kansas City where basically, this is this underlying disease that nobody knows about. We're treating pancreas and diabetes and hearts, but the liver and the fatty liver is something that's going to sneak up on everybody. Is that true from what your research shows?
Yes. And part of that is what people are eating, how much they're eating, the fact that they're not necessarily moving, and realize the liver is the filtration system for the body. So you really have to be nice to it. Otherwise, things accumulate. So now we have people that say, I'll just eat protein to the exclusion of all else. We are not grizzly bears. We don't need to do that. We need to be eating some fiber. And this is part of the problem, is that impact all the way around. I can't stand it. Or let's put beef tallow with no. How about no to that? How about using things that are good? Because all of that saturated fat, where might it impact the health of the liver as well as the heart, and not in a positive direction?
And Leslie, I can't believe how quickly this goes, but before we ask you at least one Yinzer question and find out your website, is it true that all carbohydrates are bad?
No.
Right.
No. And this is, this unnecessary carb bashing makes me insane. Nobody gets that excited about a pork chop. Maybe carnivores, but maybe they don't. Is, the things that we like, the things that are tradition in the kitchen. They're typically carbohydrate. It's a risotto, it's a pasta, it's a potato, it's a kugel, it's a whatever. That doesn't mean only carbohydrates on the plate. But what we're certainly not talking about is eliminating them. It's like, I'll have cauliflower crust pizza. Wrong. That's a vegetable with sauce. That is not a pizza. Or, let me have a sandwich because it's a lettuce wrap. No. Where the hell is the bread? Don't dread the bread. Don't do that.
What's funny is, it's funny. I was having breakfast with a friend, and I said, I think you mentioned this earlier. All of the cereals have gone like high protein and high fiber, the Cheerios and whatever. And I said, well, I guess I thought this seemed healthier. And she said, it's still carbs, though. So, but is it slightly healthier?
No, it really is. A high protein Dorito is still a Dorito.
Yeah.
It is, right? That's not the same thing as having cottage cheese. It isn't. And you pay more money for it. How about if you have something with protein and you have something else with it, like maybe I'll do cottage cheese and some grape tomatoes and a little pesto and maybe have a good slice of bread. Yes, better choice than those high protein Doritos.
Gotcha.
Thumbs down.
Oh my God, Leslie, we want to tell everybody where they can find you for all the things and for any kind of consultation, but you have to answer this. What would make us revoke your Yinzer card?
I have so many. I've never eaten Primanti's. I've never been at a Primanti's. I don't eat kielbasa. Pierogi out of the question. So right there, I am off the list, voted out of the burg.
She's off the island and not afraid. Not even a little bit. She's like, no security.
I'm not afraid.
Yes, she's like, no security needed. Leslie Ponce, we need you here every week. I don't know what we're going to do to get you here, but we need it.
Right.
Where can everybody find out more information and follow you?
My website is activeeatingadvice.com, or look for the diva in the burg, and that would be me.
Yes, and shout out to Fred the driver.
I love Fred.
Right.
I know. I feel like I hate that I didn't see him. We are so glad that we had the opportunity to catch up with you. Thank you so much. And we do need to bring you on more often just to talk seasonal things and little trends that we need to debunk. You're so good at it.
Let's do it. Anytime.
All right. Back in July, right?
Yes.
It is John and Rachel, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Every Tuesday morning at 7:20, listen for Inside Independence Health, a look at all things healthcare with the experts from Independence Health System. It's brought to you by Independence Health System. Expert care here.
Don't miss your chance to step up and make a difference in your community. The Highmark Walk for a Healthy Community supports over 150 local health and human service agencies across 6 regions, including Erie, Johnstown, and Pittsburgh. To donate or register for an upcoming walk, log on to walkforahealthycommunity.org. Even if the walk in your region has concluded, you can still donate. 100% of funds raised goes directly to the local nonprofit of your choice. So let's get walking and make a difference in your community. Donate or register today. Donations will be accepted through June 30th.
I'm with Joe Potocznik, JP Roofing and Siding, with an exciting opportunity.
Normally, Larry, we offer $500 off any complete roofing and siding replacements. For our spring promotion, we're offering an additional $500 off.
Joe, that's $1,000.
That's right, Larry.
You better call today. The roofing experts, JP Roofing and Siding, 412-829-7711, 412-829-7711. Thanks, Joe.
Thank you, Larry.
For all station contest rules, go to kdkaradio.com/rules.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
My name is Ariel. When I arrived in the U.S. at 19, I struggled to find job opportunities without my high school diploma. My entire life changed when I took a chance and got my high school diploma at age 22. Everything I have, my education, my career, my marriage, I owe to the Adult Literacy Center and my teachers. They were with me every step of the way, helping with my English and math, making sure I push through all the challenges.
Ariel, your success proves that what I'm doing as a teacher has real meaning.
It was an honor helping you achieve your greatness. Now you're helping others achieve theirs. It inspires me.
Education was the key that unlocked all my opportunities.
When you graduate, they graduate. Find free and supportive adult education centers near you at finishyourdiploma.org. Brought to you by Dollar General Literacy Foundation and the Ad Council.
Mommy, can I sit in the front seat just this one time? Please, please, please.
No, not yet.
But why?
Because I love you, and you're just not ready yet. Now, get in the back so I can get you in your car seat, please.
Putting your kids in the right seat for their age and size is an act of love. Check that your kids are in the right seat at NHTSA.gov/the right seat. Love protects. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Hear about it, then talk about it. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
It is Rachel and John, KDKA, and shout out to our guy Daniel Casciato that helps us out with the YJM stuff, and his wife.
He does it all.
Amanda McKendry is here with us because Amanda, this is like our anniversary. No, actually, we see you twice a year. We see you during this event, and then we see you during the Yajagoff holiday party, right? Yes, but you've been super busy, you and Dan, with your daughter dancing and acting and all those kind of things. So how's that been sitting with you with your busy schedule?
You know, it's been a busy summer, and I miss my junior volunteer. Usually Giovanna and I do this interview together, but I'm spending some time with family in Johnstown, Pennsylvania for the week. So I'm on my own, but sending lots of love their way in South Bend.
There you go.
And
we are talking again this year about progressive supranuclear palsy, PSP, which is something that your father had and passed away. And every year you're doing a fundraiser along with the Pirates. And this is our time to let's go. Let's go Pirates. Let's go Amanda.
And Amanda,
let's go
is
PSP.
this 9 years that this has been going on?
It's getting close. We did not have a game in 2020 for obvious reasons, but we are getting there. We've raised nearly $8,000 that we've been able to offer Cure PSP, which is the organization that we partner with for these types of events. But we're so appreciative for you all. You've been with us since the beginning. And if anyone's ever feeling homesick for Pittsburgh, seeing you both on a Saturday night is just the best way to deal with that.
You're too kind. You are too kind. And obviously we want to talk about what you do to create awareness, but talk a little bit about what you and your family went through so that people can understand what signs they need to know about, what the journey was like, so that that is a creation of awareness.
One of the most powerful parts of what we're going to be doing at the ballpark next Saturday is talking with fans. We'll have about 500 people who will come across our info table, and we're able to share my dad's story and to talk about how we noticed issues with balance, with eye movement, with swallowing, with speech, with cognitive functioning. It's quite challenging because these symptoms present themselves differently for everyone. And so sometimes it can take quite a long time for the actual diagnosis. And that's where we feel like educating others and sharing my dad's story can be so helpful for families.
And Amanda, so the symptoms you just listed could be leadership to old age, Alzheimer's and Parkinson's and things like that. So part of this, I guess, is doing the differential diagnosis for even, yes, it's families to look at, but also creating some type of awareness for the family practice physicians to make this diagnosis, right?
Exactly. It's a partnership. But what my family has learned is that the patient advocacy piece is so important. and giving the patient the information they need to be able to ask the questions and to be able to discuss various symptoms on what might be becoming challenging for them, whether it's the mobility issues. Now, for my dad, it was mostly personality changes that my mom noticed first. And so his first diagnosis was frontotemporal dementia. And then it was a bit later, a few years later, where they thought, no, this might actually be PSP.
And from having gone through that, and for even saying that piece, because as John said, there's different factors that people go, wait a second, maybe it's not that. You know, nobody is God. Nobody knows exactly what is happening. There's this sort of trial and error piece. What were you as a family doing to kind of say, this isn't right? You know, isn't it the piece where the family has to be communicative to each other and to the care team so that they understand, and really you're helping provide that research, right?
Exactly. And I really have to talk about my mom here because she ended up retiring so that she could become his full-time caregiver. And she was with him every day through all these challenges. And each day when something else might not be functioning quite like it did the day before. Sure. So I really give her a lot of credit too for being with him throughout this journey and making sure he was so well taken care for and that he had access to the best doctors in both Johnstown and Pittsburgh as they were trying to figure out what was really happening with him.
So, Amanda, you're going to be at the Pirates game when?
Yes. We'll be there next Saturday when the Pirates take on the Reds. Our info table will be located along the Riverwalk near right field. So we would encourage anyone who is at the game to stop by the table, meet our volunteers, our junior volunteers, hear a little bit about my dad's story. We'll have information from Cure PSP that they've shared with us. We'll also have some games for kids and giveaways and wristbands and stickers. So lots of fun at the table, and we're hoping that anyone who's at the game can stop by and say hello.
And is the idea actually through the work that you've done with the National PSP, have we identified a blood test or a scan that can find this, or no? This is all basically based on pulling together symptoms.
Yes, pulling together symptoms and just having honest conversations with doctors about what those ailments might be. I should also note, too, that the research around PSP has accelerated mightily since my dad first experienced symptoms throughout his journey and passing away a few years later from those symptoms. So it is ongoing research, and that, again, is where our fundraising initiatives can be so helpful to help support Cure PSP and all of the research that they are doing, not only to recognize research around proteins in the brain that might be linked to PSP, to how do you manage the symptoms, to how do you communicate with patients and families. So there are many different types of research initiatives that we're hoping to assist.
My question is going back to, and the awareness piece is so important, and talking to the family is so important. Hearing your story, if people are stopping by, and just having that tangible conversation with somebody who has been through it means the world. I know when my mother had her liver transplant and people would ask me, you made that connection because you lived through it and you feel like you're actually helping. Why is the way you do this so important? Meaning everybody hosts an event when there's some kind of an awareness piece, and you're doing that. And obviously, who doesn't want to go to the beautiful PNC Park?
Oh, yes.
But why is that part so important for all that I just said? And maybe reflect on a story that you have after doing this for so many years.
It's definitely about the connecting and the relationship building. It's so surprising each year how many people will reach out and say they heard about us at the game and their spouse passed away or a family member passed away, or we'll have members coming up to the table saying, oh, well, I have a niece or nephew in medical school and I want to make sure that they know about PSP and are studying PSP. So you just never quite know what those magical moments are going to be. And we've had some each year where we've had these, fresh connections, new connections with people over, how can we just help and how can we educate others?
I have to run down this list real quickly.
Go
okay?
for it. Yeah.
So this is to me, this is impressive stuff, right? While we don't have exact statistics because Amanda's not a clinician, but she's, again, a family member who has lived through it. What I love are the statistics that we got. To date, you have raised, as you said, nearly $8,000, each contribution representing, obviously, hope, progress, and a commitment to those who have been affected. Here is a breakdown by the numbers from last year at PNC Park. 500 wristbands were distributed, 325 lollipop tree prizes, 200 stickers in memory of Amanda's dad. 5 pounds of sweet treats were shared. John, did we have you?
Yeah, I'm in. I'm locked and loaded now.
45 bead bracelet kits, which I have a feeling your junior volunteer was a big help with that. 4 amazing junior volunteers, 30 seconds of fame on the scoreboard, 6,000 views on your promo interview, 85 degrees in the summer sun, 90-minute rain delay, and a 9-2 Pittsburgh victory with 102 friends and family showing up. That, to me, is the best statistic I could read because that means you have resonated with so many people and you have quite the support system. And we hope nothing but even more for this year.
Thank you. And huge shout out to Dan's family too. That was one of the reasons why we are the first year we held a tournament in my dad's
I remember.
It's a softball, yes. Mm-hmm.
Because he was here and he could throw out the first pitch, and we played on the field where he played on as a kid. And then the following year, we began to partner with the Pirates and shifted to Pittsburgh because we had the huge support of Dan's family and our friends in the Pittsburgh community. So we started out local, and then we're able to make that transition to PNC Park, which we're so grateful for.
It's an amazing event. Tell us again, how can people learn more about it? How can they come to the event, and when is it?
So it's next Saturday. Pirates will take on the Reds. Again, we'll be on the Riverwalk. Dan would not forgive me if I did not tell you all to like us on Facebook. And you can visit our website at strikeoutpsp.com. All information there can be found about the game, donating, more information, anything that you would be interested in.
Amanda McKendry, thank you so much for joining us. And let's hope that maybe we see each other and before
More
the
than
next
twice,
YJM holiday party,
I
right?
hope so.
Yeah.
Thanks for joining us.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, and we
Thank
wish you
you.
the best of luck. You guys support. This is an important thing, and go love the Pirates as much as they do. It is John and Rachel, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Father's Day? Go big for Dad. Celebrate Father's Day with 5 courses fresh from the Wok Fire. Enjoy a 5-course celebration experience starting at $89.99, featuring premium entrees like New York prime strip steak tataki, oolong chili and sea bass, and lobster and prawn fried rice. Bold flavors, sizzling favorites, a meal made to impress. Because Dad deserves more than just a dinner. He deserves a celebration. Celebrate Father's Day with some sizzle. Only at P.F. Chang's.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
If you're only good to your new friends, you're not going to have any old ones. Straight Talk gets it. That's why new and existing customers get free 5G phones on Verizon's 5G network. Pretty simple, really. You keep good people by being good people.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
Did you see that UFO last night?
Is it real or is it AI?
How about the aircraft carrier floating down the river?
Nowadays, it's tough to determine what's legit and what to believe.
I know it's true because it was all over my feed last night.
But when it comes to news, depend on Pittsburgh's original news source since 1920. The Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
News, I'm Dave Packard. Vice President J.D. Vance on his way to Switzerland to join the U.S. delegation continuing talks with the Iranians. This comes as Iran says it's shut down the Strait of Hormuz again because of Israel's actions in Lebanon. ABC News contributor and former senior Pentagon official Mick Mulroy says the Iranians clearly believe they have the upper hand over the U.S.
They're getting most of the benefits that we never thought that we would concede to by any administration before we even get into the nuclear discussions.
But this latest closure not yet slowing the drop in fuel prices. The national average for a price of diesel gallon, dropping below $5, first time since March, that according to Gas Buddy. Mississippi under a state of emergency right now. This is due to severe storms. 100 water rescues so far. Thousands remain without power. Large fire almost completely destroyed a luxury resort in the Dominican Republic Friday, forcing the evacuation of almost 1,700 tourists. This is ABC News.
If you or anyone you care about is facing a family legal matter, call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL or visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce touches all areas of your life: your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
If you or anyone you care about is facing divorce, contact Cordell & Cordell today. With over 100,000 clients served, we understand the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
Don't delay in getting that plumbing repair done. Call Palucci Plumbing today for all of your plumbing needs. From trenchless sewer repair and waterline repairs and replacement, hot water tanks, sewer camera inspections, to Pittsburgh potty repairs, no job is too small for Palucci Plumbing. Owners Amy and Nick Palucci have been in business for 26 years, so give them a call for your next plumbing repair or replacement. Palucci Plumbing, 412-782-5050. That's 412-782-5050.
For 250 years, America has been more than a place. It's been a promise, a story of courage, hope, and dreams. And through it all, local TV and radio broadcasters have been there, telling the story of America, bringing truth to light. Broadcasters tell the story of who we are and who we aspire to be. We are America's storytellers. We are broadcasters. This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
When you get a diagnosis of Parkinson's disease, things get real.
And nobody understands that better than the Parkinson's Foundation. All across the country, we provide resources and support in the fight against Parkinson's, a neurological disease that affects movement.
The Parkinson's Foundation is dedicated to improving care and advancing research towards a cure.
And when you call our helpline, you'll speak to a real person who can help you find the right information. Because while living with Parkinson's can be challenging, there are things you can do to improve your quality of life. So, whether you're newly diagnosed, have been living with Parkinson's for years, or caring for a loved one,
when Parkinson's gets real, find real answers at the Parkinson's Foundation.
Go to parkinson.org or call our helpline at 1-800-4PD-INFO, 1-800-473-4636. The Parkinson's Foundation. Better lives together.
Hi, I'm Peter Sagal. When we were growing up, my two brothers and I just loved our Uncle Ted. He was like a really cool big brother who always brought around the best toys and took us to the best places and with whom we always had the most fun. It was odd, though, when we got older, to realize he wasn't nearly as outgoing and adventurous with other adults. I found out much later that this might have had something to do with the ostomy bag he wore ever since he was diagnosed with Crohn's disease as a teenager and had part of his lower intestine removed. Theodor Skolnick, my Uncle Ted, died last year at the age of 80, never having once mentioned his illness to me or my brothers. He left a large bequest to the Crohn's and Colitis Foundation to help fund better treatments for these diseases and also to help other people, old and young, seek and get help for the situation that he was never able to talk about. Don't feel you need to hide your Crohn's or colitis. Go to spillyourguts.org to learn more about the treatments available and even find a specialist. That's spillyourguts.org.
The best words to hear at the TSA security checkpoint? You're good to go. All it takes is a little preparation. Get to the airport early, bring a carry-on bag that fits in the overhead, and have an acceptable ID. Not all state-issued IDs will cut it. Check out tsa.gov/ID and see which TSA acceptable IDs make the grade, like a real ID or passport.
Before you jet, do a little prep, and you're good to go. Check out tsa.gov/ID or the MyTSA app.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
A thunder shower around this evening, otherwise patchy clouds tonight, low 56. Increasingly cloudy but dry for Father's Day, high 77. Cloudy tomorrow night with rain and thunderstorms, low 62. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Scott Erickson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
All right, it's the weekend, and it's a great one, but I'll be back Monday. Can't wait. 2 to 6 right here. Colin Dunlap.
It is John and Rachel, and we told you that we were going to have some really powerful guests.
I get tired. The guests come in and they're so full of energy, and I get tired because I'm like,
really? Well, especially Leslie.
I get so much high energy.
Your thoughts on Leslie?
Leslie are just it's just unbelievable because she as we know, like even the things she'll tell you to go buy, it's not like go buy this thing that you use one time in a recipe. Go buy all these special things. It's all very practical advice, and that's part of her website. And again, the fact that she's worked with high-end professional athletes is one thing, but the fact that she can whittle it down to just average people like us, is really something. And she takes people one-on-one. I know that people are going to the GLP-1s and doing the various things, but there's some part of this sustainability in her life, which is losing the weight and sustaining it and still being happy.
Yeah. And, right. Hearing you say that makes me, listening to what she said as far as like comparing the Dorito.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Who doesn't want to eat Doritos? I mean, I don't, but most people, example of ice cream. I love ice cream, so let's say that. But ultimately, she's saying replace it with other things, but jazz it up. She said, put the pesto in with the cottage cheese and some tomatoes or something like that. Who would have thought of that?
Yeah.
I guess when you want to be creative to enjoy something, because that's the stigma, right?
Yeah.
Everybody thinks that eating healthy is not flavorful. Not true.
And her phrase is usually something like everybody thinks eating healthy is denying yourself of pleasures. And so that's where, yes, you can have a sandwich, but don't eat 7 slices of Mancini's bread. Eat 2 pieces
moderation,
of salami and then eat some vegetables to go along with it. And as she said, drink some water, drink a lot of water to make yourself feel full.
Yeah, and when she says it all makes sense, but it's like you need her in your corner all the time because we're human and we, 1, fall off the wagon.
Yeah.
2, we don't always know what that perfect balance is. As she said, to me, eating an entire watermelon, who cares? You're going to pee it out.
Yeah.
But it's true. Like, that is not a good...
Too much of anything.
Yeah, too much of anything.
And what's your classic example of us is that we were thinking we were eating healthy because we'd run up to Brookline to Pita Land and get
how much
6 gallons of hummus and eat that with celery and think like we're good.
But it wasn't always celery. Whenever you're at Pita Land, you need the pita, and we would eat a tub ourselves. I don't know what the ounces are, but that's a lot of.
Yeah.
No wonder our fiber gums up the works. Anyway, we love chatting with her. And I have to say, Kathy Schlatt is one of our absolute favorite people, and she has done such a good job. It is so true. I started to tell her the story about Adeline and I were walking. I said this to you not too long ago, walking over to church, and she was like, Mom, I am petrified of birds. I have no interest in going to the aviary. And I said, wait, you don't know about my journey with the aviary? And she was like, oh, great. Here we go. And I told her, and she said, I don't know that I could overcome my fears like that. I said, oh, you and I are going to the aviary this summer so that she can take a walk around. Because Kathy is so well equipped.
No doubt about it.
I love, even off, I will say this now that she wasn't here, and because it's true. When we were just kind of kibitzing whenever you, I guess you were letting Leslie in, I said, seriously though, what is it like? Like, has a bird overreacted to something that has given you like, oh man, we don't want to see that happen again? And No. The answer is no, because she said, I am putting them through every possible scenario. And that's how it came up that she was on the Fallon show and she was on Martha Stewart, etc. And she said, because not to mention the lights, not to mention the microphones, things are magnified from a visual and an audio perspective. Different place. You've had to travel. You're now in this place that you're not used to with people overload. You don't know if somebody's afraid like me or wants to touch you. That's a lot of scenarios that you have to think about.
Yeah, for sure.
And she said it's never happened.
And reminding everybody that, watch this transition, Rachel.
Oh, my goodness.
Reminding everybody that the National Aviary is a treasure right over there on the north side. And the north side itself is a treasure.
Wow.
And
I know where you're
the
going.
Allegheny West area, which is really, you're going to get a highlight tour from John and Rachel and Francesca and Sylvia, because on the 26th in the afternoon, yes, in the middle of a Friday afternoon, we are going to meet down there on the north side, Allegheny Center, Allegheny City, Allegheny West.
Allegheny West,
is what we're calling it, with Berg's Bits and Bites. And we're going to walk around and snack and drink some things. And this is special day because you get a copy of the book, the 100 Things to Do in Pittsburgh Before You Die, and you get a bookmark that says, yes, you stopped reading here, you jagoff.
You just wanted to make that announcement because we finally pushed through on what we were going to do. So when we were having this discussion with our friends, at Berg Bits and Bites, as well as Francesca from CityCast, we were like, oh, we're throwing in a bookmark. But we were like, wonder what the bookmark's going to look like. And now we have a finished product thanks to Yinsmart.
Yes. Exactly.
I am so excited for this because 6 degrees or 2 degrees of separation in Pittsburgh. Yinsmart, Jurgen, has been on our show a bunch, and he has created what we call the Pittsburgh Etsy. So essentially a network of makers, right? Meantime, he says, I have the perfect person to do this bookmark for you who's part of Yinsmart. Who was it?
Yeah. And it's Bobby Thompson's wife.
Yeah, Amber. And she's with Pine.
Yeah.
Arrow Pine.
And Bobby
Pine
Thompson is a recognized name on our podcast and our radio show because he's been a musician on our show ever since he kind of was 4.
Yeah. I think so.
But he was just on last week's podcast, the first Porch Tour from Mike's Beer Bar.
Yeah.
And it's amazing how it's 3, I think Rick Seaback said it's only 3 degrees when you're in Pittsburgh.
Was it 3?
I
okay.
always just say, I don't care. I just know we don't need Kevin Bacon.
Yeah. Who needs Kevin Bacon when you're in Pittsburgh? That is so true. But yeah, we hope you check it out. We know that it's in the middle of the day, but also it's a Friday in the summer. So we know that everybody has those flex days, especially it's like, do I have much more to do? Nah, put me in for a couple more hours, and go do your thing. Because it's literally 1:30 in the afternoon, and we are really excited.
So I'm going to look something up. Go ahead.
We're so excited to go from one place to another. The funny part is Sylvia wanted to take John and I on the tour so that we knew what to expect, even though we know where all these locations are. She came to our office. We are in the closer to the North Shore and on Isabella. And I was like, okay, let's go. And she said, whose car? And I said, aren't we walking? And you both kind of laughed at me like, you silly, silly fool. We cannot walk over there, which you could, but we didn't have an hour to do so.
Yeah. If you're looking for an excuse, we sometimes go through these holidays. So if you're looking for an excuse of one to take off early next Friday, the 26th, to go with us on the tour, you can say, boss, I'm sorry, it's National Barcode Day, or boss, I'm sorry, it's National Coconut or Beautician's Day. Boom. And you're off the rest of the day.
Thank
You're
goodness
welcome.
for the national calendar. I was just going to say, tell them that you want to go meet a couple of Jags.
It's also National Chocolate Pudding Day. So
anyway,
guys,
just join it. Go to Berg Bits and Bites.
There's no excuses.
It is at 1:30 next Friday, and you can have a tour with us and Francesca. Get a book, get a bookmark, and the amazing tour. It's John and Rachel, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
When you need to know, depend on the news leader. At home, in your car, or at work. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM, AM 1020, and KDKARadio.com.
Here's the tale of the daily med fill. Same old pharmacy, same old bill. But those prices kept rising higher still.
Till the savings wrangler rode in, cool as can be. Tap GoodRx, saving massively.
No plan? Don't matter none. Up to 80% off. The deals are done.
Discounts hitting harder than Ma's chili. Dang. That one little app does all the rest.
Save time and money on prescriptions.
Check GoodRx. GoodRx is not insurance.
Transform your bathroom with the beautiful quality of Bath Planet. As a trusted leader in bathroom renovation, Bath Planet has earned the Good Housekeeping seal, a symbol of quality and consumer confidence for over 100 years. Get half off installation or 18 months with no interest and no payments. Whether it's tub replacement, a shower replacement, or a tub-to-shower conversion, Bath Planet makes your custom bath fast, easy, and affordable. This special offer is only available by calling 800-208-8750. That's 800-208-8750.
Paid for by Bath Concepts Industries.
The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
It's John and Rachel jagging around KDKA, and you listen, we want to remind you that we are here next week, but the following week, we are going to be right in the middle of Point State Park for the fireworks with Michael Bartley. So make sure you come down and check
Nothing
us out
says
here.
4th of July like
Right.
fireworks in Pittsburgh.
And John and Rachel in the middle, and Michael Bartley in the middle of Point State Park.
That's right, John.
fireworks.
This next person who we're going to talk to, speaking of Pittsburgh, you know his siblings. And the cool part is Kevin Quigley became a fast friend because we got to interview Aer Lingus.
Yes.
Because
right?
he was like, you guys need to make this happen. And on top of that, you know that his sister is a very good friend of Cousin Lisa.
Yeah.
She made sure that when Cousin Lisa had any kind of procedures that she would bring food. When she had the fire, she made sure everything was going down. And of course, it turns out that there's yet another famous Quigley who does some great independent film work here. Did you know that?
I did not know that until I saw your notes.
Yeah, so I'm pretty excited. I think we're having a little bit of some technical difficulty on the video.
And is Ron on? There you go. All right. So Ron, there he is.
There he is.
I see him.
Hi, Ron.
See, Ron is frozen on our YouTube channel at this point, but maybe we could just have him give us a call on the phone, and we can talk to him, because what Ron is doing is interesting. He's retired as a city firefighter.
Yes.
And
living in LA.
And he's been involved in the Independent Film Festival for years, and so he's in LA doing those kind of things, but directing the Independent Film Festival. And there he is, Ron. Welcome to KDK. How are you?
How are you?
Good, thank you. Good.
I still hear a Pittsburgh accent.
Yeah.
Yes, a little bit. I tried to get rid of it when I came out to L.A. I've been out here for 25 years now.
Wow, it's that long. We were talking about that before we connected with you, that you're in LA, but we love the fact that typical Pittsburgh, you still have these black and gold roots. So we are so glad that we get to talk to you, because you have a big thing happening next weekend. What's going on?
So it's the Pittsburgh Independent Film Festival. We just started our 20th year. I've been bringing the festival back to Pittsburgh every year for the last 19 years. So this is our 19th edition coming up on this weekend, and we have some great films coming in. I bring in about 60 films every year, and we there's a lot of local filmmakers too. We're going to be bringing in about 40 local filmmakers too.
That is so important, because the more, we talk about this every time we're on air, every time we're doing a podcast, every time we're even interfacing with anybody in Pittsburgh. Supporting local is more important now than ever. Talk to us about why these independent films are so important.
Can you still hear me? I'm frozen on the screen.
Oh, yeah, you're frozen, but we can hear you.
Your audio is perfect, actually. Yeah, you're good.
Oh, okay. Well, the local filmmakers, so what ends up happening is, if you're a local filmmaker, they bring their people out to see, and it's all about putting butts in the seats, if you know what I mean. So the locals always get a little extra look.
I like it.
I try to bring as many locals in as I possibly can, but we bring them in from around the world. I mean, we have the opening night coming from L.A. He's actually the vice president of Disney.
Wow.
Is bringing a film in, and he won Best Short, and it's going to play Friday night at 8:30, right after we have a gala opening. We're the only festival in the world that gives away an official submission plaque. for anybody that's accepted. No other festival does that. Everybody else just gives you like a PDF or whatever. We try to, I'm a filmmaker, so I know how hard it is to get your film on screen.
Sure.
Right.
And I really empathize with it.
And so
I give that. Yeah.
No, go ahead.
Go ahead. So I give that plaque away. It's a substantial piece of, memorabilia that they can hang on their wall and know that they accomplished something. And we've been doing that since we started.
So, Ron, when we talk about a film festival, we think of Cannes, we think of the one in Colorado or whatever. This is like that. Like Pittsburgh's like a big boy city, big girl city, just like everybody else. Is there like pomp and circumstance going on there? And do people get awards? How does that all work?
Well, we're a smaller festival.
Sure.
We have about 600 submissions a year.
Okay.
But that's still a decent size.
Yeah,
So
for sure.
If we bring 60 in, that means you have a 10% chance. If you go to Sundance or those other ones, you have a 0.01 chance of getting in.
Okay.
So we you have a little better chance of getting in with us, but we're still we're considered a mid-size.
Okay.
We were voted best film festival in Pittsburgh last year by the Pittsburgh City paper, by the way.
How about that?
How about that?
Yeah. So I mean, like I said, we've been around. We're at the Parkway Theater over in McKees Rocks. So what he did over there, he took an old theater, divided it in half. Half of it is a bar and a brewery, and the other half is a theater. So it just sets itself up perfectly for a festival type atmosphere. And we've been over there about 9 years.
I was just going to ask, how long were you there? And so what people love, again, you're a Pittsburgher through and through. They love whenever they can support their own, whenever it's something that's on a scale that gets on the map. So the fact that they, like you said, this is bettering their chances. And what I was reading about, Ron, and maybe you can explain a little bit more, these are feature films, short films, documentary films, music videos, webisodes, and even hosts, you have script competitions. So these are all categories, is that right?
Each one is a category.
Okay.
You forgot animations, and we also have experimentals. And we now added last year, we added AI.
Oh,
AI rendered. So we cover all the bases, and each one is a separate entity within itself. So you only compete with who's in that category, for the awards.
Got it. And how does the award process work? So are people going to a website and applying by a certain date, and there's a deadline, that kind of thing? And then is there an entire board of people who have to make the decisions?
Well, we have all of our judges are all in the film industry out here.
So wow.
I've been an actor out here for 25 years. So my sound man's involved, my producer's involved. There's a bunch of different judges that what we do is we call it bad movie night. We all come over and watch the movie and then pass them through. So, and then if you make it through there and then it goes to the next, we have another board. And then finally I make all the final decisions on all of them.
Okay. So now people can get tickets to attend this, right? This is not a closed event.
No, they can go to pghindie.com. That's our website, and they can purchase tickets there. They can buy a one-day pass, a two-day pass, or a three-day pass. One-day passes are $14. Two-day passes are $20. And for the full 3 days, it's $30, but you get to see all 60 films. You can come and go and do what you want.
Yeah.
How cool is that?
Well, I think it's priced very reasonably.
Oh, for sure. And I love the fact that if you're a movie buff, and especially this is your city, so you want to go, again, support the locals and see all of these different films so that you could be the person talking about what's hip and happening. John, you need to do this because you are not a movie person.
Right. But I love the fact that the reason why I definitely would want to go is like, let's say I'm going to see it at the Pittsburgh Film Festival.
Sure.
And then it goes on and I find it in a newspaper that it won the so-and-so film festival. I'm going to be saying, I was there. I saw it when it was showed at the Pittsburgh Film Festival. There are a lot of stories like that, Ron?
Yes, and we've had a lot that came in and played at our festival first.
Yep.
And then went on to play elsewhere. Mm-hmm. We have a film coming in Saturday night that was about the Light of Light, or the synagogue up in
Yes.
Rural Hill.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's about when they had the massacre up there. That the assault on the
Right.
anti-Semitic. It's the biggest in the United States. Well, there was a 5-year gag order on that.
Okay.
So the police couldn't talk about it. So it's from the police's perspective.
Wow.
So that's why it's only coming out now, because that happened like 8 years ago.
Yeah.
So the police couldn't even talk about it for 5 years because the judge had put a gag order on it.
Wow.
But that won Best Feature Film. That's going to be playing Saturday night. Saturday night at 7:30.
That is such a good example. And I actually pulled another one. There's Outwit the Devil, which is 12 minutes. I just wanted to give a little bit of perspective. And then all of our Yinzers are going to love, there's something called Voices from the Steel City, which is an hour and 12 minutes long. And again, you can visit the website. What's the website again, Ron?
PGHINDIE.com.
So perfect. Go to the website, pittsburghindy.com. You can get for $30 a 3-day pass to just go over to McKees Rocks and enjoy the amazing theater over there and enjoy the whole independent film festival. Ron, thank you so much for joining us. We encourage everybody, and congratulations on 20 years.
Well, thank you very much, Rachel.
Absolutely.
And, you made the connection. I went to high school with your father.
Of course.
You made that connection.
I did.
You might be the only one that ever said he went to school with their father, because everybody else knows him as Johnny Angel.
Yeah.
And, has gone to listen to him for 50 years.
Well, he knows that.
Johnny Angel in high school.
There you go.
He's been on Johnny Angel since the day I knew him. He's a great guy. I love Jackie. He's a great guy.
Ron, thank you so much. And as I said, you were not on yet, but I said wonderful things and paid homage to your family. Thank you so much for joining us. We wish you the best of luck, and we hope we see everybody over there. It's John and Rachel, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
Or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers. So don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
My friends at NASCO Roofing take pride in exceeding customer expectations. Stephanie from Murraysville used NASCO for minor roof repairs. When a storm created substantial roof damage, she called NASCO. NASCO worked with Stephanie's insurance company and installed a beautiful brand new roof. NASCO has satisfied thousands like Stephanie. Get NASCO on your roof. Call NASCO Roofing, 412-373-2000, 412-373-2000. Most jobs done in a day. Special financing available. NASCO Roofing, NASCO.
Join Beth Andrews for the Net Worth Financial Hour Saturdays at 1 to get the news and information you need to make your retirement dream a reality. That's the Net Worth Financial Hour with Beth Andrews, Saturdays at 1. Net Worth Advisors, LLC is a registered investment advisor.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
I'm Dave Packer. Vice President J.D. Vance traveling to Switzerland today to continue talks with the Iranians. It comes as Iran says it shut down the Strait of Hormuz again because of Israel's actions in Lebanon. ABC News foreign correspondent Britt Clenitz in Jerusalem.
Both sides showing a lack of restraint, the fighting threatening to upend those peace talks between the US and Iran. Iran's foreign ministry saying the US is not fulfilling its commitment to the memorandum to compel Israel to stop its attacks on Lebanon. All eyes now on President Trump to see what pressure can be applied to Israel and the focus on Lebanon as a pressure valve where this whole deal could unravel.
ABC News contributor and former Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for the Middle East, Mick Mulroy, saying Tehran may be delaying negotiations.
They can wait us out and hope that they get another administration in the future that's more aligned with what they're willing to agree to, if anything, because they haven't even agreed to give up their enrichment program.
An investigation underway north of London after two trains collided, killing a train driver, injuring dozens of others. ABC's Marcus Moore.
We know from authorities that one train crashed into the back of the other one, but it's unclear why that train didn't stop. And investigators will do interviews and look at any CCTV footage that might help them answer the questions about this deadly crash.
Mississippi under a state of emergency right now after severe storms unleashed torrential rain. Thousands remain without power.
Thunderstorms pounding parts of an already soaked Mississippi, swamping roads and flooding neighborhoods, raising the threat for even more high water. Mississippi's governor warning the state is far from in the clear.
There's actually an elevated flooding risk in virtually every county in our state.
In San Antonio, Texas, first responders carrying out multiple water rescues, waterways there overflowing.
That's ABC correspondent Morgan Norwood, I should say. You're listening to ABC News.
Hot summer days and high energy bills are on the way. Upgrade your home's old leaky windows this month during Window Nation's Buy 4 Get 4 free sale. Yes, half of your new beautiful energy efficient windows free. Plus no money down and no monthly payments or interest for 2 years. Call now 866-200-8670 or windownation.com. In select markets, trust our family of brands, New South Window and ArmorView. That's 866-200-8670 or windownation.com to book a consultation.
I've been telling you all about the secret war on our cash and the free report you can receive a copy of by contacting Swiss America at 800-289-2646. I'd also like to encourage you to subscribe to their podcast on YouTube. Just search Swiss America Trading. The podcast can provide you a ton of vital information and financial news in the challenging and uncertain times we're in. Subscribe today. Learn more about BRICS, industry leaders, and their market predictions for the future, along with what you might expect to see in terms of precious metal performance in the weeks and months ahead. Message and data rates may apply.
The Los Angeles Police Department releasing body cam video showing an incident during which an officer shoots and kills a dog at an apartment complex in Canoga Park. Police had responded last Saturday evening to reports of screaming. The dog's owner, identified as Marie, said she'd been celebrating the NBA New York Knicks win. Animal rights advocate Earl Hutchinson.
The officers that were involved should either be suspended or fired.
The LAPD has promised a comprehensive review of the shooting. An urgent search underway for the suspect in a series of highway shootings in the Kansas City area. ABC's Olivia Rubin.
The FBI offering a $25,000 reward for any information leading to the arrest of 22-year-old Oscar Sanchez Munoz. Police saying they tracked Sanchez Munoz to two homes where they thought he could be. One caught fire. At the other, spent shells visible from the ammunition police used to get inside. Several windows shattered. A search ending with no sign of the suspect. Authorities warning that the suspect is armed and dangerous, telling anyone who sees him to call 911 immediately.
President Trump said that the U.S. Park Police have arrested multiple people for, quote, vandalizing the Lincoln Memorial reflecting pool and pledged that work would begin immediately to repair the peeling lining. One of the men who has been seen on video being arrested said he didn't vandalize anything and, quote, said, by the time I realized what was going on, I was being put in handcuffs. Dave Packer, ABC.
Hot summer days.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
I'm doing a porch concert in Morningside today where I'm going to be singing. You want a little, you want a sample?
Yes, let's go.
How lucky can one guy be? I kissed her and she kissed me.
Perfect Juneteenth song.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
As parents, we have a million things running through our minds.
Playdates, checkups, groceries, laundry, diapers, work, carpool schedules, picture day, swim team, did we mention diapers, birthday parties, meal prep, lost permission slips, dentist appointments, and the dog that still needs to be walked. So it's easy to make a mistake. Oh, I forgot birthday candles. Sit tight, hon, I'll be right back. We say we'd never put our kids in danger by leaving them in the car alone. Oh, wait, since when are candles not on the baking aisle? But never happens. And temperatures as low as 60 degrees can be deadly for children left behind. So always bring them with you, and every time you park the car, stop, look, lock. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
A thunder shower in a few spots early, otherwise partly cloudy tonight, low 56. Sunshine and patchy clouds tomorrow for Father's Day, high 77. Periods of rain and thunderstorms late tomorrow night, low 62. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Kai Erickson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Everything you need, every time you listen. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is Rachel and John, and we are not at 5 Foster Plaza.
At all. Nope.
Right? And here we are at Mike's Beer Bar down here on the north side, right around the corner from the Jagoff World headquarters. And this is our annual porch tour time for Zachary's Mission, where we try to collect money and items for Zachary's Mission Zach Packs. And we decided to take this thing kind of on the road.
Well, we decided to change it up because we feel like we loved visiting people's houses. It was so much fun. How many different porches did we go? Like 40?
Oh my God, yeah, that's
something like that. 36, something like that.
36. Yeah, 4 times 9
so
years.
It's 10 years, as John said. We love Zachary's Mission. In case you don't know, you will be talking to Patricia and Rob at some point through this series, but they like to create Zach Packs, which are amazing backpacks for people who experience unexpected stays in a hospital, for families. It is brilliant because, unfortunately, this happens for so many different reasons, and they're checking a box for so many different people. So we've gone to people's houses. They have gotten 10 months worth of donations. Think about that. All of these people. So we were like, switch it up. All of these people need to come to the one and only Mike's Beer Bar, where he is the most philanthropic, community-driven man with the 100 beers, by the way.
Is that what it is, 100?
It's over 100 beers on tap at all times.
All right.
So we thought we will come here, they will guest bartend, and we will see what kind of damage these people can do. How much fun are you having?
I mean, it's been crazy. It's like almost I didn't even want to come up here and start recording.
We made
just because we're having so much fun. But anyways, again, another shout out to Mike's Beer Bar. You know, when you come here, the menu is like really like this thick, but it's only the first page that's food. And then you go into the 100 plus beers that Rachel talked about. So again, Zachary's Mission, Rob and Patricia are here. We're going to talk to them. And meanwhile, we have some of our guest bartenders here right now, right?
They're cha-chinging. Look at this jar. Donna Kane. Ching, ching,
it's
ching,
the Merry Widows.
This jar.
Oh.
So you know these faces all too well. John and I have been so proud for over the last, I think, 7 years. We've been promoting, producing, executing the Merry Widows. What I love most about the Merry Widows is obviously producing the podcast, but also they have become these mini celebrities. They are golden influencers, John. That's what we're going to call them.
I like it. She just coined that term, Donna.
Yeah, golden influencers. I like it, Jen. What do you think about that?
Called us the Golden Girls.
Oh, yeah.
Where's she at? Where's she at? So you were back there bartending. Now let's go backward a little bit. You did a Zachary's Mission porch tour.
We did.
And it was some time ago.
Long time.
Right?
Probably when you first started, the first year.
It was one of those years.
And it was so hot.
So hot.
Unbelievable.
Yeah. And then we had Rob Rossi on, who decided to talk about, about an hour, I think.
An hour and a half.
He did.
Who's counting?
And then the Music Man. We had
Mark. That
Ferrari.
started your relationship with Mark Ferrari.
Right. What kind of relationship are we talking about? Or
we had a great relationship.
Mark Muscles Ferrari. He's on.
And he's coming to cook at the house, bringing his girlfriend. Did you know? And we're going to make pizzelles. So it'll be so exciting.
We'll be there to video. He's going to be part of this series as well, as a matter of fact. Yes, he is.
Hopefully we'll see him. We'll be
there. You go. All right. So tell me, Jan, tell me a little bit about the Merry Widows podcast. You guys get together on a Tuesday night. It's dinner. Sometimes John and Rachel show up.
We're still doing it. Yeah, after how many years did you say? 7?
It's 7.
Wow, that went fast.
It's come a long way.
Yes. So we are the Golden Girls.
Yeah, you really are.
And you blog. Donna, you guys blog.
We do blog. We blog. We travel.
I have writer's blog. I don't know. I can't think of anything.
Is that right?
She forbid me to write about something the other day, and she still hasn't done it, so I just might steal it.
What are you talking?
I'm not going to tell you.
I didn't tell you not to write anything.
Yeah, you said, this is my blog.
Have an argument on stage. Do it right now.
So this is like interviewing John Lennon and Paul McCartney and the Beatles, because they're the core. And then Lenny and Iris and everybody, Kathy, you talk about all the band members. There's 7 of you, right?
Yeah.
So let's go. So there's you 2 they're kind of the core.
Eileen was supposed to come today, but she forgot.
Okay.
But she made other arrangements.
Eileen would be the one, when you listen to the podcast, she puts the spice in all the podcasts.
She buys
laugh. John, I love watching you watching her.
We really should have your eyes.
You don't know what's going to come out of her mouth.
You never done. And that's what I was going to say. The beauty of it all, I say this every time I interview you, but I know all 7 of you, and you all have a different story. You're unfortunately united by grief. But you took that grief, you turned it around, you've made the best out of a terrible situation, and people respect and admire you for it.
Yeah.
But what's interesting is you're alike in certain ways, but you're completely different in other ways. So I would say Eileen is the person she likes to sing, she likes to say silly things, she likes to go have drinks, and she cooks, right?
She doesn't even know she's saying silly things.
Right? That is true. What about Linny? Linny is actually a divorcee.
Oh, Linny.
And she's more of the quiet. Her and Kathy kind of compete for the most quiet and the least spoken on the podcast.
I think Iris and Kathy.
Oh, yeah, that would be
Linny,
true, yeah.
Well, Linny, too, yeah. She'll pop up every once in a while.
Linny can't hear, so she has an excuse.
That's another thing, yeah.
I don't know what you're talking about.
She can't hear.
It's funny because I just told Rachel the other day, Linny never talks. Kathy never talks. So I placed the mics around the table, and the one night that I didn't put a mic next to Linny, she talked the whole podcast.
Sometimes that happens.
I'm like, what the?
But we do have to give a shout out to people. We call them the tag-alongs now.
Yes.
Okay.
We got Poker Mary and Donna Schwartzmeyer and Debbie and Lou Simon, who always respond on the blog.
It is so true.
And podcast.
And we encourage people, as John said at the beginning, you have a website, the Merry Widows Podcast. If people visit that website, they can see all of your former podcasts, they can see your blog posts, and we want to start adding more and more photos so that people can see, especially in the summertime when you're out and about, you're doing Merry Widow things, they can see all the fun that you're having and how you are truly making the most out of life. So kudos to you guys. The other thing that people need to know, all of those blogs are going to be transcribed into your very own book so that people can share the experiences with you.
I got a writer's blog.
We need
to get rid of that.
That won't work well for the book. All right. So once again, tell everybody where they find you guys. What's the website? Do you know it? Or do you need me to send you the link?
The Merry Widows Podcast.
.com.
The Merry Widows.
And Donna really did a good job. She was out there in the crowds hustling these people.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, the one who talks got jaw. She talk.
I was watching there's a parade here.
But we appreciate you for always supporting, and especially for Zachary's mission. We're going to continue this all month long, so if you want to support through the Merry Widows, we'll make sure that there's...
Yeah, show your jar. They have until July 10th and to fill that jar virtually, so get at it. In the meantime, we're going to spin out to Rob Owen, the Tribune Reviews TV writer.
You're tuned into TV Talk at TribLive.com. I'm Rob Owen. In this week's Tuned In columns, I reveal May's sweeps ratings for local news broadcasts, including who's in first place and which channel has seen its ratings erode over time. I also recap how the late night shows performed as The Late Show with Stephen Colbert came to an end. Another column previews the streaming documentary Stolen Kingdom, which tells the story of Disney fans turned thieves who stole costumes, props, and even an animatronic from Walt Disney World. This week's TV Q&A column answers a question about the mess Pittsburgh native Barry Weiss made at CBS's 60 Minutes. And a PBS viewer wonders, did Call the Midwife just end with its most recent season? Stay tuned in with TV Talk at triblive.com and in the pages of the Tribune Review.
When you need to talk, we're here for you. Always have been. News Radio KDKA.
Here's the latest from the KDKA Community Message Board.
From weddings to office events, let Jimmy Wan's handle the menu. Enjoy full-service catering, takeout, or free delivery for your next big celebration. Bold flavors and deliciously convenient options from their family to yours. Jimmy Wan's Restaurant and Lounge.
It's back in the heart of downtown Pittsburgh. Rock, Reggae, and Relief returns Saturday, August 8th, featuring UB40, Allie Campbell, G-Love, and more. Enjoy summer vibes while supporting Cafe Momentum. Get your tickets today at rockreggaerelief.com. It's the weekly program that keeps you current with the latest travel trends and vacation values. Listen to AAA's Talking Travel every Saturday morning at 11 on KDKA Radio.
Details at kdkaradio.com.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-284-1238. 800-284-1238. You have nothing to lose, but everything to gain. 800-284-1238.
For 250 years, America has been more than a place. It's been a promise, a story of courage, hope, and dreams. And through it all, local TV and radio broadcasters have been there, telling the story of America, bringing truth to light. Broadcasters tell the story of who we are and who we aspire to be. We are America's storytellers. We are broadcasters. This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Everything you need, every time you listen. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
And we are back at Mike's Beer Bar. It's getting rowdy.
Do you feel like you're yelling?
Yes.
I totally feel like
And
you're
I
yelling.
also did this. Like, it's really hard to gather these people. Donna's a talker. Jackie's a talker. I mean...
Listen, Jackie is already talking to other people instead of us.
Is that right?
So, Jackie Page, look at that face.
Right.
Let's play. How many years have we known Jackie Page? Close to 10?
Oh, my gosh. Yeah, Jackie. You have to talk into the mic. Jackie, talk into the microphone there.
I'm sorry. I'm just having a
She's
regular
literally
conversation.
a professional talker, and we had to tell her talking. Yeah, Jackie, because you did a porch tour before Rachel and I even co-hosted.
Yes. But
Yeah.
Rachel was there.
Yes, Rachel was there.
It was like when she was just coming in.
Aaron. It was Aaron from WPXI was there. You Eat
Yes.
Food, yeah.
Yes.
So you were one of the original porch tourists. There you go.
Holla.
All right.
Jackie, you need no introduction because you do so many different things in this city, and we want to go through all of that. But do you want to introduce us to your cohort to the right?
This is my girlfriend, Lisa. And Lisa is very excited to be here today. She's a little nervous. I don't know why, because this is the best organization to do a podcast with ever.
Oh, you're so sweet.
Lisa, tell us about yourself.
Lisa, tell us about yourself.
All right. Well, I saw the post on Instagram, and I've been bartending and serving for almost 20 years. And so it just seemed like, why not?
Yeah.
Nice day, great mission. And I'm always trying to get into new things to raise money for other places.
I love that.
And this is the first time I've heard about this mission. And once you described it to me, I really just was like happy to be a part of it. Honestly, it's really a great thing. It's hard to like find people that want to genuinely help other families in today's world. So it's kind of nice to just be a part of something that helps others.
That's so kind of you. And what area of town are you from?
I'm originally from Canonsburg, but then when I came out here for college, I stayed. I went to Carlo and Pitt, and then I now live in Emsworth.
Did you happen to meet Rob and Patricia from Zachary's Mission and talk to them yet?
I have not.
Yeah, they're
you have to. Oh, okay. That would be awesome.
Because the way you spoke about it, that's how everybody feels after they walk away from Rob.
They're
and
so
Patricia.
organic. Yeah, it's an organic thing. And, we talk about, unfortunately, their story is they lost their son, because of a heart defect. They could have easily supported congenital heart walks. Instead, they looked at it from a family perspective and thought about, we're not the only ones experiencing that. And it's so true because as people, you can relate to that. And listening to you want to do it is just amazing.
Oh, yeah. And even when I was outside talking to people, I ran into a gentleman who said about his friend, the one set of friends, their kid was born with a half a heart. So he's going to have to get surgeries. And the other one, he has like a lymphatic problem where he might lose his whole right ear, which he's already had. He's 15 and has already had 100 surgeries.
Oh my God.
So I think that it's great that it's not just honed in on this specific problem that they had, because there are so many, and there's so many children that need something different, and their families have to worry about where they're going to stay, what they're going to do, the cost of all that. And I think that it's really awesome that it's a general blanket just to help those families.
I think you're awesome because you never met any of us. And you're like, I'm in.
Yeah.
So thank you so much. This is so cool.
And I love the fact that you're a bartender, but today, bartending experience is the least experience. It's the talking BS and getting people to and you're up against the champion here. So did you see? So how are you working the crowd? Lisa was behind the bar. You were in front of the bar walking out on the street, I think.
I was out on the street. Yeah. And, because there were, right now, as you can see, if people can see behind us, it's filled up. But when we first started, there wasn't a lot of people. Right. So I thought, there's already 5 people behind the bar plus the 2 support team. So I thought I'd just go out and raise money and talk to people and see. And we're getting the jar filled. But I also am super excited about doing this because as a parent of a child with special needs who has had surgeries. Yes. And there wasn't programs like this when I was raising her because she's 29 now. But there weren't programs that supported. So I had to worry about where I was going to be if she needed to have surgery, how I was, the taking off of work, because nobody cares about what you have to have going on. They want you to come to work for them, and leave your crap at home. And as far as I was concerned, my daughter is not my crap. Right. And so that's how I ended up opening my own business, was because I wanted to be able to control my time.
That's a great point.
I come out for y'all anytime, or if y'all say, hey, we need people for something, I'm like, so, yeah. Your Jag-Off is like one of my babies from a long time, so I'm always here for you guys.
So what people don't know, and this is the first episode of 4, that we just started this whole thing, but people have till July 10th to donate to your jar virtually or to your name virtually. And so Lisa, give them a good pitch as to why they should be donating to you. And what you do, just so you know, is you go to the Jag-Off Podcast Venmo, and then you just put Lisa, Jackie, whoever you want to vote for on there. So, Lisa, give a good pitch to that camera right there. Why should they be donating to you?
Because I'm getting knocked out, but other than that, it's my birthday on July 10th, and that would be a really great birthday present.
Happy birthday!
Right? They're doing those ones on Facebook that you never know are real or fake. This one is definitely real, and it's a great cause, and you should donate as much as possible because you never know whether your child is small or an adult, you're always a parent to that child. So it could help you one day, or a family member or a friend. And it just keeps the love going. And with Pride, it just works perfectly.
Boom, I love that. And I love the flag. That was perfect.
So that guy gave it to me outside.
Awesome.
So I was like, I'm going to shove it in there.
I love it. I love it.
Nice.
And Jackie, obviously, as we said, Lisa being a bartender, you have your own beer that you have created.
Yeah, I had 2 beers come out in the last 2 weeks. One with Low Lev with pink boots called Pink. And then one for Babes. And
it's
then
delicious. I got one myself.
And then one for Babesburg called She's So Juicy.
Ooh.
And so you can get them both here at Mike's Beer Bar. But as far as the donations go, I said before that I have a daughter who I have a daughter with special needs and has had plenty of surgeries. And there wasn't this kind of support. So anybody who wants to donate to me for Zachary's mission, I would appreciate it, because it would let me know that you saw what I went through.
And it is Jackie Page. Hold up your jars right to the camera. So that's who is competing right now.
Big Jack. Not the little one. Not the little one.
All right, so we normally ask a question or two. So we have a procrastination destination question. What is something everybody in Pittsburgh talks about that says, and you go, oh my God, I haven't had a chance to get there yet. You go by it all the time. You know you want to get there. Mine was always Phipps until 2 years ago. I lived in Pittsburgh my whole life, and I didn't know where Phipps was. So, Jackie, what's some place you have not gotten to yet?
So I'm going to say my have not gone to was somewhere I went to today. And I'm born and raised in North Versailles, been living in Pittsburgh my whole life. But today was the first time I got off 28 and followed the North Shore sign, and it brought me right to the right there.
General
And I was like, what? I'd never done that before. I mean, I literally come down 28 because I live in Millville.
Sure.
And I go off at East Ohio Street and wind through there to get here.
Yeah.
And I was like, wait a minute.
It's a new world.
Lisa, how about you? What's your procrastination destination?
Well, I do love going out, and I love food and restaurants. So Fet Fisk, I've heard, is supposed to be really amazing. And I haven't gotten there yet.
There you go.
So,
I think we have a meetup.
I will meet you there.
I was going to say, I haven't been there either, so let's go.
Segment number 2. We're going to meet our celebrity guest next. Lenny from KDKA Radio. It's John and Rachel.
If you or anyone you care about is facing a family legal matter, call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL or visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce touches all areas of your life: your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
If you or anyone you care about is facing divorce, contact Cordell & Cordell today. With over 100,000 clients served, we understand the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
If you own a business, you've heard it all. From fast funding to easy approvals, everyone says the same thing. LendSeek is different. We show you what you actually qualify for. LendSeek's AI-enabled platform matches you with funding options with no guesswork. Up to $5 million in as fast as 24 hours. If you've been in business over a year, doing at least $50,000 per month, apply for free with zero out-of-pocket costs and access to over 100 lenders. Start ready, stay ready. LendSeek.com. LendSeek.com.
You can never have too many tools. Shop DeWalt deals at Lowe's. Get a free Select DeWalt 20-volt max power tool when you buy a Select 20-volt max 5-amp-hour battery kit. Plus, get a free additional DeWalt 20-volt max 8-amp-hour battery when you buy a DeWalt 10-inch 20-volt max dual-bevel compounded miter saw. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 6/24 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
While you sleep, There are people you've never met who are working hard to make your morning. People who get up at ungodly hours to make sure you get the information you want. People who dedicate their lives to make yours better while you sleep. These people come together during the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richert, 5:30 to 10 in the morning, to make sure you have the best news, traffic, and weather to start your day. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
ABC News, I'm Dave Packer. Vice President J.D. Vance traveling to Switzerland today to continue talks with the Iranians. It comes as Iran says it shut down the Strait of Hormuz because of Israel's actions in Lebanon. ABC News contributor and former Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for the Middle East, Mick Mulroy, saying that Tehran may be delaying negotiations.
They can wait us out and hope that they get another administration in the future that's more aligned with what they're willing to agree to, if anything, because they haven't even agreed to give up their enrichment program.
An investigation underway north of London after two trains collided, killing a train driver, injuring dozens of others. Mississippi under a state of emergency right now after the remnants of Tropical Storm Arthur unleashed torrential rain. Thousands remain without power. Meanwhile, in San Antonio, Texas, first responders carrying out multiple water rescues. Waterways there are overflowing. This is ABC News.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
If you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS, you need to hear this message. Being self-employed is tough. You handle your own income, your own expenses, and your own taxes. But the IRS makes it nearly impossible to file correctly unless you're a certified accountant. Unless you know how to deal with the IRS and navigate the tax code, you'll most likely run into a serious problem. Penalties, interest, wage garnishments, and even bank levies that drain your account overnight. Thousands of self-employed Americans thought there was no hope until they discovered a free alternative thanks to the USA Tax Network. People who have owed $10,000, $20,000, even $30,000 or more are now reducing or eliminating their tax debt after completing their free review. Explore options that may be available: payment plan assistance, IRS negotiation support, tax resolution programs, and financial hardship solutions. Don't let the IRS take more of your hard-earned money. Go to notax66.com now. That's notax66.com.
Paid advertisement. USA Tax Network is not a law firm, tax firm, or tax relief company. We do not provide tax advice or tax resolution services.
Everyone needs to take care of their mental health, even running back Bijan Robinson.
When I'm on the field and feeling the pressure, I usually just take a deep breath. When I'm just breathing and seeing what's in front of me, everything just slows down. It just makes me feel great before I run the play.
Just like Bijan, we all need a strong mental game on and off the field. Make a game plan for your mental health at loveyourmindplaybook.org.
Love your mind.
Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Foundation, the Arthur M. Blank Family Foundation, and the Ad Council.
All right, son. Time to put out this campfire.
Dad, we learned about this in school.
Oh, did you now? Okay. What's first?
Smokey Bear said to.
First, drown it with a bucket of water, then stir it with a shovel.
Wow, you sound just like him.
Then he said.
If it's still warm, then do it again.
Where can I learn all this?
It's all on SmokeyBear.com with other wildfire prevention tips. Because only you can prevent wildfires.
Brought to you by the USDA Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
A thunder shower around this evening, otherwise patchy clouds tonight, low 56. Increasingly cloudy but dry for Father's Day, high 77. Cloudy tomorrow night with rain and thunderstorms, low 62. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Scott Erickson at 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Hi, this is Larry Richert. Join us Monday on the Big K Morning Show, 5:30 until 10. Lenny McAllister will join me in our 8 o'clock hour, plus our first full week of summer. What can you do in the Berg? We'll tell you.
Okay, welcome back to your Jagoff Late Night. We can take a little bit of a breather We're celebrating Pride, we're celebrating Zachary's mission and the amazing people behind it, and we're also celebrating one of our favorite people who it has taken, I believe, 2 years for us to bring the one and only Lenny McAllister on our show, but we chose the hottest day for him to take a trek from downtown over to the North Shore to talk to us about how amazing he is, but he did it, and he is here at Mike's Beer Bar. Lenny, thank you so much for joining us.
John and Rachel, the reason why I'm not sweating is because despite it being so hot, you two are so cool, so you keep me going. You like how I work out. You like how I work.
No,
that's that radio talent the three of us have, right?
Really right here on the script where you're supposed to say that. No, Lenny. So yeah, we have listened to you on KDKA Radio. You've been, we're there as well. We hear you on Larry Richard. You're always speaking of good things. You're very, some of KDKA Radio talk is spin this way, spin this way. You're always very level.
Practical.
You're I got this, but I got this too. So is that part of your growing up? Is that part of what you learned as you became an adult? How is that?
It's a little bit of everything. I mean, you look at what's going on right now. We're recording this during the Pride Parade here going through the city.
Yes.
And if you really believe in America, and you believe in being American, and you believe in being inclusive in a place such as our hometown of Pittsburgh, you have to believe that you can have balance. You have to believe in different perspectives. You have to be willing to love people where they are and see that they're an American just as much as you are, regardless of whether you're just alike or vastly different. And the older I've gotten and the more experiences I've had, I've tried my best to incorporate that in everything that I do, and it doesn't change just because I crack open a microphone at KDKA.
I love that answer more than you know, especially in the world we live in today that's so polarizing that if you aren't on this side or this side, it's always controversial. And I find myself, I've told you this, I'm only on a school board, but at the school board level, local politics are so important because those are the missions that carry through your own community. And I think the more that you can recognize, I understand where you're coming from. I understand where you're coming from. You can have a true conversation. That's what we're lacking, is saying, I might not agree with you. That's okay. We can still have this conversation.
And that's part of leadership, right? That's what we need more of these days. And one of the things that's in the book, A Venn Diagram of One, that I have written, it will be out in August, is the fact that young people in future generations are paying attention to how we're going to interact with each other. Rachel, to your point, if we're incapable of having those type of conversations where we're loving, direct, we're working through difficult situations, but we're working through it together, how do we expect young people to have faith that we'll be able to fix it? Why do we expect them to feel like they'll find a second act or a third act, find a better job, or be able to improve their lives if we're constantly bickering and we think that the end is near? We have to infuse hope into everything that we do and show them that you hope, you act, you pivot. If you don't find that successful first act, you go to a second act. If you don't have the successful second act, you go to a third act. But you keep going, you keep trying. And by the way, that's the epitome of what our hometown has truly been all about over the years.
Do you believe that? I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but do you believe that Pittsburgh, we were so labeled for so many years, and then it felt like we were getting better, and then sometimes you feel like you're kind of taking steps back, to your point, stage 1, stage 2. Are we in a better place across the board in terms of being welcoming, in terms of compromise, in terms of where we're going as humankind?
Yes and no, Rachel, because I think that there are times we're welcoming the people that are familiar to us, but not as welcoming the people that are different than us. We want to hold on to what makes Pittsburgh, Pittsburgh, and that's great, but we have to understand that the American dream and the Pittsburgh story has always been one of a melting pot. There's always a new generation that comes in, has their contributions, has their cultures that blend into ours. The black and gold is not going anywhere, but as you well know, we have gone from Knoll to Cower, Cower to Tomlin, Tomlin now to McCarthy. It's still the black and gold. We have to take that same approach to leadership, how we do things in civics, how we do things in politics, how we do things at the school board level, but also how we do things in media as well.
And we're talking to Lenny McAllister again, associate at KDKA, but author. Now, Lenny, what is your background for those who don't know? I don't know. Have you ever run for
I ran for Congress 10 years ago here in the city of Pittsburgh.
Okay.
I've been involved in public policy for over 20 years, both at the local level, state level, and at the federal level as well. Well, that's the beauty of summertime and doing these type of media things outside,
For
right?
those listening, we're both trying to catch this fly.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But I've been involved in politics, in public policy, in civil rights work. I've had an opportunity to work with both the Commonwealth Foundation and Heritage Foundation, but also the late Jesse Jackson Sr. and Al Sharpton and the NAACP. In fact, I just emceed their annual dinner here for the Pittsburgh branch just on June 5th. So there's not a lot of people that have the opportunity to touch all different types of communities. And as you too well know, when you have that obligation, there's something for you to live up to. There's something for you to fulfill, and there's a way to show people how to be better, how to do better, and to take us to a better place in time.
I think Lenny should be the leader of the top of the bell curve party, right?
So
because
true.
we always talk about the bell curve is, most of us are living at the middle of the bell curve, and you could be our leader but the extreme has to keep going a little bit more extreme to be heard, but all of us really probably are vying to live towards the center. We just want to know that it's okay to be not okay sometimes, but it's okay to say what we think, but we're also, the lost art is listening.
Yes.
Right? That's the part is, it's okay for me and you to sit here and have a beer and disagree. We should shake hands and walk away. But people seem to have lost that art.
Well, because people don't listen anymore, John. They don't learn anymore, and they don't lead with love. You have to love the people you're leading and you're working with. The truth of the matter is people love America. They don't love Americans. They find ways to hate other Americans. You can't say you love this country. We're going to be saying we love America during America 250. But you got to love Americans that are not like you, that live in Iowa, that live in California, that live in New York City, that are going to be on the far right, the far left. If you can love all of those people through disagreement, that's being patriotic. That's being an American, and that's how you lead in the 21st century.
You make me want to run through a wall.
Right.
I'm just going to run through a wall right now just after talking to you. Lenny, we really wanted to catch up with you to really explain to people from our audience perspective the good that you do, you're community driven, but also you're writing a book.
Yes.
What in the heck? Talk to us about that. Is this the first book you've ever written? What made you want to do it?
So this is the first public book that I have done. The first two were self-published 20 years ago. They were collections of different articles and speeches that I had done over the years. But this book is called A Venn Diagram of One, An American Story. It will be published by Frederick Douglass Books and distributed by Simon & Schuster. So it's going to hit bookstores everywhere August 11th. Barnes & Noble, Amazon, Target, Walmart, and the like. And this book is about my unique experience being a kid from Pittsburgh, Penn Hills, that had an opportunity to go from here to North Carolina to the shores of the south side of Chicago, work with everybody from the Reverend Jackson Sr., the late, great Reverend Jesse Jackson Sr., to people in the Republican Party, people in the Democratic Party, people in the NAACP, somebody that was a second act student. I dropped out of school when I was cutting lunch meat at 22 years old. Went back to school and graduated at 30. Talked about the second acts of my dad, my wonderful wife, and others, and talk about how we can have a second act in America, including here in Pittsburgh and Allegheny County, if we believe in what the American dream is truly all about, not just waving flags or believing in the colors without believing in what's behind the colors.
Show's over, guys.
Where's the microphone
Show's
drop?
over. No, listen. All right, so
Where
Lenny,
is the
we're so
microphone
glad.
drop?
We're glad you came down to this.
Thank you for having me.
Zachary's Mission Porch Tour this is the 10th year, and we're really appreciative. Tell everybody one more time right there in that camera where they can find your book and find all about you.
Well, number one, you can go to LennyMcAllister.com. You can go look for the book, A Venn Diagram of One. It hits bookstores on August 11th. You can pre-order the book right now. But as well, support Zachary's mission, because that's the epitome of what a second act is all about. People that are able to heal through one of the worst times of their lives to be able to help others. That is being truly loving. That is being truly American. Make sure you support the mission.
Bobby Thompson coming up next.
Jesus.
When the weather turns bad, turn to us for the best news, weather, and traffic information from the KDKA Radio Storm Center. Presented by Duquesne Light Company. Larger than light. Online and on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2026 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Here's the latest from the KDKA Community Message Board.
From weddings to office events, let Jimmy Wan's handle the menu. Enjoy full-service catering, takeout, or free delivery for your next big celebration. Bold flavors and deliciously convenient options from their family to yours. Jimmy Wan's Restaurant and Lounge.
It's back in the heart of downtown Pittsburgh. Rock, Reggae, and Relief returns Saturday, August 8th, featuring UB40, Allie Campbell, G-Love, and more. Enjoy summer vibes while supporting Cafe Momentum. Get your tickets today at rockreggaerelief.com. It's the weekly program that keeps you current with the latest travel trends and vacation values. Listen to AAA's Talking Travel every Saturday morning at 11 on KDKA Radio.
Details at kdkaradio.com.
In Pittsburgh, Chase is proud to root for the home team because they're our team too. We cheer from the bleachers and on the sidelines. We cheer for gymnasts and quarterbacks. And with more than 25 local Chase branches and 5,000 nationwide, we are right beside you, Pittsburgh. Neighborhood bankers, digital tools, national strength. Chase, make more of what's yours.
JP Morgan Chase Bank, NA member FDIC.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Where Pittsburgh comes to talk. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, we're coming into the music here. The music has been a part of every Zachary's Mission tour, just like it's been a part of every Jagoff podcast for 10 years, almost 11 years. And someone who's been on all the...
One of our favorites, I'm just saying it.
Bobby Thompson.
Hey, guys. How we doing?
Listen.
We watched him grow up.
Right.
We say this every time he comes on. He's a completely grown man. He is killing it on the music scene. I love seeing how entrepreneurial you and your wife are. And I feel like we've watched this whole journey, and we're just so damn proud of you.
Yeah, I appreciate you guys, as a youngin', like you like to say. You guys were always there and supportive, so I appreciate you guys.
Well,
so
10 years I think we've known you, and I love
That's
this.
crazy.
This is such a reunion because it's all of the people. I just want to point out, it's all of the people who have either supported Zachary's Mission or have been on the porch tour.
Right.
And so we were like, it's summertime, we got to have Bobby Thompson on. So
And Bobby,
here you are.
So let's go through. One of the podcasts you've been on, we went axe throwing somewhere.
Yeah, I found out I wasn't very good at that.
And we had you at Desiree's house.
Yes.
Is that right? Desiree's
Yes.
house for a fireplace tour.
Yes, fireplace tour, for sure.
Oh, yeah.
And
Last year, he was at the pool party.
the pool party at Jerry's house.
And then there was one, she had all the 80s horror stuff in her house. Remember that one? That was a long time ago.
That's fine.
Did it rain that day?
Yes. Yes, it rained.
Oh my gosh.
So we had
that
it in
is
her garage or something.
Yes.
Exactly. Yeah.
I totally forgot you were
I
at
think
that
Ray
one.
Petlin was there as well.
Yeah.
right?
So you and Ray Petlin are best friends. There you go.
Yeah, right.
Bobby, I mean, we're not taking any credit. We just love watching what you've done. But you have really teamed up with veteran musicians, with local newer musicians. You are a true musician at heart. Where did that come from?
Once I started, I couldn't stop. And, my first paid gig was when I was 13.
Oh, my
And
gosh.
I was like, whoa, I can make money at this? This is pretty cool. And I
Yes.
love to do it anyway. So, the passion was always there. And then you meet people along the way. And as you keep going, you create new relationships. And it just kind of happens naturally. And
Yeah.
it's not always, like, secure and great, but it's always fun. It's always, like, solving
That's
problems.
the key, right? Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Bobby, as you're pressing the gas pedal on performances and doing more music, do you start to solicit other people to help write for you, or do you still like to own the songwriting?
I mean, I like I like both. I like to collaborate with other people.
Is that right? Yeah.
It makes it fresh, new ideas. I mean, I can only come up with so much different stuff, so it's cool to have the other ideas.
And the songs that are coming through, are they changing because the times are changing? Are there tempos and things like that?
I mean, they do change, and it's depending on like you said, the times, and depending on what is inspiring me.
Or what's inspiring you? All right, cool. All right, well, Bobby, we know you're going to get a chance to perform here at Mike's Beer Bar for us, but tell everybody where they find you online.
Yeah, check me out on Facebook and Instagram at Bobby Thompson and the Chosen Few. And I have a website, btandthechosenfew.com.
And you're performing throughout the city all over the summer, right?
Yeah, you'll find it all
You're
there.
everywhere,
Yep.
and I love it. And we need to go see him at a show because he truly knows how to handle a crowd, and he never disappoints. Bobby Thompson, thank you so much for joining us. We're going to throw it out to the 4-1 to-dos, and then he'll be back for his song. It's John and Rachel, You Jag Off Late Night.
My name is Bobby Thompson, and this is Hurricane.
Gonna take the next train on the run. Gonna go way down south. They won't find me. So now go back home with your family through. My town, and down there lying. This road is my home. Gotta make it on my own. I can't wait, no. I'm a rolling song. My time.